Welcome back, everyone, to the World Cup 2024. All the matches in the round of 16 are finished. We have 8 more teams in the winners bracket and a solid 16 remaining in the losers bracket. And all those teams are waiting to see what maps they're going to be playing in the quarterfinals. It's time for the quarterfinals map pool showcase. I'm Dio. I'm joined by a cast and crew here for the quarterfinals map pool showcase. Chiv, Dada, Fiery Rage, and Miles. Welcome, gentlemen.
Hi, everyone. Hope you guys are excited. Quarterfinals is going to be one of the biggest stages for WC always, because this is really where the tournament, starts getting into the really close matches.
Whatever he said. I've been beaten to death twice.
That's messed up. I was going to say, this is also where the pool size starts to increase, so this is where you get to see a lot more wide variety of skill sets and picks being tested, which is always fun to see.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, one of the harder parts of the early stages is, like, you only have 2 hiddens, you only have 2 hard rocks, 3 DTs, 3 free mods. Like, you can't represent as much, but now we can throw a lot of crazy maps in the pool at you, so hopefully it'll be interesting. Hopefully you guys like it.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is also a weekend with what have historically been some of the best matches in the US World Cup. So I'm super excited for quarterfinals, and I'm super excited for this showcase. Let's get it started. Let's go into the no-mod pool. We got, as Fiery said, an extended pool this time around, so quite a few more maps to get through. The first one, Kakume Dualism by Mizukinana and TM Revolution, mapped by Daily Care. It's a no-mod 1, and it's actually a no-mod 1.
Guys, I thought you said slot pooling was dead. What is this?
This yoke will never die. It will never die. Like, every time we put something in the slot where that it, like, quote-unquote belongs, it's like, what?
Guys, I thought you said it was dead, but this is just AIM!
It's also, like, another Daily Care map. The same, like, mapper who got, I think, Batsubio. That was the map Daily Care, the Daily Care map from last round, right? So,
So what you're saying is this is never getting picked?
Listen, this one is more friendly, and perhaps some might say it's a cooler song.
Yes,
sure.
Absolutely.
This is for the old anime fans, kind of, it's TM Revolution and Nana Mizuki, like super vintage artists in the scene. But yeah,
what's this prediction?
Oh yeah, I have a great idea. So we brought slot pooling back, but slot pooling in the sense of, like, when you play an AIM map, it's like gambling on a slot machine, whether you actually get a good score or not. So
Vegas pooling.
Yeah, Vegas pooling. That's what we're on now.
Okay.
Sorry, we're influenced by big sports books now.
Use code OWC 2024.
I don't think we can say that. I don't think we can say that, actually.
I just saw a guy in the chat comment, "What is slot pooling?" That's the most beautiful sentence I've ever seen in my life.
That's a beautiful sentence.
Beautiful sentence.
Keep your innocence. Keep your innocence.
Anyway, this is a map of all time. I think it's just comfortable aim mechanics. It's not really like 100% aim, like sometimes you'd have, but it's still not like anything but basic sort of mechanics. So.
Yeah, like what you're seeing, there's a couple bursts here and there, but for the most part, it's just your aim map.
Yeah. It's for people who care about the details, mapped by Daily Care for, I believe, a Korean tournament. Either Korean Duo Tournament or Korean Suiji Cup. It was one of the two. But check out their tournaments, because they always got some really high quality customs. Shout out to Nope KJK.
Yeah, this was Korean Duo Cup Finals No Mod 1. It was also apparently used in Corsace Open Week 1 as hard rock line as well.
Oh yeah, there's a Fuju diff that they used in Corsace, I remember.
Oh yeah. Obligatory. This pool was balanced around 7.25 stars, even though that's not really a metric that we follow too much when pooling. Just put it out there.
Star rating is essentially just like the horoscope. Like, it's some sequence of digits that you just put together, and then it just says like something at the end. It makes people feel good. Like, oh, I just passed a 7.36 star map by playing this map. Like, is it a 7.36 star map? Like, think about it.
Weekly data schizo rant.
No, no, listen. Like, how can mirrors be real if our eyes aren't real? Like, think about it.
Let's stick to pulling maps, buddy.
I'm definitely sure, Dada. I'm definitely sure. Whatever you said.
Yeah, dude. By the time we get to finals and the DT pool is an entire star higher than what we're balancing it around, we'll have this conversation again.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm too early.
Too early, bro. Too early. Anyways, that's gonna be No More One wrapped up. Thank you, Riot, for the replay.
It's not entirely wrapped up yet, but
It's almost wrapped up. It's close enough. I mean, we're right at the end of the map. There's a diff spike here at the end, but it's not that big a one. It's normal for Nomad 1. All right, on to the Nomad 2. This one, a little bit different from some Nomad 2s in the past couple of weeks. It's Rebuilding by Soda Misery, mapped by I Am Tick Rate, first custom of the quarterfinals map pool, and this is some shred.
Yeah. No, we haven't really had Nomad choose, really, right? This changes it, but it's like, it changes it with high BPM in mind as well. So it's 220, even though that's not like super high, it will tax your stamina and it will tax your flame by quite a lot.
For those who are familiar with, common tournament stuff, this is going to be a stamina map, 220 BPM, super long chains, almost like 30 to 40 note streams. In the KIs. So going to be the stamina topic pick for the pool.
Slots are back, baby.
Slot pulling is back. Slot pulling is actually back.
This is a Nomad 5 more than anything, if I'm going to be entirely honest. If we're talking about like very old slot pulling, this is what you'd see in Nomad 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. 220 BPM, I feel like, is kind of around the line where it's like, I guess in open rank grand finals you can have like a flow aim stream map at this BPM, but like at this round, 220 would usually be like a Nomad 5.
Yeah. Again, mapped by I Am Tick Rate, like we said. First time they're going to be making an appearance on the OWC. So going to be awesome. Long-time metal mapper, has done a couple tournament maps, but definitely delivered on this pick. And here comes some of the longest streams.
I would like to point out the diff name on this is Mazaroth, which seems like a tribute to Mazarin, until you realize the album that this song is from is actually titled Mazaroth. So this is just the album name for the diff name. But it's a funny coincidence, if nothing else.
Oh yeah, some lore. This map used to be in the free mod pool in the first drafts of the map pool.
We realized Hard Rock made it extremely hard. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's not much to gain from putting it on hidden. So back in Nomad, it's hard enough for sure.
There is stuff to be gained by putting it on hidden.
Oh yeah.
The tears and lamentations of the players in the tournament.
The hidden players that love playing 220 death streams. All 5 of them.
All 5 of them, but like imagine how hyped up they'd be.
That's true. Pika Phone's like jumping for joy in his chair.
I used to pray for times like this.
Secret Box is playing for times like this right now.
Oh yeah, Secret Box as well.
Also, as someone who's not a big fan of metal, I think this song is really good.
Yeah, it's pretty approachable, I would say. Compared to other metal stuff, which is like really like gritty and tough. This is definitely on the lighter side. And yeah, great replay by Jackson, by the way. Glad to shout him out.
Yeah, massive shouts to Jackson. Does a lot of those speed stamina replays alongside players like Riot. And now for another custom for the Nomad 3. It's going to be a song that a lot of people are familiar with, Nosho Sakuretsu Girl by featuring Megpoid Gumi, Hatsumiku and Gumi. This one, a collab, actually, between Petal and DK Blaze. Petal, now known as Matha.
Zudi jumping for joy in her chair right now, I can already see.
Nosho Sakuretsu Girl.
The main thing that we learned about this song while making this pool and like kind of guiding this custom is that the English name for the song is Brain Fluid Explosion Girl. So the more you know.
I respect that a lot.
So are you saying that this song is like an aneurysm?
That's surprisingly accurate. Never really thought about it before, but you might be onto something. don't know.
I can see it actually.
Aneurysm Girl sounds worse.
It does.
It
sound worse.
might.
Yeah.
I mean, if you mess up the awkward aim, that's basically what happens to you on this. Like, the no lock on this is kind of brutal. But unlike last week's No Mod 3, this one has OD 9.6, so you probably won't no lock that much.
This one actually kind of needs it because the patterns are so long that it actually does make a difference.
Yeah. It's going to be Mappa, Mappa, DK Blaze, so people who already know Mappa, long time tournament Mappa. You guys already know every single map, you know, he does Dance in the Game, he did No 39 last year, and this year back again. And taking on DK Blaze, newer Mappa that finally gets a chance in OWC as well.
I'm sorry, did you just call No Sankyu number 39 instead of No Sankyu? Tuhu-ass pronunciation.
I mean, at least that one's
you can understand it because
at least.
like it's something in another language. Like it's just NO39. Like
More about the map itself. This is your traditional alt map, so haha, funny slot pulling joke, etc. We're moving on. Matha, traditional alt mapper, has mapped several customs of alt maps actually in the past couple of years, and always has been pretty much on point with them. Has never really had a bad alt custom map.
yeah, basically like one of the couple mappers that we just get for an alt map and that we know is going to do a good job, and DK Blaze brought in as well, and they make a pretty cool collab. I think is exactly the sort of thing that we'd like to see in OWC, where mappers kind of come together and make a cool product by the end of it.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you to Envy for the replay as well. Sure, 700k.
I asked Henry if he wanted to go for an FC on this, and he said, no, I'm busy grinding 1.8k PP, and then he played like 360 BPM DTA maps for 5 minutes straight. Not 5 minute, like an hour. But you know what I mean.
What happened to the game I love?
What happened to the game?
Our Osu player is going the wrong way.
Our Osu player is going the wrong way. Well,
But, Alex isn't here in this cast. We can't make that joke.
Unfortunately.
True.
All right, on to the next one. It's yet another custom here for the Nomad 4, and slot pooling is back once again. It's Our Destiny, the Kubrick remix by Imanu and Kuchka, mapped by Azrolk and Ishtiak. It's some slider tech. You already know when it's Azrolk and Ishtiak what kind of map you're getting. This one, though, this plays really well, even as somebody who's usually a modern tech hater.
We actually, like, you remember the whole, like, thing about monkeys and typewriters that make Shakespeare?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think we are the monkeys and the typewriters, and we made a slot pool by accident. Like, I'm just going to say it right now.
Actually
Wait for long,
reference
trust me.
Infinite monkey theorem on an OWC map pool showcase.
Actually, yeah, no, it's not going to stay that way for much longer.
Something broken clock, something infinite monkeys. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyways, you guys are familiar. These guys are the Mind Chase mappers from last year. Ishtiak, long time in the tournament scene. All the Corsace maps, all the OWC maps as well now. And Azrok, actually, very promising upcoming side attack mapper. You've seen the Avalon guys, but this map is sick.
Yeah, as someone who really doesn't like this kind of modern style of slider tech personally, I thought this one was really nice to play. Like, even though it does have a lot of that slider aim, it's like very, very comfortable.
Yeah, it's contained. Like, a lot of maps of this kind of slider style, they kind of go a little bit too ham, but this is like just right, where it's like, it's doing that, but it's not like super out of place. It's not like blowing it out of proportion or anything. That's pretty nice.
Shout out to Yip for the replay on this one. First Yip replay in a little while. Resident tech reading player on the World Cup playtesting team, has put up some pretty solid scores, pretty solid replays. This one's no exception. This map is, I mean, it plays well, but it's still hard, right? We're still in quarterfinals. This is 6.20 stars, but still one of the more difficult maps in the pool, I feel like.
Yeah, something that people might not grasp immediately upon just seeing the replay is that a lot of your act drops on this are going to be coming from just the excessive amount of slider aim that you have to do to like get 300s. Like, you'll get, if you're just trying to keep combo, you're just going to get like 94 or like 93 because you're just trying to like hit slider heads and be safe, and then you're just gonna tank your axe like that. So, like, even getting something like a 97 or 98 on this map is pretty impressive.
Yeah, like you can see even Yip is dropping a lot of slider ends on this, and Yip is probably, I'd wager, one of the top tech tourney players in the game for a while, so yeah, very difficult to get that high ACFC on this.
6.2 stars, by the way.
6.2 stars.
Full star rating lower than the first two maps in the pool, by the way.
Tech being weighted fairly, say it ain't so.
Song that plays when you fight Malashevsky.
That's my favorite song. We need to put that in the pool.
Yeah, you might have that again with this next map. Actually, this one not a custom, but we're still kind of in slot pooling here. But it's not speed; it's a reading pick, and it's the lowest approach rate we've had in the World Cups in quite some time. Qualia by Junk, mapped by PO, CS5, AR5 in the OS World Cup.
Yeah, no, when we say reading, we actually mean it.
Yeah, no, this map has hatred. Like, don't let the turtle fool you. Like, this map is evil. Purely evil. Like the rust that's corroding that can.
Yeah, map by PO. This is demonic. Replay by Maxi. You already know if Maxi's doing the replay, it's gotta go crazy with bat ball. But some AR5 for the pool.
Unfortunately, GN is not playing the tournament this year.
Yeah.
So we cannot soy champ over this.
One of the things that I want to point out about this map also that often goes overlooked when discussing it and looking at how hard the map is that this is OD9. Most people who are playing AR5 are playing AR5 on easy, which means you're going to have OD5 or below. So OD9 on AR5 is very, very, very rare. And for something like this, you can really feel it, especially on the cut double streams in this map.
Oh yeah, like, speaking of playing on easy, like, easy players, they play on big circles usually. They play on CS2, CS3, this is CS5. Like, it's very possible for you to misaim some of those cut doubles or some of those float patterns because the CS is smaller than usual. So it's not just the reading check, it's also just a little bit of a floating check, a little bit of the kind of like that snappy, like, pattern, like 1-4 pattern kind of aim. So not trivial in that sense.
100% bandwidth.
I don't think so. This map is like
banned in USA, Canada. I think.
I think
Sure, if they would ban it.
Back on the gimmick map after last year.
if you're a smart captain, which I'm assuming everyone is, you can notice when neither team wants to pick this, so you can leave it up. And then whoever picks it will just be like, essentially Hail Mary, their last pick or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, wait. Wasn't this a custom map for another tournament, or am I thinking of something else?
Yeah,
No,
This was just
this was not a custom.
It was just
It was
picked.
picked.
Yeah.
It wasn't a custom. Okay.
Yeah, it's not a custom. It was in one tournament where I pulled this before, we had PO modify the approach rate so that we could pull this double time. We're not that sadistic at the OS World Cup, so we refrained from doing that. But yeah, there have been like AR modification difficulties before it was ranked for tournament before. So shout out to PO for those, and hope you enjoy seeing it in the World Cup. That will bring us to the hidden pool and to another custom here in the World Cup. It's Zange by Ranko, mapped by Julius. This is some AR9 density awkward aim check in the hidden pool, and another one of those maps that's pretty low star rating, 6.8 stars in a 7.3 star pool so far, but definitely on the harder side and very, very tricky for those who aren't used to this low of an approach rate on their hidden aim picks.
Oh my
Pig.
god.
This is pig.
We just made a slot pool.
This is pig.
It's a slot pool.
I die at the end of last week, and then immediately you make slot pools? Like, what happened?
Shiv, please say the name of the source material, please.
Let's not do that. I don't think Shiv
I'm a
wants to hear
changed
that.
man. I'm a changed man.
Oh, really? Oh, really? Okay, let's hear it.
Zunsan no Toho project.
Well, let's hear it, Shiv. Let's hear it.
I'm good. Let's talk about the map.
Okay, all right.
No, 14 double
Smooth,
dealing
bro.
character.
Yeah, no, this is this is what you would expect an old hidden one to be for the most part. Probably from like 2021, 2022. This is your awkward aim hidden. Lots of weird angles, lots of wide angles, linear jumps, you name it. It has it all. A couple 1/3s here and there as well to keep things a bit spicy, but for the most part, this is your very straightforward awkward aim pick on Hidden.
Yeah, I think something similar to this, but like obviously a little bit harder, I'd say, is something like Kamina Kotaba, where like a couple of sections of this map have like very long chains of this kind of awkward aim. So like you can and probably will just start missing a lot of those notes because you're gonna lose track of where you are and where you're actually like misaiming. So that's something to always look out for. Otherwise, the map is kind of chill. It's kind of like a map that comes and goes. Like you have pretty easy sections, and then you have hard sections, and then like the very clear delineation of sections, which I think is like something that is often like unexplored in tournaments. Sometimes it's all about like uptime and like staying consistent all the time, but I think just bursts of focus is also something that's pretty interesting to have.
Yeah. It's Hidden 1. It's gonna be shout out to Julius for mapping again this year. If you guys aren't familiar, he mapped Hidden 2 last year actually in the same stage, and it was also a Butao Tome song. So awesome.
And it was also awkward aim, but it was with AR8.
That is true.
It was like 210 BPM? Something high.
I forgot the name of that map.
Yeah.
Street Journal, I think?
Yeah, Street Journal.
This map, by the way, we just saw, I think, the only bursts in the map, like, at all. The rest of them are 1/3. So it's just, like, a couple of triples here and there, 1/3, and then that one quote-unquote burst section in this map. So it really is all about how good is your AR9 wide-angle aim control, awkward aim presence in this map.
Badu is just out there somewhere and he just smiled for no reason.
I mean, this is the type of thing that Badu would like. He would FC this every day of the week. Yeah, this map, honestly, I don't know how many FCs we're gonna see on this, because it's just like so much consistent difficulty, so much uptime on this. Like, I think we're gonna be hard pressed to see more than like 4 or 5 FCs, maybe even 3 or 4.
Also, you get the jump scare beginning, which people are probably going to be missing on.
What is
so.
this slot pool? I'm so confused.
Keep your innocence. Keep your innocence. Well, that last map, though, we had something that was, very relatively straightforward for a Hidden 1, right? It's just AR9 awkward aim, something people have seen a lot before. This next map is a little bit less straightforward, something that's very, very tricky for a lot of players. Coffee no Ajito by Harunaba featuring Megpoi Gumi once again, and mapped by Nightcore here for the US World Cup 2024. And this one is some finger control, flow aim, rhythm AR8, which is not something you say very often on a map pool showcase.
This map is brutal. Like, it is deceptively brutal. You think, okay, well, this isn't too bad to read, and then all these awkward rhythms come in, and you're like, okay.
So it's awkward rhythms, it's kind of like some like spacing, kind of like anti-spacing concepts, and just like overlaps and some like doubles that aren't really like friendly to read, like stuff that's stacked on top of the first note of streams, like stuff that is kind of hard to sequence in your brain. So like it's for that reason that's AR 8.3 and not AR 8. Like AR 8 was actually like deemed too hard.
AR 8 was literally unplayable.
It's hard, yeah. Those who are familiar with Nightcore, this guy only maps Taiko songs, and this is no exception. But yeah, a lot of the tricky part from this map comes from the additive rhythm. Just like focusing a lot on the fake intro. That foot pad is really hard, by the way. And just being super consistent. But yeah, finally, no more. First, non-aim AR8 actually.
Thank God.
Yeah.
What do you mean first non-AR8? We had AR 7.5 in qualifiers. Come on, man.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
No, I mean, like, if we really wanted to play to the bit, we would just have the Hidden 1 be AR8 and we would throw it in grands.
No, wait. So you're telling me that we have an AR 5 that's not aim, and then we have an AR 8 that's not aim? Like, didn't we overcorrect? What happened?
No spoiler,
got
but
bigger.
I think Hidden 1 on AR8 is too easy for grand finals. At a current rate.
Oh, I know.
Maybe.
I've seen that map.
No.
I know.
I see.
All
it.
right.
Spoiling 3 pools in advance. My bad, guys.
Yep. All right. On to the next hidden map. Last one in the hidden pool. We're on to 3 hidden, of course, with the expanded pool in quarterfinals. This one, a map that's probably pretty well known, Symmetric by Isomers, mapped by Captain and Toybot. This is a guest diff collab on Ray Lazy's set. Some tech map with a mechanics focus. I don't know if I'd call this mech tech, Miles, but it's definitely got a mechanics focus. Some 200 BPM streams in here.
It's mech tech.
Is this mech tech? I mean,
Is this mech tech?
Love
It's got a
topic
decent
tech.
amount of 200 BPM bursts. I'd say it's mech tech. There's a lot of
this
cuts.
is-
You know.
this is
Oh
stream tech.
my god, we slot pool.
It's a slot pool, Donna.
What a beautiful pool. What a beautiful pool.
Oh
I was
my
lying to you.
God.
Guys, we actually did slot pool this entire tournament. The rest of the tournament is a slot pool. We are so sorry.
But yeah, it's gonna be some. If you don't want to call it mech tech, you can at least call it topping tech. A lot of finger control here, a lot of flow patterns. At 200 BPM.
And not really too much to say. This is your standard straightforward tech map for the most part. If you've seen a real Izzy map, this is not a real Izzy map, but it plays like a real Izzy map, in my opinion. So, there you go.
If you've seen a real lazy map, this set is one of them.
That is true. That is also true.
Honestly, even though this isn't even real lazy, like some of these sliders are really reminding me of real lazy. The
I get it.
Yeah.
They remind me of my favorite real lazy map, Skypex Cantan.
That's my favorite
That's
real
a-
Izzy map. We
that's
need
a
to put
true.
DT that map right now. Is there even a DTFC on that?
Surely, right?
Is that even fun on DT?
It has like the one Doom Square
There's
pattern.
one like pattern, right? Yeah, I was gonna say.
It's got the Thanos snap pattern.
Also, this map is pretty short. Only 2 minutes long. Most of the hidden to also is not that long as well. But there's some longer maps in the pool later up.
That kind of makes up for Nomad 1 and Nomad 2
Yeah.
being as lengthy as they are.
What's that?
Okay. That's that. That's the hidden pool as well, of course. 3 hidden, 3 hard rock in this pool. So let's get into those hard rocks. Got a little ways to go left in this pool. Starting off with hard rock 1, it's, you guessed it, an aim map. Punishment by Kotone. This one mapped by Shino. This is a ranked set. 234 BPM. Aim speed mechanics a little bit. A couple of 1/3 here and there. General high BPM consistency on hard rock.
I'd say the only stream part is basically at the guitar solo, which is 2/3 of the way through. There's not that much speed requirement otherwise in this.
Yeah, it's like a mechanics map where it's all aim, and then there's one section where if you don't have speed, you die.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, this
It's
one
very
goes out.
fun.
All the VTuber fans in the chat, I don't know how much more you're gonna get of this, so enjoy it while it lasts.
Listen, there's gonna be some other fans in this pool. We pivoted.
Oh, we did pivot, but yeah, I mean, it's close enough to get a VTuber map.
Yeah, not
this
too
is
much to
a
say.
name.
This one.
Yeah, so to compensate, we're gonna have 8 Toho maps next round. I don't make the rules.
Chiv is gonna have the worst day of his life trying to pronounce
He's
all of
gonna
them.
say, "Oh wow, guys, 2 project." Oh,
Two
wow.
This is my
Project.
favorite character from the 2 Who project. Okay, we bullied Chiv enough. Let's not do that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I will keep bullying him. Don't worry. I'll
Okay,
take
there
it.
was
Yeah, no, I'm not letting him hear the end of that for the rest of his life.
I'll take him.
It'll be his funeral. It'll be his funeral, and I'm gonna say he really loved songs from 2 Who Project.
It'll be his
I respect
funeral, and I'm
that.
gonna get on the aux cord and play Shinzo Connect. I hope you understand.
Those who
The
know.
stream section should be coming up relatively soon, I think. Actually, right here.
Pretty much
yeah.
right here, yeah.
Hope you have speed. Because that's
Oh, and there's
the only
1/3 to the
stream in the
end.
map. But yeah, other than that, this is pretty much what do you expect from a semi-awkward aim, I guess you could say, Hard Rock 1. Doesn't really feel necessarily
Like
too
a little bit
awkward,
density
though.
aim as well, because it's like 230, and the angle is a little uncomfortable. So it's stress aim. I don't know how to describe it.
It's just like
Yes, aim.
control jumps. I don't know. Like it's not alt aim control, right? But there's some aim control in this pick. It's mostly jumps, but it's a little control focused.
Yeah, I
aim
mean,
control is a weird term because like you're controlling your cursor like every time you move it.
Yeah, thank you to Vi for the replay. Who did the hidden 3 replay again? I missed that.
It was
that was
Con.
Henry.
Con-
Or no,
Con-
It was Con.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think this map contrasts really well with all the other aim maps in the pool so far. Like, if you compare it to the Hidden 1 and the Nomad 1 and soon to be the DT 1 and then another map maybe later, like, this is a much different style of aim map than I think all of them so far, so has its own audience for sure.
I will correct that. It was Henry who did the hidden 3 replay. Con did the hidden 1 replay.
Yeah, okay.
In one or two?
Kuromi, also known as
Hidden one.
KB.
Yeah, KB did the hidden 2.
Okay, yeah.
Awesome.
Need to fact check live on stream. What a professional stream, guys.
I just got
I got
gaslit
the
live
fact
on
check.
stream.
This
Anyways.
Mapo showcase has been fact checked by real American patriots.
Oh my god. All right. Well,
Thumbs up.
let's get some patriotism for this map. It's Empyrean
This
by
map's been
Himmel,
cool.
mapped by Hollowings. This is some CS 7.8. We saw that players liked the CS6 last round, so we thought, okay, well let's just put that in Hard Rock. It seems good.
We put actual precision in the precision pool.
Precision finally in OWC. Real precision. But yeah,
Finally.
Hollowings.
The Wixinator agenda has been fulfilled.
Oh, we have
Absolutely.
we have big precision in the playtesting team. We have Chip, we have Wix, we have Fiery. Like, who else do we need?
We needed this. We needed this in the pool. This
If
map
the
is
low
so
AR
good.
teams get AR5, the Hard Rock teams need CS 7.8. I don't make the rules.
So
This
basically,
map is so
Yeah.
fun.
we accidentally made a slot pool, but turned up to like 12, not even 11.
Yeah, I mean, I
We have
think
5 reading map, 7.8 Hard Rock Chew.
the first half of this pool is much more slot than the second half. Like, we're gonna get into DTs and the free mods, and things are gonna get a little bit crazy, but
Man, why'd you say that, bro? Oh my god. It's all about the illusion. It's the illusion.
Is he lying? Because I
The
also
illusion
said
of
that.
free choice. The illusion of free choice. Nah, I'm playing. Yeah, it's some
You're casting actually.
decision map. Okay. Okay.
Conrad is playing.
Conrad is playing. That's true.
Conrad is playing. That's true.
This aim in this chorus section is really brutal, by the way. These squares will trip you up really badly. Like, this is where the actual precision comes into
This
play very hard.
this with tournament nerves, like it's
Oh,
gonna
this
be.
is gonna be by far one of the lowest
Actual
scoring
misfits.
maps on
If anyone
tournament
FCs
nerves.
this, you are the best player in the game, I think.
Yeah.
You'll be actually world renowned as the best precision player if you FC this. So Bashi,
But it's also, yeah, a map that's like super easy to get like 400k on. They just get like 98, 97, like guaranteed.
Oh, absolutely.
And
Yeah.
free combo. But
This
yeah,
next one's kind of similar, honestly. Very different sort of map, but kind of similar. I feel like we'll see maybe some low scores on this. Aim control alt in Hard Rock is always a little tricky for lots of players. It's Mario Marius by M2U. A very short 2 minutes, 151 BPM. Lots of flow patterns, but lots of really high curvature on some of these flow patterns here.
yeah, it's a classic rhythm game song. It's Mary Maris. And obviously MTU, big name in the scene. But yeah, it's gonna be it's like a mixed map. A little bit of side control, but I would mainly say it's like all
Yeah, it's like alt flowy, kind of like it has a little bit of tech elements, especially in the drops. But yeah, it's deceptively tough. Like the patterns look very simple, but even like just those like triangles on Hard Rock, like they can be pretty tough to just like play correctly. So like
Yeah,
you can try it if you want.
players.
most of the chains start out with stacks, so like if you move off the stack too early or stay on it too late, like it's really easy to chain miss these patterns. But overall, I think the flow aim is really tested here, much more so than like some of the other alt maps in the pool, like the Nomad 3, which is a lot more awkward aim focused.
I actually think the ending of this is hard. Like, these cross screens right there into these space streams, I feel like there's going to be a lot of breaks on that, and then this part is just kind of like, it just kind of builds off that and doesn't really ever stop. I feel like this ending is where most of the difficulty lies, personally.
Yeah, we put by Chili up here. Shout out to Mr. Tournament Manager. he still got it.
Chili Willy.
This guy just won a open rank badge in Kanyo Cup. Yeah.
And he carried.
It was first pick Div 2.
And played very well.
It's crazy how easy this map looks, and then you play it, and it's actually like one of the hardest maps in the pool.
Yeah.
It's demonic. This map is really hard, man.
The control is just so like demanding, you know. It's just you all lock in.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. All right. That's Hard Rock 3.
That gets us out of the 3 mod pools and now into the 4 pick DT pool. 4 DTs this week, 4 free mods this week as well in the extended pool. And we're going to start things off with a classic here for Double Time 1, something that a lot of people should be very happy to see. Ignite by Ali Air.
We're so back. Hey,
We're
guys.
so back, Frostmourne in
so
OWC
back.
2024.
Hey, it's the song that won OWC, or not OWC, the Mapper's Choice in 2014.
Not Mapper's Choice, Community Choice 2014.
Might as well be the same thing, honestly.
Hey,
Yeah.
quick question. Does anyone know that canonically in Sword Art Online, Kirito cleared the game like maybe a week ago?
Yes, that's
Like,
all
it was
it
like 3 days ago.
There's a
It was like
shot.
3 days ago.
But 300 people are still unconscious, and like this is being investigated.
But yeah, no, I think people mentioned it. It was looking kind of old. Oh, this is definitely making it older.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Gonna
For
be
those unaware on what this map is, it's your typical Frostmourne map. A lot of generic aim, a lot of bursts in this one especially. There's a couple of 270, or not 270, 260 BPM bursts, but it's more focused on the aim aspect.
And just from the time the map was made, it's also a lot of pattern aim. It's very comfortable pattern aim, but it's largely pattern aim. Like looking at the double squares, for example, or the repeating jumps like that. It's very comfortable, but it is pattern aim. So a little different from a lot of aim maps made past about 2016, 2017.
Yeah. Also, like, just a quick reality check for all you college-age weebs out there, which not many of you knowing the target demographic, but Sword Art Online came out more than 10 years ago.
that is crazy.
Yes, dude.
And I still
I have
haven't
the
watched
target
it.
audience. Oh, we need to get you on a watch
Yeah, we
party.
need to
You
get
and
you
I
in.
don't think you do.
no, you, Majoy, and Malteser all watch Sword Art Online right now.
I don't think you do.
Chad, I have a confession. I also have not watched Sword Art Online, and it came out when I was in high school.
Oh well, then you have to get on in it too,
You
I
gotta
guess.
hop on.
I might have to hop in.
People probably notice it's a little bursty actually, so intended to have a little bit of a tapping element. So we have some other options for other players later on in the pool, but there is a bit of a tapping gate for this map.
Right, once again being the certified DT workhorse of this pool.
Like obviously we're gonna shout out a lot of test players, but Riot has really been one of the most hardworking ones in the team. Pumped a lot of replays, does a lot of work every week. So awesome to have him on board. And he crushed this map as well. Just had to abandon your country.
Abandoning Mexico for the playtester role is... I mean, respect from the playtester team. Respect from the
Honestly,
playtester team, for sure.
he gets a badge from one, he doesn't get a badge from the other.
Hope you guys enjoy.
That's
DT2 going to be our stamina finger control pick, as always. Going to be
Aura alert.
Oh, wait a second.
We're meeting the slot pulling
Aura detected!
allegations.
Aura detected!
Aura detected.
You fought, and
So
now
much aura.
it's my way.
Yeah, we got Stamina in No Mod 2. We don't need it here. Wing My Way by Kotoko, mapped by Shu. This is not the original Wing My Way. It's not quite that old, but this is one a lot of people are still very familiar with. This is also the first ranked long version of Wing My Way. The original, of course, is, I think like 90 seconds, 2 minutes long.
Yeah,
So
it's
a little bit short here on these.
It's the cut.
Oh,
Yeah, this is the Shu version. Obviously, has a couple of very big references to the old version, just the way it's mapped, like the structure and like just the overall rhythm construction of this map is very similar to what V2B did in like 2011, I think, or 2010. So like, yeah, it's pretty cool. I don't know, like people like Wing My Way. I think.
Yeah,
Of course, man.
Kodako enjoyers rise up. This is
I've
your
mapped
time.
some Kodako. They're good.
Hell yeah!
Oh yeah, hear the key sounds, by the way?
Oh, I can hear them.
You can hear the piano key sounds. So nice.
Yeah. It's a beautiful map.
Beautiful map, beautiful song, beautiful replay. Shout out Jackson. Back again with another replay here on DT2. Very different from the Nomad 2 replay we saw earlier, I gotta say. Slightly different maps.
It might be the same map. 50 BPM apart. 43.
Also, I think this is one of the longest maps in the pool as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it is. Might be the longest.
I think it is 3 minutes 53 seconds in total, which is 3 seconds longer than Nomad 1 on drain time. So longest drain time in the pool, not including tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Guys, you're spoiling the other 4 maps.
Oh my god.
Or you mean 6?
6. My bad. My bad. I can't count.
Anyways, yeah, thank you to Jackson for the replay. Great speed player, demonstrating his amazing ability on the speed map.
Yeah, this is my favorite speed map.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite speed
And he's
maps.
holding a really great combo, honestly, though, for not being a speed player.
Yeah, no, wait. This
For
actually...
not being a...
We already know what combo it has, guys. Like, you don't need to pretend.
Actually, I did not
Nomad
see
2.
that combo. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I did not see that combo. That was not scripted.
So if anyone thinks that the Nomad 2 is like too much stamina and not enough flow aim, like you have your 177 BPM Nomad 2 in the DT pool.
The flowing
This
map.
happens to be AR 10.1.
Like often
That's
you
a
say
lie.
this is a flowing map for jokes. Just like you see one stream like flowing map or like speed map. No, this is actually like flowing.
For
This is
sure.
the definition of flowing map.
I'm just excited to see this get played. I just want to cast this weekend. Whichever teams I happen to cast for, please pick this. Please pick this.
Just like Theo's never gonna be cast.
I will give you a smiley face in Discord.
Yeah, you get a thumbs up emoji from me.
This map is gonna be so awesome to cast. I'm just letting you know. Like it's gonna be hype. There's so much variance. You're just missing the pattern instantly. Just like that one.
You could literally miss on any of these.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of
Some are
reminds me
easier
of,
to miss than others, but yeah.
That
It's
ending
kinda like
is
the
gonna be
DT3.
chained as hell. I can already
Yeah.
tell.
DT3
round of
Okay.
16. Yeah,
Yeah,
but less
yeah.
aim control, more flow aim,
Yeah.
more aura.
right. On to more aura for sure. On to a map where you might think we're going back in time once again, but this is instead a remap of one of the classic songs now included with the base download of OS. It's Renatus, mapped by Jixi, song by Solele on Pewdex's set, which was ranked, I think this year actually, ranked in 2024, submitted last October 2023. So a newer remap of a song that should be very, very well known for a lot of players.
Is this still bundled?
It's not bundled anymore.
There's no bundles anymore. They just put random songs in. Remember, like any feature of this map?
Yeah,
I
not
think-
any feature artist map, but like any feature artist map with a spread. But like for a long while, for like I want to say like 6 to 7 years, I think like this was one of the like maps on the list of bundled maps, along with stuff like T-Rain, along with stuff like My Love, like
Flag Leapa.
Flag. Leap
Yep,
Up.
I remember Flag Leap Up.
Flag, leap up.
Yeah. Anyways, it's gonna be 270 BPM burst. Really fast, 10.3. Speed players rejoice, and of course Riot is back on the replay.
Oh yeah.
He's
Yeah,
locked
also
in.
map made by an old Australian OWC player, I believe.
Yeah.
Which is, Jixi,
Yeah, like
aka
LR7.
Jordan LR7, yeah. Which, ironically, or probably fittingly, used to play exactly this kind of map. So.
Yeah, and also fitting, Australia probably four-ways this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I love speed. Just like Australia loves speed.
Yeah, this is permabanned against Australia next week, for sure. It's getting bad.
I mean, they're playing the UK. I mean,
That's gonna be ego to leave on both teams. They're the two best speed teams in the tournament.
Yeah, this is that's tough. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Guys, we're giving Riot too much ego by letting him have FCs and DTs and showcases. Like, we need to make him play one of the reading maps.
Let's be real.
Next week, next week.
If I didn't smash my finger, I would FC this surely.
okay, yeah, I believe you. You know, I believe you. Go
either
ahead,
me or
go ahead,
Fiery, honestly.
FC it right now. FC it right now.
I can't. I smashed my finger.
Unbend your finger.
Wish I could. I wish I could, bro.
Apraxia, bro, if this is quarterfinals, everything is redacted.
Zav, when he realizes he's old.
Yeah.
Oh, welcome to the club, buddy.
Welcome to the club.
Oh yeah.
The future is now, old man.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, it is 7.3 stars. Hey,
Yeah.
this map is like really dense, so yeah.
It's a tough one. We got another high AR map actually coming up here, and this one's going to be the first custom in a while, the first custom map since Hidden 2. It's Flying Fafnir by Trust Trick, mapped by Chaos Litz. This is another song that a lot of people will probably know pretty well. I think a lot of people have probably heard this song before. I know there's a couple old maps of this.
This DT pool is so anime build, it's crazy.
It's Chaos Lights. You guys already know what you guys are getting. This guy is one of the pioneers of finger control DT with, if you are familiar, Heart of Night, legendary map. And last year he did Spiral 2005 in quarterfinals DT4, and he's like, I'm gonna map the same song again. And we were like, okay, sure.
Sometimes you have the right tool for the right job, and Chaos Litz is the right tool for this very specific job.
This map is sick.
Yeah.
Now, I just want to clarify because on the showcase here, this is AR 9.93, but I believe on the sheet in the newest versions of the map are AR 10.3. So
It's
which
not 10.3.
version,
It's actually not.
version
It's
is getting
9.9.
It's 9.9.
It got removed.
Okay.
It got down. Yeah.
Just wanted to double check. There's some conflicting information going on.
Yeah, I think you should look at the map.
I am looking at the map. The updated version on the sheet says not for showcase and is AR 10.3.
Because it's not for showcase.
Oh.
Okay.
Think about it.
Yeah, why
I'm
you see
not
this
going
way,
to argue. I'm not going to argue after the rant at the start of the stream, Dada. After your schizo rant over, I don't even remember what it was. After that, I'm not arguing.
I think if you just like say some random stupid stuff and then you say think about it at the end, I think it just makes it like 10 times more credible. Like, think about it.
Oh my
1/3 is brutal, by the way.
That is so brutal.
That pattern is
That's
a word
the
I was gonna
that's the
say.
Thanos snap pattern.
Yeah,
right
there we go. Thanos is a good comparison, yes.
Yeah, what you see is pretty much what you get on this one. Pretty consistent difficulty throughout.
Yeah, as opposed to the DT2, which was a lot more flowing. This one definitely got its fair share of snap aim in a lot of the aim control patterns here. There's obviously still flow aim, but like there's quite a bit of snap.
A lot of the finger control is more stacked than usual, so it's not exactly super flowy. You get a lot of like this snappy movement, which is cool.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that brings
speaking
us-
of snappy, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's going to bring us into the free mod pool now. 4 DTs down, 4 free mods to go. And we're going to get started with an Ice Cult map, Entrance by Ice. This one, I think from back in, I want to say Course Ace Open 2020.
You're correct. It was the hidden 3 in that grand finals.
I think it was a different diff.
I think it was a lower diff. Yeah, I think it was the AR 8.5 second diff. This one, top diff, AR 9.6, and a lot more alt-focused for this map.
It's like also like 1/3 aim. It's kind of hard to describe as we get into the later parts of this map.
Yeah. You will know when it gets
Yeah.
intense. Because it also starts going like full like flash game boss music. I don't know how to really describe this kind of like intensity.
And there it is.
Yeah.
Is that an aim map? Oh my god, guys.
Mayhaps.
Kind of like an aim map or an alt map, depending who you ask, honestly.
Yeah, it's like a hybrid map.
And yeah, by the way, this is because the client only shows the Hard Rock stats. This is AR 9.6, CS 3.3, and OD 8.9 with no mod or hidden. So it is relatively high approach rate. But that said, these are because they're 1/3. These are effectively 240 BPM jumps. So still quite dense even at AR 9.6.
240? I think it's more, no?
No, it's 240.
Maybe-
180?
Yeah, maybe. Wait, is it 270 instead? Might be
270,
270.
yeah.
270.
Yeah, it should be 270. Okay, yeah. I did mental
We
math
both
wrong.
can't
Thank
math.
you.
You actually just gaslit me. This is the
I really did.
gaslighting stream.
Sliding couch.
This is
Look,
the
but
gaslighting
180
stream.
to 240 just makes sense. You know, think about it. Like, it just makes sense numerically.
He's learning. He's learning.
Oh yeah, there's also a burst there at the end. Don't get tripped up by that.
Gaslighting is crazy. All right.
All right,
That's for
on
one.
to that's Fremod 1. On to Fremod 2, which is also high BPM, but in a very different way. It's another custom map here, Top 40 Core by Shoebill, mapped by Fergus. It's some Fergus Fremod speed once again in the OWC map pool.
We are not beating the allegations.
Yeah, some speed free mod by Fergus. Long time tournament map right now. This map is gonna be some breakcore.
I knew this background would elicit exactly this kind of reaction. Anyway, yeah, it's a Fergus breakcore map. You've seen some of these if you've been watching AWC for a little while. Fergus has a reputation for kind of doing these kinds of like speed breakcore maps and being pretty good at it. He did I think was it like Xenobeat, I think? One of those years he did that one map with the ballroom dancing in the background that I also forgot the name of.
It's super dense, a lot of
Yeah.
mechanics, and a good amount of aim. Every breakcore map.
We're getting so many hard rocks for the free mods here.
Yeah. Once again, since we are on Hard Rock and the client displays Hard Rock stats, this is CS4 AR 9.5. And apparently the OD on the sheet is displayed as January 8th, 1900. So I'm going to need a
respect
double
that.
check on that one.
I respect that a lot.
I love spreadsheets.
I thought people said this kind of felt like a boomer pool. I don't think they meant it like that. Like, this is a
I don't think they
silent
quite that
generation
old.
pool.
Okay, apparently this is OD9. OD9 flat with no mod. So CS4 AR 9.5 OD9.
Yeah, not too awful much to say here.
You were supposed to hit that
Yeah.
note yesterday.
But this should be pretty fun. You know, if you're a speed player, you got a lot of options in this pool. You got Nomad 2, you got DT3, you got this map, and you still have maps like DT1 that have a fair amount of tapping. So, and like DT4. So it should be pretty wholesome.
It kind of balances out the fact that we have two reading maps. There's a lot more mechanics in this pool overall.
Yeah.
Hard Rock 1 Hidden 3 both have sub-tapping as well. So gonna be definitely tricky.
I heard some people talking about how they wish last pool had like one more tapping map. And I feel like that is kind of remediated in this pool. It kind of one thing I've been seeing is some speed players like if tapping is the secondary like skill set of the map, they don't really acknowledge that as a tapping map. But if you look at it like that, then I think
Oh, that miss is so sad.
That is a really sad miss, Chillier.
Yeah, that's unlucky.
Rhode Island.
Rhode Island. All right, and with that, we're gonna go on to Fremod 3. So, yeah.
Anyway, here's Free Mod 3. I'm sorry.
Riddle me this, riddle me that. Who's afraid of the big black?
Yeah, this map needs no introduction.
Hey guys, welcome to OWC 2024. Hope you guys are having a great time.
We pull some more known maps in OWC alongside our fair share of customs, right?
You know, we had Blue Zenith last year. We had Freedom Dive last year. We had DJ Mag top ranker last year. Yeah, you know. How do you top those?
Recognize, enjoy those kinds of maps, right?
Yeah. Hope you guys enjoy.
I hope this is the last time we see no Big Black in pool. Pool is trash in any map of feedback ever. This is what you get. You asked for this.
Like,
The people have been asking for Big Black since the dawn of map pool feedback's existence. The children yearn for the mines, and the players learn for Big Black.
This is the first like real map I've seen in the entire tournament. Maybe second if you count Ignite. I don't know.
I think this might be the least real map.
finally some good maps in OWC. Finally some good maps.
It's fake. It's the most imaginary map ever because it's not in the pool. It's a collective illusion. It's mass hysteria.
We're talking about why this is in the free mod pool. It's because everyone's mind blocked on this map, so you pick the mod that you're least mind blocked on. You take hard rock if times don't make sense anymore hidden.
And before you like actually question that logic, that was the actual logic we used. This used to be in Hard Rock, you guys.
It was in Hard Rock in the first draft of the pool.
Somebody has sent me some interesting death threats on Discord.
Oh my god.
You're gonna be getting a lot more of those, buddy. I hope you're ready.
It's about the precedent to be set.
Yeah, just remember to evenly spread out your mold so we can all hear it.
I thought I was keeping it gangsta. I thought that's what you
All
wanted.
Alright, guys.
Free mod 4.
Oh my
Onto the
god,
free mod
dude, free mod.
Alright,
Who
guys.
even cares, man? Oh, get this.
I've had it with you guys! I've had it with you guys! I'm left to be the guinea pig to get the stupid pig after the Big Black. Like, nobody can follow up on that, and I'm left to be the stupid pig after the Big Black. Like, you guys are just sacrificing me like I'm some lamb, like I'm some sheep to the wolves. I hate you. I hate you so much. I try to make my map be as best as possible, and then people just go like, oh, how about you put your map after the Big Black so we sacrifice something so the hype doesn't fucking die. Oh,
This guy
I'm
roots for the
sorry.
Washington Wizards, by the way.
So anyway, this is Blood Drain by Emika. It's a custom map by Dada for the Host World Cup 2024 quarterfinals free mod pool. It's some AR8 CS5. It's a Dada map. It's a little linear. It's a little awkward aim. There are two types of anti-mod maps. One is linear. One is Muya. This is linear. Kinda.
It's linear, sir.
One is linear. One is Muya.
Yeah,
It's a
I
good
love
map,
Melty
sir.
Blood.
it's a good map. Yeah, Dad is here to pull his way on the map pool with his anti-mod map.
Is that a fat joke?
No. My bad.
Where did that come from? I don't. All right. Anyway. Oh my god. I think we're all a little done after free mod 3, but
Yeah, no,
this-
absolutely.
it's the anti-mod pick. It's what you leave up if your team sucks at reading and you ban out the no mod 5 and the hidden 2, right? You have 2 bans this weekend. It's best of 11. So you ban out the no mod 5 hidden 2 if you suck at reading, and then you just have to play this, and your team can overmod hard rock if you're really not able to do even this with the no mod.
This is a pretty hard map on Hard Rock. I think it's something like 7.5 stars, which on precision is actually pretty
Oh, it's quite hard.
impressive.
You know, like, this is. I think it's another map that's kind of deceptively hard with a lot of these spacings. Also, that rhythm change right there is kind of that's kind of the thing that happens. And these 1/3s as well. Like there's just a lot of things that you can miss on both mods here. There's also a 8-note burst that goes from the top of the screen to the bottom of the screen, which I think is probably going to own a lot of Hard Rock FCs. I think it's coming up relatively shortly.
It's
Actually,
a
I
bit
think
bad.
that's what Toybot might have missed on, actually.
I really
It
like
would
this
not
song.
surprise me. Oh, yeah, me too.
Very nice song. Also, I'm still mad at you for not having a different diff name, but
for
it's
it.
okay.
Sorry.
I didn't play Melty.
Maybe you should.
Yeah, I mean, just got through
Yeah.
Tsukihime, so I might as well.
For sure. That's gonna be free mod 4, and that's gonna be it for the regular part of the main pool, and we have tiebreaker coming up.
Yes, we do. We've got one map left. It's just the tiebreaker. And there's, you know, a lot of adrenaline through the free mod pool, right? We had Big Black, we had Blood Drain, and a lot of times if you have maps and titles like that, it's good to have some contrast. And what else happens when your blood drains besides a classic video game term, a whiteout?
You are tasked with the most covert assignment to date. The time has come to pull the threads on the tapestry woven at the peak. Proceed with unwavering resolve. The future has been written by your hand.
That was Whiteout by Genkaku Arya featuring Kokomi, the quarterfinals tiebreaker for the Ostworld Cup, mapped by Kipalt and Ice Cult, hit sounded by Vermasium, with illustrations by Alptrom and Mimilia, graphic design by Alex Dunk, a fantastic storyboard by Binary and Himada, a video by Ioka, design coordination by Sakura, and some special thanks as well to Red Sea XCA. Massive work done on this by everyone involved for the production. I think anyone watching this can agree that the production for this turned out absolutely fantastic, and the map and song as well. I'm really looking forward to hopefully seeing this get played, because this was an absolute banger and I loved watching this.
Absolutely. I think for this is the first tiebreaker in the tournament that we've had that specifically specializes in some skill set. So I think first one we had Lies Playing Truth, we had like a very like generous mechanics. Second one we had the adventure tiebreaker, and then like that one was like very varied amounts of like both alt and like speed and flow. This one is very much alt aim, like you know the ones. So like it's an interesting tiebreaker to have. Hopefully people enjoy the map. I think the map came out actually looking really good. The song obviously amazing. I'm really like pleased by how the song ended up. Like absolutely amazing job from everybody involved, and yeah, no, this project is just ended up really cool.
Yep.
I want to interject with my own thing as well, just because the experience I had to get this replay. I just want to say, this map is great. I love this map. I wouldn't have wanted to replay this if I didn't absolutely love playing this map. But oh my god, trying to get this replay was the worst experience in my life. I spent 3 hours on this map in a row trying to just play this, and I kept missing on nothing every time. Different pattern every time. It was never consistent. And I swear to God, that's probably what's going to happen in most of these matches. This map is brutally difficult.
I've also been made aware that the special thanks to Red XCA, that is something that might pop up in a future Osu trivia quiz. So maybe ask around and see why he's actually thanked.
Oh yeah. For the boring stuff, as always, if you guys have any feedback, please let me, Dada, any of the map poolers know in the feedback channel, or DM any of us. We're always here to listen. Definitely expecting some interesting messages, one way or another. But hope you guys enjoyed this quarterfinals profile. It was really cool, and glad we can make it happen.
Send all threats to Shiv for Big Black, please.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna send out the threats, because we are a group in this one.
It's a collective. It's a team effort.
All right.
It's a conscious decision.
Once again, a couple more.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, once again, a couple more thanks to go out to everyone involved in the creation of that tiebreaker. Of course, Genkaku Arya and Kokomi for the song. Again, Kipalt and Ice Cult for the map. Vermasium for the hit sounds. Alptrom and Mimilia for the illustrations. Alex Dunk for the graphic design. Binary and Himada for the storyboard. Ioka for the video. Sakura for design coordination. And, of course, special thanks to Red CXCA. It was awesome. It was an awesome map, and we thank you a ton for all the work that went into it, into the entire project, the storyboard, the video, everything involved. I think that's just about it, though. Quarterfinals map pool ready to go. Schedules soon TM on the sheet and the wiki, and good luck to all the teams next weekend. Gentlemen, any last thoughts before we close it off here?
I think if you're gonna blame anybody for the Big Black, blame the big government.
I'd like to say, for the quote-unquote slot pooling allegations, like, it was actually not intentional at all. Like, this pool went through a ton of work, and it just kind of ended up looking like the first half of the pool was slot pooled. Like, it wasn't on purpose at all.
Yeah.
Also, eat banners. Get your money in to support the Ostworld Cup 2024. Get that prize pool up.
Get your nutrients up as well.
I don't know how much nutrients you would get from doing that, but
You said eat manners.
yeah,
Like,
I mean, you would get some. I don't know if it's necessarily healthy for you, but you would get some.
listen, depends how many bites you take. Is it a kilobyte or a megabyte or a...
Oh my god. All right, we're done here.
End the stream, end the
Thanks
stream.
everyone. Thanks everyone for watching. Thank you all once again for hanging out with us for the map pool showcase for quarterfinals. The schedules for quarterfinals are out already on the wiki and the information sheet. So go check those out. Take a look and track those throughout the week for the times that you want to watch your favorite teams here at the official OST live streams. I've been Dio, they've been Shiv, Dada, Fiery, and Miles, and we will see you all next week for the World Cup quarterfinals.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome back in to the World Cup 2024. We're going to be kicking off the quarterfinals weekend here with a lower bracket matchup between seed number 7 in Chile, heading on down to the lower bracket from last weekend, going up against Japan here, seed number 20, who, I mean, they've got a tough match in store for them here today. It's definitely going to be a long road ahead for the Japanese to see if they can move on through this tournament. Obviously, I think Chile probably coming in as the favorites here, but I'm Mavs, and joining me today, I think, first or second time ever, we joined alongside by my fellow Canadian friend, Aza. How you doing, my friend?
Hello, good morning. Well, good morning to you. It's not quite morning for me, but I'm pretty excited to see this one. Honestly, like you said, I think Chile probably the favorites here. I don't think Chile is a team that should probably be in lower bracket at this point of the tournament already. However, they did have a really tough game against the UK last week, which was kind of a banger match if you haven't seen that one. But also, I mean, Chile has kind of been still stepping up more and more. Despite that loss, you know, usually for the last couple of years, people kind of only look at like maybe Matthew into camming and not much else. But specifically, the other members on this team are really starting to shine now, and that's been made pretty obvious. Like we've already seen like number 37 and Suntan, for example, just do some crazy things already. So for Chile's side, definitely looking towards that. Personally, I'd like to see them do more.
Yeah, it is pretty incredible. I think there were obviously instances where like Suntan was coming in for Chile and looking like the best performing player on certain maps for this Chilean roster so far. And then of course you've got, like you said, someone like number 37 who has just always been kind of a rock for this Chile roster on those hidden maps. But Japan, on the other hand, having some fairly good performances, I would say, specifically from a player like Tichi. Very, very solid for this Japanese roster. Someone I'm looking at, I think, to put up some good scores for them. But it's going to have to be a team effort for sure today from Japan here if they do want to take down seed number 7. Like you said, not expected to be in the lower bracket, I would say, at this point in the tournament. And, I mean, across the board, it is looking like a bit of a tall task for Japan. It's just kind of Chile across the board. And I mean, there was a free mod 3 last week. Japan coming very close within Chile's score there, 30,000 difference on that speed free mod. So there's room here possibly for Japan to try and steal some early picks, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I think a bit of a different story for Japan here, where like I don't think many people are really looking at this country too much in LWC, right? They've lost a lot of their core players. They have a lot of newer players that still have a lot to prove, and I don't think have really gotten a chance to show it. Their match against China in round of 32 is pretty good, so they've definitely shown that they can do some great things as well. But I have to say, against an opponent like this, it's going to be pretty hard to shine. I'd be very happy to see them have some standout performances here. So I'm pretty curious. We'll have to see. This is also the first match in quarterfinals, so we get to see this pool here for the first time, which I think, you know, internally, or at least, you know, in feedback and stuff, people are pretty happy with this pool, I think. So I think like players are pretty happy with it. Of course, I think the fans are pretty happy with this one for one specific reason, but yeah, I think we get a nice balanced pool here, with maybe a little bit less of like presence of speed or stamina on this pool is missing a little bit, because Wing My Way is such a different map that you'd expect to find here. So I'm curious to see if that's gonna, come into effect for a match like this.
Yeah, and I mean, if tapping was one of the things that Japan was kind of close on last weekend, then that maybe will be something that'll be a little bit less of an option for them in this pool. But bans have come out here nonetheless, and it looks like it's going to be a no mod 2 and a hidden 2 ban out from Japan. So fairly standard maps this week, I would say, as well, in terms of slot pooling, I guess you could say. So what you're used to. So this no mod 2, it is going to be a stamina stream map pretty much, and this hidden 2 is going to be the low AR hidden map, and a really brutal one at that. That one was actually hurting my head just watching on the showcase. So that one's going to be gone from Japan, getting that away from Chile, which makes a lot of sense. And Chile getting rid of that hidden 3, which is kind of like your, I guess, mech techie styled hidden 3, and then getting rid of the hard mode 2 as well at CS 7.8.
Nomon 1 getting started right into it with a pretty... Well, maybe this is one of the few maps in most of this pool that isn't really... no, I guess you could say this is kind of slot pooled, yeah. Pretty aim focused map here, but still a lot of tapping in this, a lot of bursts in this, even though the BPM is pretty low. So very simple mech pick, you could say, here for Japan. Gonna start off with the comfortable map, and yeah, with some of the bans that came out from both of these teams, I think a pick like this kind of makes sense. Already banned out a lot of the trickier stuff in the pool. So maybe indicative of what they want to end up picking. Of course, if it's your first time watching the World Cup as well, or NOSU tournament in general. Now that we're in quarterfinals, not only the pool has grown a lot. There's 4 extra maps, but also you need an extra map win to actually win now. So we're gonna be seeing a best of 11 for the first time in the tournament.
And how many times do you reckon, Aza, a no mod 1 has been an opening map on an OWC weekend? Because I bet you could probably count it on one hand. This is kind of unexpected to see even just a no mod 1 get first picked in a match. Is pretty crazy. Generally, no mod 1 is definitely held till a lot later in the pool most of the time, because I mean, people kind of know this sort of just aim consistency style as the coin flip pick, right? That's kind of what it's known for. So it's pretty funny to see it first picked here.
For sure. I mean, I agree. This is this type of map is super hard to actually tell if you have an advantage on it or not. So it's a coin flip pick, which works great for Japan here, right? If you're the underdog, I think they also know they're clearly the underdog in this match. Just pick the coin flip map. Maybe it works out. There's also another thing that you could say about this map where there's a bit of like an unexplored concept a little bit with pooling that we've been touching a little bit on too, but there's kind of a few maps here that are easier than some others. There's not really much going on that's noteworthy in this map. It's very standard. It's extremely comfortable. And I think when you step into a situation like OWC and there's a ton of people watching and, you got the whole country behind your back and all that, I think just having a comfortable pick where like nerves won't affect you too much, really important. So I think this pick is great for Japan. We'll have to see if they can still, match up to Chile on this. And here we go. We'll get into it now. Welcome to OWC quarterfinals.
Here we go indeed. It's going to be Suntan, Mathy, intercamming. The big 3 you're expecting for Chile on a lot of picks, joined by Nakore, going up against Lapless, YMD, Teachy, and Stonebream here for the debut in the quarterfinals on the no mod 1. It's going to be a long 4 minutes of aim consistency as well. So, I mean, I love casting no mod 1s, like, all things aside, like, even though it can be sort of the RNG pick sometimes, I think that's what makes it exciting to cast. There's going to be a lot of combos, and, when you see that all those combos start, broaching that 1k mark, you just watch who's going to drop first. It's a bit exciting.
It's so easy for things to go wrong on a map like this. Like, any single object can just completely change everything, right? So I think it's always exciting to watch, even though, from a mapping point of view, I guess, or like a player point of view as well, not always the most interesting, but I think it makes for a great map to watch here. So right off the bat as well, consistent start from everybody. Teachy going to be finding the first miss here, so going to give Chile a bit of an advantage at the start.
Yeah, a slight advantage for Chile here, but only a quarter way through. This one has 4 minutes again, so pretty long map. And some pretty big jumps before we even hit the first Ki, but everyone's handling it quite well. into this first KI here. There goes YMD. So the second drop for Japan is going to come through. Teachi's working on that recovery, but Chile looking unstoppable so far with this 4-way. And if they can all get through this KI, they're going to have a bit of score to start cushioning this lead with these extra combos. And there goes YMD again.
Yeah, I think despite the misses from Japan, if Chile is doing this, I guess they don't really matter too much. So, almost halfway and now still holding a 4-way on this. This is a pretty solid way to start the match for them, even on something that's not their pick, right? If there was any doubt that this team was going to be strong and does not belong in quarters, you know, in losers bracket in quarters, well, they're kind of showing why right now.
Yeah, I mean, oh, there goes Stonebream as well for Japan. So just the 1 FC left from Laplas there. But yeah, I mean, as you said, I think it's unexpected to even see them here in the lowers. And partially, could you maybe say that the reason is because UK, you know, did their qualifiers on land. So
yeah,
were they really meant to be versing UK last round? And it's going to be a hard match for Japan because of that. But there goes 2 of the Chilean members. Suntan and Nikore go down, but it's still the big 2.
That looked like lag to me. Hold on. That might have been Bancho.
Oh, it wasn't the same note, wasn't? No, it wasn't. Oh, there goes Matthew as well.
Was it real?
I think it was real. Hasn't recovered here, Bancho, so looks real. And Matthew as well finding a miss. So it's just intercamming now for Chile. 3 of the FCs dropping, but just don't think it matters when Japan has no FCs left. Laplas also missing in the midst of that. So there goes the final FC for Japan. And maybe if Laplas held on, there actually would have been a possibility here for Japan to actually win this, but just don't think it was to be, as Intercamping holds the sole FC through the final quarter of this map here.
Yeah, this lead is starting to get a little too much. Even if Intercamping were to miss at this point, I'm not sure if there's really that much time. Teachi probably has 300k extra points to find, but supporting combo's not all there. It might slowly go back, but I don't think it's going to be enough here. I think Chile is going to be able to find it at the end here, regardless of Intercamping FCing or not. Solid recovery for Teachi though. I mean, finding the first miss and pretty much almost on an SS run for the rest of the map here, so.
Oh man, I'm just thinking if Laplas actually held this FC, this would have been insanely close.
Oh,
and Teachi
okay,
drops
that's a lot
her
of
as well. Then there's Intercamming. Wow, 2 of the biggest combos in the lobby gone at the same time. So ended up being, honestly, not even that much of a lead for Chile by the end of it. 250k, definitely a solid win, but nothing that's too unbelievable. An S rank from Laplas, so yeah, as I was saying, would have been a win there for Japan actually if they managed to bring home 1 FC.
It might have been, yeah.
Yeah, ended up being pretty close from what it was looking like, a 4-way for Chile at one point, and I think just the 1 FC for Japan at about that halfway mark, but yeah.
I mean, so many of these scores are very similar, right? A lot of people found combos in different places, but 600k pretty much across the board for everyone except for Intercamping and Teachi, right? So pretty much just Intercamping made that difference there at the end. Was able to hold on for more than 600k here, and oh, okay. So from the AIM Nomad to the AIM Hard Rock. Okay, so we're getting those out of the way right away. So Chile going to be answering with a Hard Rock 1 here, although this one, way more tapping for this one. You know, it's not too tapping intensive, but there are some longer bursts here. There's a couple chains that, you know, if you're not really comfortable with this BPM, it is still, you know, 230 plus. So can catch some people here and there. It's not really what you'd expect sometimes in an AIM map, but I mean, for the caliber of players that are playing for Chile here, I don't think it's going to be a problem for them at all.
Yeah, shouldn't be a problem for Chile, and I'd expect Japan to be able to handle it as well. They've looked alright on some of the tapping this tournament, but at the same time, yeah, it is 234 BPM, and I think there is one section in the map that is just like kind of a tapping test, like just like a bit of a speed section, I think somewhere in the map here, if I'm remembering correctly. So probably going to see a few misses there if anyone's struggling to keep up with the tapping, but for the most part, I'd expect the lobby to handle it. But you've got some players, right? Like, I don't know if he's improved significantly at tapping, but a player like Laplas, really, really good aim player, obviously known as Iger previously. Really good aim player, and not 100% on like how he does with tapping in general. I don't think he's in for tapping most of the time. So, you know, there's obviously players like that on the tapping section where it might find some struggles, but we'll see as we move into the Hard Rock 1 here. Going to be the same roster for Chile, and I believe Rikuima stepping in for Japan. I don't think Riku
That's
was in
right,
for the
yeah.
last map.
Rikuima swaps in for Stonebeam there. But, you know, on the tapping point of this, I think it's still easy enough in terms of the tapping. I think where, you know, like a non-tapping player is not really going to have too much issue with this. It's still very much playable for most people, I think. It's just going to be a little bit of a different map style. A lot more faster paced, and right away a lot of misses. Map just started. A bit of a transition period here, maybe getting used to the pro trade or something, but Matthew intercabbing Rikuima, finding a lot of misses at the start. But again, also a fairly long one, this one. Not nearly as long, but still over 3 minutes. Definitely going to be playing this one for a long time here, but somehow, I guess through accuracy here at the start, Chile's still holding on to the lead a little bit.
Yeah, and there goes Tichi, so that's going to help them just a little bit more to get a early lead, but it's not going to be much, just this combo advantage off of the back of that Tichi drop. So we move into this first Ki here. Everyone's looking okay as they adjust themselves to this hard rock. A bit of a disaster at the start, but everyone getting warmed up into it, it seems. Chile holding on to these 4 big combos, and there goes Rikuima as well for Japan. So just the 2 FCs still intact here. Lapis and YMD on the top row, about 1/3 through the map.
Ooh. Okay, Matthew finding one break here, so this might end up being a little bit closer than the last one was. There's still a 100k lead, and it's growing. Oh,
wait a second.
Okay. That's just unlucky for intercamming. That's
That's a miss of all time.
Yeah, that sure is a
really
miss.
is. But there goes, here's this tapping session I was talking about, and Lapis, it is going to claim it, but there goes Suntan as well, there goes Tichi, there goes Riku, it's just Nakore and YMD. 1 FC apiece here for Chile and Japan about halfway through the map. That tapping section claiming souls here, Aza, as almost the entire lobby drops on it.
Yeah.
But Intercamming and Mathy do get through it alongside these 2 FCs. Intercamming loses the combo though, it's just Mathy with the support for Chile, so they will have a bit of extra combo in this final third. YMD, the lone soldier for Japan here to trudge on forward. It's gonna be... YMD missing on 1/3! YMD, no, the last chance for Japan to steal the breakpoint back, but Nakore is gonna be the one to hold. That's a tragic break from YMD. And then Nakore misses!
What could have been there for Japan?
What could have been?
I mean, Matthew's pretty much fully recovered, right? Intercamming's missed an extra time earlier, but I think even with those misses, I think if YMD held a little bit here, I think Matthew's recovering so well. Suntan as well, recovering pretty beautifully here. I don't think it would have mattered. I think Chile would have still taken this. They've managed to build up so much points just from multiple members at the start here, right? Like Nakore still managed to FC almost up until the end. Looks like might still end up on just that one miss. So, you know, despite the unfortunate misses, still a pretty major lead for Chile here. It's 400k and growing now at the end. It was close for a bit. We'll give them that.
Yeah. It was close, and yeah, as you were saying, even if YMD pulled that home, that FC here, Chile did make up a lot of score in that ending. It would have needed to be an extra 570,000, which would not have been possible from YMD's FC. So Japan falling short a little bit more even that time compared to the No Mod 1, but that was Chile's pick. I think tragically for Japan, losing one of their big combos on the tapping section as well. In Lapis there, losing that FC, so a little bit tough, but Japan's chance here to strike back now. I'm assuming we're gonna go elsewhere. I don't foresee Japan going into AIM again after losing 2 AIM maps in a row, but we'll see.
I gotta say, I hate to point it out, but Intercamming did get that slow slider miss. And,
he did.
He got a second one at the very end there. So the last slow slider, basically the only 2 sliders on the map, claimed a major player here, but not enough to deter Chile from winning that one. So we're back on Japan's pick now. I guess we're playing AIM. That's the plan for both teams. Not much of that really remains though in terms of more traditional mechanic AIM. Ignite could be it, but I don't know.
Yeah, look, in terms of the qualifiers, out of the total runs, and remember that each team plays two runs for the qualifiers. Out of all of the
Oh
runs,
my god!
oh my god! Wait, stop everything! Stop what you're doing! Stop!
Oh
Screw
my god!
Stats. Who cares about my stats? Big Black has been picked on the first match of the quarterfinals, Aza. This is
Oh my
unreal.
god. All right,
This is
we're getting
unreal.
right into this first match already. It is picked by Japan of all teams. Oh
That's
my
awesome.
god. Okay, here we go.
That is an awesome way to kick it off.
All right, this is super exciting, but there's a lot actually to say. Obviously, everyone watching this and everyone playing this is so familiar with this map, right? There's a lot to say about this map in a tournament context, because that's not a familiar territory at all. A major part of the feedback that was given, and a lot of the barriers for players to be able to do good on this is what everyone will call mind block on this. Like, everyone's played this map so many times. You probably know what I'm talking about. Like, it's actually just impossible to hit everything in this, even though you can do it in separate plays. So there's a lot of, there's kind of a lot of strategy that goes around that if you're familiar with like who's played the map so much, and trying to figure out who's actually able to play with the mods too, right? Like, you have to play someone on Hidden on this, you have to play someone on Hard Rock on this, right? So there's a lot of swapping that can happen with something like this as well. Like if you've played it so many times and you're mind blocked on no mod, you could arguably overmod this with Hard Rock, and the map feels so different at that point, right? So just a couple things that might be happening here as we see some of the players hop on in for this. How can you even tell who plays this? Like, who goes in for this?
You don't, right? And this is what I was thinking. Big Black doesn't really have a skill set. Like, how do you label this map as a skill set? Like, I just don't think you do. And it's just the one map, one of the only maps in the game, I think, in terms that's like difficult enough that you can kind of look at and just go, I don't know what skill set this map is. It's just kind of everything. Like, it has weird tech stuff, it has like reading, it has like finger control, it has aim, it has flow aim at the end. Like what is this map? So it's also one of those things like you were talking about with Mind Block, where some of these players with really high skill caps, players like Matthew intercamming, even someone like Tichi maybe, could throw on a Hard Rock and actually have an easier time because of the Mind Block. So here we are going to see intercamming and Tichi with those Hard Rocks, and looks like it's going to be Lapless and Suntan on for the Hiddens. But here we go, it is going to be the Big Black in OWC 2024.
I can't believe the app. Oh, okay, maybe we're burning here or just restarting. I can't believe the absolute like aura that seeing this background in a World Cup match has. Like, I don't know if anybody's referring like able to relate to this, but this just is so crazy to me that this is actually not only in the pool but played so early on. Like, this is a conscious decision. Japan picked this and they're like, yeah, this is one of our strongest maps, let's pick it. That's crazy.
That's honestly like insane aura from Japan to pick this. I love this pick here, but so many breaks already. The Big Black Mind Block coming through early, intercamming and Tichi dropping on those Hard Rocks. Nakore and Altaline as well, I believe, finding misses there. Altaline maybe not. Nakore definitely finding that drop. So already so many breaks at the start of this map, which not Altaline. Altaline did hold on to the combo, was Suntan and Nakore finding the drop. So Japan gonna have an early combo advantage here. Tichi finding another miss on the Hard Rock, but that's the one you want to miss. These Nomads and Hiddens holding on as we get into this funny Buzz Slider section, and there's one Buzz Slider at the end of this section, Asa, that's on a really weird, like, rhythm. I don't know how to describe it, but it might claim a few souls. Suntan finding a miss hit, Altaline dropping the FC for Japan, and here's this funny Buzz Slider. No one missing on it, it seems. Japan are gonna hold on to the lead here.
Alright, the aim sliders. How do they do all the squares?
Oh man. So tense on those squares. Nakore and Suntan hold on, but Lapless finding a miss. Just gonna be Stonebream. Stonebream drops only FC for Japan. It's only Tichi now with the Hard Rock combo. That's not the player you want on your only combo moving into the ending of this map, because the ending of this map is gonna be way harder with Hard Rock on the flow. Nakore holding onto this combo. Suntan as well, I think, with the FC. Nakore goes down. It's just Suntan to hold for Chile.
Suntan,
Chile
really?
took the lead. There's no way he gets a hidden FC on this in-match on the Big Black.
Suntan. Wait, the ending. The last part of the stream. Suntan!
That's it!
Suntan!
No way!
Oh, it looks so easy when you watch Suntan play it. Incredible FC with hidden on the Big Black in OWC, making all of the difference here at the end. So many different pockets of combos that everyone else managed to find, but Suntan breaking nowhere at all there. That's crazy. I mean, we were just hyping up how much Suntan has improved and how much of a key player he is for Chile now. And I mean, I don't think you could have predicted that it was going to be on a map like this, but like, wow.
I mean, he just hidden FC the Big Black in match with 99%. That's incredible. Like, that's honestly incredible. I actually think, like, just jumping on the map and just trying to get a hidden FC, like, randomly in solo play, like, it's not an easy thing to do. Like, the map is just not easy in general because of probably because of things like Mind Block. It's just such an OG map that, I don't know, it's just got aura. I don't know how to explain it, but that's insane.
I mean, when you think of Chile's strongest players, right? Like you know, you're probably looking at Intercambing. He was tanking the Hard Rock on that, but Intercambing not doing particularly well on that map, right? It's exactly the kind of like strategy that map can promote. You know, some of the best players might be turbo mind blocked on that map and not be able to play it at all. And I mean, I think Intercambing ended that with like a 300k or 400k or something. So it could have been a pretty good one. And apparently, we did miss that Suntan missed at the very beginning. Or I guess got a slider rig at the very beginning, so it was not a full combo. But damn, we believed.
Yeah, I just assumed he missed a bunch of slider ends, but yeah, I mean, I think he missed right at the start and then probably missed some. I mean, no, that wouldn't make sense because he had 5 100s. Yeah, okay. So missed at the start, bit of reverse choke, but still insane score regardless. Yeah, I mean, that's just awesome to even see Big Black get played in OWC. So there it is. I hope we get to see that more. But honestly, I didn't expect it because of like we were talking about. It's just not. It just doesn't really have a skill set. Like, so I just don't expect teams to really be picking it. Kind of like No Mod 1 in that vein. Just don't think it'll be picked too often. But it was cool to see it. And we're going to be getting Free Mod 1 here now from Chile. So we're going into more aim. But this time a little bit different, as I think I would probably call this more of an alt aim. Like, yeah, kind of an alt aim map. A mix of the two skill sets. It's kind of like 270 BPM. So yeah, not really sure.
It's a pretty weird one to describe this one skill set wise, because you're right, most of this is going to be like swing 1/3. You could consider this to be 270 BPM jumps. Some people are going to play it alty. Depends on the mods that you're playing as well, right? Like it's very flowy and aim control reliant, so it doesn't really feel like an aim map. But this is also I believe a pretty old Course Ace map from I think 2020. So you know, maybe some of the older players here are going to be familiar with this one. Maybe have played it in that context before, but we'll get into it now. It's hard to play a map after playing the Big Black, but here we go. A few overmods here on the side of Chile here with Intercambing choosing to take HDHR for free pretty much, so we'll see if that ends up paying off.
You just opened my mind's eye, because I thought I didn't know this map at all, and then when you said Course Ace 2020, I suddenly remember either seeing or playing the map in Course Ace 2020. So yeah, I think this one has been around for a little bit, but a couple misses out the intro there. Stonebream and Intercambing.
For being on the intro of the map, this is a crazy lead, no?
And here we go. Yeah, this is kind of a crazy lead. Yeah, you're not wrong. 120k already, but now we get into the real map, and we're gonna see now on who can hold. Intercambing finds another miss. These hard rocks, it's going to be the overmod hard rock from Chile. See if it bites them, because this hard rock is going to be tough. Matthew finds a miss. Stonebream's down. Laplace is down. Tichi and Cena holding on to these FCs for Japan. Actually going to have the combo advantage, but there goes Cena. So now it's just number 37 up against Tichi, and Chile are going to hold onto this lead firmly. This map is so short, Azda. We're already 1/3 of the map remaining.
It's hard to ignore Nikora as well. Like, we haven't really talked about how... oh, okay. I was gonna say, I haven't really mentioned Nikora too much as a key player for Chile, but having a really, really solid performance on every single map he's been in so far. So was carrying on the FC here. Unfortunately, that has changed. But what is? I guess this is one of those maps where you miss once, you miss a lot. Maybe a no lock type map here. A lot of collapses that we're seeing on a bunch of the misses. The burst at the end here, not a problem for Tichi with a really good score on this, but unfortunately not going to matter too much when the rest of Chile is really showing up here for this one. A bunch of 600Ks here. Much lower scores than, the other maps that we've seen so far. Maybe this one might be a little bit on the harder side, but Chile going to be flying away with this one as well.
Yeah, I think especially with that hard rock, it kind of, the mechanics of this map is, like, the mechanics, I guess, requirement is fairly high, so not, like, too shocked to see, like, a 300k come out for one of the hard rock players. But Nikore popped off. I mean, even Intercamic score with hard rock's pretty good, but that's pretty crazy from Nikore with 650k. Teachy put up a great score, just not quite enough there. Chile just all round, I think, having the higher skill cap, of course. So on a map like that, kind of makes sense. You fall off for a second, as you said, and kind of can just fall apart on that kind of map because it just has no room to breathe. You're pretty much just permanently doing these 270 BPM jumps, so yeah.
This is such an interesting, like, draft from both teams that, like, I still don't know what really each team is looking to play for anything. Like, there's not really a common trend. A lot of different styles of maps that we're seeing here. So I kind of have to wonder where Japan wants to go next. Again, maybe if they want to play into the DT, they could maybe consider DT1 for a team like them. But I'm not sure if that's gonna end up too well. Maybe they're going for more coin flip type stuff. There's that reading Nomad 5 as well that we could be seeing, but we're not going to see that one yet. We're going to be seeing the slider tech map here. Solid map. It's our Destiny from Azrolk in Ishtiak. I gotta say, Mavs, this is one of my favorite maps that we've been able to put out for this OWC so far. It's so nice to look at. It plays so well. I will, however, say, credit to Japan maybe for identifying this. This is probably one of the easier maps on the pool. It's very, very easy to actually keep a combo in this map relative to other things on in the pool, right? If you want to play this properly and handle the sliders and stuff like that, like having a good accuracy is pretty difficult on this. But you don't always have to. So curious to see. I think combos on average are going to be way higher on this one. We'll have to see who steps in here. Maybe a very different style of map as well. Might be seeing some new players come in that we haven't gotten to see this match yet. So,
yeah, very possibly, because so far in the match we have seen aim, big black, and then aim. So we'll see here as we kind of shift skill sets a bit into some tech. And now, interestingly, a stat I was going to point out before the big black jump scared us. Out of the qualifiers, and teams, of course, having 2 runs on every map, Chile won on every single head-to-head on both their runs, except Japan beat one of their runs on the Precision, which Chile has banned in this match, and the only other map Japan beat one of Chile's runs on was the No Mod 4 out of qualifiers. So, possibly some chance here on the tech, and as you said, this tech map is very, very nice to look at. Looks like it just plays super comfortably, and a few good points that some of the people on the map pooling team pointed out during the showcase was, yeah, it kind of, for modern tech, it kind of just plays super smoothly, more like some of the older tech maps from the last few years. A lot less slider spammy, but it still has those elements of slider spam that make this sort of map work, and it just looks super nice to play.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to make a map like this feel so smooth. It's hard to really describe because there's still a lot of crazy sliders going across the screen all the time, but it should be a very, very comfortable one on this one. And it is also a pretty similar map in style to the one that was in qualifiers that you just said Japan had a half a victory on, you could say, be one of their runs. So potentially a good pick for them here. I'd love to see it because, I mean, so far Chile 4-0. It's been close on a couple maps, but again, definitely the favored team to win here, so it would be very good for Japan to be able to find a point on this one. And if there's probably a map left to do it on this pool, good chances it's this one, so I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I think Japan has always been fairly solid tech team across many of the World Cups. So we'll have to see here what they can get done on this Nomad 4 in the quarterfinals. And Teachy in, always good to see. Lapis in for something like this. Lapis should be really solid on a No Mod 4 like this as well. Very, very aim consistent on a lot of these sliders. You can see already early on, everyone's handling them quite well, except for Stone Bream finds a miss for Japan. Gonna be the first to fall, but this one is 3 minutes long, so still room to breathe here for Japan, as Chop Gamer actually did find a miss very early on in the map as well that I didn't quite catch, so Japan still got time here, and there's the two same players actually finding misses, so it's just the 6 FCs intact. 3 for Chile, 3 for Japan, and there goes Sabakan. That's going to be a big one for Japan gone, as now Chile hold on to this triple. And, I mean, Laplas and Tichi, the two big names for this Japanese roster, they're going to have to hold on through the rest of this No Mod 4 and hope for misses from Chile. There goes Nakore. Tichi's down, though, to trade, and Laplas loses the last FC for Japan.
Yeah, you really need to hold the combo on this one. It being definitely on the easier side. At least
wait,
just a
Stonebream was
combo.
Bencho. Sorry, Stonebream was Bencho. Still holding.
Still, with the 3 breaks there, Suntan and Matthew still kind of showing off on this one. I was going to highlight Suntan's accuracy for a bit there. He was basically on an SS with like 200s or something, which I think he got at the start. So really, really, really difficult when the sliders look like this. Like not dropping a slider end is pretty insane. So solid performance from them.
Oh.
I don't know if that's
Good
a
job,
real
Asa.
miss. I can't tell sometimes.
Great curse, Aza, yeah. No, Sunchan's doing great. Finds the miss, but it's actually just Stonebream now. I think it was a real miss.
The work's kind of been done. I mean, there's not much left. Stonebream, if he's able to bring it back, is still, you know, being matched with Truck Gamer, but
His accuracy, though. Dare I say
Yeah.
if Stonebream was on, like, a 96, this would maybe look doable. His max score is just so low with 92%.
it's
like 700 something
going
K,
over.
isn't it?
It's still going over. Hold on.
Wait, this might actually be enough. Stonebream, because coming into the ending here, when your combo starts to get high, the score is so much more. Laplas misses. Stonebream,
There's
10K,
there's totally time.
2K, they take the lead. Stonebream holds on. 92% FC. Only Coleman in the lobby. Sabakan's there with the support. Japan take it in the last moments. Off the back of Stonebream after who we thought missed. But Bancho lied to us and he brings home the A rank FC. That's incredible.
Man, that came out of nowhere too. Like pretty much a reverse choke for Stonebream there. Accuracy didn't look so good, but you know, like I said, sometimes not too important. If you're able to hold your combo in something like this, that's going to make the difference, and it did for Stonebream here. Very good performance. You know, if you look on the other side, Suntan as well with a 1 slider break pretty much with 1400s, which is crazy on this. You know, not that important. At the end of the day, accuracy can impact a lot here, but combo is so key on this map, and Stonebream really showing us why here. So good to see Japan getting a point. It's been close a couple times, but they had to fight pretty hard for it, and they do find one. So that's very good for them. It's not going to be a sweep. And I'm going to be back over on Chile's pick now. Is there any aim maps remaining?
Yeah, I mean, would we see Big Black and Ignite played on the opening match of quarterfinals? That would be kind of insane. Would love to see the DT one here, actually. It's 2 classic maps in OC. But other than that, I mean, there is Hidden One if they want to opt for some more awkward aim. There still is aim if they want to go for it, but it's just a funny thing, because, like, it doesn't, like, Chile picking aim isn't what they need to do to win the match. They can kind of pick almost anything in this pool, but they're just opting for aim today, I guess.
Yeah, it's hard to say in a poll like this, because I think a lot of... with aim specifically, there's so many maps that, you know, you could argue both ways. Like, is it aim? Is it not? Like what the hell is Big Black? Is this Big Black aim? Like, it could be. I mean, we're seeing Blood Drain now, so this is, you know, a more typical, like, anti-mod type map that we're going to be seeing. Could say this is aim if you're playing this with Hard Rock. Very much an aim map, so I guess that kind of works, yeah. So, picking more aim here. CS5 AR8. Nice to see some more Dota maps in OWC. A little bit of a familiar name here, hopefully, to everyone. This map is, you know, is going to play exactly how it sounds like. Very structured aim. Still pretty hard to keep control on some of these patterns if you're not playing on Hard Rock. So, probably the most different map that we've seen of all the ones that have been played so far. So, we'll have to see if things change. I mean, Chile did overmod a little bit previously. We'll have to see if they opt to do it on this one. Number 37 coming in for probably the hit on this one. And then Nikore, I would assume, is also, with how good they've been playing, going to be running the Hard Rock on this. So I'm curious to see if they choose to opt for more than that, as they have already.
I don't think I would expect to see an overmod on this kind of map because it definitely does make it significantly more difficult, especially, I mean, even both Hard Rock and Hidden. There are some funny patterns in the map, as much as it is kind of structured and it's going to be a bit of a consistency test on that low AR, or the small circles, depending on how you look at it. There are some funny patterns in here that can definitely catch you off guard. Some weird, like, stacked bursts into space bursts, sort of transfers. I don't know how to describe them really, but yeah, there's definitely tough patterns in here that are going to catch you off guard, whether you're on Hidden or Hard Rock. So I think Nomod definitely going to be the most comfortable by quite a long shot, assuming you are comfortable on the AR8, that is. Which I think both these teams should have 3 relatively comfortable low AR players, but if not, we may see a double Hard Rock.
I wouldn't be too surprised to see many Hard Rock overmods on this. I mean, on this type of map every time, right? Like, there's a pretty high amount of players that are going to be more comfortable on just this being a CS 6.5 map versus needing the control to hit a lot of these trickier patterns. On like, it just ends up feeling so dense. Like that one stream, I guess, that you talked about that we'll see pretty soon. Pretty hard when it's AR8. It's very, very dense. There's a lot on screen, so we get to see a little bit of the mods that they've opted in now. So Rikuima running the Hidden and Stonebeam running the Hard Rock, and I'm going to assume Intercamming is running Hard Rock as well, since Nikore isn't. So that's going to be a bit of a change. Of all the free mods, I think this is the first time that Nikore plays no mod, so we'll have to see how that ends up affecting how these teams play out.
Yeah, just the one overmod here from Japan. They are going to be rocking that double Hard Rock on Stonebeam and YMD. But early on in the map here, number 37, Rikuima finding those misses. Teachy, these AR8 players here, adjust to the AR8. We've been playing normal AR aim all match, so let's adjust here. Intercamming finds a miss on that Hard Rock as well. And only 3 FCs left early on. Make that 2. YMD misses, and you can see already early on, although there's nothing too complex going on, a lot of players finding breaks. Just 1 FC apiece. Oh, actually Suntan also holding, so 2 FCs for Chile. 1 for Japan here, and number 37 making a solid recovery. Early lead definitely out for Chile.
Yeah, we've already seen a couple of the trickier patterns on this. They kind of come out of nowhere. You know, you'd expect this to be very, very comfortable for this mapping style. Here's one that I'm expecting a lot of misses here, right here.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, well, only 2, not too bad. That's one of those, that's pretty much the pattern you were talking about, right? Like, this is pretty random one-shot pattern in the middle of the map here. It can be pretty tough to keep on. It's such a different aim style compared to everything else in the map, so... looks like most people are able to adjust to it pretty well, though it's only going to catch 2 people, but as we move past that now, I mean, no major combos really anywhere. It's just going to be Nikore looking comfortable on the Nomad, and YMD pretty much holding Japan somewhat still in this as best they can with the Hard Rock. The only combo on that team, but other than those two, I mean, everyone's still kind of recovering from resets here, so could still see some changes. However, still a 200k lead to overcome almost. And okay, with Nikore breaking, that might change things.
Nikore missing. YMD's there with the biggest combo. Stonebeam matching Suntan now as Intercamming finds the miss with the next biggest combo on Chile. Now, wait a second. Oh, and that's got to be the worst part for a break possible. Hey, YMD, were you nervous about this 600 Hard Rock combo? Well, yeah, look, you have to hold it now to actually win this map. Stonebeam as well. Gonna have to hold on, I think. That's just Suntan for Chile. It's so many misses across the board. Nikore misses again. Just Suntan up against YMD Stonebeam here. I think they can do enough. They definitely will if they both hold. Suntan, 400 combo as well. Finds it miss. Stonebeam's down. It's just YMD. And he did not falter after seeing that break. Wait, he misses 20k. Oh, no way. This goes back. Teachy's got the biggest combo. Okay, it's safe, Okay, that would have been a tragedy.
It's in the bag. I mean, YMD pulling up where it really mattered here. I mean, Japan finding points on Chile's pick, nonetheless, right? Very, very good when you're such an underdog in this match. YMD really showing up a big performance here on the Hard Rock. Keeping, the combo amount is so low on this map because there's not actually that many objects on this, but very, very close to an FC there. Pretty much just until the end, YMD carrying. And that's got to be good for Japan here. I mean, when you're this deep in a match, I think you've kind of exhausted a lot of your picks. So be able to find more points on something like this, very, very good for their mental game. So it is also now their pick after that. So again, the question has to be raised: where are we going? After a map like this, I mean, maybe Hidden One is a good option. Potentially, it's a very similar type of map. It's very much so a lot of awkward aim. Although that one, obviously, gonna have to play with Hidden. And YMD just did very good on Hard Rock, so maybe not the best. You know, doesn't transfer super well, but we'll have to see. There's still a lot of options on the pool, on the pool here. No DTs have been touched at all, not even banned. So. Still very, very much on the table for all of these maps. So, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, the only sort of logical reasoning for a pick here I could see, outside of, you know, just kind of a Hail Mary, hey, we want to play this, is, like I said, they almost won that free mod speed last week. It was, like, very close, within, like, 30k points, I think. So, is free mod 2 an option for you then? Maybe. It was really close last weekend. You pull out this free mod 2, see what happens on that one, but I think overall, Chile kind of just dominated on tapping and speed throughout the qualifiers, so there's kind of that counterpoint to that. So who really knows what Japan can go for? I think there is Hidden One, but I don't know, like, yeah, Chile's been kind of picking aim all match. Maybe not go for that Hidden One. There's no mod 5s here. I think neither of these teams want to pick this. That map is stupidly difficult. That map is so hard. So I don't really know where Japan can go. I don't think DT1's an option, and like I said, the tapping is always a chance for Japan. Maybe something like this No Mod 3 might be an option. That No Mod 4 is kind of a relatively consistent, long tech-styled map, so maybe you could go for a consistent, longer ult-style map here. Maybe that could work out for you. Japan always kind of relatively been pretty decent on ult as well, so maybe that's something they could opt for, but I don't really know. It's a bit of a shot in the dark here.
No, now that you've mentioned it, I definitely think free mod 2 is on the table for them. It is stylistically very similar to that last week's speed free mod pick, which was free mod 3 at the time. You know, pretty much the same type of map, and we're still kind of at the stage where you could still consider this being kind of early stage. The speed part of that map isn't really a major problem if you have tapping players on your team. It's more so about everything else, right? So I think naturally a map like this ends up being one of the easier ones in the pool if you have the tapping roster to play it, and evidently they do. They were able to match Chile on the one last week. This one's pretty similar, so I think it being an easier map, maybe more coin flippy, and we're okay, so not quite yet. If they're planning on that one, we didn't even talk about this map at all, but we're going on something completely different here with Mario Maris. Very more alti map than anything here for this one. This one's also a little bit hard to describe. Some snap aim in this a little bit. I'm not sure how you describe this one, but I mean, if you look at the Japanese roster here and who's been playing well, I think this can kind of make sense for them as a pick here. So maybe, you know, you just had a great performance on the Hard Rock last time, so maybe pick more into Hard Rock. This is going to be the last one we see because Hard Rock 1 is already played, and Hard Rock 2 is banned by Chile, so potentially a pretty good pick for Japan here. I'd love to see it. I mean, yeah, already them getting 2 points in this is pretty noteworthy, right? And some of Chile's points have also been pretty close. So Japan really putting up a fight here, a very real opportunity to potentially like continue this and actually, you know, maybe pull up a big upset here. Dare I say maybe.
Maybe. I mean, if they can win this map, they're looking like they're in a decent spot at 4-3, but yeah, I mean, I'm actually kind of thrilled to see this map. This is probably my favorite map in the pool, but I didn't expect it. It's so out of left field here for what's been the trend's been this match. Japan just kind of switched lanes, I think, and jumped into this Hard Rock 3, but I like to see it. And I think maybe the only reasoning I can see for going for something like this is kind of an all-encompassing map in terms of skill sets, where it's got kind of flowy stuff, it's got snap, it's got kind of techie stuff, weird, unconventional patterns, I guess you could say, even a little bit of reading. It's kind of just a hybrid map. And it's, you know, you could kind of attribute that to the No Mod 4 was, you know, a techie styled map. So hey, let's go for this one. What's the next closest thing to tech in the pool? Maybe it's this map. So let's go for this map here. And that is maybe the reasoning for their pick here. But we'll see. I'm thrilled to see the map played nonetheless. It's a really, really cool map.
Yeah, it definitely has potential to be a pretty good one. It also puts in some of their players that have been playing the best. Their 2 points have been earned by YMD on Hard Rock and Stonebeam on the 1-4. So it's nice to see that they picked a map where they're going to be still in for this. We'll have to see if they can repeat their performance. But I mean, looking on Chile's side as well, pretty scary roster for a map like this, right? We can't really discredit them. They're still very much a strong team on something like this. So we'll have to see if this ends up paying off for Japan here.
Absolutely, and you're hoping it does if you want a close match, but early on, Teachy finding the break. Teachy's been doing that a lot this match, just finding an early miss and then like getting a huge combo after that.
The tactical early miss.
Absolutely. There goes into camming though as well. Stonebeam to fall, the carry for Japan on that No Mod 4 is down, and YMD as well, the carry on that free mod. So just Lapless left for Japan here. Meanwhile, Chile still holding on to 2FC's. Chop Gamer as well found that break. So early on, the lead, you can see already, this is a fairly big lead for Chile so early in this map. And there goes every player except for Chop Gamer and Inter Gaming. 2 of the players for Chile holding on. And we're already halfway through here. You can see some of these kind of triples into flow patterns definitely catching so many players off guard on this hard rock, but 2 players holding on strong for Chile, and this lead is already looking close to insurmountable with no combo on the side of Japan to speak of.
Yeah, here's a more snappy part I was talking about. You look at this and you're like, oh, this is very much a flow aim map, but these can catch a lot of people, and there you go. Some of those turns are so evil, and now, I mean, the landscape's changed a little bit. Chile has been able to accumulate a fairly good lead here, so I don't think it's going to matter too much, but YMD pretty much the only survivor from that pattern. Matthew hit it, but missed immediately after, so it's going to go back over, but not enough, I think.
Like, even these sections here, which you would think is like a reprieve, it's just not, because like these weird sort of spaced streams that go in circles and connect back onto the sliders, like, and even the triangles are definitely missable. It's just, and you have to be constantly going corner to corner on these patterns as well, so tough, but managing to get through it. Chile do bring it home into camping with the top score of the lobby there, followed by Chop Gamer. The 2 players who held onto their combos through those early sections of the map end up being the top scores, but yeah, I mean, fairly, everyone kind of scoring around the same there, except I think for Stonebeam a little bit lower, just kind of generally a slightly lower average there for Japan.
Oh, instantly, there it is. All right.
Oh, wow.
The other,
and it's Ignite.
part 2 has been picked.
And it's Ignite. Part 2!
Well,
absolutely.
I mean, on that last map, just to wrap it up, right, like pretty much everyone got the same score, but I mean, there's so many individual sections that are super difficult to be consistent on that map, and so even though regardless of so many of the players actually getting the same score, they all broke at different places, which is kind of interesting. You can see on the HP graphs that they're gone already, but a lot of complete collapses at very different parts of the map for everyone. So pretty interesting to see pretty much everyone just getting more or less the same score, but getting there in a different way. And now to wrap that up, it's Ignite. Yes.
It's Ignite. I mean, yeah, we really got it all this match, haven't we? We've got the big black, we've got this map. I mean, seeing No Mod 5 would be the icing on the cake.
There could still be Wing My Way. They could complete the trifecta here.
True.
Could also be there, but we'll have to ensure that Japan actually gets a point so they can pick it. Because Chile's on match point now. I mean, they've kind of been creeping up slowly. They've lost a couple of the maps, but still maintaining a pretty good point lead over the entire match here. So finally going to be stepping into the DT pool. First one going to be played or interacted with at all this match. So maybe it's time to look at some different players for this one.
Yeah, actually, we might actually get some different players in for a DT. I think essentially though, we are probably going to see a lot of the same AIM players, but maybe 1 or 2 swap out here for something like DT, because, I mean, this is a very kind of old DT farm map, really. I think almost everyone probably watching the stream has played this map, whether it's with no mod or DT. So I'm sure most people are familiar with this, but it's kind of just your classic DT kind of pattern aiming style. Like, I guess you could call it farm aim for like back when it was mapped, right? But it also has a lot of bursts and kind of longer bursts at that as well. Kind of at least compared to today's sort of farm-styled maps, the bursts in this map definitely longer in comparison to that. So some tapping element in this as well. And at the BPM, it is no joke. I think we are going to see several misses on some of that tapping.
Yeah, it is definitely a pretty core part of this map. It's mostly aim, but definitely going to be there. I think that's kind of to be expected a lot for a lot of this type of map. Eventually you can push the difficulty so far for aim, but these types of aim DTs are still going to find themselves having a lot of bursts and a few longer chains on this one as well. So maybe could come into it as well. We're going to be seeing Autoline, I think. Is that the first map being played? I think that might be the first or the second one.
Yeah, potentially, which is actually surprising because Autoline is a great player for Japan, by the way. Actually surprised to not see them in for more maps this match. But coming in here for the DT1, which is always great to see. A couple misses out the gate here from Japan, just Teachy and YMD, and Laplas finds a miss too. Teachy, again, just continuing this trend of missing right at the start, so I don't know what's going on there, but see what Teachy can do the rest of the map.
I'm gonna say it's intentional, like, surely. It's strategic.
Oh, Laplas actually getting through that long burst, but then missing immediately after on just a tiny jump. Nikore as well missing afterwards. 3FCs still intact here for Chile, and Japan near 3FCs, not quite, but almost there. So they are going to be losing the lead very slightly, and the AC advantage is also firmly going to be in favor of Chile and make up this 100k lead. But everyone getting through the Ki except for Autoline finds the miss on the latter half of it there. And that's going to be big for Chile to run away with this one and possibly look at sealing the match.
I think pretty much every map that's been played so far has started off exactly like this, where Chile just immediately gets a giant lead. And it's definitely more about Japan trying to claw it back here. It's just been a common trend, I think, for every single map, actually.
Yeah.
So not too unfamiliar here. It's still pretty much even right now with Matthew's miss, but it could still change. Still only 200k, it's not insurmountable.
Yeah, it's actually going over to Japan slowly. Very slowly, but then it's going back to Chile. Yeah, I don't know, this is kind of flicking, but there goes Suntan, there goes Laplas, there's Nikore, YMD on these big jumps. So many players missing. But hold on a second, I need to see the combos here again.
It is very even on both sides here, I mean.
Yeah, it's super even here. Actually, Japan has the combo advantage, but I think very slight AC lead here for Chile on the FCs at the very least, or on the big combos, excuse me. There is room for Japan, but it's 200k and there's just not much map left, Ace.
I don't think Japan it's naturally going to get there, yeah. They're going to need a miss from intercamming if they want to play another map here. There's only one remaining section here, and yeah, Teachy being gone. I think going to wrap it up for this one.
Yeah, and there goes Autoline to find the final miss. Into camping. No! Finds a break right at the end. Just no FCs on Ignite. That's crazy. But into camping finds that miss. And man, you could see some of the tapping in this map is no joke, for real. So many misses on those long bursts. But there we go. Chile are going to be your victors, 6-2 in the lower bracket. And unfortunately for Japan, we'll be making a swift exit from the tournament here in the quarterfinals. An unlucky bracket, perhaps, to go up against Chile so early in the lower bracket as seed number 20. But regardless, commiserations to them, and Chile will be your victors moving on in the lower bracket. And I think this is going to be one of the teams to look out for in that lower bracket, looking like they could absolutely make a run of the lowers.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Chile is the highest seeded team in the lower bracket, right, even before this victory. So after this, they're going to be playing the winner of Sweden versus Thailand, which is going to be pretty interesting. And they might actually have a pretty interesting match after that if they manage to win against whoever wins between Sweden and Thailand. They're going to be facing the loser of South Korea and Hong Kong. So in losers bracket next week.
Oh, wow.
I think what people would probably expect based on the teams that are here is probably Chile, which is seed number 7, against Hong Kong, seed number 8. So next week, that might be a complete banger if it ends up, turning out like that. But I gotta say, like, we started this match. I made a point to talk about, some of the newer players that have been really showing up here for Chile, right? I think for so many years, you're looking at intercamping, you're looking at Matthew, you're looking at number 37 perhaps, and they're still playing well, but not the star of today at all, right? We've seen Suntan really show up on a couple maps here, but most notably, I think Nikore, which is a fairly new name, keeping up and probably beating out every single. I think Nikore might be the highest match cost player in this match, actually, which is not even a player that we mentioned. So that's really interesting to see for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nikore popped off on several maps in this match and actually was probably the difference, I think, on at least one or two of them. So, absolutely playing super well. Not the name, you expect for Chile to come out and play so damn well for them. But yeah, Suntan as well. Such good new blood for Chile. I guess if you can even call it new blood. Suntan's been around for a while, but, popping off a lot recently. So, very, very cool to see. And congratulations again to Chile and commiserations to Japan, who will be exiting the tournament. But I think for now, Aza, for this block, looks like it wasn't really much of a block, just the one match at a fairly awkward time for OWC standards. I think we'll be following this one up with Australia United Kingdom at 12 UTC, which is probably going to be a pretty awesome match. And that one's going to be followed by several matches on the Saturday here. We're going to have a big block of matches for you guys later on. But yeah, I mean, Australia, UK, Aza.
This match is going to be crazy. I mean, so many people are looking at this for like the obvious, like, oh, it's finally happening. Emrek versus Akolibed right here in OWC is going to happen. Let's see how that turns out. But I think, if you dig into it a little bit more, I like the mind games that go behind this with the whole profile picture thing. You could probably do your own research on your side here, but there's a lot of external, non-gameplay strategy that's happening in this match. So definitely a match to tune in for. It's going to be a major highlight of this week, I think. So hope to see you guys, tomorrow for most people, I think, but, in 8 hours otherwise. So 12 UTC, we'll see you guys soon for a very long day of matches in the OWC quarterfinals. Thank you for watching today.
Take care, everyone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the OS World Cup 2024. Here for our second match of the Saturday lineup. And what a match we have here. This is a matchup that really shouldn't be happening this early in the quarterfinal stage, but we have it. Australia up against the United Kingdom, seed 2 versus seed 10. But don't you be fooled by United Kingdom's seeding. They are much better than they might seem, given their qualifier conditions, not having a quali bed, playing at LAN. So this should be a absolutely spectacular match. Commentating this match is me, Vordy, and to match the Australia-UK commentating duo, I am joined by the one and only, the wonderful Doomsday.
What's going on, Vordy? Yo, dude, this is gonna be hype. Australia, UK. It's the Commonwealth clash, of course. I'm surprised these two haven't faced more in the past. Australia and UK have always been like high seeds generally, but they've always dodged each other. Only one time these two have ever faced before this. That was back in 2021. And if that's anything to go by, that went down to tiebreaker. And I wouldn't be surprised to see this go down to the wire.
I mean, 100%. Yeah, UK took Australia to tiebreaker in the losers bracket, and they won it. But this is a very different Australia. I think the only Australian player who is on both rosters between that time span is Emrek. The rest of the team completely different. But yeah, I mean, at this quarterfinals level, both teams should be quite capable on a lot of the maps. And this is really going to be the first time Australia is truly tested in this iteration of the World Cup. UK already had a match against Chile, super strong team, seed 7th, and they played that match very well. Australia has had 2 more, decisive matchups, but this is really where they're gonna have to let their roster shine.
Yeah, no doubt this is a stern test for this Australian roster. And a lot of these guys are quite battle-hardened at this point, but certainly the UK are full of great OWC experience. They've been here many times, although only 2 of their players were here when these two last faced. No doubt, especially with the way how UK kind of maybe dropped their seeding a little bit, this is a kind of a rough draw here for Australia. But I think in terms of the skill set matchup between these two, they trade blows really well. Australia and UK are both incredible speed teams. So I can't wait to see that kick off here as the bans come in. And I'm sad to say, the Big Black is banned.
That's heartbreaking because I think that was a very good United Kingdom pick. Bubbleman, obviously ranked 1 on the map from 3 years ago, hidden Hard Rock. Listia having a hidden FC. I think it's something UK would have wanted to pick into, unironically, and so I think a good call from Australia to take that out. UK first banning the hidden 1, so getting rid of the density, hidden aim, and then Australia after the Big Black, getting rid of free mod 1 as well. Also, I think a good ban. I think UK, other than speed, as you mentioned, which I think will be a conflicting skill set, I think the really big opening they have against Australia is ult. I think they're very, very good at ult. So getting rid of that free mod 1 only leaves really something like no mod 3 open, maybe Hard Rock 3, but getting one of those alt maps out of there is good for Australia.
I think the control side of things is going to be a place that Australia can work with very nicely in this one. Even so, of course, UK have incredible ult players and control players, but you look at the past scores in this tournament so far, Australia have looked more comfortable on those. So I don't blame them for taking some of it out of the pool. We're also seeing some low AR gone as well. The anti-mod free mod in Blood Drain gets nuked. A bit surprised to see that gone over a few others, but Australia do have crazy mod players.
Yeah, and UK are also leaving all of the tapping open. So No Mod 2 is open. No Mod 2 is the map I was the most expecting to see UK maybe ban. And Australia's actually not going to go into tapping. Originally I was wondering, does Australia want to pick tapping? This is a lot harder tapping than the earlier ones we've seen before, but UK has won on all of the head-to-heads. They beat out Australia on DT2 in round of 32. They beat out Australia on 2 of the tapping maps in the round of 16. So UK is very good at tapping, and despite it being Australia's skill set, I don't know if they really want to pick into it when they have some other options, like this DT1.
I mean, I do think it's a brave choice, but Australia have always been very comfortable on this style, and I mean, any of these sorts of maps in this matchup are going to be an absolute joy to watch these two go at it on. But picking it first, I don't think UK are going to mind it too much. We'll see how warm they are.
Yeah, I mean, there should be a skill set both teams are going to be pretty good on. But, I mean, Australia on DT1 is a different level of consistency. You can be a really good DT1 player, but turning nerves, the pressure's on, finding those drops on a pretty long consistency aim map, very easy to do. But Australia, man, they just seem to be able to pull 4 million scorelines on this stuff like it's nothing.
I mean, every year Australia are the speed team in the tournament. Like, I feel like the last few years they have been the best of all the countries on this sort of thing. So this is their bread and butter. It's their happy place.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's a good way to put it. It's their happy place. If they could play this map for all 10 potential plays, I think they'd be very happy.
So there, lineups in. Emrek, of course, Secret Box, Atkins, and Zintex. Going to be the 4 taking it. The solid 4 for mechanics for Team Australia. On the side of the UK, Malteser, Mahmood, Rudge, and Bubbleman look like they're going to be kicking off this one. 4 very strong aim players there, Malteser. Yeah, strong aim player, but of course he is the speed guy of the UK. He'll be here, obviously.
Yep, all the players on UK also very proficient at this kind of DT1. Obviously, this DT1 has some triples, some finger control, some bursts as well, especially towards the end, but it's really going to focus on aim consistency. Reading 10.3. Very classic map as well. I believe this is like a 2013, 2014 map. Double check that. Yeah, 2014 Frostmourne. Absolutely classic mapper for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, man, peak. At one point, this was kind of farmy. Nowadays, it's still pretty comfortable, but it's got that old school sort of aim style. Frostmourne maps are very iconic for that. And yeah, what a map to kick us off. Straight into 2 very strong DT1 teams to kick off this winners bracket quarterfinal matchup.
And it is Australia's first pick. It is maybe their most comfortable skill set outside of just pure tapping. So they want to start off this match strong by taking this one. Not a great start though, with the Box missing out in the first quarter. The first player to break. Everybody on UK looking pretty good. Zintex dropping as well. Box trades with Rudge, so now it's 3 FCs to 2.
And those streams, that's a repeating thing. You have those streams, and then there's a 1-1 like note on the end. If you mash it, you miss. And it happened to 2 players already. There's a few more of those later on in the map too.
Yeah, I noticed that kind of pattern is actually really common in these sort of old school mechanics maps. You don't see it as often anymore, but it is a bit of a tapping check, because as you say, if you do over tap by 1 note, you will hit a slider early and miss.
So far, some big combos on both sides. 3 FCs to 2 early on. Another one of the streams coming up. We'll see if anyone slips on it. As Wood gets another break there. Gets a break on that one.
And I mean, now Australia's only left with 1 full combo. They have 2 recoveries. Malteser breaks. That gives them some breathing room, especially with Rudge having several struggles. I mean, now the combos are actually fairly equalized. Atkins matching one of the FCs from Bubbleman and Mahmood, and then you have Box and Zintex both over 600. And Bubbleman's gone!
Hill so close, nothing in it. Some small trades, but big combos on both sides now. It is going to be with Australia, as that recovery from Zintex pays dividends. It's Atkins versus Mahmood on the FCs now.
Atkins holding the fort, 99.74% accuracy, just looking so comfortable. The score line has flipped back to Australia. Big stream, nobody breaks. Now it's just this ending here. There's very little time left. Australia should be able to clinch this out. Malteser breaking as well. Couple patterns left. You got these triples coming in. And Australia takes it. There we go. Looked a little bit shaky in the middle there, but they held on and recovered very well.
Yeah, getting a couple early misses, but recovering nicely. Zintex with the 1k combo through the ending. But Atkins carrying when it mattered there with a great FC. Mahmood likewise with a 99% FC. Small margins, but Australia win their first pick. They take one of these DT picks and these are going to be a tough battleground for both. But Australia take first blood.
There we go. I think a start you'd want to see for a first pick in a is hopefully to be a very close matchup. I think an interesting thing to note as well is I believe both of these teams are currently in a VC together, open mic outside of the maps, having some banter. So maybe that's gonna impact some of the plays. We'll see.
Yeah, apparently they're just having a merry old time in VC at the moment. So, oh man. Good luck trying to discuss picks through that, but who cares, right? Just play maps, click circles, it's fine.
Indeed. I think a thing to note is Colibet didn't play that map, which is... I mean, to be fair, I think it's a comfort thing. I think UK has more than 4 players who are going to be comfortable on a map like DT1, but something to note considering how good Colibet is at those kinds of mechanics. But if there is a map I definitely expect to see Colibet in, it's this No Mod 2. And I'm kind of shocked to see United Kingdom pull the trigger on this. Obviously, speed, stamina, something Australia loves to play. And, UK just not afraid of that.
Nah, man. UK are going to be not afraid of going into the tapping, for sure, because they have such a consistent tapping roster, regardless of the opponent, right? But of course, anything tapping related is going to be a threat from the side of Australia. This map a bit less comfortable than I think the last one, though. This one's got a lot more aim control in it, with wiggling streams, huge accel decel streams. It really reminds me of like Mazarin stream maps. So they've got a bit of technicality to them as well as that tapping, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Daphne, Mazaroth, I assume the mapper took some inspiration. And
Okay.
I do think as well this map is a huge step up in difficulty in terms of the tapping from previous weekends. You can't just be a good tapping player to be able to play a map like this proficiently. You have to be a great one. And although UK has won all of the head-to-heads in round of 32 and round of 16 that both of these teams played on tapping, this is going to be a check where we see if their roster can keep up the pace when it gets this difficult.
220 BPM. I don't think the stamina is going to be really an issue. I bet it's going to come down to just consistency on the aim style of this, as well as that tapping. And also there are some, fairly minor aim sections between them. Nothing too scary, but it's missable. The classic is missing on the bit of aim in your stream map, so there's a threat of that on this one. Just a small amount.
Oh yeah, 100% agree. Can't always just full lock into tapping for the fear of missing on the aim, but some of the streams in this map do get pretty long, so I do think the stamina check is going to be big. And as you mentioned, with all the accel, decel streams, your tapping has to be super consistent and stable, so you don't no lock or just find any breaks at any point.
It begins here, Vordy. It's Emrek on the Australia side, and it's a Colibet on the UK side. On the tapping. Number 1 versus number 2 in the leaderboards there.
Yeah, both in the first respective slots for their teams. Who's going to come out ahead on this one? Which team is going to come out ahead? Zintax. Actually, no, that was a banter miss. No breaks yet. Bubbleman and a Colibet, though, finding those early breaks. Not the best start for number 2. And that gives an early lead to Australia. I think accuracy is going to be a big factor on a map like this. So far, Australia looking notably better out the gate.
9.5, yeah, it's pretty high. No locking going to be an issue, but the accuracy definitely going to be a deciding factor for how well some of these scores go. But at the moment, so many of those players holding very high acc regardless. That 94, though, is going to hurt for Bubbleman as he recovers his combo. And Australia still 4-weighing, with the lowest being 98 early on, but out of the first streams, and they are already looking imperious here.
Imperious indeed, but UK, they've recovered pretty well after those early breaks. Colibet, Bubbleman, both building their accuracy back up. Mahmoud, Malteser, both on combos, strong accuracies. Halfway through the map now, so if there is a devastating time to break, it's now. Bubbleman, though, chain missing. It's going to dramatically lower his score as his accuracy tanks.
do you do against this, though? We're halfway through into some more of that aim. It's still a 4-way here for Team Australia. Malteser gets the break on the aim. That's the classic. Just Mahmood left on the FC once again here for the UK. He can't do it alone. Zintex finally gets a break, but there's still 3 full combos here for the Aussies.
Yeah, 3 FCs, all above 99, showing no signs of stopping. 400k score lead already banked up. Just the Kali bed with some recovery and Mahmood on the full combo. But with time running dry, UK is going to need to see some misses from Australia soon if they want a chance of taking the first pick.
They need it soon, man. They need it on these streams. It has to be. Akolibed's recovering nicely. But the streams don't claim anyone here in Australia. They've still got 3 full combos and they're basically 99%. Atkins basically has 99%. That's close enough. This is ridiculous here from Australia.
Atkins can borrow some accuracy from Emmerich or Box to make up. Go back up to 99%. Zintek's going to do the same. But just look at this, man. Mahmood's still holding on to the combo for his team, but Australia is just so domineering on this skill set, and I think they're showing the United Kingdom that it was a mistake to pick this map.
Wow. Yeah, that was a blunder. 2.6 mil. That's pretty decent for this, and there's an FC on Mahmood. 750k on Akolibed, but that's 3 full combos here for Australia. What do you do against that, man? I need answers.
What do? You 4-way. You 4-way, 7+ star brutal XLD style stamina map. That's what you have to do. That's what it takes.
Apparently. Stupendous score here from Australia. Emrek, Atkins, Sukabox, 99% full combos, clean as you like. No perfect combos, but, who needs slider ends, right?
Who does? And actually, Mahmood on back-to-back full combos. Getting, I think, so far the only 2 FCs for the United Kingdom. So having an absolute great start to the match, but Australia as a team, just a little bit better. I mean, on that one, a lot better. And I wonder now if Australia wants to be the one picking into tapping, but I mean, given UK picked it, maybe they want to just let UK try out the DT3 free mod 2.
Well, I think on the basis of that, Australia are going to be perfectly fine in the speed head-to-head. It's still going to be a threat, though. I reckon that Renata's pick, the double time 3, might suit UK a bit better, but that was very one-sided. Mainly because Australia just popped off.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. I think if there was any tapping map that I would have given UK really good odds on, it is that DT3. I think no mod 2, free mod 2 are a little bit more Australia favored, as we saw there. But it's going to be Australia picking the double time 4, so a very interesting finger control X aim control map. Lots of very high BPM space doubles, awkward rhythms that can catch you out in this one.
Plenty of control all over this one. Chaos Lit's custom map here for OWC, and he's very well known for these sorts of control-heavy picks that play really well on double time. There's one particular section near the end I want to highlight. I think it's just before the final chorus or so. It's like this center pattern, like it's like a triangular slider thing on the strangest rhythm, and I will be surprised if like people actually hit that like across this lobby. I bet you there's so many misses are going to happen on that one pattern.
I know the pattern you're talking about, because when I saw it, I just could imagine like seeing 6 red sparks on the screen as everybody breaks. It's like a 1/3 rhythm, really awkward kind of triangle jumps. Yeah, I expect a lot of people to break there.
If any of the previous scores are to go by, I think we'll be seeing another solid score from both these two leading into that. So, God forbid we lose any major FCs there. We'll see. But more on the control side, which Australia have looked a bit more comfortable on so far this tournament compared to the UK. So, not too surprised they're picking into this, but with it being still within that kind of faster skill set, the 215 BPM, still within UK's wheelhouse of speedy comfort.
Yeah, UK should have no problem on the tapping on this. It's a lot less stamina intensive. I believe it's around 215 with DT. and not super stamina heavy, but you still need, obviously, good tapping skills for the finger control for a lot of the space doubles that the map throws at you. But it's one of those maps where I don't think, other than the section you mentioned, I don't think any section is particularly super spiky. It's just consistently very missable.
Seen Sayo make an appearance here for Australia, first time this game. On the side of the UK, Haunt coming in here for the more control-focused pick. And Rudge as well, making a return in this lobby.
Yeah, Mahmood not in for this one, so won't be continuing the FC streak just yet. Rudge, first to break though. Yeah, this map is relatively on the shorter side. We're already about to reach a quarter of the way in. Both teams, for the most part, looking comfortable. All accuracies in a good spot.
These are definitely looking a little bit better here on the side of Australia, very slightly. A few breaks here from Rudge, but everyone else holding. 4 FCs to 3 at the first break there. Still very volatile here.
For sure, and there it is. Box breaks, Sayo breaks, so now it's going to be UK with the combo lead, as they're now up 3-2 after those 2 misses. Rudge finding some struggles, but a recovery would do wonders for them as they enter the ending stage. Bubbleman, though, does break it and makes the combos even. Still score favored towards Australia, I think just due to the accuracy.
Some combo gaming going on. Multi is dropping some act there, but still holding the FC. That pattern's coming up like fairly soon.
It's coming.
It's coming, dude. It's a bit scary. The tension just waiting for it here. There's so much combo on the field still. Who hits it?
Oh, these are drops!
Everyone on UK breaks on it. The big combos break on it anyway. Everyone with the big combos in Australia hits that.
I mean, yeah, I am stunned. The nerve control, the indomitable spirit you need to have to hold an FC and hit that pattern is remarkable, and Emrek and Zintex both have it as they look to close out their second pick in the ending here.
Man, I was expecting the full, lobby wipe there, but Australia proving me wrong, man. They're so crazy on this skill set. And they've lost one of the FCs. Intex gets the break, but that's still 1 million. And that's a full combo here from the world #1 in Emrek there, doing what he does best. And that's another crazy score here for Australia. 3-0.
Really good team score from Australia. Emrek on crazy form today with these accuracies. 99.44% on this finger control map. He got 99.65 on the Noma 2 speed map. I mean, these accuracies are quite wild.
I mean, it's OD8 DT, it's high enough. So holding way above 98% on this is no slouch. And only slider breaks. UK a little bit rocked on that one.
I hope for the sake of viewers of the stream, nobody looked at Haunt's accuracy there. We can just move on. But Australia now up 3-0. Very good start for them. DC won, they won by a relatively smaller margin, but those last 2 maps were pretty decisive, and I think UK really need a point on the board here.
Yeah, they need to stem this momentum at some point. They're going to bank on the hidden flow aim to do it, which is a curious decision. I guess with all the speed happening, Australia are kind of dominating that right now. So a change attack, I think, is well timed here for the UK.
I completely agree. After that Nomad 2 loss, you want to go into a different skill set. You need points on the board, and you don't want to just go back into the skill set that this really wants to play the most. And they go for the hidden tech, so this team has some pretty good hidden players, pretty good tech players. I think if there was a hidden ult map, they would rather pick into it, but it's not an option here. This is second best.
Yeah, 200 BPM, I mean, I think really for this lobby that's not really much of a tapping map. 200 BPM on these short bursts is not really going to be a thing. So it is going to be down to that tech element, that flow aim element. More accelerating and decelerating streams all the way over this. Very short ones. breaking out
plenty-
players like Listia, and I'm sure Hort might make a return as well.
Yeah, some of the hidden specialists on UK are super solid. I mean, Bubbleman as well is the classic goat of hidden consistency. And this map is pretty dense as well. AR 9.3, 200 BPM with plenty of cut streams, plenty of fast sliders. Floim as well can get pretty difficult to be consistent on this type of density. But Australia, you know, they also have a lot of really good hidden tech players. O/Slash notably. I think this is his happy place, this type of map.
Now, having a player like O/Slash in your team is such a boon because he's so well rounded. He can fill a lot of the gaps, especially in like a 4-man team that you really need. It's a versatile player, especially I guess in these early rounds as well. But definitely on a pick like this, rounds out the roster nicely here. Schiazzo as well coming in here for the UK for his first map. One of the hidden specialists as well on Team UK. No Horn, but I think Skier is a good swap.
Yeah, maybe just the type of map this is didn't fit into their skill set as well. But UK's second pick, they're already down 3-0. They need this point. If they don't get it here, it's going to look pretty bleak for them. But this is the roster capable of doing it.
Not very long, this song. Symmetric, rhythm game size. And already we're into it here with the tech patterns.
O/Slash gonna be the first big miss outside of Polybed missing super early on. Such that doesn't really matter. Short map as you mentioned. Still a lot of combos on the board here.
Bed does trade the miss though, 3 FCs to 3. O/Slash gets into the break though, it's a small advantage to the UK, but Listia drops. It's now with Australia, they're going to start reeling in the UK here. Bubbleman trades, Schiazzo breaks, everyone's down on UK. It's only Memrek and a secret box left here with the full combos.
And just like that, a full implosion all at once from the United Kingdom. At the halfway point as well, the most devastating place to miss, and Emrek and Box are both still holding. And already with some score lead in the bank, it is in their hands to just close this one out and take another break point. Emrek, on phenomenal accuracy again on this pick. After missing on the DT1, he just decided he didn't really feel like doing that ever again here.
He just dropped his 99, but he's still a high 98. Emrek and a secret box. All tournament, they've been rock solid in terms of just pointing out a great combo on almost everything they play. Continuing it here. O/Slash recovering nicely as well after a few early misses. Getting himself back on the ball, you'd love to see it. But this is another one-sided map and a huge break point here for Australia. They are cruising right now.
Man. Another huge score lead, almost 1 million score difference on a hidden tech map of all things. Both FCs from Emrek and Box. So solid supporting combos as well, but really unfortunate series of misses from UK. I think had 2 of those breaks not happen, I mean, we saw Kolibet, Schiazzo both holding on to the second half of that map pretty well. Could have been a lot closer, but just did not go their way this time.
Nah, I think I saw a misread, I think, from Skier. It happens to the best of us. Sometimes it just doesn't fall the way you want it to. But Australia won't mind that one jot. Their next pick is Hard Rock 1. It's punishment. It's aim. Hard Rock aim. That's another home ground of the Aussies, if I remember correctly.
And especially this kind of Hard Rock aim, I mean, it's 234 BPM, which I think favors their comfort. These are, really proficient DT players. They're high BPM comfort players. So this type of BPM, which might be a little bit on the high end of the comfort zone for some players, for Australia it's the ground floor. It's they could sleep and single tap this BPM.
You haven't played a single map below 200 BPM yet, by the way. Not one. These guys know what they want to do. You gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast. And I gotta respect the restraint here from Australia not to pick into speed, despite it being very good for them. I think they saw the head-to-heads from previous weekends. They let UK pick the tapping map. They did well on it. I mean, I think Australia against most other teams will probably pick tapping, but they're looking at this matchup and thinking we're just good at other stuff and we can win on maps that aren't just speed.
Yeah, they have good places to go other than the tapping, so I do think it's a good decision because I think the UK are so comfortable on that speed. I've got to wonder, depending on how this one goes, if they are going to go straight into that speed after this. Obviously, I guess we'll see how this one plays out first, because UK have scary aim players as well, not least of which Mahmood, who has been on fire this matchup. Already get 2 FCs out of the 4, and Hard Rock aim is kind of his bread and butter. Rudge as well, very comfortable Hard Rock aim player as well. And you can't even mention a Colibed and Bubble Man on this sort of thing. They are going to be a threat, no doubt. But they need to find some, I guess, mental strength at some point, because they're kind of under pressure here to really make something happen.
I completely agree. I think on paper, just knowing what these players on the side of the UK are capable of, this should be a very close one. But thus far, I mean, Australia has just proven to be on a roll, just mentally unbreakable against this UK team. And UK is going to need to find some power, some spirit juice to start taking things back. A little bit of a pause here. Just building up the suspense.
Bancho's trying his best. Trying his best. Needs encouragement every now and again. Maybe it's a bit early for him. Oh, it turns out we didn't miss anything, Vordy. It's fine. Everyone's still full comboing. Never mind, Emrek just broke. He's the first one to break.
After 3 back-to-back FCs, I believe, breaks the streak. And that is a good thing for the UK. They're all holding still.
Followed up there by Atkins as well. So it's only 2 FCs here for Australia. 4 FCs still standing here for the UK. The accuracy is a bit down though. So they aren't getting the lead yet, but it will start to slowly go over.
Especially as they hold these combos, and so far Box as well breaks. Only 1 full combo left on Zintex. Not much combo right now on Atkins and Emrek. This is looking very, very good for the UK here as they reach the halfway point.
In between the aim, there's some streams and some 1/3 cut streams as well a bit later on, so things get mixed up a bit. We'll see if anyone trips up on them, but at the moment, UK doing well. Streams coming in, and there goes Zintex. It's 4 FCs to nothing on the side of Australia. Rudge gets the break as well, make that 3 FCs, but that is a massive combo lead now here for the UK.
And this is just what the UK needed. I mean, this is by far the most advantage they've had on any pick at this point in the map. 3 FCs to 0. It's just Emrek's recovery, Box and Atkins building up as well, but already about to reach 400k score lead with 3 full combos. I just cannot imagine UK losing the pick at this point with this big of an advantage. But as I say that, I've seen crazier things happen.
Yeah, crazy things have happened at sea, but I don't think it's happening here, everybody. I think this is going to be the point for UK, but how far can they take this? Chance for a massive win here and a massive break point. Accuracy is a bit down, but you don't need Ak, you just need to not miss. 2 96% full combos standing here for the UK. Bubman with that near 99. This is exactly what the UK needed, though, to try and get back into this game. A huge pick on a strong Australian map, I've got to say. Might be the way back in here.
I completely agree. This is exactly what they needed to not just win a point, obviously. Oh, unfortunately, a Collie bed breaking on the slider right at the end. But still, I mean, you can basically count that as a full combo. Actually, I think he missed maybe right at the really early on, but regardless, huge score for the UK, 3.6 mil on the Hard Rock one, winning by 750k. And that's just not just the point they needed, but the mental shift, the mental bounce back as they go here into their third pick.
That's a great team score. 3.6 mil. I can't see many teams getting much higher than that, but I've said that before and been proved completely wrong, so we'll see what the rest of the teams in the tournament do. As Australia drop their first pick of the tournament, that's their first map loss. We'll see if they drop any more.
I mean, the momentum on the favor of UK right now. You gotta think long and hard. So far, they haven't won their own pick, obviously. Nomad 2 didn't go well for them. Hidden 3 didn't go so well for them. So what do they go for? Do they want to go back into that tapping? Maybe try again on the DT3? Do they want to pick something else? Maybe Hard Rock? You know, they won the Hard Rock 1 in pretty good fashion. They could try something like Hard Rock 3 Alt, Hard Rock 2 Precision.
Yeah, I think like Mayor Maris might not be a bad choice, the Hard Rock 3. The Alt map in Nomad might be good as well. Yeah, Nomad 3 might not be bad. They did pretty well on it last week against Chile. If they want to get stuck into something like that. But, I mean, with the rest of the Hard Rock pool open, I think they'll be tempted by that. They'll be tempted. Picking DT could be a bit of a spooky choice, but we know how comfortable they are on speed. They aren't going there. They are going into something speedy. Free mod 2.
Yeah, they do pull the speed trigger once again. Not on DT3 though, but on this free mod 2. I would say on top of being speed heavy, obviously it's 246 BPM, lots of bursts, lots of finger control. Also pretty aim heavy. I mean, there's a good amount of aim in this one. And especially for the modded players, this is going to be tough. Hard Rock, I cannot imagine how difficult it would be to get a big combo on this. Hidden as well, going to be pretty dense at AR 9.5, 246. So the modded players here are going to make a big difference.
Thankfully, both sides have Hard Rock players that strike fear into the hearts of many teams, so I don't think they'll be too worried about that. But I do agree, it's a bit of a tank mod in comparison to maybe Hidden, especially with that the aim style, right? Fergus, very well known breakcore mapper, very well known for making good speed stuff, but they're never straightforward. You always have a lot of little elements in the aim and the patterning to trip you up, and this one's no exception. JGLF in the lobby for this one.
I mean, he has to be this lobby sitting here as his team. I cannot imagine. I mean, JG's actually surprisingly pretty good at this kind of breakcore, but with the team he has behind him, be shocked to see him in for this.
Yeah, because he said you get him in for the reading stuff, no doubt, but Australia's tapping roster is, I think, set in stone. Let's be real.
And funnily enough, with Australia's tapping roster, I mean, I imagine it's probably going to be something like Atkins on Hard Rock or Zintex on Hard Rock and Box on Hidden, but all 4 of these tapping players for Australia could play any variation of the mods, and I think they'd be pretty comfortable. Just how well-rounded these 4 are.
They can mix and match. I mean, you got any predictions of what who might be taking what mod on Australia?
Oh, I mean, I'd guess Box Hidden, and then I mean, Atkins, I think, took the Hard Rock on a map like this last time, so I guess I'll go Atkins, but could be Zintex, could be Emrek, really. I assume they'll put Emrek on the Nomad, though, for consistency's sake.
I reckon
Schiazzo
will be taking... I reckon Schiazzo will be taking the Hidden. It'd be comfort Hidden, I think, for him. It's Bubbleman going to be taking Hard Rock. I was about to say my mood might, but he's not. Skia Hidden.
Interesting to put Bubbleman on the Hard Rock, but I like it. I think it's a bold move, but it's a good one. You put a very consistent player who maybe could normally bank a big Nomad score or Nomad FC, but you put him on the Hard Rock, which on this map it's devastating. So the expectation for an FC can't be super high, but if Bubbleman can get a big score on the Hard Rock, it's gonna make a difference. Does find an early miss though. It's gonna be Zintex instead on the Hard Rock, the Hard Rock free mod player. Last year for most of OWC for Australia, but you can see the Hard Rock player is already struggling a lot here.
Zintex holding Act though compared to Bubbleman's 94, so in that 1v1 Zintex comes out ahead early on. Yeah, I reckon the rest of the players I think are going to be a bit more critical to this one. The Hidden and the 2 Nomads Malteser drops his no mod, so it's 3 FCs to 2 in favour of Australia early on.
I think those no mod misses are going to prove to be more worrying as the map drags on, and we'll likely see more misses from modern players.
Malteser gets another break there on the no mod. Schizo and Mahmood still holding here for the UK, but it's 3 full combos here for Australia. 2 of them are on a secret box in MREC, so they're going to be rock solid, you'd feel. UK hoping for something here.
Indeed, especially, you know, after the Hard Rock 1 breakpoint, this is their chance to start taking things back. Bubbleman's recovered very well on the Hard Rock, but so has Zintex. Right now, it's just a big lead for Australia. Schizo as well, breaking that hidden. It's one of the big combos gone from the UK. It's just Mahmood and Bubbleman as Malteser finds even more breaks.
Yeah, a few slips here for Malteser, unfortunately. Mahmood, though, the only FC, he's having a great game so far, Mahmood. So many high combos from him. But once again, we're on speed, and once again, Australia are storming away with it. Still with 3 full combos, 1k combo on Zintex. These guys are going crazy this match on tapping.
I mean, Zintex does break on the Hard Rock, but he's already done such a good job on the Hard Rock 1v1 here. And the rest of the team is backing him. No mods holding it together. 99's box is almost SSing, which is absurd. I just don't know where he pulls these metronomic levels of play from.
I wonder if that's even like a slider end. I mean, I ain't too sure. I missed the 100, but regardless, it's an absolute masterclass on how you do it. On these 3-4 combos here for Australia. Mahmood gets another FC though. That's incredible, but 3.7 million is insane stuff. It's match point here for Australia.
I'll honestly be surprised if this team score gets broken just because of how hard the Hard Rock is. I don't think you really can expect a Hard Rock FC, so 600k is already about as good as it gets. And then the accuracies from the rest of the players, all above 99, close to an S. I mean, yeah, phenomenal stuff from Australia. And this was the UK's pick. Did not go as well for them, unfortunately, as they probably would have liked it to.
Not quite. I mean, they're sticking to their comfort, speed, and tapping. I don't blame them. But it hasn't worked out this match. Australia have proven, I guess, that speed and tapping is their domain. And here comes double type 3, Vordy. It's Renatus. Proper 50-50 pick, but Australia are holding all the aces at the moment.
Yeah, so far they've looked so good on the head-to-head tapping. I do think this is the tapping map, you know, in theory, I think that UK would be the strongest on. But with how we've seen the tapping go, it's obviously Australia favored. And it's not necessarily that UK is like, you know, not playing these tapping maps as well. It's just Australia is just like putting up such absurd score lines that it feels almost impossible to compete. I mean, 3.5 million on the no mod 2. We saw, you know, 3.7 million on that free mod 2. It's just what can you do?
It is just simply a case of Australia performing like above and beyond. I mean, I think everyone was predicting the UK to have the speed matchup down here by maybe like a 60-40. But it hasn't happened. Australia have just dominated these speed picks through sheer consistency and power, pretty much. These team scores, I won't be surprised if we see a few top scores on some of these speed picks from Australia this matchup. It's just been a case of just performance on the day. But it's still a threat to pick speed into the UK, so they can't relax just yet. The job's not done.
Job is not done, and I think the big difference with tapping here, although UK won the head-to-heads previously, as I mentioned, the tapping here is a lot harder. And for Australia, you know, they know that they don't even feel the increase in difficulty. They're like, yep, this is tapping, cool, easy, 10 FCs on local, done. But I think for the UK, they're feeling the increase in difficulty, as we've seen from their score lines. But this is their last chance on tapping. It's up 5-1 for Australia. They want to keep this match going. This is it, and I think they have a chance here.
This is a classic tune for Osu, you know, one of the starter pack maps. This isn't from that set, though. This is actually a remap by Babhudex. fairly recent remap. Still fairly comfy and I guess sort of simple in its styling. So I guess it's kind of reminiscent of it, that in a way.
I'll also say this map is mapped by Jordan LR7, former Australian OWC player and tapping player. So a little bit of a little bit of synergy with the team potentially.
They're on home ground.
They're on home territory. They have home advantage here.
I see why UK didn't pick it then. Fair play. Understandable. Have a nice day.
And will we see it? Will we see another tapping domination like the last two tapping picks, or will UK show what they can do?
Yeah, Macaulay back in here for Skiatso for the speed. His home turf. On the other side is Emrek, who needs no introduction on speed.
At this point, nobody on the Australia roster really needs an introduction on tapping. They've all just been phenomenal at this. But accuracies for both teams, once again, looking good at the start. Will they stay that way?
Now it gets said a lot, but who can hold their nerve? The accuracies are down here for the UK. Australia's accuracy way higher. It's still good for the UK, but Australia's accuracy has been insane all game. Does anyone get the break? Still none yet.
I think this might be the longest time we've seen with no breaks in this match. Usually by this point at least one person's missed, but halfway through on a 2-minute 30 seconds map and everybody's holding.
Bit of a slow part here. The accuracies are keeping the UK out of reach. I suppose out of all the maps maybe we've seen, this is the one most likely to see a high amount of full combos due to the pure speed, like low aim style. But still, there's so much combo on the board, it can change on a dime.
Oh, the slider aim pattern just completely destroyed the United Kingdom.
It's just Mahmood left. Everyone else is down on the UK. And that might just be it, Vordy. The score lead is just jumping into the atmosphere now. 700k, 800k, and climbing. The UK are going down, it looks like. Australia on these speed picks have been incredible all day. Goodness me. Australia, after that tiebreaker loss in 2021, they won't go down this time. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Australia go through to the semi-finals winners bracket.
I mean, phenomenal match from Australia. I think they have shown here that you do not want to pick tapping into them unless you really, really know what you're doing. Otherwise, you will face a performance like that. 4.5 mil on the DT3 to cap it off. It's really, really good stuff. UK playing valiantly, and especially if there's any player in the UK, we gotta shout out is Mahmood. I mean, I think he almost FC'd every map he played. Absurd performance from that guy. Really, really well done. But as a team, man, Australia just something else. As you mentioned, they'll be moving on in the winners bracket.
I think people came into this tournament seeing Australia as one of the big favourites. Obviously C2, they are one of the favourites, but they aren't dropping off just yet. The maps are getting quite difficult, and they are not dropping off one jot, which I think bodes well for their next matchup, which will be against either the United States or Canada. So, on the basis of that, they're going to have a chance against whoever gets through there. The UK will drop down, and if I have a quick look, I think they're still going to wait for like multiple losers bracket matches to know who they're against next, but they will continue their campaign in the losers bracket next week. What a performance from Australia. That was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I expected the match to go deeper. I thought it was going to be closer, but Australia really just didn't give the UK much of a chance on a lot of those picks. GG's to both teams, and hope to see you in 10 minutes. We got 2 more matches coming up at the same time. We have South Korea versus Hong Kong. We also have Philippines versus France. So hope to see you there. Stay tuned for that. But that has been it from me and Doomsday.
Yeah, cheers for casting, Vordy.
Always a pleasure. Cheers, cheers.
Stay.
Welcome back, everyone, to the OS World Cup 2024. As we roll through our quarterfinals week Saturday, we are headed into the end of an epic block that has seen, goodness, 9 matches so far today. And we are finally, at long last, nearing the end. And what an end it's going to be. It is a potential match. These two teams have already played this week. It is Chile victors last night over Japan by the score of 6-2. Facing off against Sweden, victors earlier today 6-1 against Thailand. Their reward is a matchup against each other in a rematch of last year, round of 32, first match of the entire tournament. Chile emerged victorious from that one, 5-3. They'll look to do something similar again this year in the rematch. Sweden looking for their revenge. I'm this one guy. Joining me for this match is going to be Vordy, all the way from Australia. Good evening to you, Mr. Vordy, and welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Tig. A pretty interesting matchup, the first potential thus far of the weekend. This is an interesting one because on the side of Chile, they're a super well-rounded team. They have plenty of skill sets they can go into. They did very well on tapping and qualifiers, notably that double time 2. They had some pretty good tapping head-to-heads against Sweden. Against Japan, obviously both of these teams have already played a match in the quarterfinals. Against Japan, they mostly opted in for aim. Stuff like Free Mod 1, Hard Rock 1, DT 1. But Sweden, on the other hand, they had some overlapping picks with the DT 1. They went for the Free Mod 2 pick, but I wonder what they're going to go into for Chile. Tapping is an option. It feels like a bit of a gamble. Stuff like Hidden 3 could work. You see Chile banning out the Hard Rock 2. Andros had a very good score on it. Presumably they don't want to gamble on the almost CS8 map. And Sweden so far just straight banning the Hidden 2. And interestingly, Chile banning the No Mod 5, so both teams banning a low AR map out.
Yeah, the No Mod 5, of course, earlier, Sweden winning that on a break point. Scylla dropping the 857k to lead the lobby against Thailand. No Mod 5 expected to be a very good skill set for Thailand. Sweden turned that one on its head, pulled off the early break point. That gave them their second point to a 2-1 lead, and they really never looked back. So Chile looking to avoid that potentiality from coming into effect. Decent enough reading team, but not their number one strength in this matchup. So if you see something that scares you about the other team, like those 2 picks where you see one really good score on both the Hard Rock 2 and the No Mod 5, go ahead and get rid of them. Give yourself a little more leeway. And Sweden, the Hidden 2, their other ban last time was Hidden 1. We'll see if they run that back, or if they choose to go a different direction against Chile, which has a very different skill set, of course, than did Thailand.
Yeah, Chile being very, very good on mechanics. I think Thailand wanting to pick more of the gimmickier stuff, hidden stuff, techie stuff. But yeah, I mean, I guess for me the sticking point of this matchup is what does Sweden pick, right? What does Sweden have that feels like an advantage? And they rebanned that Hidden 1, so going with the same bans as they did last time, despite the different skill set of the team. And I think part of that is because a lot of the maps Sweden probably does like to play do lean into similar stuff as Chile. They would rather have those maps open and go for the breakpoints potentially.
Yeah, Sweden, of course, 3 picks in the earlier match, which were Freemod 2, DT1, and Hard Rock 2. Freemod 2 and DT1, high mechanically challenging picks that Chile is going to like. So that question of where do you go with your picks in this matchup does become a little more difficult. We were discussing before, I do think, the Hard Rock pool would be an option. The Hard Rock 2 ban, kind of removing one of those good picks, but they do still have that Hard Rock 3. Feels maybe a little coin flippy with how difficult that ending is, especially very easy to chain miss. And they're going to go an interesting direction here. They're going to open this up with the free mod 4. So we're going to go anti-mod with the first map of this match. It's going to be Blood Drain CS5 AR8. And not a map that Sweden played before, is a map that Chile played versus Japan, and really did not do very well on. Sub 2 million team score for Chile. So Sweden trying to maybe attack what they perceive as a weakness here with their first pick.
Yeah, I actually really like this pick. So obviously, Chile did pick this up against Japan, didn't have the best time on it. And I think notably on the free mods, this really plays to Sweden's strengths. You have Andros, who popped off on the Hard Rock 2. In the previous match, they have at least one super confident precision player, so he can take the Hard Rock. You have Scylla, who can certainly play the hidden on this, and then the rest of the team just needs to be solid enough on the no mod. So I actually think they have a very good lineup of modifiers. They know Chile already played this, they didn't have the best of time, so hoping for a repeat of the Chile score, they can start this match out with a solid point.
And Chile, to me, has a couple of question marks, despite the fact that I do feel they're somewhat favored in this matchup. Intercamming and Mathy not looking quite their normal selves for a bunch of yesterday's match. Mathy was the third of four. He was... So, of their 4 scores, on 5 of the 6 maps, he was the second worst, and another one he was the worst. After his performance in the first 2 rounds was really outstanding, that sort of drop-off is a little scary for a team that relies on their skill cap players. Intercamming with 3 bottom scores for the team before finally picking it up on the last couple of picks. And again, a player you can't really afford, I feel, that level of volatility from. You need those guys to be able to be counted on, and sometimes... the anti-mod, free mod can be a tough place for that to come in. One of those players often having to go the more difficult mod. Intercamming rocks the Hard Rock on a lot of their free mod picks, so he's going to have a harder time. But very curious to see how those skill cap players perform for Chile in this match, because Sweden was carried a lot, I felt, by Scylla earlier, who is their kind of skill cap player for this particular roster. We'll see what Chile can do to kind of combat that here.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Chile not playing Mathy or Intercamming. They're rocking Suntan, Nakore, Chalk Gamer, and Alphew. And I think one, big boon about them is, I think potentially in the past, in previous iterations of OWC, they might have gotten carried by Mathy and Intercamming, but now they just have a super, super solid stacked roster. So they don't really need any particular player to carry. They can just win off the back of just good team scores.
We will see how it plays out with a different sort of looking roster than we may have expected for Chile. It's going to be hidden on Suntan, which is no surprise there. Suntan number 37, or no 37, the 2 low air hidden players notable on that team. Hard Rock on Chalk Gamer, saw him in for a couple maps earlier. Nomads on Nakore and Alphew. Interestingly, it's going to be Hard Rock on Melwem, Nomad on Andros. Still, of course, the hidden Nomad Lightning Fox. It was a very early break from Suntan, but Melwem will trade it out. So 1FC gone from both teams, and it's still breaking, as well as Lightning Fox, followed by Nakore, followed by Chalk Gamer. And it is just everybody falling apart all over the place here. It's Andros and no FCs for Chile, just Suntan with a big recovery combo.
Yeah, lots of breaks either side. Andros on the consistent no mod. Interesting to see Andros taking the no mod and Melwem on the Hard Rock. That's going to be Suntan to break. It's all the big combos gone from Chile. Melwem dropping again on the Hard Rock, but Andros right now, the Rock on the no mod, keeping it together for Sweden as they clinch a score lead for the meantime. Scylla breaking as well, though. It's going to be close. It's really resting on this Andros combo. If he breaks, things could go south very, very quick.
Andros absolutely showing the value of having someone who's comfortable on the no mod on some of these anti-mod picks. Having somebody who's okay with the CS5 AR8 no mod is a very big asset to their team in some of these very challenging, spaced and awkward aim patterns that we're seeing, really felling these players time and time again. Chalk Gamer, Alphew, Scylla all dropping several times. Nikori, the biggest combo in Chile, goes down. And Andros and Lightning Fox, as well as to a lesser degree Melem, really playing this very well for Sweden, getting through some of these tricky changing rhythm and awkward aim patterns. And that lead up to 300k, even with that break from Andros, the damage I feel has been done by this point.
I think this is a good case of Sweden identifying a weakness from Chile's previous match and capitalizing on it. I think had they not have seen that map being played, they probably wouldn't have known Chile's score to be this. Lightning Fox does break that recovery, but Melem still on the hard rock. Chile with a slight combo lead right now, but I just don't think it's going to matter. There's simply not enough time, even with that break from Melem on the hard rock.
Yeah, no combo left on the side of Sweden, but just too little too late for Chile to have any chance to bring that one back. And that is a well-executed opening pick from Sweden, as you said. Saw something that looked like a weakness on the side of Chile, picked straight into it, and opened this matchup with a pretty comfortable point. I know it came down to 231k, but really it never felt in doubt. And Chile, not the greatest score on that again, dropping down by a bit even compared to their score last night. So clearly not their map, but it gets it out of the way early and it gets them into their own first pick, which is going to be a rapid Nomad 2 selection here for Chile, straight into that tapping mechanics, flow aim heavy and stamina heavy Nomad 2 this week.
Yeah, so going into the stamina skill set, this is something they're very, very, very good on. They got number 1 on the stamina map in quals, and I expect them to do pretty good on this as well. I think this map is, I think I mentioned this in the last match I casted this weekend, massive step up in difficulty from the tapping we've seen in the prior rounds. So players who theoretically could FC maps like the ET2 last weekend or the free mod 3 stamina pick, now they might get significantly lower score on a map like this, just because of how big the step up in tapping strain is. And not just tapping strain, I mean, this has a lot of flow aim, a lot of XL, decel, something where if you don't have very, very good control of your speed, you will have a rough time comboing this.
Yeah, the stream shapes in this map especially, to me, feel like a really big jump for anything we've seen so far in this tournament. It's not a comfy flow aim through many portions. It's a little bit of a it's less straightforward, I suppose you could say, in terms of the stream shapes present here. So going to be a bit of an adjustment for everybody involved. Notably, of course, neither of these teams even having the opportunity to pick this if they'd wanted to. This was banned against both these teams. Japan, this was their first ban against Chile, and it was Thailand's first ban against Sweden, who have historically had some very good tapping players, but one notable absence from the roster this year, Reedcat, weakens them, I would say, a fair amount in that skill set.
Oh, I got baited so hard by chat. I saw the roll 727 points, and I just realized Andros typed it out manually. I wanted to believe for a fleeting moment that it happened, but unfortunately not. But yeah,
Nothing
I mean, this isn't nothing ever happens. It's a skill set that I think Sweden is really, really solid on, and they like to pick stamina in quite a few of their matchups. Can they hang, though? Can they stay at that level on a map like this? I was even considering Sweden to be the one picking into tapping, just as something they have a shot at winning. But Chile's doing it for them, and the chance is here for Sweden to make a fantastic start to the match. They can play this 220.
Yeah, I kind of thought if Chile was going to go into the tapping skill set, it would be more along the lines of the Free Mod 2 or the DT3 before it would be the No Mod 2. Something that's a little more raw speed, that, like, for example, Matthew is so known for, and maybe really get him going early on rather than going into this challenging flow map. But yeah, opting into the Nomad 2 and with an early break from Gonzo, but this map has so much max combo. It is pretty lengthy as well, 3 minutes long of just a constant difficulty. So that combo will have plenty of time to build back up, but for now it's going to be Sweden with a little bit of an advantage by about 250 combo.
Yep, Sweden looking solid early on. I think Chile with a bit better an ACK lead might end up mattering as we get deeper into the map and people's stamina starts draining. But I mean, thus far it is just that early break from Gonza. Trumpetino, though, trades it third of the way into the map. Andros as well. That's already 2 combos gone from Sweden, and now Chile have a pretty big lead.
That's a very, very comfortable margin of that combo lead now for Chile. 800 to nearly 900 combo up with another break coming from Andros. So we'll see if they can build on it through this middle portion of the map. A little bit of somewhat freer combo before the streams come back in here. There goes Suntan. So one of those FCs is gone. It's going to kind of slow down this advance of this Chilean side, but the lead 150k in their favor, going to be still comfortable for the time being.
Yeah, Chile have a good cushion to land on. They're still pretty much up like half a combo with Gonza's recovery up against Trumpetino's, but it's still 2 FCs to 2, and if one of those Chile FCs go, things could start looking Sweden favored, but that's going to have to happen soon, and Sweden are going to have to hold the combos they do have.
There's Andros once more, failing to build back up, but is Yagiko and Melwem. And there goes Intercamming with a big drop, and that's going to open the door just a little bit here for Sweden. Double FC plus Trumpetino on a recovery combo is going to exceed the combo of Matthew, Gonza, and Suntan. 160k, not a whole lot of time left to go, but if any of those combos breaks, it could mean disaster for either team, and it's going to be Yagiko to go. And now with Matthew continuing to match Melwem, Gonza ahead of Trumpetino, Chile just stabilized this back out. There goes Trumpetino as well, and there goes the point. That's going to be job done for Chile on their own first pick. This score lead is going to end up being a lot bigger than it looked like it would for most of the map, but it is going to end up being a less than comfortable through most of it, but what looks like a comfortable scoreline at the end for Chile, winning their first point, 450k, but that was between 100 and 200k for a long time, with it really quite balanced.
Yeah, but in the end, Chile, everybody above 600k, Gonzo with a great recovery, and then just Matthew with, once again, absurd accuracy. He's done this several times throughout this tournament, FCing maps with really, really, really good ac, and this is one of those scores. Sweden, though, I mean, they had a really solid play, and I think going into things like Free Mod 2, DT3, Chile is going to have to look out for Sweden's tapping, but yeah, I mean, it just helps a lot on these maps when you have somebody like Matthew who can just FC with robot levels of proficiency.
Matthew's been so clutch for them, as we talked about their first couple matches in round of 32, round of 16, playing absolutely out of his mind. Struggled a little bit last night, comparatively, in that match against Japan. Teammates picked up the slack. Matthew only dropped one top 2 team score across the 8 maps last night, so this is a good way of getting into this match, saying, no, guys, rumors of my demise were greatly exaggerated. I am still the Matthew that you have come to know and love. My skill cap is still way, way up there, and I am still capable of dropping incredible scores, map in and map out. Question, if you're Sweden, of course, how do you answer that? How do you avoid maybe the skill sets that you can be punished on by a player such as Matthew? Opted into maybe that slightly surprising free mod for first pick. Where do you go from there without really much else in the pool representing similar skill sets?
I was about to say, I think the option, you go for gamble picks. You go for picks that are going to be inherently volatile, and this is an inherently volatile map, the Big Black Free Mod 3. Love to see it.
This is one of the only 2 maps that these 2 teams did have in common in their first matches of the week. Of course, a relatively popular pick so far. It's been picked, I think, half the matches or so. Chile dropping that 2.5 million score with Suntan CTM dropping the reverse choke S rank in the first about 80 combo. Some pretty solid backing scores from Nikore and Matthew as well. Intercamming struggled a little bit on the hard rock, as you are expected to do. Sweden, meanwhile, dropping a 2 million score. Solid performances from Yagiko and Lightning Fox on that one. Melwem and Andros on Nomad and hard rock respectively struggling a bit, so we'll see what Sweden can do to improve. They've got to think they've got a better score in their pocket than they did earlier today, or they expect Chile to really drop off from what they showed last night.
Yeah, no, I wonder if they're going to go similar. I think they played Andros in the Hard Rock last time, but considering how the Free Mod 4 went, I wonder if you put Andros on No Mod just for consistency. I think this map is about as punishing as it ever gets to Hard Rock. It's already AR10, so normally the one upside of Hard Rock, which is you make it higher approach rating, you lower the density, make it a bit more comfortable to read. That's not even a thing because it's already AR10. You're just making the OD higher, you're making the map way harder to aim, all of those slider aim patterns. So the Hard Rocks are generally going to be pretty roughed up, so it's going to come down mostly to your no-mod players, your hidden players. So putting Andros on the no-mod this time could potentially be a consistency boost, but no, they're going to go for Andros Hard Rock again, up against Suntan on Hard Rock and Alfie Lightning Fox, both taking the hiddens.
Okay, riddle me this, Vorty, here. Bye. Suntan CTM last night, S rank on hidden. Today is put on the Hard Rock, which everyone is suffering on. What are we doing here?
Well, you know, to be fair, hidden on this isn't your normal hidden. Maybe Suntan is feeling like you could get a solid Hard Rock score and make that score lead. But you can see, I mean, it's just how this map is, man. Everybody's played it a million times. The mind block is real, the slider aim is very difficult to be consistent on, seeing breaks from both sides. Already down to 1 FC for Sweden on Andros on the Hard Rock, which is not the combo you probably want to rely on, with intercamping Nikori on the no-mods.
Really going to be watching intercamping here. Switching from Hard Rock to no mod. He was just prepared for that stream like he was still on Hard Rock. Anybody notice that? His cursor was in the bottom right-hand corner. But intercamping needs to have a good performance on this. Switching from Hard Rock to no mod, like, you've got to be able to say, I'm going to drop a huge score on this. This section, do not trust any breaks in this entire section, by the way. It is all going to be Bancho misses. Wait until after this section to have any sense of what the combos actually look like. With all these buzz sliders and the slider burst streams, you have no idea who's actually hitting these and who's not. So we're just going to wait till the other side and see if the combo resolves itself. Those look like a whole bunch of misses from Chile, however, and indeed they may be.
I think same might go for Sweden. Yeah, I believe Andros did break in that section, potentially even at the very start, and intercamping is the only FC left. Melum and Yagako, though, on really good recoveries. Lightning Fox as well, so despite that break from Andros, it could still be looking pretty good for Sweden in this ending section here. It's really all up to intercamping, though, to hold this score for Chile.
But even if intercamping holds the score for Chile, he's not getting a lot of support. He has 350 combos backing him up, but look at what that score lead has just done. You've got a big combo on Melum, Yagako, and Lightning Fox. Lightning Fox does fall. Oh, Melum goes down as well. Wait just a second. It's Yagako on the 880 combo. It's intercamping still on the FC. Nikori backing him up at 500, and there goes the lead over to the side of Chile. Yagako doing everything he can, but with intercamping bringing an FC into the last stream of the map, backed up by Nikori, misses the ending stream. But it's not going to quite matter, and Chile escape with that one by a tiny little margin, only by 44,000 points, but they do manage to hold on. Those late breaks from Sweden were their undoing, and that's going to be Chile taking the break point. The Gambit pick not quite working out for Sweden. Chile takes advantage, and 2-1 goes the score in their favor, their own pick to come.
And it almost did work, but intercamping just held on to that combo for a bit too long. The chain miss at the very ending did drop his score by a little bit. Would have given Sweden somewhat of a chance had they just been a little bit closer, but unfortunately that ending ended up roughing them up a little bit too much. But a very, very close pick. I still liked it as a pick. Chile just held on as much as they needed to.
Also, I didn't notice this because how many breaks there were. Suntan had a Hard Rock 0 miss A rank. He had 950s, did not have any misses, despite 97.56% AC and no misses. It's an A rank.
I think it's probably because of the 50 count, yeah.
That is something you don't see every day. It's a very, very high AC A rank 0 misplay. That's a rarity. That's one of the higher percentages I've seen for a play of that type. Now, Chile going into what we expected of them, though. It's DT3, high BPM, bursty DT pick. I think everybody anticipated this to come out from this team at some point in this match.
Yeah, this map likely, I would say it's going to be comfortable for both teams in terms of more comfortable than No Mod 2. But obviously Chile had a pretty solid lead on the Nomad too. It's likely going to be a similar case here. Obviously more bursty. It's a bit over 270 BPM. Not as stamina intensive and a lot less intensive, I would say, on the aim as well. Nomad 2 having a lot of flow aim. This map pretty much just being raw tapping. If you have the tapping for it, your odds of getting an FC are about as high as they'll ever be in this pool.
Just checking through. So neither of these teams played this. This was... I'm interested by this not being picked by Chile versus Japan. It was banned by Thailand against Sweden. So how much do we trust? I feel like we gotta trust the tapping of Chile, right? We can't not trust the tapping of Chile.
I mean, if after that Nomad 2, surely you at least have Matthew, who's on peak form. Maybe they didn't play it against Japan. Against Japan, they pretty much really just picked aim. So maybe their tapping players weren't feeling warm, and today is a different day. That could be the case.
It was 10 p.m., 11 p.m. I don't know offhand what their time zone is. It's around their match versus this one being like a 3, 4 p.m. match. So, you know, warm-up levels, I suppose, different times of day can always play a factor. We've got Suntan, we've got Mathy, we've got Intercamming, we've got Gonza, kind of somewhat of a roster you would expect on a map such as this. It is their roster from the Nomad 2 as well. Andros, Trumpetino, Melwem, and Yagiko is likewise the same roster as from Nomad 2 here for Sweden. So, tapping rosters set in stone as Chile looks to defend the early break point. Give themselves a little bit of a cushion with that consolidation if they can do it. Then it would be what they would like to hope would be smooth sailing the rest of the way through. Sweden will try to have something to say about that, as they are not a terrible speed team by any stretch of the imagination. Did win that free mod 2 pretty comfortably earlier, same with the DT1, so not a team that lacks for ability to tap at all. But when you've got Matthew on the other side and some of these other players as well, it becomes a bit of a tall order.
Does indeed, but if, Nomad 2 is anything to go by, especially early on in the middle of that map, things were super close. Likely expect to see a similar thing here, as nobody breaks early on. Scratch that. Gonza going to be the first to miss a third of the way into the map, giving Sweden a bit of an early lead. Melwem, though, not the greatest accuracy, looking a little bit shaky there, but still holding onto the combo. That's all that matters, but for now, Gonza's actually still going to come out ahead on score. Yagiko, though, missing is going to be big for them. With Melwem's accuracy, they're going to have a score deficit now. They need to see another break from Chile. They want to recompensate it.
And the AC really playing a big role in this score difference so far. You've got triple 99s for Chile and no 99s for Sweden, plus that 92 for Melwem included in that with 2 97s. 140k is not a huge lead, so a decent chunk of that is going to be accuracy. You can see 20-30k between some of these players just on accuracy alone. It's build a little accuracy up in this slower section in the middle, but if you're Melwem, you find a break in the middle, and that is not what you want to see at all if you're rooting for Sweden to have a chance on this pick. Into the slider square, it's Gonza and Melwem both to fall. Triple FC intact for Chile, double FC on Andros and Trumpetino. There goes Suntan. It's traded with Yagiko, but it's double FC against the double FC. Any breaks from Matthew or Intercamming? Sweden could pounce on an opportunity here with a little under a quarter to go, but it's going to be a tough task with a 300k lead.
I think there's very little density in the ending. The map is pretty much nearing the end, and I do think those two FCs from Matthew and Intercamming can do more than enough to secure this point. Andros breaking right at the end, so it won't be a double FC for Sweden. Trumpetino, though, on that 99%. Unfortunately for him, though, Chile as a team just a little bit better, and they take their second tapping pick once again.
And this was exactly what I think we wanted to see out of Chile, were those two top players on that roster, Matthew and Intercamming, in terms of just raw skill cap, in terms of mechanical skill as well, especially on maps like this for Matthew. The two best players on that roster, two of the best players for quite some time in the world, in solo and in tournament play. needed those two to come through on maps like this in this matchup where that's a skill set that it felt Chile would need to be able to win. And they come through. It's a double FC after putting up 2 very solid scores on Nomad 2 as well. Good backing score there from Suntan as well, the 800k. He's been one of the key members in any moment where Matthew or Intercamming isn't. It feels like he's come through in the clutch.
Yeah, and I mean, given how those last 2 picks went for them, I assume Free Mod 2 is just the obvious go-to. You've already won 2 tapping maps, 3rd on the table, gotta go for it. For Sweden, though, Free Mod 3 unfortunately didn't go their way just by a hair. But in terms of thinking of that, on that line of kind of gamble, volatile picks, I think some other options to go for. Hard Rock 3 is an option. I think Free Mod 1 maybe, if they have a roster for it. It's a pretty particular type of map, but could be something they could go for. Other than that, though, I mean, No Mod 1's always a gamble pick if you want to try that one.
Here's an interesting thought. Going back a year to when they played in 2023, Sweden first picked the Nomad 4, which I believe was a slider tech Nomad 4. Someone can correct me if I'm misremembering that pool. We do have Nomad 4 available to us here. So again, if you want to pick something that maybe looks just a tiny bit coin flippy, there is that option. That was a map that Chile lost last night as well. But it is going to be that Hard Rock 3. So as discussed, a map with a pretty high level of volatility, I would say. A lot of patterns you can miss on in this one. The spaced awkward bursts with Hard Rock applied. We've seen plenty of players struggling with it, but Sweden, a good Hard Rock roster. So I don't dislike this pick for them at all in a situation where you're kind of throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Yeah, and this map is CS 5.7 with Hard Rock, which this type of skill set, kind of a low alt BPM, very big flowing patterns, but not as long. Already very volatile with Hard Rock. You make it just a little bit smaller circle than you're used to with Hard Rock, and it becomes even harder to get a big combo on a map like this. Pretty short as well, 2 minutes. So I think this is a good pick here. I think Scylla is going to have a great time on this. I think they have some good Hard Rock players. Chile, on the other hand, should also be pretty solid, but I imagine this will be likely in a similar scoreline to Big Black, where it should be pretty close here, but could really go either way.
It's been an interesting match so far in that we've only seen Scylla in on that first pick on the Free Mod 4, and he was forced onto Hidden and bottom scored it for his team. Was, of course, not in for Nomad 2 or DT3, and was not in on Big Black either. So we have not seen much of a player that we really, I think, tapped to be one of the key members of this Sweden roster for this match. We'll see if bringing him back in on a pick like this can serve them well, kind of trying to stem the bleeding here after losing those 3 picks now in a row. Sweden, I think, really needs this one. The momentum shifting radically toward Chile, and they need to try to drag it back to themselves on this Hard Rock pick.
Yeah, I mean, normally Scylla is a player who is the star of the Sweden roster, but unfortunately when your enemy team picks double tapping and you can't really play those maps that well, don't see as much lobby time as you'd hope to. Phelan with an early break shouldn't matter too much though, and you'll see as this map kicks up, we'll likely see a lot more players follow suit with those misses.
This map is so challenging in kind of a unique way. You see Andros with that break, you saw Phelan with the earlier break as well. There goes Intercamming, just the curves of this map, those triangle bursts, catching out Yagiko and Phelan. Not what you want to see for Sweden. Suntan, Matthew, and Shockgame are all continuing to hold, and if you can get through maybe half to 2/3 of this map with decent combo, you've put yourself in a good spot, but there's breaks everywhere, and it is Suntan and Scylla who needed to be the key member for Sweden, but he's going to fall as well, and all eyes now on Suntan. What have I said? If it's not Matthew or Intercamming, it feels like time and time again it's been Suntan for this Chile team this year, and maybe continuing his streak of great performances this OWC.
Scylla finding a miss on one of those really, really tough triangle patterns. It's like they're almost asking you to aim them in a flow-like pattern, but It's just so hard to be snappy as well. Suntan, though, will drop the FC on the slider, but already built up a big combo lead. Unfortunately, the rest of Chile is gone, but Sweden not too much combo to back. It's really just Andros. Is there enough time? If Andros manages to make a miracle happen here, there is a chance.
Andros has to FC and then some, I feel. It's a 200k score gap. I don't know that he's got that much score left, and there goes his combo, and with it goes the map as well. Even with Scylla holding on to a 250 combo into the ending, you've got enough just across all of Chile into these last moments of the map. Some more of these tricky little flow patterns, some tricky sliders as well. But Chile went out to the big lead and held on to it the rest of the way through. You gotta like the scores from Andros and Scylla. I still 100% respect the pick. I think it was a good option for them. But Suntan, 663k, leading the lobby by almost 100,000 points, was such a huge portion of that score gap. And unfortunately, Yagiko and Phelan not having the scores they would have needed to match up against the rest of the Chile roster. And that's 4-1 double break point. Chile, they're back, guys. If there was any concern about their performance in a couple of maps here and there last night, I feel like this match is looking a little more definitive thus far. Still 2 maps in the finish line, though.
Yeah, I think the baseline 400k score for Chile ended up making the biggest difference. Obviously, Suntan pretty close to Andros or Scylla individually, but just that team consistency always being generally just more important when it comes to situations like that. Chile to pick again, I have to imagine it's just Fremont too. They've thus far just picked tapping, and I don't see any particular reason for them to stop.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. This is to me, such an easy free mod to pick angle. Sweden dropped a 2.2 million on it earlier, which Chile has got to kind of just scoff at that. I think with their roster, 2.2 million is a really easily achievable target, but instead it's going to be DT4. So we're going to get a relatively rare pick here, flying Fafnir, the Chaos Let's DT pick. We've only seen this once or twice so far. I believe it was played in Australia versus United Kingdom and in South Korea versus Hong Kong, and that's been it so far. So not a lot of data on this one, no data from either of these two teams on it either.
It's tough as well because I think in both of those matches, both Australia and South Korea went pretty crazy on this one. So, I mean, judging by those scores, this map would maybe seem pretty easy to get big score lines on, but I can assure you it is not. Those teams are just built different. Yeah, very interesting finger control, kind of aim control map as well. I think the hardest part of this map is just the constant deluge of space doubles, all of which are very inconspicuous, but very easy to break on.
Yeah, this is... It feels to me just a very consistently challenging pick. It really doesn't let up on you all that much. And yeah, talking about those teams being so good on this earlier, I just want to point out South Korea dropped a 4.1 million score on this earlier. I don't know that any other team in the tournament is capable of anything like that. Absolutely ridiculous performance from them. But Chile's such a strong DT team, you know, regardless of the type. Finger control stuff is, I think, pretty good for them. Aim control stuff generally pretty good for them as well. So again, I think we expected that free mod 2 here, but I think the DT4 is, you know, not a bad kind of alternative pick in this situation.
And potentially another benefit of this pick for Chile could be that, you know, Sweden pretty comfortable on tapping, have lost both, but they're still happy to play tapping, right? This map though doesn't just ask you to be relatively solid at finger control. It has some density, it has some reading, it has some aim control. You need all of those things to be able to go deep in this map with a combo. And maybe Chile thinking that Sweden doesn't exactly have a 4 that can do that.
And to be fair, they have not had the strongest 4th member on a couple picks so far, so I definitely get that. I mean, their worst score on the Nomad 2 was 150k lower than their second worst, and their lowest score on DT3 was 50k lower than their second worst. So maybe a little concern of that 4th player syndrome that we seem to talk about so often, especially once you get into quarterfinals and onward. Especially in the losers bracket, it feels like it affects these teams a lot more. But in we're gonna go. Chile looking to pick up the double breakpoint consolidation and give themselves match points the rest of the way. Sweden slowly exhausting their options to try to stay alive in this match.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a pick though that could go either way, but as we've said, it is just super consistent. It's not particularly this spiky other than one pattern near the end. That's like a 1/3 slider aim section in the middle of the screen. But breaks are going to still hurt. It is 2 minutes 30 seconds, so not the longest, but not the shortest. Trumpetino with a very early miss. 299s on the side of Sweden, though.
The accuracy playing a little nicer, perhaps, but combo advantage will hang out for Chile. Couple breaks from Trumpetino and Phelan. It's 2 FCs for Sweden. Or make that 2 as Matthew, Gonza, Andros, and Scylla all break. So that is 2 FCs left in the entire lobby. And it's Suntan once more. Backed up by Chalk Gamer as well. Those two holding the FCs in the lobby. Not a lot of combo here for Sweden. That lead's going to get very big, very fast for Chile.
With a full break from Sweden, I mean, I think this is a kind of map that you'd expect it to whittle you down, gradually gnaw away at you and drop those FCs, but with all of those combos gone early, it's already looking pretty grave for Sweden as Chile holds those 2 FCs. It's just Trumpetino, Andros on the recoveries, but we're already halfway through, and this is probably the biggest lead we've seen thus far in any pick at the halfway mark.
Absolutely is, and there does go Suntan. Gonza with another couple breaks. Chalk Gamer falls as well, so it is now just Matthew with the combo for Chile. You have recovery. Trumpetino has about 100 combo more than Matthew. Andros is matching him still, and Phelan both holding some combo. So hang on. Anticipating the demise of Sweden here. If they can hold on to some combo, they're going to bring this one back. It's 250k starting to come down. Trumpetino and Scylla both breaking doesn't help them, though, as well as the lower accuracy, 95, 96, 96 against a 99, a 98, a 97. That helped Chile out when they needed it to, and now the combo back to their favor as well.
The chance is there for Sweden, but as you mentioned, those accuracies are doing a lot for Chile right now. Chalk Gamer and Gonza, though, breaking on those recoveries. Sweden still has Andros on 1k. Phelan, though, breaking. That was a massive recovery gone now. Trumpetino as well. Matthew, though, that break is huge, but I just don't know if there's enough time for Sweden to take this back.
Not any longer, I feel. Andros has 1100 combo, but Suntan had 700 until just now. Into the ending we go. And that is going to be Chile. Another reasonably comfortable win for them. Sweden kind of made a run at it there in that last third to quarter of the map, but just was beyond their reach. And now 5-1 the score. Chile has just looked really solid on their own picks. 286k win, 431k win, 450k win. This is the Chile I think we kind of expected to see in this matchup, and it was the question, what would Sweden pick into them, and how could they possibly find a break point on any of Chile's maps? And unfortunately for Sweden, the answer is, well, they wouldn't find many great picks so far, and they didn't have great inroads on the Chile picks. And the scoreline kind of tells the tale there as we have match points the rest of the way.
And yeah, Sweden doing a great job on that pick of keeping really close to the combos. I think the combo head-to-head is pretty even, but that's where it pays to just be consistent and accurate and having the finger control on a map like that. Sweden, with what could potentially end up being the last pick of the match, Scylla asking Chile if they want to play anything in particular, which is already, but they go for DT too. They don't listen to Chile's hidden 3 demand.
Well, too bad. The BM from Scylla, bro. You don't get to play. We're going to ask you if you want to play something, but we're going to not let you play that. So, wing my way once more, Vorty, and this map has been the scene of 3 of the closest matchups so far this week. We've seen a 900-point win on this map. We've seen, a 17k point win on this map. We've seen a 28k point win on this map. Something about this map just lends itself to absolute cinema.
And I hope we see that here. Do you know what the highest accuracy has been on this? Because I think one notable thing about this map, it's obviously very, very flow aim heavy. It plays at about 177 BPM, but it's OD 10.4, which is just such a high OD. It just means that you have to be so accurate on tapping. I can't imagine we're going to see any of the accuracies we've been seeing on the previous tapping maps.
Yeah, so there's a few players that have gotten 98 on this map. Nobody's gotten 99. We had Raikoho, who has the top score on this so far, 98.71 accuracy put up, the only score over 1 million on it so far. Mustache from Poland put up 98.35. Scylla himself put up 98.34 earlier today. Nathan Ram from Philippines, 98.79. Lol233 Milk Tea from China, 98.62. So we've seen a few players in the mid to high 98% ACK range. The average, though, not quite so high. Average is below 97 on this map.
Nothing to be expected. I think if there's anybody on this lineup of both teams who could potentially get 99, it's probably Matthew. If I had to guess, would still take a very, very good run. But yeah, there's a chance with a player like that. Sweden's pick, though, and you mentioned Scylla as well, had a very good run on this, and this is 100% a carryable map. It's super long, just under 4 minutes with DT, super consistent, very difficult to play, difficult to act as well, as you mentioned. So if there's any pick in this pool you could, in theory, solo carry, it is this one.
And this map is just so easy to miss on. I've seen it described as being RNG, and while I don't really love that terminology, there is some truth to it where low DT patterns, it's just so easy to miss, and then you chain miss because you note lock and you miss 4, 5, 6 notes in a row, as we've seen some players already doing in the intro here. Melwem, Phelan, and Scylla, as well as Andros, actually all 4 Sweden members breaking the intro. There goes Suntan, Melwem, and Phelan again as well. Any of these patterns you can just break on and you'll miss the entire thing, and that's just how it goes on this type of mapping. That's how it always will. But it is, for now, Matthew intercamming those 2 high skill cap players from Chile, leading them to about a 100k lead in the early goings here of this very lengthy pick.
And what makes this map even more difficult is interspersed between the more standard flowing patterns, you have these wiggles that just come at you from nowhere, and we've already seen some breaks on those, and I assume we'll see more. Right now, though, I mean, early lead to Chile with those 2 FCs remaining. Sweden pretty much just playing on recoveries, and they're pretty behind on that regard.
And also, shoutouts to Nakore holding that big backing combo. Played quite well last night. Has not been quite as present in today's match. Different maps, different skill sets being picked, but putting up good scores when they call him into action. And more misses coming through from Sweden. Suntan as well, but Mel and Phelan just unable to get anything going. Still a distant combo as well. Andros holding on to a solid 850 combo. He's matching Nakore, but it's against a double FC, finally intercamming the first break between himself and Matthew, but this lead almost 400,000 points already, and the ability to bring it back is just not there for Sweden as Andros falls. That's the biggest combo gone. Melwem matches as well, and this is looking like a pretty decisive last map here at the current rate.
Yeah, there was some chance if Andros continued to hold, but with that break, it is looking bleak already. 500k score lead. Matthew is still on a full combo with very good accuracy. Nakore as well right behind. It is looking like it might be the end for Sweden's run in this OS World Cup.
Will be the break from Matthew, so that FC is finally gone, but you've got Nakore on a 1300 combo, broke right near the start and has been holding ever since. 560k lead. Andros and Scylla can only do so much. Still a third of the map to go, but barring something really crazy happening, this one is fairly well decided. It would take just a complete and utter collapse from Chile, which they do have a triple break, but Nakore still holding, and there go 3 members of Sweden. Andros the only combo left on that side. That, if it wasn't already over, it certainly is now. It's going to be Sweden dropping out. The miracle run in losers last year, all the way to top 12, not going to be repeated this time around. Slightly higher seed, but they're going to be eliminated here today at the hands of the number 7 seed, Chile. So it'll be top 16 for Sweden. Still a solid performance, living up to their seeding, but Chile just too strong on this day. It's going to be a 6-1 final score and some very, very solid performances from this Chilean roster.
And speaking of solid performances, Nakore at this ending looking to reverse choke this map. Absolutely phenomenal. I mean, yeah, it is really, really well done. I think the hitting that entire ending flow pattern as well
Play from Nakore
has to be one of the best scores on this map of the weekend, up there at least.
It's going to be number
But
2.
really, really well done. Yeah.
It's going to be the second best score on the map on the weekend so far for Nikori. Reverse choke in the first couple hundred combo. Just going to fall slightly behind Raikoho, I believe, due to accuracy a little bit, maybe a tiny bit of combo. But that's going to do it. That's going to be Chile. And, you know, coming into this, there was the chance of this match being close, right? If Sweden opted into some of those picks that felt maybe a little more coin flippy and they went their way, there was always a world where this match could have been close, but it just did not happen for them. Chile comes out firing on all cylinders. It is a 1,000,000-point differential on the last map, and onward they will go, taking their place in the losers round 4, the first team to make it into that round. And top 12 will be their prize, and a date with Hong Kong. That's going to be a heck of a match next weekend, man.
Seed 7 versus Seed 8. I think very, very different skill sets. Hong Kong probably wanting to play a lot more gimmick, hidden tech. Chile wanting to play the exact opposite. So that's going to be an absolute banger, man.
That should be an exciting one. That will be next week, of course, since this was that losers round 3 potential match. Sweden with the 2 matches in one day here this afternoon. So we have now come to the end of our lengthy Saturday. This was, a 10 or 11 match day. It's just been one after another. And I gotta say, the higher seeds having their way, other than the one upset Ukraine 6-1 over Brazil, but everything else was just steamroll match after steamroll match. Teams really flexing their muscles so far. But tomorrow, I think, is going to be a very different story. We open up with a triple block at 15 UTC. You get Philippines versus Ukraine, Norway versus China, and one of the most competitive on paper matches in the winners bracket, Russia versus Germany, all happening at 15 UTC tomorrow morning. Those are all looking to be great. That'll be followed up Poland versus Turkey, United States versus Canada to close things out. What we may have lacked today in competitiveness, I think tomorrow is going to more than make up for.
I indeed hope so. I think so far the matches today have averaged a 6-1. That is the average scoreline. But looking at these matchups, all of them look close. All of them look like they have tiebreaker potential with how those teams have been playing. So I hope to see a very, very close Sunday in this quarterfinals round.
So we go on a bit of a break. It'll be 15 UTC tomorrow for the next match, Sunday in the OS World Cup 2024 quarterfinals week. You are not going to want to miss out on any of that action. I believe it's going to be Chillier and Miles back here on the main stream, Doland and Demarche on the other stream for the first couple matches of the day. Reminder, in your time off between now and then, head on over to Osu Store, pick up your banners. They will help you support your favorite team. So if you're rooting for any of these squads to continue onward in the tournament, whether it's to win or whether it's to put their best foot forward, proclaim your allegiance on your profile. Get yourself a banner. It'll go towards the prize pool. And if you pick the winning team, you get to keep that banner for an entire year until the next same mode World Cup, so the OS World Cup in a year's time. So definitely head on over. Get your banner, get set. For now, whatever you need to do, whatever time of day it is, take a load off, relax. You got some time, you got the evening. Until tomorrow morning, I've been T1G, he's been Vorty. We will see you tomorrow. It's going to be a crazy Sunday here at OS World Cup 2024. You do not want to miss out.
神の意向を称える芸術以外認めていないモデルとなった吸血鬼の居場所答えてもらう
And we're back with the OS World Cup 2024's quarterfinals stage. We're coming up with the next match in the losers bracket of the stage. We've got seed number 13 China up against seed number 23 Finland, in two teams that have actually played the tiebreaker last week in some excruciatingly close matches. China just barely faltering against Russia on that tiebreaker, with Finland coming out victorious up against a very resurgent Spain team looking to prove themselves, but unfortunately coming up short against this very strong Finland roster. I'm Miles, and joining me today is going to be Mr. Bubbleman. How are we doing, Bubble?
We are on a high after that Oz UK match. Look, it didn't look good on paper, but it was such a fun time. My energy levels are peaking right now, and what a match to have them peak for. China-Finland. You dropped it. Two teams who both played tiebreaker. Two teams who, unfortunately, in China's case, lost out on that tiebreaker in a stellar match against Russia. And Finland beating out the Spain roster. It's looking to be, on paper, close match, Miles.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't take these seeds at face value at all. I mean, seed 13, seed 23, it's a pretty big difference, but I think Finland definitely have a few picks they can go for in this map pool, but China last week against Russia, man, that was almost an absolutely insane upset. And you can look at the stats too with that. China getting top 5 overall performance on multiple maps in the round of 16 pool, just looking absolutely stellar. I think Finland are going to have their work cut out for them, but they definitely have some maps they can look towards.
Yeah, like if you're looking at the Finland roster, you've got Desku, you've got Amacetic, you've got AJJ, who is really proven on the reading maps, if I'm remembering correctly. The No Mod 5 looks good, the Hidden 2 looks good, and also, it's Finland, right? We're looking at Amacetic on speed, we're looking at the 3 Mod 2, the shoe build map, we're looking at No Mod 2 as a good pick for them. There are a lot of directions this match can go, in theory.
Definitely, and I think a lot of that for Finland is going to depend on how they can do on the tapping, because traditionally that has been one of China's weaker skill sets while being one of Finland's stronger ones. But this year that script has kind of flipped a little bit, I think, for Finland, mostly based on how the map pool is comprised, because I think they'd have a massive advantage on some stamina-based tapping picks. But China this year, pretty good at combo gaming some of those bursty maps, but we're already in the ban phase, China banning out the DT3, so we can see what direction they want to go on that, with Finland banning out the No Mod 5, that gimmick pick, and the Hidden 1 awkward aim pick. So
that DT3, I think, is a great ban from China. It is one of the easiest maps to 4-way in this pool, but it is not if you have any form of issue on the tapping. If you feel a little less confident with that skill set on the day, definitely a map to ban out. It's CS, what, 3.5? Maybe even 3, I can't remember. But we're seeing 4 millions, 4.4 millions on the map from any team with 4 players competent enough to play it. And then the Hidden 1, especially the No Mod 5 as well, some pretty heads-up bans from Finland. Don't want to go into what China was playing really well on last weekend. No Mod 5 being AR5. Not comfortable for a lot of players who aren't brushed up on their execution. Hidden 1 also some awkward aim. If you've seen any community tournaments, you will know the style that Hidden 1 is. And then Hard Rock 2 is an interesting ban by China. I would have thought it was a Crystal show on Hard Rock 2 on this. Miles, would you agree?
Yeah, I would expect a Crystal show. I would expect a Karumi show on that, maybe in previous years, but China banning Precision against Finland, that's so interesting. Leaving up the No Mod 2 stamina map against Finland, which I think is one aspect of tapping where they really do have an advantage. But they're going to leave up a couple tapping picks that Finland are going to go for the first one of them in the free mod pool, top 40 core by Fergus. This one I think has been rated as a little bit easy for this map pool, would you agree?
I would agree. I was comparing this to the No Mod 2 from round of 32, and one great way to compare tapping maps is to rate change them to a BPM that you start struggling with the map. And
they were very on par with each other. This, with 0.3 star rating higher, has that aim aspect to it that maybe No Mod 2 from round of 32 less so. But we're going to be seeing some very similar scores from these teams. If there is a miss coming out, it is going to be on a player who is less confident on aiming at this BPM rather than tapping. Also the Hard Rock too. There's Hard Rock to contend with.
And I believe this map also could be easily compared to the Fremont speed map from last week, Perfect Neglect, of which both of these teams played them. And China had a higher compared score by about 300,000 off of some incredible scores from Milk Tea on the Hard Rock and David Q on the Hidden, or on the Nomad, sorry. It looks like we've got the rosters in the lobby. We've got 235, who we'll be referring to as David, Dwagon, Milk Tea, Lolo233, and Z Numbers for China, to go up against Amacetic, Mayuri, Desku, and Zeppe for Finland's first pick.
These are some confident rosters. I feel like we've seen very similar rosters, especially on the round of 32 pool. I can see the vision. I can see the vision.
Definitely. The mechanics, the bread and butter for Finland, to see how they can do in this uphill battle they have against China.
It, in fact, is the same roster for both teams as they put in for the No Mod 2 a couple of rounds ago. Let's see how they can handle on the higher aim requirement for these. Some early misses for Dwagon and Lolo. The Hard Rock and a No Mod score going down for China. But settle into the match, settle your nerves. It's a long one, this one. It's 2 minutes 48. It's not quite rhythm game size, not quite TV size. Looking good so far.
And it's a long match, too. We've got best of 11 now in quarterfinals. That means get out your early nerves now. We see breaks, more of them coming out from China. Milk Tea, Dwagon, and David all finding breaks, so it's only Z Numbers with the combo. Meanwhile, it's a four-way coming out from Finland out of the first quarter. It's looking very good for them on their first pick so far.
Slow down section, steady the nerves as we get ready to hit another peak. Finland looking confident into this match. An easy first pick for them. Zeppe on the Hard Rock going down, but compare that to how well China are playing on this, and you can see that it's Z Numbers on the No Mod, and that's about it for their side. A confident pick.
Looking very good for Finland so far. Still holding on to that three-way. So insane when tapping was going to be one of those skill sets that you really look to be one of those contested skill sets in this matchup. If Finland can take a massive victory on a tapping pick early, that's got to do some very good things for their mental. Desku going to find that drop though on the Nomad, but it's still 2 FCs to 1. Amacetic and Mayuri still outdoing Z Numbers, but the team gap has already shown itself in the scoreline, 550k in favor of Finland. And in the last quarter, I think it's just a formality at this point. Finland gonna take their first pick very definitively.
They displaying the confidence they're coming into this match with. You said about ignore the seeding. They're proving why. It's 23 versus 13. But it is the lower seed that take their first point, put it on the board by a wide margin. We got a match on our hands, Miles. We got a match.
That we do, just oozing confidence with this first pick. It's gonna end up being over 700k as Z Numbers finds the break at the end. So no FCs coming out of China on this one. Dwagon brings out 700 combo at the end, but it's gonna be all Finland all day on this one, Bubble. Amacetic and Mayuri gonna hold on to those FCs at the end. Nomad and Hidden FCs coming out from Finland for a 3 million team score.
And there are a lot more picks like this left in the pool. It was the Hard Rock 2 ban, so Precision is gone from China. It was the DT3 band as well, so maybe sensing the fact that Finland are looking better on a much more generic, shorter tapping skill set. No Mod 2 is left in the pool. No DT1's left in the pool. You could even go as far as to wager the DT4 being much faster than last round could lean into Finland's favor, but it's China's pick. They go for the reading. The banned out skill set, Finland not wanting to play, leaving the hidden 2 up. Is this something they've prepped for? Have they gone in on this map, done their research, done their practice, done their prep, left the hidden 5, left the hidden 1, left the no mod 5, left the hidden 1?
Yeah, I mean,
China, what do you think?
I think for Finland, like, this is just one of those maps that, like, once you had the strategy of banning out the no mod 5 and hidden 1, you kind of accepted your fate on this one. China on the gimmick, I think, is one of the more definitive, strong skill sets in this matchup against Finland. Much more geared toward the mechanics. Leaving open a hidden gimmick map like this, I think it's a little bit grim going into this one for Finland, but China probably gonna have a great bounce back map after what happened on that free mod 2.
Yeah, throw that out the window. That was your opponent's first pick. It's going to be their most confident map, more than likely. Let's fire back with one of your most confident maps. Make a statement. Explode onto the scene of this match, and you've got the specter of Crystal looming for China. Like, and the rest of the players are so good on gimmick skill sets. It's just their map, Miles. It just looks like their map.
And speaking of that, an interesting thing to point out, actually, we've just gone from perhaps polar opposite skill sets from a speed map into a reading map, and China has only replaced one of their players from the previous match. Crystal coming in. Yeah, that's something that you rarely see in an era where tournament players are so specialized. China relying on 3 very well-rounded players in David, Z Numbers, and Milk Tea on this one to go up against Emisetic, Zeppe, Tabletti, and Nev for Finland on China's first pick.
Let's see whether they can sync up with this map. It is AR 8.3, so the low approach rate, the reading, it's all about the execution. You see things so far before you have to click them that all of that processing time adds up. Tabletti, Zeppe struggling already, and an easy lead-in for China. It's LOL233, Milk Tea dropping early on. But will it make much of a difference? I'm not sure.
This map is brutal. Little bit of lore. This map was originally AR8 before it got edited for this pool. It was so brutal on the lower approach rate that had to bring it up to AR 8.3. And you can see even on the 8.3, still absolutely brutal to play as Milk Tea and Emisetic continue to find breaks along with Tabletti. But it's only about a 20k lead for China going into the first chorus section. Finland are not necessarily out of it yet. They've got a couple big combos there on Zeppe and Nev. But Zeppe's going to go down, but it's going to be traded by Z Numbers. So it's Crystal and David, the big combos to pull it forward for China up against only Nev on the side of Finland. And he's going to go down as well. So it's all Crystal and David now. And that lead is going to explode in favor of China now at the 2/3 mark of the map. 200k score lead for China. There's really nothing Finland can do on this one. Similarly to the last pick. Crystal is going to go down. Still David holding on to the FC. Going to be a very good first pick for China coming to the end of this one. And will he hold on to his FC into the ending? It gets really difficult here, but it looks like he will. Lol235, David Q2, a very impressive full combo on the hidden 2. 12 100s, almost 99%. What a score from him, despite the C rank from Z Numbers. Looks like a strong pick for some, not quite a strong pick for others, but still a dominant one for Team China.
And they get to put that point on the board. They say their execution's up to par. And Finland all vacate the lobby immediately to prep for whatever their pick is coming next. And this is a strategy some teams like to use, actually, is to drop off straight away, figure out what's coming next. Prep yourself for whatever polar opposite skill set you may be picking.
And I like to pair that strategy along with have the player who's playing the least maps be the lobby sitter strategy.
Oh yeah, true. The designated cold hands player.
Mm-hmm. Like, one thing I can tell you from this ban phase is that quite a few Shadows maps got banned out. I think especially...
Yeah, I could see that.
Looking at the HR2 and the Nomad 5, those are probably both Shadows maps, but we might see him in the lobby if he were to be the lobby sitter. But regardless, Finland is back to their pick. I believe they're gonna go for another tapping map after how dominant they looked on the first one. The question is which one, but it's gonna be the Nomad 2. That stamina, the one big stamina map in the pool. I thought this one would be very good for Finland coming in for this match, and they're gonna pick it early.
It does come quite early. They have thrown out both speed picks back to back straight away, so there is very little of this skill set left going forwards. There are maps here and there, but it is looking sparse now that Nomad 2 is being played in the lobby. This one, you could compare it... I like making comparisons to maps from prior rounds, because it gives you a sense of just how people are going to play on these maps. It is a few BPM below the DT2 we saw in round of 32, but a lot more reading heavy in the sense that the streams wind around, they stop and start, they stutter and step, and you've got to keep your cursor moving consistently across them, whereas that DT2 was all about the tapping hand, and they've proven... Both teams have proven they have the tapping hands. But do they have the focus left over to make sure their cursor is over the circles they need to tap? Let's see.
I think one of the good comparisons for this map is the DT2 from qualifiers. That was probably the next most straining stamina map we've had in the tournament, of which China actually had the higher compared score. However, they were doing a little bit of combo gaming on that map. Finland having much better accuracy on their players, while China, I believe they had a B rank.
So, yeah, the direct comparison, there's 3 A ranks and a B rank for China, and 3 S ranks and an A rank for Finland. Now, if that doesn't tell you how confident they are with their tapping, I don't think anything will. This is very much Finland favored, as long as they can spare enough focus, which... Everything is pointing to them being able to. They just gotta move their cursor around in the way that they need to. I mean, that's just what Osu is, I guess. But more so in tournaments.
And I think one very important thing about this map that, despite it being a stamina map, you've also got some really difficult flow aim, which makes it infinitely harder to abuse combo game tactics against. So... Gonna see how that fares for China here, but coming out of the beginning, it is gonna be better for China as we see Nev struggling a lot on the side of Finland, down at 92%. Gonna throw that early lead in favor of China, as this is also lower BPM than the other stamina maps we've mentioned thus far. Only 220 BPM, so I think it's gonna be further on in the map till we start seeing players really start to lose their stamina. But for now, it's gonna be about a 40k lead in favor of China and growing.
And here's those winding streams that I was talking about. They overlap, they cross over, and David is the first to find the break. Nev trading as well as Amacetic, so it's a better situation China find themselves in. They have 3 full combos against 2. They're in the lead so far, moving into a jump section. Calm down, shake your tapping hand out. Make sure you're ready for what comes next. It's 99.67 for Milk Tea. He's been working on his stamina a lot this year. Showing, it's paying dividends. He's at the helm of the team. The winding streams come back in. The overlaps hitting. Stop and start. Dwagon finding a break. And again, traded by Nev. It's 100k for Nev, actually. Cannot sink up into this map.
The other players for Finland start to bring their combos back. Mayuri and Zeppe doing everything they can, but Mayuri gonna find a break on the slider before breaking him. That is such a tragic place to find a miss right at the 2/3 mark. And even though there's some low accuracy on the side of China on Dwagon and Z numbers still finds the break on the jump. It's only Milk Tea with the FC. Zeppe and Amacetic on the big combos. Finland are gonna start to reel this one back in. There's definitely enough time, still a quarter of the map to go as we get back into some intense winding streams. Who's gonna hold? Who's gonna break? It's starting to explode back in favor of Finland, Bubble.
The onus here is actually on Nev. He's the difference in combo, but misses trades it with Z numbers. 2 supporting combos as well down for Finland. It's Mayuri to find a miss as well as Nev. There's the FC for both sides holding strong. Amacetic and David in exactly identical positions even. Amacetic with the accuracy, but the combo means the score is gaining just as quickly. 86k, 90k Mayuri finding the miss, Nev finding the chain miss also, but a huge miss is Milk Tea down. The combo is off the board, but Amacetic cannot hold long enough. 23k into the ending.
My goodness. 28k in favor of China, tearing out the hearts of Finland on that one. It was so close. If Amacetic had held just a bit longer, that would have been a second finish point on the board. But unfortunately for them, the break point comes in, and China, Milk Tea and David and Z Numbers putting in the work on that one. A hard-fought break point for them.
And well won. That was tight all the way through, all the way to the end. Maps like this, it can turn in half a second. And we saw it. The lead collapsed 60,000 points over to Finland. And it would have gone even further if Amacetic had held on. But it is China. Come out on top. They're the lucky ones in this situation. They put the break point on their side and move straight into No Mod 1. Kakume dualism. Is this... Do you think this is the hardest, maybe second hardest map in the pool, Miles? I do. I reckon so.
I'm not really sure how to judge this one, quite honestly. I mean, I think if you're comfortable on this style of aim, it's not going to feel too bad. But if you're an all-rounder, I reckon it's probably on the hardest quarter of the map pool for sure.
No, this one is tough. This one is so understarred. It's also so long. It's 4 minutes long of just straight No Mod 1, 205 BPM wide aim. You just have to look across your screen every note, essentially. And you have to have enough cursor control to catch the bursts whenever they come in. Slow your cursor down to move over those notes that are pretty stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, that added layer of control makes this map just a little bit harder than, say, your typical Skyflame No Mod 1 that's like extremely easy to read, extremely comfortable to aim. And when you add that kind of skill set to an aim map, it just makes it so much harder. I wouldn't even say aim map, actually. When you add a layer of control to any other skill set, it just makes it that much harder to get your consistency in check. And that's probably what makes this map so difficult.
And to me, what makes it such a good pick for China, actually. This is a skill set I don't think really available in any other map in the pool. I wouldn't even say it's in DT1, because there are so many stop and start points in that map. But this is just straight up, move your cursor all the way across your screen every single circle, and it becomes almost a precision skill set at that point. You have to have such tight control over the cursor. And we're looking at the Chinese roster coming back in. Crystal, Milk Tea, Lolol233, and David, Lolol235, joined by Z Numbers. Mayuri, Amacetic, Zeppe, and Desku in for Finland.
Being a lot of the same names coming in. See which players really geared towards this round. China, I think, keeping 3 of their players in for every map so far.
And Finland actually making a return for their Shoebill roster, the Free Mod 2. It's the same players. So the consistency on that. Let's see whether it translates over here. Crystal, the first casualty. Opening aim section, not happy about it, but hey, it's the beginning of a 4-minute long map. You lose, what, 50k, 100k score? Will it make a difference?
We'll have to see. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to miss anywhere on a map, you'd rather it be in the first 1/8 of the map than just about anywhere else. We don't have CSR in Score V2 tournament scores yet. Gotta get your big combo if you want to win tournament maps. As we see a couple breaks coming out from Finland on the side of Mayuri and Amacetic. And it's still going to be 3 FCs and the reverse choke from Crystal on China as we enter the first Ki section. A couple big jumps catching out Crystal once again, and Emesetic and Mayuri as well. But Sepe is going to go down at the start of the chorus, which means it's only Desku on the big combo, but it's going to be traded with Milk Tea and actually David as well. So it's Z numbers all alone with the big combo in the lobby.
Now, how long can they hold this combo? Z-Numbers goes down right at the outro of the chorus. The lead into the next verse and is really important. Desku holds through this. Some big jumps coming through.
Yeah, I think
he holds.
You might have been onto something. How
He
hard
takes
this
his combo in. 600 combo is a huge amount. That's going to be building score at a vastly increased rate from anyone else in this lobby. Everyone down by 200.
And Finland take the score lead back. Z-Numbers and Zeppe gonna find another trade. But it's all on Desku right now, joined with Emesetic and Mayuri to grab a big score lead here. 60k on Nomad. No score multiplier means that the lead will go back slowly if all of them break, and Emesetic and Mayuri are gonna go down. But Crystal's gonna trade it. So now it's gonna be Milk Tea and David just about matching the combo from Desku on their own. But as long as Desku holds, Finland is gonna look pretty safe on this one.
Desku, hold your nerve, steady your hand. I can see those shakes, but they don't mean anything. He's at 1,000 combo. The next closest is down. David loses 500. It's just Milk Tea for China, supported by Z-Numbers. And Desku the Giant on the other side. He finds the break, loses the combo, but he's done so much work for his team already. And China are going to have to move mountains to overcome this score lead. 600 for Milk Tea, 400 for Z-Numbers. They have to hold all the way through this ending. They have to hope Finland find nervous breaks. The lead is closing. They are close enough for this to matter, but it's going to be all up to the final chorus, all up to Milk Tea, all up to Z-Numbers. It's in the Chinese favor. Watch closely.
Clutching up so hard, Z-Numbers is gonna find the drop, but still, Milk Tea and Crystal, David as well, they're all holding on to big combos, and there's no combos on Finland to react at all. So even though Desku tried his best, over 600k, the highest score in the lobby, the team performance from China is gonna persevere on this one. Milk Tea finally finding the break in the end, but he did enough to bring the score lead back, along with Crystal and David, and it's gonna be breakpoint consolidated for China on this one, even though it looked so good for Finland for so long on that one.
They clutched up as hard as they could and it paid off. 150,000 points of lead for China. Look at the consistent team score. 480k, 480k, 470k. It really was the stable team score. They consolidate their breakpoint. They go 3-1 up against Finland, the highest seed in the lead, as we move into the next round of picking, Miles.
It's back to Finland's court. Could say they just about have to get on the board with their next pick here. Going down a couple breakpoints against a China team looking this good could be all but a death sentence. And Finland, in their favor, I think they have some maps in the pool they can go for. As you mentioned earlier, they've got the DT1, they've got the DT4, both with good amounts of tapping that they might opt to pick into. Otherwise, I'm not sure exactly what they would go for.
I think also still left in the pool, we're not talking about them too much, but No Mod 3, No Mod 4, Hard Rock 1. They may on paper be favored towards China. But Finland definitely have an eye in. The DT1 is the pick. They are 10.3, 4 minutes long.
Ignite. Classic map by Frostmourne. I believe this was ranked in either 2013 or 2014 off the top of my head. This
something like it's 10 years old.
Yeah, it's 10 years old. It screams that era of mapping. You know, that comfortable anime aim. Couple of streams, couple of triples and bursts mixed in there. Pretty high BPM, actually. Up at 256 as well. We've seen a lot of players struggle with the couple long bursts in this map. You know, if you focus too hard on the aim and your tapping hand isn't ready for the burst, it could really trip you up. And I think that could play to the favor of Finland.
It could, but saying that, the tapping isn't really the main feature of this map. It is much more an afterthought. It's 7.6 stars on DT, and while some of it does come from the tapping, a lot more of it comes from the aim patterns. And you've got to think about, it's not just the big jumps. There are patterns that stutter and start, and it's difficult to follow this.
It's one of those maps where you don't really ever get a break in this one.
No.
Lots of uptime, even though a lot of the most difficult patterns are condensed to the key eye. I think you are going to see a lot of breaks during some of the bridge sections because of that.
And that's just old-style mapping, Mars, isn't it? It's just what you come to expect from maps from a bygone era. We weren't thinking about PP. We weren't thinking about the jump section that we need to retry until we hit it once. Better times, better times.
Yep. OD 7.5 as well.
Better times, better times.
Easy to act as long as you can tap the BPM. As we see the rosters locked in, we've got David Z Numbers, Wagon, and Milk Tea. Those three members of David Z Numbers and Milk Tea. I don't think any of them have left the lobby yet to go up against Amasthetic, Desku, AJJ, and Zeppe. AJJ first map in for Finland. That long-time DT player, I think most known for his 3 mod scores. Finally going to come in for a map here.
It's the early miss from Zeppe. Steady yourself in. We always see it, right? Someone misses on the intro.
Always. Yeah, here we go. Into the first chorus, you've got one long burst before it. And it's going to catch out 4 players. Wagon Z Numbers, Amasthetic, and Desku. I'm making you eat your words about the tapping in this map. Everyone is struggling on it. But it's going to be a slight lead for China coming out of that breach. David and Milk Tea, the Lolols, holding on up against AJJ and Zeppe for the side of Finland. But it's just about the exact same combos for both teams. So it's going to be an accuracy lead pushing China above on this one as we reach another one of these bridge sections.
I'm surprised to see nobody caught out by that staccato square. You can see those 2 notes stacked on top of each other in that pattern. Everyone comboing through it.
But Milk Tea, gonna find a break on the bridge. But here's another transitional pattern, another burst. It's gonna catch out Amasthetic. There goes AJJ. So it's gonna go back to China, but Dwagon is gonna break as well. So this lead is gonna teeter on a knife's edge for a bit. Accuracy will throw it back any direction, but Zeppe gonna go down. That's the last full combo for Finland. And now it's David and Z Numbers to pull it forward for China as we go into one of the hardest patterns of the map here. Are they gonna hit it? And they do.
It's tight. It's so close. Everyone hitting the Sotox United rhythm. Moving through. It's David. Really to secure it for China. His combo is the difference maker.
He's not the player you would expect to do it on the DT. David, more known for his hidden and his gimmick, but has become such a reliable all-arounder for China over the years. And he's gonna pull them forward all on his own on this DT1. I say all on his own, but Z Numbers right behind him with the reverse choke as a couple more breaks come out from Finland on AJJ and Desku. Now, will David lock in the FC? And he does. 50 on the last burst doesn't mean anything. The FC from David, and China takes their second break point to go up 4-1 in this matchup. And that is such a tough one to take, Bubble.
That was a tight one. It could have gone either way at any point in that map. People were trading back and forth, exactly the same combo numbers on either side, and it's the difference between David and Zeppe. Amma, I think, got caught out a lot by notes underneath the end of bursts. Possibly even a rapid trigger issue, but you gotta be able to manage it. You gotta know it's coming. Finland caught unawares on their own pick, second time in a row. China in the driver's seat. They've got another breakpoint that they could convert right here, right now, make it 5-1.
And that was the concern coming into this matchup for Finland. They wanted to have a really definitive tapping advantage in this matchup, but perhaps maybe the pool composition, perhaps China's comfort on tapping being higher than at least I expected, really making it hard for Finland to establish that dominance, and that's going to give China such a good advantage in this matchup as we go into their third pick. And they've got quite a lot of the gimmickier skill sets to choose from. They could go for something like perhaps the Nomad 3 with its aim control. You could go for the Hard Rock 3 as well if you want to go in that direction. But if you want to keep it on, they are going to go for the Hard Rock 3, Maris.
Okay, interesting. I pin this as much more of a flow aim pick than a gimmicky tech pick, in all honesty, Miles. This is... You can see the doubles, the cut streams at the start in maybe the first 200 combo, and then it just turns into a flow aim fest. Everything is linear. It winds around a little bit, but there's nothing out of the ordinary in this. The CS 4.4 being the real standout part of this. It's CS 5.8, 5.9 with Hard Rock. So find those precision players, find that flow aim. We're seeing Kurumi coming in, level 234. We might find the trifecta in here. Depends on whether David wants to play this or not. And Finland, everyone prepping.
I agree with you actually on your evaluation of this map. It was balanced in a map pool standing around it being more around the aim control, but I agree with how much flow aim there is. I thought this was a flow aim map as well, primarily.
Yeah, and this is not a gimmick map. This is not a tech map at all.
Absolutely.
Not really.
And we are going to see the trifecta finally reunited. 233, 234, and 235. The old core has assembled as Finland now back starting to go up against the wall. They need to take a breakpoint back now sooner rather than later. As we see Shadows enter the lobby for the first time for Finland.
Yeah, this is a Shadows map, I think. One of the few that got left in the pool. Watch out for the 99.81 miss on this from Shadows. Keep your eye on that.
He's one of those guys who can get on more comfortable maps. He's the type of player that could go for the UR record. We'll see him get absurdly low URs, very high accuracy player. Let's see if he can contend with the flow aim on this one. Joined by Emisedic, Desku, and Zeppe to go up against the old China core, David, Kurumi, Milk Tea, and Crystal.
Loading in, the stare down starts. So yeah, like I said, watch the first 200 combo for this, for the cut streams, the cut triples. And then it's much more about flow aim, cursor control, with the linear patterns.
See Desku going down on those cut doubles. Nobody else in the lobby being caught out just yet. It's going to be an accuracy lead for China as well. But that's going to do it for the real aim control of the map. Here we go into the flow aim. Got a couple of those snappy triangles as well, and those stop and go aim patterns with the stack into the flow aim. Not catching out anyone, but Kurumi is going to go down on the slider. So it's going to be a combo lead for Finland, but it's going to get matched
by Zeppe now. Desku follows suit. 2-3 at the moment for Finland, and they really need to not lose this break point. Stay in the match. Don't let it go to match point. Ammo, unfortunately, it's not going to be so.
Such a brutal spot to find a break. But David is going to go down as well. So now it's Shadooz going up against Crystal and Milk Tea. 1v2, but that's a good situation for China to be in.
Not anymore. Shadooz is down. 2 FCs for China carrying through this outro. And that red bar is only going to grow to the left of your screen. Crystal and Milk Tea make it through the drop back into the winding linear patterns. Milk Tea miscuing the head of a slider, but it won't matter. Crystal carrying through. And look, it's what we know Crystal for now. They drop in on a hard rock map, set one of the best scores of the weekend, and disappear again. And that's just what they do here.
Wow. That is a vintage Crystal performance. Year in and year out, you can always expect Crystal to come in on a precision or a flow or a gimmicky hard rock pick to come in and put in the best score in the lobby, and he's going to do that. Overall, great team score from China on this one. Definitely one of the better ones we're going to see on this map for the weekend, as China consolidates that second break point to go up 5-1, and Finland, it's do or die now. They have to win every point in the match from this point forward.
They need the run of a lifetime if they want to keep their tournament dream alive. They want to make it to top 16, play against Norway. What will it be, Miles? What have they got left, even?
I genuinely have no idea. I feel like at this point, you just have to throw caution to the wind. The tapping definitely isn't working out in your favor anymore. Just have to choose a map somewhere. At this point, pick by vibes at this point, in my opinion.
I think that's a Wing My Way pick.
That might be Wing My Way, and it is going to be Wing My Way. Okay, the Flow ult. You know, this is kind of an interesting pick after how much they just lost that Hard Rock 3 buy, because this is kind of in a similar vein, right?
It's very similar. It is 1 CS higher. It's 4.8 instead of 5.8. It is, what, 20 BPM faster? And it has maybe 5 or 6 Kirby mix patterns. But other than that, outside those, it is almost the same map. And you could even say it's the same map. The start of the Hard Rock 3 just interspersed inside the flowing patterns for this one. I was going to say throw caution to the wind and just pick Big Black and full send it.
Yep, that's what I was thinking as well.
This is good too. This is good too.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fun pick. This is one of those maps that, honestly, like, if you were playing a host rotate, I might pick this one with double time.
Yeah, true. This is one of those slow the pace of the match down maps. This is one of those. It's 4 minutes long. Okay, you guys are winning all the short maps, but what do you think about a marathon? You might be good on the sprint, but just how good is your consistency when these maps go long? And if we look at it like that, actually, Miles, the No Mod 1 from earlier was about 4 minutes long. And it was the consistency from China that took it for them in the end.
The superhuman attempt from Desku not working on that one. But for Finland, they're going to need both the team performance and the solo performances to go in their favor on this. They want to stay alive. Staring down the China core once again. Got all 3 Lolols and Crystal. And Shadooz, Amasthetic, Desku, and Tabletti are going to fight for their lives for Finland on this one. 4 minutes of flow aim ult. Couple of snapping patterns mixed in there that could catch you off guard, but ultimately it will be the flow aim that they will live and die by.
It starts off slow, but it picks up immediately after. Oh, Milk Tea. Focus up, fella.
Gonna take a little...
the first wiggle.
Yeah, the wiggles. The wiggles are where the snap aim can really get you on this one. And we're seeing a lot of players fail to adjust to it early on. Accuracy on China, very low. David,
Second wiggle incoming, Miles.
Second wiggle. I think the second one is a little bit easier than the first one, in my opinion. The vertical wiggles, little less bad. It's gonna catch out Crystal and Shadows though, as we enter the first chorus section.
Third one catches Tabletti. It's a scrappy point so far. We're gonna see combos falling left and right. It's just about how well you can combo the filler in between these important Kirby mix style patterns. Kurumi down again. Traded with Desku though. It at the moment is Amacetic and Milk Tea, the two major performers for either team.
A little bit more backing score for Finland though, but Shadows is gonna go down as well as Tabletti, so the backing performers are gone for Finland. So it's gonna be a pretty big combo lead for China. And
To the other
Amacetic,
side though. Milk Tea is down. Amacetic hits the wiggle, hits the linear patterns, and continues on with 800 combo in his pocket. 400 for David, 300 for Kurumi. But on the other side, 300 for Desku and 900 for Amacetic. It's Finland's point at the moment. The big wiggle hits. It's Amacetic to hit it. Only Crystal missed on that, actually. To move in, another wiggle pattern catches Crystal yet again, and Amacetic falls soon afterwards. It's now the race against time. David is down. It's Milk Tea and Kurumi holding the backing combos, now in control of where this map goes.
Desku for Finland trying to stop the bleeding, but right now China controls their own destiny on this one. But Crystal and David are gonna go down. But still, two big combos are still alive. The two biggest combos for China, the ones they need to hold to take this map back. But there goes Kurumi on the big flow pattern. And now I think Finland have officially stopped the bleeding on this one. Desku outdoing Milk Tea's combo with Amacetic and Tabletti as well, both holding on to 400 combos. Going into the last chorus here, it's gonna look pretty good, but there goes Desku. Now it's all on Milk Tea as Tabletti goes down as well. It's Amacetic all alone now on the combo for Finland, and Milk Tea might have the opportunity. Can Milk Tea do it? 100k of score on DT. I think this is possible, Bubble.
It is possible, but he misses immediately after the snap aim. The kickback catches Milk Tea. 900 into the dirt. Full combo reset. It's only Crystal now for China. Hits a huge string of 100s, holds the combo. The lead is not moving. It's flickering around 78k. Big flow aim section catches two.
Oh,
There's the outro of the map.
Wait.
Any chain misses here.
Yeah, any chain miss could throw this one back. Shadows goes down as well. Hold on a second, Bubble. This lead is flying back in favor of China. All of them are holding. It's 20k. And Amacetic goes down as well. Finland might have just blundered on the last patterns of the map. China takes the lead. Amacetic goes down. And China's going to take the victory 6-1 on the final pattern of the map in a tragic way to go out. Finland just had to hold on a little bit longer to stay in this match, but China holding on through the ending is gonna be enough for them. 6-1 goes the score in what was, I feel like, a much closer match than the scoreline could suggest, Bubble.
I agree, Miles. Finland tripping over their feet really badly at the end there. 900 for Milk Tea, 800 for Kurumi, 800 for Crystal. The clutch combo at the end, if that was not there, if that wasn't present in this match, that would not have flown back to China as quickly as it did. Finland blundering all too many times. It will be China 6-1. In a match that very easily could have been 4-3 at this moment, Miles. It's unfortunate to see, but that's the nature of Osu. That's the nature of competition when everyone is playing solo. You have no effect on anything your opponents can do. It's all you against nerves. China as the higher seed have the better outlook on this match, and they take it with style.
Yep, and Finland, unfortunately, gonna be going out on 17th through 24th in the OS World Cup 2024. That match, it so could have been closer, as you said, but unfortunately for them, China just having that killer instinct, and they set themselves up in a 1-seed difference matchup against Norway tomorrow in losers round 3, seed 12 versus seed 13, in what's sure to be another insane match for China.
I'm looking forward to that one tremendously, so that's gonna be a real knees up.
Yeah, match of the weekend vibes for me. in my opinion. Those two teams, I think, joined at the hip in terms of their ceiling in this tournament.
Yeah, look, especially with how Norway was playing on some of the maps in their match today alone. I'll be sat forward on my seat for that. Absolutely.
But until then, we've got a few matches left to be played. Coming up next on this stream, we've got Sweden versus Thailand in what's going to be another nail-biter of a match. So keep the stream open, keep the tab open. Go buy banners. But until that match in 10 minutes, I've been Miles, joined with Bubble. And I hope you all have a good rest of your day and enjoy the matches to come, because we've got an insane weekend ahead of us still.
Hello everybody, hello and welcome back to the OS World Cup 2024. We are continuing on our quarterfinals stage just after that insane dominant win from South Korea on Hong Kong with a 6-0 fashion. First time since 2018, 6 years ago was the last time since we saw a 6-0 in quarterfinals. We are back once again with a match that I think Dio and I really hope is a lot closer. Norway and Indonesia, Seed 12 versus Seed 18. A lot more potential for this one to potentially have a door. And like I said earlier, I'm Shiba, joined by the wonderful Dio for this match once again.
Yeah, good to be back, Shiva. It's good to be back. Another interesting match here. Norway versus Indonesia. 6 seeding difference between these two teams. But these are both teams that this year have had a little bit of trouble in the bracket stage. Indonesia in the round of 32, Norway in the round of 16. Both of them, I think, trying to live up to the performance from the qualifiers that they were able to show. Norway, especially in qualifiers, looked very, very strong. Indonesia, I think, a lot higher expectations of this team coming into the tournament than the 18th seed they were able to show in the qualifiers. So both of these teams with something to prove here in the losers bracket. You have Yokspai, Anthony W, Fjell, Hunder coming back for Norway, Melver, Nanolini, Nanerik, and Zubs. Zubs a new addition for their team as well. Indonesia with Lifeline, Dido, Fuma, Hakui Koyori, Mindfrost ID, Rosemi Lovelock, Styx, and that noob guy on the roster.
Yeah, I think a lot of people look at the Norway roster and think, yeah, this team's improved a lot. Indonesia did lose a couple notable players. Norway as well did lose a couple notable players. I think most notably in GN, who unfortunately at COE broke his one tournament rule and in turn is not playing for Norway because he played in that gimmick tournament at COE. But regardless, it doesn't really matter. You know, Norway's roster is still incredible. Has a really good set of both mechanics and reading potential. I think most notably, decent amount of control on this team as well. I feel like Norway, in terms of skill set depth, are definitely the more diverse team on this matchup. But Indonesia, although recently have seen a lot of struggle in the bracket stage, have had a history of being a very strong and very consistent early stage team. Unfortunately, that notion has not been proven recently, but maybe this is the time that flips around. The hopium is still there for Indonesia fans, so huff that as much as you need, because there is potential for this to be a really, really good match. And I'm looking forward to see what the picks and bans are going to be, because I feel like although some may be obvious, others are very much in the air.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like a lot of the picks in this match come down to the team's reading of each other. My read, of course, is that Indonesia is going to be stronger on the aim and the aim control, which we do see Norway ban out the Nomad 1 to start things off. And that Norway then is going to be stronger on the speed and the hidden reading, as well as some of the tech maps in this pool. So definitely expecting Indonesia to at least start off, with those reading bans, the Nomad 5 and the Hidden 2 banned out from the side of Indonesia. Not really surprising whatsoever. And probably another aim or alt ban here from Norway. I would think either the Hard Rock 1 or the Nomad 3, and it is going to be that Hard Rock 1, so not surprising whatsoever with the bans. And it seems the teams have the same read of each other that we have of them, Shiba. So first pick, Indonesia, probably going either with something like the Free Mod 1, or maybe the No Mod 3, maybe the Hard Rock 3, maybe the DT2, one of these more alt aim control focused picks in the pool, as the 2 aim consistency maps really banned out at this point. Of course, DT1, you usually expect it to be aim, but it's quite bursty. Ignite by Aoi Air, mapped by Frostborn in 2014. Classic farm map from Sword Art Online in the, I think that's second season, might be first season.
Second season.
There. Second season, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bursty in that map, so probably a little more Norway favored than not. And of course, the hidden one, Norway, a very, very good hidden team that is AR9 awkward aim as well. So the density on that really is a huge factor in the map. So Indonesia, I don't think actually want to pick that. I think they'd be much better off picking into stuff like the No Mod 3, the Hard Rock 2, the Hard Rock 3, the DT2, and maybe DT4, and definitely the Free Mod 1 in this match.
If there's any hope you might have in this match so far, dear, is that we get to see Free Mod 3. I still haven't had the joy and the privilege to be able to cast the Big Black in OWC, and I hope I get that happen today. Although a little unlikely, we could see something. I don't know. We'll have to see. But yeah, you're right. I definitely agree with the points that you put up there. With those 2 main strong aim consistency picks taken away here from Indonesia, I feel like their ability is going to be thinned down just a little bit, but you do still have a couple options. You didn't mention a few maps here from Norway that could be good, but I feel like Free Mod 1 could be a good option here for Indonesia. I think Hard Rock 2, depending on how they feel on their precision, because I know generally they don't have too notable of a Hard Rock roster, but this is very simply precision aim. If you do have strong enough raw aim on that, you could do some magic on that one. Ignite, depending on how you feel as well, is going to be a bit more of a clash. It's a little more speedy, so although definitely Norway favored, a good valid pick there from Indonesia. But it seems like the opening pick here for Indo is going to be that Free Mod 1. It is going to be Entrance. The Ice Cult custom, no, not custom map. This is a different difficulty of an older map from Corsace Open. It was a different, it was same set, different map.
Yeah, the second top diff, it was, I think, AR 8.5 CS4 or CS5, something like that. So, yeah, it's quite a little bit different here. This one's far more mechanics focused. It is mapped in triplicate, so mapped in 1/3, which means it usually comes out to 270 BPM. But there's very few bursts in this map. There's a couple near the end, but most of this is going to be effectively 135 BPM alt snap aim patterns. So you're either playing them as 270 BPM low spacing jumps or as 135 snap alt, whatever you feel more comfortable with on this sort of a map. CS 3.3, AR 9.6, relatively comfortable for both the hidden and hard rock. This is kind of the comfort mod sort of map, whether you're most comfortable on the no mod, the hidden, the hard rock. Probably different from player to player, and we're going to see, I think, a lot of different players taking different mods on this one. Yokespy in for Norway, Melver in for Norway, probably on the hidden, and maybe the no mod could be a hard rock for Melver, but really I expect that hard rock to go on Neneric once he shows up in the lobby, if he shows up here. As for Indonesia, Lifeline, Fuma, Dito, and Hakwi Koyori in here for the Indonesian team. Hakwi Koyori potentially on the hidden, Dito potentially on something like the hard rock or hidden hard rock. Could be Lifeline on the hard rock or hidden hard rock as well. There goes Neneric, and there's Zubs for Norway. Zubs also potentially able to take the hidden for this roster if Yokespy feels more comfortable on the Nomad, but with Yokespy in the lobby, you're really expecting him to take the hidden for this team.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think you've made the right call here. Considering that this map is CS 3.3, AR 9.6, I think it's definitely more plausible to see maybe a hard rock overmod, but it doesn't really change the fact that considering how short the map is, it is also very dense in its difficulty. You're going to be seeing quite consistent difficulty bits in this map, and it's pretty comfy in its mods, like I said before, but it's a lot of snappy cut heavy aim control, entirely mapped in 1/3 is another note, so a little bit of that control is implemented purely off of that alone. But the mods that we see here are very much what we most likely predicted here. Yokespy on the hidden, Zubs Melva on the no mod. Any of those three members from Norway could have really popped out that hidden there. They are all very capable, with Neneric on his hard rock. I think a player who's improved so much between these last two World Cups, most notably in his versatility. Still to this day, highly regarded to be the strongest individual speed player in the tournament scene, but now starting to become a much more well-rounded player himself. Coming for the hard rock here for Norway, with Lifeline coming in, the high skill ceiling player for Indonesia, popping that hard rock with Dito on the hidden. Kokiri and Fuma to battle Melva and Zubs on this Nomad. We're already seeing a couple early misses, but nothing really too notable. Only Melva so far, so only one early miss, not multiple. But granted, there is still a lot of potential here as we get into it. Boss music rings, misses start to come through, and it's Melva and Lifeline to drop the opening misses here from both sides. The hard rock combo notably here from Indonesia is going to go down, and that's going to give the lead a little bit more in favor of Norway. But look at this scaling, look at the difficulty already increasing by a giant degree. Down goes Hakuri Kiori, and that's going to start gaining a lot more now in favor of Norway as Fuma goes down as well. Indonesia's opening pick is slipping away from the hands already.
Yeah, we're already almost over halfway through as well. This is a very, very short map here. This double FC from Norway starting to do some major work here as Zubs and Yolkspie continue to hold on. It's just Dito for the side of Indonesia. Another break to come through for Fuma. Melver on a solid recovery in the Nomad as well. And this is just looking very, very solid for Norway. Even if these full combos break for Norway, it's already a 400,000 score lead. There's not enough time left in the map. There's not enough score left here for Dito to accrue. And this is already over, Shiba. It's a 1-0 start for Norway on the break point from Indonesia's first pick. And finally collapse here at the end. Everybody missing. Not a single person gets through that ending as Norway now rewarded with some extra consistency through the middle of the map. That middle third really deciding the entire pick. 940k on the Nomad from Zubs, the top score there. Again, one of the 3 best players on the Brazilian team last year. Moving to Norway, has been a student there for quite some time. Flag changed earlier this year at COE to play for OWC Team Norway, and has had both some good and bad performances. This one definitely, though, among the better. 940k S rank here on the Nomad, putting up a very, very solid top score for his team.
Yeah, great score there from Zubs. And Yolkspie keeping up so much as well. Unfortunately for Indonesia, they couldn't really get any established combo on the board. And yes, this map is very difficulty dense, but considering that this was your opening pick, usually what you would use to guarantee yourself some momentum on the board, yeah, quite a disappointing team performance here from Indonesia. Outside of Dito choking that full combo, everybody else not really able for a good amount of time to build a significant combo, and Norway just destroyed, especially towards the end where it got to its hardest. Zubs and Yolkspie held for such a long time, and that just established a very good and potentially promising leader for Norway to make this a bit more one-sided than we imagined. Just to update you guys on the B stream, in case you are watching this A stream right now, the Philippines have just knocked France out of the US World Cup here, beating them 6-3 in their match just now. So congratulations Philippines for winning that match and advancing. Unfortunately France, that is the end of their run in this World Cup, but still a very promising roster for the future. But now back into this one. If you are here now on the A stream, welcome. If you've been watching for an hour, if you've been watching since the start, let's get into this with Freemod 4 picked here from Norway. I think something that I personally did not expect, Dio. What do you think about this?
Yeah, this is definitely not what I expect, and I feel like this is picked because of the double low AR bans from Indonesia almost, but I really don't think this is that strong of a pick. That said, if you are going to pick the anti-mod free mod after having both low ARs double banned against you, something like this where overmodding hard rock is usually bad is potentially pretty solid. You almost want the pick to be more gimmicky if you are Norway, because you thrive in those more gimmicky picks with players like Hunder, with players like Yolkspie. But at the same time, Indonesia probably can't overmod this on hard rock, which I think is still a good enough reason for Norway to pick this. I definitely would have advocated a different pick for Norway here, something in the speed pool, something tech related. Maybe feels a little stronger to start things off for Norway, but you're already up 1-0. I think you can pick something like this and just see how it goes here for the side of Norway. So not too surprising to see this picked, and maybe could be part of the overall plan here, right? You do get 5 picks for Norway. There's only so much speed and tech in the pool, so having something like this in the pocket can still be good. And I think this will still probably work out well for Norway, just not the expected first pick. Zubs, Melver, Nineric, and Yolkspie in for this one. Melver, another returning player, I think from 2022 or 2021 from the side of Norway, is coming back here. Very, very good aim player, and on a map like this should be able to put up a pretty decent score. Of course, Neneric, Yokespie, Zubs returning from the last map. Lifeline, Fuma, Dito, and Hakui Koyori all in once again for Indonesia. I think the exact same roster for Indonesia as we just saw on the previous map, so you're going to expect pretty similar mod combinations for both teams as well.
Yeah, expected, but expected mod selections, I'd like to think it's going to be a similar deal as last time, where, you know, any of these three members from Norway could run the hidden, but it will be Zubs this time actually on the hard rank, and Neneric going to be, Neneric sticking onto the no mod this time, which I'm a little surprised about. I feel like Neneric's precision and aim ability is very, very high, but regardless, happy to see him playing regardless. He's going to be a very strong player on this set. But the mods here from Indo also decently expected, same as last time. Lifeline on that hard rock and Dito on the hidden. Are we going to see breakpoints traded here from both sides, or are Norway going to prove their reasoning for going for this pick? Because, you know, like we said before, we were a little bit surprised about this one, and so far it is going slightly in the favor of Indonesia, as that early misstep from Melva is going to give a very minor combo advantage. Another misstep from Melva, once again going to give Indonesia a bigger combo lead, but we are very early into the map, and we're about to get into this first Ki as the jumps will start to hit a peak. Some of these angles are very, very wide and very difficult, especially if you are rocking that hard rock. Keep an eye on both your hard rock combos, as Zubs did go down, but Lifeline right afterwards will get the trade. Koyori also joins in the misses. A lot of misses coming through here. Both sides, though, do have two full combos until Dito misses on the hidden, and that's going to establish that combo lead in favor of Norway, as Neneric and Yokespie hold the line.
Yeah, that was a 5-way miss on that one pattern. 2 people from Norway, 3 people from Indonesia. So only Fuma, Neneric, and Yokespie making it through that one pattern. Full combos all down for Indo, besides Fuma. As Neneric and Yokespie now in control of the match. You do have a no mod matching Neneric score from the side of Fuma, but that hidden full combo for Yokespie is unmatched on the side of Norway. Stumbling over my words a little bit this morning as we get into the second Ki time here, and there goes Fuma. And I think this is the reason really why Norway picked this. You know, despite this being relatively aim focused, it is still awkward, it is still dense, it is still AR8, and being able to overmod hard rock on something like this is extremely risky from any team that would want to do that. And Indonesia not able to find these high combos now into the last quarter of the map. Finally, Neneric goes down. Finally, Zubs goes down as well. But Yokespie, the captain for Norway, the ever so comfortable low AR hidden player for Norway year after year. No surprises to see him holding onto the FC going into the ending.
It feels like Yokespie lives in a realm like not many other players when it comes to anything low AR. Yokespie is so comfortable, so versatile if it has low AR on top of that with the hidden plus as well. Yokespie, unfortunately, will miss on the stream, but I think characteristically one of the, if not the most difficult part of the map here that will end up finally missing out on this full combo, but that doesn't mean much. He and the Neneric have done more than enough work to give Norway another win on the board, and a very dominating one as well. 686k, the only next highest from Indonesia being from Fruma with no mod on 500k, but outside of that, Indonesia unfortunately not really able to build anything that can contest those two giant score stats from Neneric and Yokespie.
This 97-year-old hidden player still serves their scores the old-fashioned way. 875k choke for Yokespie on the hidden, top scoring the map. No problems for him whatsoever on this sort of a pick. And I don't think you can really expect too many problems from a player like Yokespie. Just a very, very consistent and solid player on these low AR picks, and has been for years and years. Yokespie is, I think, a big part of the reason why teams are still, even without GN on the team, banning out stuff like the AR5 no mod and the low AR hidden against Norway, because he alone can carry some of these picks for the team.
Yeah, I mean, especially in a low of early stage, right, where some of these pools definitely remain more on that specialist side, even after Indonesia eliminating 2 of the most reading heavy maps. No matter what, if there is any small hint to the reading, Norway can and will abuse that, especially now, despite the loss of GN. You think, okay, no GN makes Norway a little bit less potent. No, these new members, most notably in Zubs, alongside the other members of Norway improving so much on the reading, makes them a just as, if not stronger, maybe, I think the best way to say it is a more diverse hidden roster, maybe slightly less potent on the hidden reading gimmick, but generally a much more potent hidden team all around. And with or without Yolkspy, they can prove it in dividends. And Yolkspy is one of the biggest reasons for their reading proficiency to this day. Indonesia, they need to get a point on the board because they haven't been able to get those opening points done yet. And it is going to be that Hard Rock 3 coming through here for Indo. What are your thoughts on this one, Dio? What do you think?
I mean, I think this is a good pick, right? At the start of the match, we called out, okay, Indonesia, they have advantages on aim, they have advantages on ult, they have advantages on aim control, just looking at the qualifiers, the head-to-heads for these teams throughout the bracket stage so far. Norway, they have more advantages on the reading, they have more advantages on speed, they have some advantages on tech as well. This one, kind of a mix between the aim control, the flow aim, the tech. So it's a little tough to call this one Indonesia favored, but a lot of this map is still very aim control alt focused, very high spacing in this map. So while Norway has had solid scores on flow aim, and especially Axel D-Cell flow aim from the qualifiers No Mod 2, as well as the tech map in qualifiers, Indonesia should still have a very good time on this map. This one, it kind of melds those skill sets a little bit together. You have a lot of high spacing flow aim and super high curvature flow aim. What do I mean by that? Well, for example, there are quints in this map that are triangles that double back on themselves and repeat. So you have to hit one triangle and then two more notes of the same triangle in that order. So super, super high curvature on those sorts of patterns. Which is very aim control focused. If you're not good at drawing that really tiny circle without error, then you are going to have trouble on those sorts of patterns. There's lots of flow aim patterns that start on a stack, and you have to control your nerves, control your cursor, and make sure you hit the stack part before you move into the super high spacing flow of the rest of the pattern. So patterns like that, I think, are going to be very good for Indonesia. I think they can accumulate a good score lead in the first half of this map, but the second half, where it's more snap aim focused with a lot of snappier patterns, as well as a lot more slider tech patterns, should be a little better for Norway. So I think Indonesia, they need a good score lead here in the first half of this map if they want to win this pick, but this is a winnable map for Indonesia, and even then, a lot of that back half, the slider tech is a little more secondary to the still very high spacing linear flowing.
Yeah,
so let's see it. Anthony W, Melver, Neneric, Yolkspy for Norway, Lifeline, Dido, Mindfrost, and Hakwi Koyori for Indonesia. Starting us off here, a couple of breaks from Anthony W and Melver in the first part.
Yeah, I agree with you entirely with what you said about this map. I think the one thing is that it's the volatility of this map is so present. It's not only really difficult to act, but also generally really hard to have consistent combo on so many sharp and scary patterns, not just the triangles, but finally opening misses here coming through here from two members of Indonesia and one from Norway. The miss is a bit more scattered here from Norway, with Yolkspy being the most recent miss, but early misses from both Anti-W and Melba. Mindfrost ID, Hakuri, and now Lifeline are going to go down here for Indo. It's a very strong back and forth in terms of the misses here. It is only Neneric and Dido battling out with those full combos here, and with those misses, more coming through now from Indonesia. Norway are starting to build. Anthony W and Yolkspy's recovery is starting to become more present here. These jumps also could get very precise and very scary. It is going to trip up Haku Kiori, Mindfrost ID as well, and that's going to establish even more of the lead in favor of Norway. Dido needs to hold the fort, and potential for more misses. These sliders, like you said, Dio, they are secondary, but still present, and down goes Neneric. The spacing is high as well. Is there any hope here for Indonesia, as Anthony W is on his own with the significant combo, but Dido trades the miss as well, and that in turn spells the end here for Indonesia. Nothing to fight with, nothing to battle with, despite Dido putting up such a great fight, despite Indonesia on paper having such a solid roster for this. Norway still stand tall. Norway, man, Yolkspy's recovery is also so solid, and Eric's score early on with Anti-W by his side, still solid enough to give Norway another breakpoint in a row.
It's a bloodbath here, Sheba. Not a single score above 700k from either team. I think 650-ish probably the ending score here for Neneric. Actually drops down to 625k. But unfortunately, Indonesia not able to make good enough use of that first half of the map. You can see there where they started to struggle. It was in that middle. For Dito, it was at the ending. For Hakui Koyori, it was nearer the ending. But for the top scorers on Norway, for Anthony W in particular, it was in that first half. Neneric, yeah, of course, struggled a little bit more in that second half as well, but the map played out really as we expected, and unfortunately Indonesia just not able to take advantage of that first half with the aim control focus as much as they needed to in order to take the point, with both Anthony W and Neneric getting above that 600k mark on this pick. Norway now off to a 3-0 lead to start things off, and that's 2 breakpoints as well. That's not just, hey, they got 1 breakpoint on Indonesia's first pick. That is now 2 in a row for Norway going into their next pick. And after a map like that, I think you can be a little more confident picking into stuff like the Nomad 4, like the Hidden 3. You haven't even picked into any of the speed yet. There's still the DT1, the DT3, the Fremod 2, the Nomad 2, all still remaining. I think Nomad 2 in particular, of extremely Norway favored map. The Axel, Diesel, Flow Aim plus 220 BPM death streams in that map is obscenely difficult for a lot of players to find their stamina on, and having a player like Neneric on the side of Norway might just be enough to solo carry that map for them. But that said, there's options here, right? You have 2 hiddens remaining, you have a couple of DT speed picks, you have the Fremod speed, you have the Nomad speed stamina, and you have this Nomad 4 remaining for Norway. So the fact that these picks have gone the way they've already gone is really good for this Norwegian team, whereas Indonesia, I mean, you're looking at the Nomad 3, you're looking at the Hard Rock 2, you're looking at the DT2 and maybe DT4, and you're potentially looking at Big Black if you are Indonesia after this. But for now, it is going to be that Nomad 2 after all. It's the Neneric show here on this map. 220 BPM, Death Stream stamina, plus Axel, D-Cell, Flow Aim. It does not get more specialized than this when it comes to streams in the OS World Cup. And Neneric as a player is somebody you have to be on the lookout for on this sort of map. That said, there are still other very good stream players and speed players on the side of Norway. You're looking at Zubs potentially, you're looking at Nanalini potentially, and you're looking at players like Hunder as well on speed to come in. Potentially Fjell as well to stay in for this map, but honestly, my bets are on Hunder, Nanalini, potentially Zubs to stay in for this alongside Neneric. Going to be one of the first maps we see with no Yolks Pie from the side of Norway. Definitely not his skill set on this one.
Yeah, with or without Yolks Pie, this Norway roster lineup here is quite terrifying. Indonesia, though, do have a couple potential members here. I think all 4 of the roster members that are probably going to be on this Indonesia team, I think the 4th one most likely going to be Dito. But still, these players here from Indonesia are solid. I mean, Lifeline, although we raised a few question marks about Lifeline's consistency in tournaments, it's safe to say that this is one of his strongest skill sets. He loves this raw speed, and although it's 220, it's not as high. That stamina is massively in his favor from having so much experience playing on such high BPM maps. Styx as well has shown good proficiency. Mindfrost ID is a clear pick for one of the stronger stamina players. Rosamine Lovelock coming in as the 4th instead of Dito, which is fair, another player who has potential, but this Norwegian pick makes a lot of sense here. Zubs, Fjell, and Hunder to join Neneric. You absolutely must look at Neneric. He is far and away the biggest candidate to set the highest score in this. I think indisputably the strongest speed player in the tournament scene, as I mentioned earlier on. He, regardless of scaling, regardless of what level, regardless of what star rating, Neneric always pulls the stops and stuff like this. Very few times do you see him struggle on this type of speed. So Norway, with Neneric on their side, with the rest of the lineup, have a lot of potential to do some very explosive damage on this stamina map. The curvature on these streams are quite high, so that's going to be usually where you're going to be seeing the slip-ups here. Outside of that obvious raw speed difference, which I don't think both teams are going to struggle too hard on. We've seen a lot of players struggle on the occasional hits on the aim, but for the most part, it's decently chill. But the flow aim, the curvature of some of the streams, and the occasional, aim jump scare for our speed players is going to be really where it hits the hardest, as we go into our first opening stamina-intensive section where these streams start to really hit you in that tapping department. And it seems like both sides looking pretty solid. Only an early opening miss there from Mindfrost ID in this first quarter, but the recovery still massively in his favor, as Norway have a decently established lead, but no slip-ups just yet, as all 4 members full combo through that section.
Yeah, it's still looking good for Norway at the moment. You do still have, of course, Lifeline on the FC, Rosemary Lovelock on the FC for Indonesia, Styx on the reverse choke, and Mindfrost on a good recovery. But this almost 4-way for Norway is doing some major work, and there goes Lifeline. I was wondering when we were going to see one of these lower AC FCs dropped, and there's the first to go from Lifeline. Zubs feels almost next on the chopping block here at 94, 95 accuracy, is struggling with that stamina a little bit. The rest of Norway still up at the 98, 99 marks as Lifeline drops once again. And unfortunately now it's just the 1 FC for Indonesia. Rosemary Lovelock on that 98% AC. Styx on the reverse choke, Mindfrost on the good recovery, but this 3-way FC plus reverse choke from Fjell on the side of Norway is looking really, really strong here. 2/3 of the way in. How long can Norway hold, and can Indonesia make the comeback happen? But there goes Rosemary Lovelock, no. And that is really tough for Indonesia now. They're going to need pretty much a full collapse from Norway if they want to take this pick now, with Lifeline and Rosemary Lovelock both dropping those high combos, and Lifeline dropping quite a lot of AC here in the last quarter.
Norway.
There goes Styx, and I think that's the map, Shiba.
Oh my god, Norway, how are you still holding on to this 4-way? This is absolutely exceptional here. Finally, Fjell drops finally a break in that insane set there from that team. But yeah, Dio, like you were saying, it just gets worse and worse for Indonesia. Every time we see a little blip of potential, it just slips away. The consistency can't stay, and Norway are capitalizing beautifully in this one. Look at these accuracies, look at these combos. As we get into the ending section, the stream does get at its peak, but it's all but over here. Norway win, there's no issue here. Even if they collapse here, there's not much you can do. Mindfrost ID, the last man standing, and even so, that's a reverse choke. Nothing to contest the rest of these 3 combos from Norway, and that is a 3-way full combo to get themselves another win on the board. These accuracies are solid. Neneric, of course, never ceases to impress, with probably going to be one of, if not the highest scores in this No More 2.
99.78% AC for Neneric, 5 100s. You expect greatness from a player like him on a map like this, but it's still extremely impressive every time you see it. The 5x100 full combo comes through, and that's not even the best part, Shiba. The rest of the team is still there. The lowest score on Norway, 700k from Fjell, a break right at the start and some breaks at the end. Zubs with a slider break at the end of the map, and Hunder clutching out the second full combo for Norway. Just a ridiculously strong team score for them here, and a well over 1 million point difference in their favor on that map, as Norway asserting dominance on the speed picks. I think, Indonesia, obviously, I think are going to avoid the speed anyway without that map being picked and that result coming through, but that's just going to solidify in their minds that they are not picking this DT1, this DT3, or this free mod 2, and Norway, I think, now can feel very, very confident going into something like the DT3, like the free mod 2, potentially the DT1 a little later on. But those 2 speed-focused maps that are left in the pool, I feel like should be very strong picks for Norway now. As Indonesia, they are massively on the back foot, down 4-0, down 2 breakpoints. They need to put themselves on the board with this pick. I've been talking about this Nomad 3 through a lot of this match, the Hard Rock 2 as well, the DT2, the DT4, potentially Free Mod 3 in the Big Black, but it's going to be that Nomad 3, Nosho Sakuretsu Girl. This is another custom. By the way, that last map, Nomad 2, was also custom, thanks to I Am Tick Rate for that one. And thanks to Mata and DK Blaze for this one. Relu Lily featuring Hatsune Miku and Megpoid Gumi, Nosho Sakuretsu Girl. Roughly translates to Brain Fluid Explosion Girl, which I think is probably Aneurysm Girl? Probably?
I remember you guys having this conversation.
Need some Japanese people to, fact check that maybe this is actually just Aneurysm Girl instead of Brain Fluid Explosion as the literal translation. This one is very, very aim control focused. You do have some flow aim patterns in this map. You do have, some more straightforward things like that, but it's a lot more focused on the snap aim, the density reading, the overlapping patterns in this map, and the note chains in this are just so ridiculously long at 155 BPM. The fact that this is OD 9.6 is a requirement. That higher OD is necessary to keep players from just note blocking out of entire patterns on this map. As these long note chains with how they overlap on top of each other can be really, really difficult to get back onto if you are note blocking at all. So this is going to be a tricky one here for sure. Lots of cuts, lots of just every type of aim control under the sun that you can imagine in this map.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say outside of the fact that, you know, on top of what you've already said, I mean, this map is volatile. This map is very tricky, like you already mentioned. So many moments where you could just slip up a tiny bit and cause a massive impact. Lots of these scary wiggle sections, lots of these brutal cut flow sections. I think most notably one of the hardest parts of this map is around the 2/3 mark, where you have this insane cut flow section that ramps up harder than I think the most of the map can really bear to show you. It is a tough, spontaneous, difficult map. And if you have that control factor, and if you've practiced this one, you definitely have the edge. I feel like what's not been mentioned in this map is that I feel like, you know, if you get that practice on, you can really make the most of this. If you are aware of those tricks that this map pulls on you, you can definitely come out on top. And this is Indonesia's really last hurrah. If they lose this, they are out of the OS World Cup. They need to win this pick to try and get some momentum somewhere, because every single punch they've tried to pull on Norway has been a swing and a miss, with Norway swinging back 10 times harder. It needs to be now. And so far, it's pretty even at the moment, with an early miss there from Lifeline, Styx, and Akuri Fiori, but both very early. Lifeline being the most recent break, and traded by 3 members here from Norway. So it's a good start in the combo game so far. It's just Melva on his own, with Zubs and Eric and Yokespy going down earlier on. Melva now misses with no combos now for Norway in terms of the full combos here, with Akuri Fiori, Dido, and Styx still having some very high scores that can gain that more and more as long as they keep on holding.
All right, here we go into the first Ki time, Shiba. It's still a couple, one FC actually intact for Dido. The reverse choke for Haku Ikiori still holding strong. There goes Styx and Melver. It is traded. Better trade for Norway. There goes Dido, Haku Ikiori, Lifeline, team wipe for Indonesia at the end of the first Ki time. It's disaster for the Indonesian squad at the end of this first Ki time. It looked good. It looked good for so long, but it just is not meant to be, it feels like, halfway through now. And a massive combo lead for Norway. Zubs, Yokespy, and Neneric all holding combo through the end of that first Ki time, and also holding through these higher spacing flow aim patterns. They're going to see the combos. They're going to know that they just win if they are able to hold for a little while on this map.
This is what I was talking about, dear. This is what I meant about how volatile and messed up this map can be. And it just constantly bites back against Indonesia. It's never against Norway. These guys just so capable, so much more consistent. And with this brutal couple session coming through here, one of the hardest parts of the map here, a lot of people are starting to go down. Zubs and Eric both miss. Lifeline also goes down. So a few combos still gaining now for Indo as Noxpy joins in the misses. These recoveries from Norway are crumbling, and it's just Melva to hit the entire thing. So Styx does get that trade, but it's still hugely in favor of Indonesia. Now, some hope here, Dio. Dido and Hakuikiori all holding on. 1/3, a little bit scary, but not scary enough to lead to those 2 misses. Next Ki time to come through. Are we going to see Indo get this flip? They need to get this done.
There goes Melver!
They are out. Melver drops. Recovery is down for Norway. Zubs and Yokespy left to hold with not a lot of combo. Dido and Hakuikiori slowly but surely are gaining this intact. A little bit of time left, but not a lot. 6 misses, but Lifeline with that back on the recovery, able to support Dido and Hakuikiori as these recoveries are exceptional. Down goes Hakuikiori, but Dido still holds. Yokespy still on the side, but there's not a lot of time left. Still 30k though. If anybody misses there, down goes Lifeline, but it's still Dido. He needs to hold the line. The recoveries from Norway are still there, still possible, but Dido still holds, and Indonesia finally with some hope in this match.
Peak Dido is finally back, baby. We got some people calling out Dido as one of these players to watch on the side of Indonesia for a while now, saying he is back, and finally some signs of life from this Indonesian roster as Dito puts up nearly 600k to top score the map by over 100,000. The next best player also on his team from Hakui Koyori. This is why we call out these aim control picks as very good for Indonesia. These two in particular, across a ton of different community tournaments, they are always top performers in so many of their matches, and that is them showing off just how good they can be. Finally, a point on the board for Indonesia, as that Nomad 3 works out very, very well for them. A solid pick. And Shiba, the aim control primary skill set, the isolated aim control, is finally where Indonesia takes a point. You're going to be expecting more of that from them as this match goes on. Norway, on the other hand, complete opposite end of the spectrum. They're going into the speed almost certainly here. The DT3 or the Fremod 2, the best remaining options for Norway after what we saw on that Nomad 2, as Indonesia finally strike back, get a point on the board, and win their own pick. That said, they're still down 4-1, right? This is still not a good game state for Indonesia, but it's a welcome sign of life from a team that has had a lot of struggles so far during this bracket stage in the US World Cup to really show what they're capable of. Norway, though, aside from the expectations, not going for the speed pick here. Their third pick going to be into the Hidden 3, and this is another one of those picks that I think actually goes very well. Norway ahead on Hidden in both qualifier Hidden maps. Both of their Hidden scores, in fact, better than both Hidden scores from Indonesia. And that's also true on the tech pick in qualifiers. Nomad 4 and Nyx Metropolis from Polisha. So this one, symmetric, a Hidden 200 BPM streamy tech pick. Kind of a meld of those skill sets. And with it being Hidden tech, I think is a very, very good shout for Norway. So you're going to expect Norway to do pretty solidly on this map. But that said, I do still think Indonesia, a lot of solid Hidden players on this team. They do have players like Dito who should be pretty comfortable on this. Hakui Koyori, again, a player who, generally speaking, does very well on these Hiddens in community tournaments. Rosemi Lovelock probably in for this as well. Don't know exactly who's going to be their fourth. Looks like it's going to be Fuma coming in for this, as Norway, though, obviously still some very, very good Hidden players here. Zub's a great Hidden tech player. Yokespie, obviously extremely strong on this sort of thing as well. I'd be a little surprised to not see Anthony W in for this, but it is a Hidden rather than Nomad. So Melver and Neneric rounding out the roster does still make sense for Norway here. I do think this will be a little closer than some of the speed picks, Shiba, so let's see if Indonesia can continue to push this momentum forward and capitalize on that last win, take themselves back a breakpoint on this Hidden 3.
Yeah, I think it's a big note about this one, outside of what you've already mentioned, is that although this on paper is one of Norway's kind of bread and butter maps, right, it kind of collides those two big strengths that they have in both tapping mechanics and that raw tech skill, right? With Hidden applied as well. 200 BPM, it's to the degree where you still have that mechanics implied, but it's not too difficult to the degree where some of your more specialized Hidden players are not able to play, which is why we see Yokespie coming in. But that is merely what we would see from a one-eyed perspective, just looking at Norway, right? Indonesia still very much a team capable of getting an upset pick on this one, which makes this quite exciting to see. I look forward to see if we're going to be seeing something special here. We're going to be very quickly going into this difficult part with the first half of this map more emphasized with its bursts and its streams. You'll still see the obvious tech implications on this one, but very much more emphasized on these bursts. A lot of open misses already. Fuma and Zubs go down to first start this off. Still three-way full combos from both sides as it still continues to go into these mechanics. Still see some of these sliders, still some of these bursts. Rosemi Lovelock next to the drop here for Indo. And with that to come through, it's going to be advantage solidified here for Norway. Zubs, another miss there, but it remains to be that three-way full combo. A lot more of these streams to come through. Nobody misses, but Indonesia has an established lead. Zubs and Rosemi Lovelock, despite both struggling, still having that lead intact, most likely from this accuracy difference.
Yeah, Rosemi actually did drop the full combo there. Fuma goes down as well. Neneric and Hakui Koyori trade. Zubs also goes down, but it's only one full combo left for Indonesia at the halfway mark, and two on Melver and Yokespie, I believe, still left for Norway. Yolkspie, though, on 93% accuracy here. Really struggling with the 200 BPM streams in this map, but able to mash his way through and keep the combo intact. And if it pays off as he's able to full combo, it's going to be a massive dividend for Norway. But if he breaks, his score is going to be very, very low. So he has to hold, but it might not even matter. There goes Tito, there goes Yolkspie, and Melver is still holding strong for Norway. Melver has been a rock for this team. Hasn't had too much of a chance to shine in this match yet, but don't let that fool you. He has had a massive performance in the World Cup for Norway so far, has been a clutch player when it matters, just like now on the Hidden 3.
Damn straight. Melva, a player in a thankless role, forced to play so many maps, but so few opportunities to really put his name on the spotlight. But this is the map where it shows the case. He finally goes down, but he leads the lobby massively here. 200k, 100k higher than Dito's next score, and Norway will once again win on that map. And we thought this had potential to be close, but after the fall aparts from Indo and Melva really shining through, it ends up being another map win here for Norway. One win away from advancing into the next stage. An admirable score attempt here from Dito, but the rest of Indonesia in a similar boat here, kind of mid of the pack scores of 380k, 300k. Dito, again, we said before where he can really shine and is one of those players that has improved a lot. The prime Dito has been back, but unfortunately the rest of his team not really able to join him in that stride, in that atmosphere, as Norway just collectively as a roster on top of that crazy individual performance from Melva just get the win. And it's another opportunity, it's another part where Indonesia have their back against the wall. They need to pick something that gets them the win, and it's gonna be DT3? Oh boy.
That's surprising to me.
Yeah, me too.
All right.
Wow.
Well, let's talk about this pick and why Indonesia might want to go for this. It is AR 10.3, OD 9.8, CS 3.5, just 273 BPM burst speed. Right. There's not a lot else going on here. It is relatively high star rating, but that doesn't really matter. Speed is still way overweighted in terms of star rating. And this is a relatively simple, relatively straightforward, and actually relatively easy map in this quarterfinals pool. You look at the speed plays for both of these teams, and while, yes, Norway does have the on-paper advantage on speed stamina by a pretty wide margin, Neneric, Nanalini, Hunder especially on those types of maps, doing very, very well for them. If you look at qualifiers, Indonesia, 2 of their scores beating Norway's worst score on the DT3 in qualifiers. Norway has the higher cap, but Indonesia with the higher skill floor. So it may be something to do with that as well. Unfortunately, not too much else to go off in terms of speed burst consistency throughout the bracket stage. You look at no-mod speed in the no-mod 2 in round of 32. You look at free-mod speed in the round of 16. And you do see both of those going to Norway. But again, DT speed last round in the DT2, 270 BPM, Chain Destruction in that double time 2 slot is an on-paper win for Indonesia. So despite the no-mod 2 outcome here, Indonesia saying, let's just pick into it anyway. What do we have to lose? We are already down match point. We have to win at least 4 more of our own picks here, or 3 more of our own picks here, just in order to get to tiebreaker. I think they only actually have 2 picks left, so it'd be 2 breakpoints and 2 of their own picks left. So they have to get through this eventually, I feel like. So order not really mattering. You have to win every pick from here on out. You expect this to come up at some point. May as well just pick it and get it over with here. Hakui Koyori, Lifeline, Rosemi Lovelock, and Styx in for Indonesia. Whereas Nanalini, Fjell, Neneric, and Hunder in for Norway on this. Zubs stepping out on the super high BPM DT pick here for Nanalini.
Yeah, when you're back against the wall, when you're 1 point away from defeat, your pick ordering strategy does not mean anything anymore. You just got to go with what you're comfy on. You just got to go with what you like. And if Indonesia like this, damn well, they will go for it. You're looking at so many members here from Indonesia who performed so well on Chain Destruction last week that have a lot of potential to still perform great. But Norway are still putting up a very valiant fight. Of course, you know, you dare to pick a speed map into Neneric. You are asking for a tough fight. But so far, it's looking very close. Rosemi, Lovelock, and Honda both trading breaks with an early misstep from Fiel going to establish a decent combat advantage in the favor of Indonesia. It seems to just be accuracy that's keeping Indonesia at just arm's reach of that lead as it's starting to flicker and more get into it. And as we get into more stamina streams, these streams get a little bit more intense, and Akui Kiori does miss. And that in turn evens out the combo game just a little bit, but as lifelines and sticks combos do start to scale up a little bit. Whoa, no! What are those misses? What was that curse? What kind of dark magic can a voice really have? How do those misses come through? It is just Neneric now on his own, and as the ending comes through, what more do you have for Indo? It's just Rosemi Lovelock.
It's Rosemi Lovelock, and that's really it. And Rosemi's only able to match Hunder on the side of Norway. At that, Hunder has 99 accuracy. He might have found a break, but the comfort on this map is still there. He does find another one. What power does the voice have? Apparently a lot, Shiba, as even Hunder falls victim to the caster curse there. There goes Rosemi Lovelock as well. Speak their name when they break, but there's only so much power involved as Neneric is still holding this 99.7 accuracy FC going into the ending. And that is the deciding factor. You pick speed into Neneric, you need someone to match him. And that someone on the side of Indonesia does not exist. Neneric will clutch out the FC, 99.6 AC here at the end of the map. And he will not only clutch out the FC, but clutch out the win for Norway. 6-1 over Indonesia, guaranteeing Norway a top 16 finish in the OS World Cup.
Neneric, so clean, too clean on a map like this. Some will say Neneric doing Neneric things, and to that I agree with you, man. That is a crazy score from Neneric, but you know, from someone like him, what more could you expect? Indonesia challenged the greatest speed tournament player of our era and in turn fall. And that spells the end of their OS World Cup run here in 2024. Norway are your victors and will advance into the next stage of this losers bracket. A team with so much potential to still do more, even after dominating a team like Indonesia. I think a team that some people assumed to be a much closer fight, but not going to be the case. Norway, effectively outside of a couple maps, annihilate Indonesia on so many maps. This team has a lot of potential to be really explosive into the next coming matches. And yeah, I'm excited to see what Norway can do in the future. Thank you, Indonesia, for playing a couple moments of brilliance here and a couple very notable, memorable moments for me, at least, in this match. But unfortunately, not enough for them to advance and carry on their run here at the OS World Cup.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Indonesia, but that will be the end of their OS World Cup 2024 journey. They will be knocked out of the tournament by Norway, who advance into the next round of losers bracket to face the winner of China versus Finland. That is the next match coming up here in just about 10 minutes. We've got a string of bangers coming up here. China versus Finland up next, Sweden versus Thailand after that, Brazil versus Ukraine after that, and then finally Romania versus Poland. And if Sweden wins this match, their matchup versus Chile, their potential match, would also be at 20 UTC today, 2 hours after Romania versus Poland. So quite a lot of matches still left to go here at the OS World Cup. There's a lot of teams to choose from to support. There's a lot of players who want your support as well, both in the Twitch chat and on the OS store. Go ahead and check out the OS World Cup banners on the OS store if you want to support your favorite teams. The funds from those banners go toward both the teams themselves and the overall prize pool. And if you purchase a banner for the team that ends up winning the OS World Cup in 2024, that banner will stick around on your profile until the next OS World Cup in 2025, or until you decide to purchase another banner for one of the other game mode World Cups in either Taiko, Mania, or Catch. So go ahead and check out those banners. Go ahead and support your favorite teams, and don't go anywhere. We're going to be back very soon with China versus Finland, followed by very many more matches here on OS Live. I've been Dio. He's been Sad Shiba. Thank you all for watching. Thank you to Indonesia for playing the OS World Cup 2024. And congratulations once again to Norway on making it into the top 16. We'll see you back here soon.
See you soon.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the 2024 OS World Cup. Back in the lower bracket, a highly anticipated and storied match on deck for you as 16th seeded Romania gets set to take on 11th seeded Poland. I'm Doland, and this time I'm joined by the one and only Chili Repair.
Good afternoon. I can't believe this late in the tournament we have our first cast together. This is unbelievable.
I know, man. Well, you know, you make the schedules, right?
Listen, I'm not saying it's not my fault. I'm just
Yeah, I mean, but I'm saying it kind of probably is.
What a fitting pair. This is the first match we cast together this tournament. This is also the last match of the losers round 2 for the weekend. Poland-Romania is the final deciding match for potentials that will be taking place tomorrow. This will be the winner of this match facing off against Turkey tomorrow.
Yep, indeed. And after the performance that Turkey put up today against Taiwan, just clean sweeping them, man, that match is already looking pretty hype. But we still got to get through this as the roles, picks, and bans are coming out. It is going to be first and last ban for Poland, and their first ban is going to be Free Mod 4.
This is going to be an interesting pick and ban phase here. I think, you know, we talk about Romania a lot of the time being that team that was a very mechanics-oriented roster, but the fact that they had players like Badu in previous years almost made them that gimmick target ban country against a lot of other teams because of that ability to have that late-stage, you know, player in there. But going up against Poland with these overlaps and a lot of the Polish players being able to fare pretty well on those gimmick skill sets, I'm wondering if that's going to be an area that they try and avoid in this match. It looks like Poland going to be banning out Blood Drain to start here. Let's pull up our round of 16 comparison here on the board. Couple of mutual maps between these two teams here. Only 2, not crazy compared to some of the other matchups. Nomad 4 and Hidden 2, the 2 mutually shared picks between the two teams there. Both ending in a Polish victory by about 500,000 score, and there's that gimmick ban coming out of Romania to start us off, that Nomad 5 gone. And that's understandable if you're on Romania's side here. You read
and Hidden 2.
Yeah. Yep, there it is. There they are.
Sure. I think they read the same thing you're reading.
We've got it. They're in. Now, what does Poland ban for their final ban is the question.
That is the question indeed. And I mean, there's against this Romania team, this Romanian squad that historically, like you said, has always been good on the mechanics.
Well, it depends on if Poland wants to go for a Romania target ban here or find something that they might not be particularly good at in the pool. There's always that 50-50 on the strategy, and it's very telling. Based on Blood Drain, I'm assuming they're going more into the strengths of Romania as bans than maps that Poland is not particularly good at. Blood Drain has given a lot of teams some trouble this weekend thus far, despite the simplistic nature of the map. You know, it's that anti-mod slot. It really makes everyone pretty uncomfortable across the board, and we want to make sure that that is all settled up there. We are going to get everything switched around for you all really quick to make sure everyone's all in the correct spots, and when we're back, we're going to get a quick view of that second Poland ban.
But also this matchup, a rivalry, very much so, between these two countries. I believe they have played once before since that 2018 match where they were knocked out, Poland was, by Romania in the group stages. It's kind of been a big deal in a rivalry between these guys, but not many original players from that 2018 match on the rosters. There's still a handful of them, so we'll have to see if that affects any of them. But knowing these Polish players, they're treating this match just like any other.
Yeah, there was some uncertainty with Poland this year, from what we, kind of heard through the grapevine and a lot of the prediction streams this year, given the fact that they did lose the remaining half or more of their kind of experienced OWC roster. They did absolutely retain a couple of really good, well-off faces. They gained a couple players for the new talent in future years, and Poland is kind of on that squad where, you know, they've always been really good. They've always had that uncertainty surrounding them, but they'll always kind of end up impressing you during the actual stages of the tournament here. Now, losing a player like Malashevsky for them was a pretty rough hit this time around. Likewise with Romania, losing someone like Badu for that specialist slot is a bit of a hit there, but both teams have done well to maintain since then. And it looks like that final ban coming out was the hidden one from Poland, so Romania going to have the advantage on that hidden potentially, at least mentally, if nothing. And it's going to be Poland going into that DT stamina to start us off, understandably, with this roster.
Indeed, the stage is set, and now we'll see the opening rosters. Double time 3 to start us off. We just saw this in the Ukraine-Brazil match. And again, it's not quite the same map that everyone might be familiar with. If you're the OG Osu player, you may recognize this song and the name. Not the same map set.
Yeah, we had no Poland double time last weekend in the round of 16, actually, and understandable as that is, they were playing against Canada, a country that you really don't want to be picking DT into unless you are kind of up there in terms of your overall roster. You know, and that's an entire different caliber, right? You're going up against a team who is, you know, poised to potentially take a, you know, top 6 to top 3 slot if they have a really good run this year, and going up against 11th seed Poland, who again have held up very well this year. They've got the roster to boot around here. Rafis, Tardis, Tomaszczyk, and Shedis versus Lucrece, Eternum, Nanoya, and Roly. There's that last player we were looking for. So strong on both sides here. Really looking for who's going to be more confident going into the tapping. Romania is the type of team that generally puts up some pretty massive team scores. We've seen Eternum and Nanoya have an amazing time on the DTs in previous weeks. Looking for that backing from Lucrece and Roly this time around.
And here we go. Match is underway. Poland and Romania, the grudge match. Tardis, Tomaszczyk, Rafis, Shedis for Poland. Roly, Lucrece, Nanoya, and Eternum for Romania.
Here we go. Burst heavy at the start, a little bit more stamina focused at the ending because of how draining this is. Very continuous gameplay, no big pauses in here. You really got to be on top of this, and the accuracy is always very telling on which team is a little bit more confident here. And right now, seems like Romania has just a slight upper hand there.
Yeah, it's Tardis and Shedis struggling a little bit on the ACK, but now Romania also struggling a little bit. Lucrece dropping some accuracy.
2.5 minute map, almost a quarter of the way through now. We're looking for that first big break. Whose stamina is going to run out first? There is a potential for a miss on aim here, and it's Rafis to start us off.
At 1/3 of the way through, he's going to do some damage, but actually the accuracy from Poland is keeping them in the lead.
That big accuracy switch from the start. Double 96, 97, and 98. That play on Tomaszczyk right now, huge. That break from Lucrece is really going to throw that over. Now, Rafis, despite finding the one break on Poland thus far, has one of the highest accuracies in the entire lobby, aside from Tomaszczyk, who has been an absolute demon for Poland this year.
100k, but this is actually still comebackable if a miss comes out from Poland. They might need a double miss here from 2 of these 3 FCs, but Romania have combo. They are very much in this, but the question is, will Poland provide another miss?
That accuracy's telling. Roly gets caught off on the big slider jump section. It does kind of come out of nowhere, and that might be it for Romania. They're Poland. They looked a little uncertain at the beginning of this DT, but their first pick looking to be in a very confident place by the ending. So far, only a singular misaim from Rafis at the start. Lucrece and Rolly, the two breaks, and once again, it's Nanaya and Eternum for Romania. Those two are just such a power pair for them this year, but you need a little bit more versus Poland, and what a team score to start off their quarterfinals.
I mean, these team scores are just impressive on both sides, really. I mean, Poland clocking in, and they're going to end up with 4.1 here, which is insane. But Romania just clocked in a 3.5.
I'm gonna ignore the fact that TARDIS just missed the last note of the entire map. Oh my gosh. All right, well, it's 2 FCs per side, I guess. What a start.
What happened to Shedis?
Wait, he
Look at
let
the combo.
Wait a sec. Maybe just drop Slider in. Maybe just drop Slider.
Maybe just a Slider in.
Yeah. I think we're good there. I think that's an FC. We have the double on both sides, but man, what a freaking team score. Poland, 645,000 score. That's a pretty big margin of error on a DT map. I mean, that is half the combo of an entire map, or half the possible score. And we're going immediately back into another DT right now. Wing my way to follow.
Romania said run it back.
Let's do it again. Let's try this one more time.
Immediately. No breaks.
I would not be hard pressed to see all DTs here.
And we are going to see a substitution for Romania. We see Kahest coming in.
Yeah, so interesting switches on Ming My Way here. Not as high BPM by any means, but that speed requirement still there. Throwing in that consistency. We saw a couple of breaks on some startling patterns from Romania on that map, but otherwise, both of these two teams quite even across the board there. But if you're going with the consistency test map right now, that's a whole different area from a 2.5 minute DT prior. I mean, this is 5 minutes and 50 seconds before DT.
It's a very lengthy DT map. We see Mustache coming in here for Poland along with Kosiarek.
Like these switches. Mustache known consistency. Definitely big on those longer, streamier maps for solo play. Finds a lot of their high-level plays from those Hard Rock stream maps alongside some DT. Probably one of their most consistent players across the board here. Tomasz Szyk, however, again, my eyes always drawn to that top right slot. They have just been the name to look out for on Poland this year. And gosh, I can't even imagine what Poland would be like as a roster if they did have someone like Malashevsky available as well. They would be such a scary team. I mean, the difference between a 4-way FC for Poland on that last DT map was quite literally a random misaim from Rafis at the start of the map, if we're counting what was basically an FC from TARDIS. And Rafis back in for that 4th slot. Once again, we're looking at one switch from Romania, and Kahest coming in. Nanaya, Lucrece, and Eternum. And then, like you said, those 2 switches for Poland here, Kosiarek and Mustache, going to be taking those 2 left-hand slots.
Here we go. And I think the other scary thing to note about this Polish team is that they're the 11th seed without Malashevsky. Without one of the best tournament players in the game. At the moment, they are still the 11th seeds. That really says a lot about the strength of this Polish roster and the depth that they have in their country.
Significant rebuilding. Yeah, Malashevsky was the #1 player in qualifiers last year, very heavily contributing to that roster's 2nd place finish out of qualifiers. That's a tough spot to beat. I'm going to be honest. That's really not a performance that is easily put on by a lot of teams here. So for them to duplicate that would be very interesting. We do have 2 earlier breaks from Eternum and Rafis on the map to start off here. Nothing too crazy, though. This map is a little bit more difficult than it leads on. Some of these wiggles really difficult. And there goes Mustache as well. Romania looking a little bit stronger off the start.
But the Polish accuracy is still there. Nanoya and Lucrece look really comfortable for Romania. But it's these accuracies that are keeping Romania from running away with it. They're going to have to combo game this and for a majority of the way, and Tomasz Szyk goes down, and that is going to change things.
Poland, not the strongest team on these alt-styled picks here. This might be a pretty big in for Romania. There's at least 2 more maps like this in the pool that they could probably pick from later on. And I love the overall team performance. The accuracy is kind of negligible at this point. The only player above 98% is Mustache, who doesn't even have a full combo. And unfortunately, with breaks continuing to come out on Poland, even to trade out from Romania here, they are going to remain in the back. For now, that break from Eternum, however, going to make things a little bit more interesting. I think we're even on combo now.
There was also a break from Kahest earlier as well, so that is actually going to give Poland a chance to start pulling this back just on accuracy, and their combo's there. Rafis going down is going to change that, though, right at the halfway mark. It's only Kościarek and Nanoya and Lucrece with the FCs. Mustache with a really nice supporting combo for Poland is going to need some help. Tomaszik has been struggling in this second third of the map.
So consistent, so calm, collected on the side of Romania right now. They've got the supporting combos to boot right now. Tomaszik and Rafis both being matched by that combo on Kahest. So they have an unchecked full combo right now, but it's not going to last unless they can maintain both of them right now. 170,000 score, pushing 180, but Kościarek finds a break, and that's the last opportunity for Poland. I think they needed that FC to hold.
Yeah, or the double break from Nanoya and Lucrece is going to have to happen right now. But with 300k Chillier, I don't think it's going to be possible for Mustache and Tomaszik. Nanoya will drop alongside Kahest, but Lucrece refuses to give it up. Eternum trades along with Kościarek. But this one looks to be signed, sealed, and delivered for the Romanians.
Oh wait, Lucrece mistapped! Wait, Lucrece might have just given them the opportunity in! Tomaszik has a 600 combo and Mustache is 1400. There might be enough map left here.
They are going to need to hold out, Poland are. They're going to need to hold out, but there is a chance. Kahest and Eternum with another miss. Eternum's chain missing.
Tomaszik and Mustache.
Combo.
They have it. They have it. If they hold, it's 180k. It's going back so fast. Mustache could do it. Rafis finds a break. It's going to slow it down, but Tomaszik and Mustache, the final section.
It's a 300k back. Poland dragging the score bar at the dire last straights. Will they do it? Romania trying to survive.
The final stream. It goes.
They do it. 25k in favor of Poland. The most incredible single comeback on a point I've ever seen in the booth in my life. I called it over. Signed, sealed, and delivered. And Poland said, "Shut up, Doland."
Unbelievable. The mistap from Romania. The one singular mistake that they needed to come through. And Mustache with an 1800 combo. The highest in the entire lobby by just a small margin. And the highest score will drag it back alongside Tomaszik.
Tomaszik was struggling in the second third. And found form right when that last miss came out and had combo. Everything fell into place for Poland perfectly at the end, and everything they needed to happen from Romania happened at the exact perfect time. 20,000 points!
Singular hit is all it took. It was that singular pattern. One mistap was the difference of that map, and Poland, now with a break point under their belt, will maintain, will go back into the closest possible map that they can pick to this skill set left in here, and it's top 40 core. They're going for the bursts, they're going for that aim, and right into it now. Can they consolidate? Can they go up 3-1 and put Romania in a position they never thought that they would start off in?
That was absolute cinema. That was just unbelievable. And if you're Romania, you're just shell-shocked. If you were one of the 4 Romanian players on the bench watching stream, I don't know where the mental's got to be at after that Chillier pair. I just don't know what you do.
You've got to take a step back after a miss like that. It's still early in the match. It's only the first pick, and we are bumped up to best of 11 this week, which means that we do have extra breathing room for these teams. Romania needs to make sure that they don't let that missed point throw them off in this match. It's something we talk about time and time again. You cannot deviate from your picking strategy. You cannot deviate from your solid rosters because of a missed point early on in the match, especially when it's your first pick of the match. Sure, it hurts. Sure, it hurts even a little bit more when it's as close as it was, but Poland is not a team to be messed with, and they have proved that at the start here, and Romania knew that, and they should have known that coming into this match. And they've got to take this in stride and just run it through one more map here. They'll get a pick back on their side, and then we can really get this match going. But Poland has a great opportunity that they cannot squander right now.
On to Free Mod 2. The next pick from Poland. Nobody's going to be overmodding here. It's going to be Shedis against Lucrece on Hidden, Rolly against Tardis on Hard Rock, Tomashik and Rafis versus Nanoya and Eternum on the Nomads.
My eyes are drawn to those mod players, especially the Hard Rock. This map does have a pretty decent aim requirement. It's speed core on here, so you're kind of getting that mix between that high BPM on that normal break core music style, and that does make things very difficult as we see struggles across the lobby thus far. That's 4 breaks pretty early on in this map, and we've got a total of almost 3 minutes to get through.
And it's looking really good for Poland here off the start. 3 FCs down for Romania. A very early miss from Rafis, but Tardis, the Hard Rock for Poland, is going to drop. That's going to be the most impactful miss, and that's going to stop them from completely running away with this score lead.
They're going to be gaining score ever so slowly here. These no-mod combos on both teams are going to be a massive proponent of either team's victory, potentially. Eternum and Tomashik right now, those are the 2 players to really be looking out for. That's what you want to see on these types of free mods. It's not necessarily the mod players, although they are a massive help.
Oh, that Mr. Tardis is big. That's huge. Romania has combo. Rafis goes down.
Oh boy, here we go.
Score capped halfway through. Here comes Romania.
This break core proving to be difficult for Poland. Unconventional style of mechanics maps on here, even if it's burst and stream heavy. And Romania has done well to maintain into halfway, but they are not there yet. Job is not done.
Ooh, Rolly going down on the Hard Rock is going to put a damper on things, but this one's still not over yet. Poland taking back that score advantage now. But it's parked right at 10K.
I want to say these combos are dead even between these 2 teams.
Only accuracy might be swinging this, honestly, and now Romania with the slightest of advantages.
I mean, yeah, you have Eternum and Lucrece effectively matching the 2 FCs, and with Rolly continuing to break, that means that Nanoya is now matched up with those 2 supporting scores on Poland. Rolly struggling so much in the ending of this map right here is giving Poland just enough, and if they're able to hold the combos through this next breakcore section into the slowdown, there's only 1 section left after this refrain right now.
And he misswings it, though.
It'll be close. It'll be close. There's 1 more hard section into the ending.
But if Poland can hold through without tanking accuracy here, this point is theirs, but Romania nipping at their heels, looking for a break point right back that they desperately need. Will they get a miss out of Poland? Rolly going down once again might seal it. 40K.
1 big miss could throw it here if it's an FC. Tardis, it's going to be close, but I think it's 2 in. There it is.
Too little too late. That consistency from Poland is going to prevail once again, in Romania come up just, again, close but no cigar.
The scoreline, like many other matches this weekend, really not very telling of how close that this match has been thus far. I mean, that is 2 points in a row where we are almost under 50K on both of them, 52K and 28,000. It was really just that first pick to come through. And we are back to the status quo here, Dolan. Once again, it makes its valiant appearance. The Big Black is back.
Here we go. It finally gets picked. And I think this is actually a good pick for Romania because you've just lost two of the three really close maps. Morale might be down, and you need to shake the match up a bit. What better map than Big Black, where the map itself is its own skill set?
So true, actually. This map is its own skill set.
It's just, can you play the Big Black?
Yeah, this is Free Mod 3, aptly known as the Big Black. That's what it is. That's what this map is. That's what the skill set is, and that's what your entire universe is. Now, welcome to the Big Black. This is what's the term that's been thrown around all weekend for this? Mind block.
Yes, you are mind blocked on it. It's the only tournament map where everyone's already inherently mind blocked.
This is, and we may see some variation in the mods that a lot of these players end up taking on this because of that fact. How, just based on how much Hard Rock and Hidden switch this map up in terms of how it feels and how it plays and all of those different factors, we could absolutely see some more variation than we have in the past, and we already are seeing significant roster switches. Romania maintaining a little bit more of that core roster, and Poland making some significant switches over the past couple of maps here. Again, speaks to that depth that we talked about for that roster. All over, we have Alimentaire and an Agent 5D making their appearances. Kosiarek and Mazdaj maintaining. And it's Alex Bilia coming in for Romania here. And here we are, get to see the mods.
Yeah. And I'm really going to be looking at Alex Bilia here because that's their first map of the match. Maybe had been practicing the Big Black specifically. That's a legitimate possibility. And we see Gahes checking back in for Romania to round out the roster here.
Nothing crazy on the mod picks here. Agent 5D on the Hidden alongside Alex, Kosiarek, and Nanoya on the Hard Rocks. And it's Mustache, Alimentaire versus Lucrece Cahest. I'm looking at those no mod combos on this map, Dolan. Those are the players to look out for.
Right, yeah, it's the combos on the no mods and the accuracies on the mod players, if any of them pop off in particular, that are going to be a factor here. But we see breaks coming in across the board, more so on the side of Romania, and it's Mastaj who's having the best start of anybody in the lobby, the only one really to hold some combo as Nanoya finally finds footing.
These squares, we've seen some mod players absolutely make waves on this map this weekend thus far. I think we've actually already seen a hidden full combo on this map out of Team Chile this weekend.
It was an early one miss, actually. It was
that's right. It was a very early break.
Yeah, but it was a very good score nonetheless. That was hands down the best score we've seen of the weekend.
Very, very close to an FC.
I mean, I feel like if you FC this map in OWC, you're just a legend forever.
Well, we are still having that distinction up for grabs if we're counting that one early miss as a non-FC here, and Mustache to fall on the slider stream. What a fitting way to go on the Big Black, and there goes Alimentaire as well, actually. Romania
Wait a minute. Here
now with
Romania.
a huge lead.
Oh, and that miss right before as well, I believe, from Kosiarek is huge. Romania have two big combos here, I believe, from Alex Balea and one of their nomads, I believe. No, it's not Nanoya. Bleh, I can't say his name, but he goes down. The Hard Rock goes down. It's only Cahest and Alex.
Oh, and those combos were there. Nanoya, Alex Belia, and Cahest all had the combos, but Lucrece and Nanoya finding breaks gives Poland a significant lead, and Mastaj not breaking on the slider stream. Bancho continuing to show some love to the Big Black here as we come into the final patterns of the map. It's Poland with 130k, Kosiarek and Alex Belia finding the breaks. I think that's it for Poland's victory on this map. It just matters what we see into the ending. The final sliders, the final stream. It's the pinch stream coming up after the slider jumps. Do we see it? Mustache gets it!
Mustache! So close to the FC! 959!
4 100s, the best play of the weekend, and the first full combo we see on the Big Black this weekend.
Very, very close. Yeah, I don't know if it's quite... I think there was that slider miss. But it was, man, that's the best score we've seen, hands down, on this map all weekend, regardless. That is a phenomenal run from Mustache, and absolutely the difference maker when you look at these score lines, Chillier. I mean, Agent 5D also putting in some solid work on a recovery combo with 99.26 accuracy on hidden. Pretty solid.
Unbelievable stuff. That is technically, if we are counting the early break from Suntan, that is the first FC of the weekend.
Oh wait, the miss was Bancho. He did
It
FC
was a
that.
Bancho miss on the slider. 4 100s with that
goodness.
combo is a full combo, and that is the first of the weekend there officially. We will give Suntan the basically FC distinction. And only 2 of those 100s were slider ends, by the way. That's quite impressive on Score V2 to have only 2 of your 4 100s being slider ends. That is a performance to be feared out of all teams this weekend. And now we come into Poland's pick, and if they continue on the train they've been having thus far, it could be their final pick of the match if Romania is not able to make an appearance on the board. It's Hidden 3. We saw both teams ban out a Hidden. It's going to be Poland to be the first to pick and the last to pick as the Hidden pool is used up.
Yeah, Romania banning out the hidden reading. Poland banning out the generic hidden aim. That leaves just this one left here. Hidden 3. Captain and Toybots Extra.
Well, we've seen both of these teams have great performances in the weekend leading up to this match. We've had some great moments out of Romania, some exceptional stuff out of Poland as well. Both teams, again, falling down to the losers bracket here, where one will be eliminated today. And Poland, the team that was able to maintain that winner's bracket status for an extra weekend over Romania, the higher seeded team by only 5 slots, but man, does it seem to be making a difference in their depth today. Romania just not able to get a foothold on this match just yet. They've had so many close points, but Poland just outperforming as a team right now. And it comes down to symmetric, I think, Dolan. This might be the last opportunity for Romania to really get into this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard to count on a complete reverse sweep coming back from a 5-0 gap to win 6-5. I mean, Romania really have to kind of make their stand here. They're going to need a break point at some point, and you really need at least some margin for error when making a comeback.
Yep. 2 break points, 2 of their own points for Poland on the board, and a blank slate for Romania, but a clean slate is sometimes where you need to go. We're on the hidden pool now. We're on a completely different area. We're on a little bit more of a techie favored slot here. And Agent 5D to over-aim and chain miss that entire first stream of the map. Not a super strong start there, but Eternum and Alex Bailey had to trade out the miss early, and we are now 2-2 FCs on both sides very early.
Yeah, but the problem for Agent 5D was just the amount of accuracy that he dropped. He missed all of that stream, and Alimentaire is also going to trade, so now things are going to park pretty well dead center here. It should be pretty even, but Poland now actually on accuracy will be taking this, as it's only Tomasz Sik and Nanoya holding down the FCs respectively for their teams. And there goes the big supporting combo for Romania and Alex Balea.
Oh boy, and there goes Nanoya. Oh boy, the supporting combo's not there, and the FC no longer there for Romania, and Poland may have found the best possible map for them to drag this one in. 335,000 score already halfway through the map. Even just doubling that is over 600k on a hidden pick in here, which is more than half of a player's worth of score. Elementaire going to find a break, but as long as Agent 5D and Tomasz Sik hold right now, there is nothing Romania can do, not a combo to speak of.
I mean, Agent 5D is going to go down, but at this point, even if Tomasz Sik goes down, I mean, it's a 450,000 score gap that Romania is going to have to pull back with a quarter of the map left. And Tomasz Sik will go down, but they're going to need so much more than that. I mean, unless they can pull off a miracle like Poland did earlier, that would be crazy, but they're going to need to hold it. They would need chain misses from Poland, and neither of those two things are happening.
They need every player on Poland to break, and they need every single one of these combos to hold on their side. It's coming down to the wire, and with Lucrece finding a break, I think that might do it if it wasn't done already. 380,000 score in this amount of map left I don't think was possible, and Poland one step closer to that victory.
And one step closer to the top 16. 557,000, the final margin on that one. Romania now have been backed into a corner. 5-0 down. They will need 6 consecutive points in a row or they are out of the OS World Cup. And Hard Rock 2 is gonna be the pick.
Precision. The name of the game. The first Hard Rock to have been picked thus far. The first Precision map to be picked in this pool overall. Poland banning out Blood Drain, the closest thing we could have gotten to anything remotely Precision out of the maps that have been picked thus far. And it's about time we figure out whether or not that was a Poland team difference ban here, or if they were bluffing and Romania is dragging themselves into a trap right now. Based on how this match has gone thus far, I'm not sure I'd be able to make that prediction. There's nothing you can do right now if you are Romania except buckle down, give this pick your all, and hope that this is not the end of your run in the OS World Cup 2024. This is not a bad position to end in quarterfinals. Quite a good spot, all things considered, but that is one placement off of their projected seed. Unfortunately, one of these teams was going to miss it with their early round performances. And right now it seems to be Romania dragging this all the way back to tiebreaker with the differences we've seen thus far is a battle and a half.
Yeah, the only way they're going to do it is one map at a time, but still, it's going to be a steep uphill climb if it's going to happen. And they're still figuring out who that last player is going to be. It will be Kahest, rounding out the roster for Romania alongside Rolly, Lucrece, and Nanoya. Poland looking at Mastaj, Kosiarek, TARDIS checking back in. That duo of Mastaj and Kosiarek down the stretch these last 2-3 maps, they have really been on a roll, and it's going to be Shedis checking in.
This is the final 8. The rosters to look out for here. We've seen Hard Rock on both sides through some of these free mods. And I haven't really seen particular strength from either side on that particular combo. So, that kind of, again, leaves that clean slate, that open season map here. And there's a lot of potential for breaks on this map. We've seen plenty of teams and players have trouble on this sort of thing thus far.
Well, here we go. It's either now or never for Romania. No more room for error on the tiniest of circles. Boy, you really... There is no such thing as free combo on this map.
Not at all. This map gives you very little time to get settled into it as well. I mean, you've got a couple of seconds here at the intro, but once this map picks up, it doesn't really let back down until the very ending. Even if that, we've got some wide-angle jumps all the way through, almost CS8 coming in here. And another major break coming out from Romania on Rolly right now. Not what they want to see. 60,000 score in favor of Poland. 3 full combos remaining. Kosiarek with a great recovery from the start. 98% accuracy. Now just dropping a couple hundreds. And there goes Kahest. And it's all falling apart for Romania.
And Mastaj is going to trade one back. Rolly already had dropped an FC, but Nanoya going down is not what they needed to see as well. And now it's Shedis and TARDIS with Kosiarek in tow against Lucrece, who has no help. 300k, making 400k. Nanoya goes down, only traded back by Shedis. And this one looks all but over, Chillier.
Lucrece has maybe 350,000 potential score left on them alone. And that is assuming that every combo on Poland continuously broke. It's now 500,000 in favor of them, and there is quite literally nothing Lucrece can do to bring this back, even with the misses from Poland. Kościarek will be holding this one down. Lucrece to find the break. It's a full reset on everyone except for Kościarek into the ending. Finally finding the miss. We will see no FCs here, but the double 700k, more than enough against the singular 800k from Romania. And that is all she wrote. The 11th-seeded Poland in a stunning 6-0 victory will eliminate Romania, prevent them from meeting their seed requirement of a top 16, and will be the final team to take a top 16 slot. We've got 2 upsets in that round now, Dolan. Ukraine and Turkey officially outplacing their seeds with the top 16 here, alongside the rest of the best.
Yep, we still have the 19th and 22nd seed sticking around in top 16, and Poland, what a way to exact revenge. 6-0. Not the projected scoreline I think anybody had, even if they had Poland winning that. But a job well done and a statement win moving forward, and that is exactly the kind of win they needed after Turkey went out and put up a statement win versus Taiwan. So that match is shaping up to be a great one. Mastaj, Rafis, and the crew set to take on Raiko Ho and Turkey. We've got a few other matches. We've got one more today, actually, Chillier. One of those top 16 matches is going to be happening very shortly. I believe it is Chile and Sweden.
That it is. The first match of the losers bracket, round 3. The match to decide the opponent of Hong Kong next weekend. And like you said, the final match from our Saturday lineup here at 20 UTC. That'll be in an hour and 20 minutes. Once that is through, we will have our remaining 3 losers bracket matches as well as 2 winners bracket matches. That's right, yet to take place. 2 very highly anticipated matchups, Russia versus Germany and the United States versus Canada. A matchup that we saw last year end in the demise of the United States from the winner's bracket position. That will all be taking place tomorrow, but not before that 20 UTC match today. So we'll go 20 UTC into 14 UTC Sunday. But that's all for us for at least the next hour. Thank you for having me on here, Dolan, joining on the stream. Thank you, everyone, for watching. And we will catch you all in just over an hour for our final match of the Saturday lineup.
5 banners!
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone watching at home, and welcome back to the OS World Cup 2024. We're here with our second winners bracket match of the weekend. It's South Korea versus Hong Kong. South Korea, the #1 seeded team out of qualifiers. Hong Kong with a top 8 qualifiers performance this year and a pretty solid run through the winners bracket so far, attempting to make some headway into the later stages of the tournament for the first time in a long time. I'm Dio. I'm going to be joined on this cast with the one and only Sad Shiba. Commiserations for your country's loss, Shiba. I know it's a tough one in the last match, but
I'm fixing my sleep schedule for this team, and only to just get a 6-1. That's all I get, man. It's tough, but it's all good. Australia were kind of ridiculous that last match. They were pretty absurd, and UK have a crazy losers bracket run anyway. So I think I expect good stuff in the future. But on to South Korea, Hong Kong. Yeah, I mean, these are two really good teams. I can't lie to you, Dio. But South Korea are such a indescribably powerful team this year. We have not seen them make a single mistake throughout this entire event, and I think this is the first time that Korea need to, roll up their sleeves like halfway up. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the first time that Korea are going to have to put a little more effort into their matchups, considering how still in this stage we are a little bit early, considering the caliber of both these teams, especially with Suwagi and MCY playing together. There's going to be that insane dynamic duo that might be able to pull something magical against Korea, kind of under their noses, right? But Korea are definitely the favorites for this one, and I expect some really exciting scores from those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. The problem, I think, in this match is that South Korea is just a titan of a team. You have the team that got third place in the 2021 World Cup. In 2022 and 2023, this team in both years came into grand finals through winners bracket. They were second both years, but they were in the grand finals from winners bracket. And this year, with an even stronger team, they are, in many people's minds, the favorite to win the entire thing. Now, obviously, the United States may have some fighting words about that later on in the tournament, but for now, South Korea in the winners bracket is generally a team you do not want to face up against. Flying Tuna, their captain this year, Hyuk, coming from the Philippines, flag changing back to South Korea, his home country. Worst HR player. Fragrance of Page added on this year, who's been fantastic throughout tournaments this year. Amamiya Kokoro, Karcher coming back, Alagrisimo coming back, and then Doomsday Fanboy after military service back once again as one of the speed players. And Shiba, we're already into the ban phase here. Hong Kong banning out the low AR hidden map for reading. South Korea double banning speed and stream mechanics with Renatus the DT3 and rebuilding the No Mod 2. And coming into this match, I actually thought South Korea might pick into speed. Suwagi, Hibiki, Kagasumira, Max Birio, MCY4, Misha Awa, still okay, and Tommy315, still a very, very good roster for Hong Kong. But this is also a team that has historically struggled on speed, and South Korea, their speed roster this year is a lot better than in previous years, so a little surprising to me to see them ban out these speed maps. And now Hong Kong also banning out the Big Black. No free mod 3 in this match once again. I'm glad we got to see it in Chile versus Japan, because I don't know how much we're going to be seeing it the rest of the weekend.
Dear, match 1 of 2 of me not being able to see Big Black is a tragedy so far, not gonna lie. I'm hoping we see Big Black maybe in the next matchup for us. Hopefully, we'll maybe see something different there. Wing My Way is still open, so there's still hope that we'll see something like that. And I think, considering both teams have really good proficiency on that, we might be able to see that picked up later down the line. But I think South Korea so confident on practically everything else that they're just going to eliminate anything they would deem a weakness. I feel like they're using their qualifiers comparisons here to really judge their options for the bans. If we're looking at the qualifier comparisons here, the closest gaps were in DT2 and No Mod 4. But I feel like No Mod 4 is a bit of a different deal, especially in quarterfinals. Even though it's kind of scaled the same way, it's a bit of a different No Mod 4. It's a lot more slide attack consistency heavy, and South Korea kind of love that stuff. So not really surprised to not see that prioritized, but see speed taken away. It is the closest difference that they have in the qualifiers outside of that No Mod 4, so not too surprised. I feel like even though South Korea do have a much better tapping roster, with the addition of Hyuk, with the improvement from Flying Tuna, with Doomsday Fanboy, of course, coming into the team as well. Definitely not a speed team to scoff at all, but safe to say they're clearly not confident enough to lean into it against Hong Kong and leave it open.
Yeah. A bit surprising to me, but to talk about this map a little bit, Hong Kong picking into the double time 4. The DT4 is something that you might usually expect to see in this sort of slot in a pool. It's alt, aim control, finger control, DT. A little bit of reading here, AR 8.4, so should be relatively comfortable at AR 9.93 after DT, and about 215-ish BPM for these players after double time as well. You're going to expect a lot of really snappy aim control patterns in this map, and a couple patterns later on that are really, really tricky. A couple of patterns where you may see some team wipes in this map as well.
Yeah, I feel like this map is very consistent throughout its run, but bless you, dear. It's very consistent throughout its runtime for the most part. You're going to be seeing a lot of these consistent patterns through and through, and that in turn adds that difficulty scaling that makes it a little volatile, even though it's very consistent in its difficulty. A lot of openings available here for a lot of players, and we're already seeing an opening miss there from Kaga Sumire, but that seems to be the only miss so far on the side of Hong Kong, and very early so. Fragrance of Page is going to be trading that miss, and as it ramps up just slowly into this first Ki time, it's an even trade on both sides, but the combo game leaning slightly in favor of Hong Kong as we get into that Ki time. Is there any misses coming through next here as the ramp up does come up a little bit throughout this chorus section? Misha Awa is going to be the next miss for Hong Kong. Any more misses here from Korea to trade that out? Doesn't seem to be the case. Kaga Sumire with a good recovery as well, able to build up and not really trip too hard after that opening miss. And Misha Awa once again being the only second miss here now for Hong Kong as South Korea three-way that first Ki time.
Yeah, and this is, I think, the biggest problem in this match is that Hong Kong is a very good aim control, finger control, reading team. They are a team that really thrives on these sorts of gimmicky picks and on aim mechanics. But South Korea is the exact same sort of team, except with a roster that is built to win the entire tournament. So this match for Hong Kong, I feel like, is an uphill battle, as even on picks where they are performing really well, Suwagi, MCY4 still full comboing. Kaga Sumire had a very good recovery until finally finding that break here in the second Ki time. It's South Korea still on the three-way full combo with Fragrance of Page on a 750 combo heater recovery as well. And there goes Suwagi. And I feel like there goes the point, Shiba. It may as well be over now.
Yep, that spells it. And that crazy volatile spam section, I was waiting for that to come through. That's a very scary section that can jump scare a lot of players. But after that being hit all the way from South Korea into the guitar tapping solo section, everybody also hitting that section themselves. Korea are unstoppable on this opening pick here from Hong Kong, even through the good efforts here of MCY4 with solid accuracy considering the difficulty of the map here, with Misha Awa on a good and respectable recovery. You know, this would have been a solid team two against anybody else, but against South Korea, it is absolutely squat. Look at this 3-4 combo here for Korea. Flying Tuna will finally miss, but that's not really going to mean anything here for Korea. They're already very, very close to that 4 million scoreline and might just hit it towards the ending, and it's done. Was they Char Player and Hyok clean up the FCs with a great reverse choke there from Fragrance of Page. Good start from Korea and a great opening breakpoint. A very dominant one too.
And at the end of the map, it's 0 FCs for Hong Kong. Unfortunately, MCY4 finding the break there right near the end. About 150 combo to go, but worst HR player, Hyok, finding the FCs for South Korea. Flying Tuna with an S-rank choke there, about the same place as MCY4 found his choke. Fragrance of Page on the reverse choke. I mean, 4 million plus on a map like this is very, very strong. Again, these sorts of gimmicky DT picks are not things where you necessarily expect your usual super high scores on DT. And so for South Korea to get above that 4 million mark, it again just shows how impressive this team is, how strong they are coming into the tournament, how ridiculously difficult it is for Hong Kong to take points when even on this pick, they had quite a good team score, right? Almost 3 million on something like this is still quite good, but it's just nowhere near enough. An almost 1.3 million team score lead for South Korea on this. And now South Korea, I mean, they double ban speed. They can just pick into anything that they really feel is a solid map for them. You have precision aim control in the Hard Rock 2. You have flow aim control and snap aim jump streams in the Hard Rock 3. You have hidden tech. You have AR9 hidden awkward aim. You have AR5 reading in the Nomad 5. You have alt Nomad. You have tech Nomad. You have Flow Aim DT in the DT2 if you want to go that route as well. And you even have a couple more solid picks in the free mod pool with the free mod 1, 135 BPM Snap Alt, and Blood Drain, the free mod 4, AR8 CS5 anti-mod consistency. But they're going to go with the gimmickiest of all, Qualia by Junk, mapped by PO, AR5 CS5. This map, it is super consistent in how it approaches rhythm choice and patterning. So if you play even just the first third of the map, you basically know what to expect for the entire rest of the map, which makes it very easy to practice. But the fact that it is AR5, CS5, and OD9 are some settings that people are very unfamiliar with most of the time. Even if you are an easy player, sure, the AR5 might be commonplace, but CS5 with easy only happens if you are putting easy on a CS10 map. OD9 never happens with easy. The highest OD you can get with easy is OD5. So this is a map that becomes very, very difficult to act. You expect lower accuracy on this sort of pick. You expect some breaks on the aim control on this pick as well. And add to that, it's not just the AR5 reading. There's tons of spam doubles cut streams where the doubles are perfectly stacked alongside flow aim directly after them, alongside some really tricky awkward aim at the same time. This is not an easy pick whatsoever, despite the rhythm choice and the patterning being very consistent throughout the map. So your reading squad has to be on point for this, and if there's ever a team where you're going to expect a really, really solid team score, it's going to be South Korea on this.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly, man. Although it has a few consistent factors that might be a little easier to understand in practice, it doesn't change the fact that this map is evil. It is cruel. And I think a team like Korea love something like this. I mean, earlier you were listing practically like 90%, 80% of the pool of options that Korea have at their disposal. And, you know, against a team as good as Hong Kong, that's pretty crazy to think about, right? Korea don't really need to take that many risks considering how ridiculously strong they are on practically anything here outside of the mechanics that they've already double banned. You know, the normal 2, I believe, is the only one open, if not another one. But, like, still, so many options here for Korea, and this one is one of the best ones out there here. It is a brutal, really unforgiving test here of your reading and overlap reading consistency here. And so far, so good here from South Korea. Only opening miss coming through from Flying Tuna with a trade earlier on there from Hibiki. So still even grounds the combat game department, but that early massive actor there from Hibiki is going to really inhibit Hong Kong's odds to trying to even out the scoreline, as it's already 150k in favor of Korea.
I don't know if you saw earlier, but Hibiki effectively didn't play the intro. I wasn't sure if we were going to get an abort or what happened. But Hibiki, even after the intro, clearly not adjusting well to this map, still having quite a lot of trouble on some of these flow aim patterns. And, well, Shiba, MCY4 is broken, Misha Awa's broken, Hibiki is down at 44k, Suwagi is the only one with an FC right now for Hong Kong. And even in spite of Flying Tuna finding that early miss, this is already looking extremely one-sided in favor of South Korea. And this just goes back to the point I made earlier, that South Korea is effectively a very similar team to Hong Kong, but built to win the tournament. And this sort of map is really exemplary of that point.
Yeah, down goes Suwagi as well. Another miss there. It is traded by Amamiya Kokoro, but it really is too little too late. There is nothing here that Hong Kong can build up. You know, you try and find those small lights at the end of the tunnel here for Hong Kong, but it's all darkness for them, really. You've got no significant combo to speak of outside of this recovery from Misha Awa and Hibiki, with Wesley Child playing Fragrance of Page, doubling that with the recovery from Tuna as well, having that being his only opening miss in this match. And, you know, who else but these two reading maestros of Korea to be able to just hold through this entire ending part here. I think the real question is now is whether or not they're going to be able to end it in style, because this ending section gets particularly difficult here. Ramps up in intensity as well. These stacks speed up just a little bit more, and you have this brutal bus slider ending here that can devastate some combos, but it doesn't seem to trip up anyone. Fragrance of Page and worst HR player, full combo. One of the most difficult maps in this pool, with a reverse trip from Flying Tuna as well. Everyone being able to hold on to that ending. This is an exceptional team score from Korea.
Yeah, 1.3 million team score difference on a no-mod pick is not something you typically see in very many rounds of any tournament. This is a massive team lead for South Korea. Not to say even the least because of Hibiki's score, but it just wouldn't have mattered even if Hibiki had FC'd, right? There was no winning this pick for Hong Kong. It's just a ridiculous team wipe for South Korea. The double FC does so much work. I think the double FC alone might have been enough to win that map, actually. Yeah, the double FC alone would have been enough to win that map. So worst HR player for Against the Page, that is a 2v4 performance from them on that pick. And now we go into the Hard Rock 1 for Hong Kong. And honestly, I like this pick a lot. Hong Kong, I think they want to pick into aim. I think they want to avoid a gimmick in this match and pick stuff that feels a little more almost RNG toss-up-y, because I feel like that's where they're going to have the best chance of getting points. Aim mechanics is oftentimes the great equalizer in tournaments. It is something that a lot of players feel is relatively RNG, because high spacing, high focus requirements are often really draining. And while both of these teams are very strong on aim, usually you favor South Korea a little bit on just the aim consistency. Something a little higher BPM like this is potentially a good thing for Hong Kong as well, with the double ban from South Korea coming through on the speed picks. And Hong Kong, if you look at the places where they have had any head-to-head wins whatsoever, the only places where they have found them are on Nomad 1 in qualifiers. South Korea was number 1 on that map. Hong Kong was number 4, and then South Korea was number 7 as well. So they do have one better score there. And in round of 32 on DT3, where you had the finger control double spam DT pick. So if there is anywhere that Hong Kong is going to find that advantage, it's either on the gimmick DT picks or it's on the aim. And, well, we tried the gimmick DT, didn't work out. Let's go into the aim. I like the pick from Hong Kong. Again, this is a matchup that's a much of an uphill battle, right? The usual picks for Hong Kong are not strong for them in this match because South Korea is just that good on them. So pick into the aim consistency, pick into the more RNG picks, pick into speed, or what's left of it at least. DT1, for example, still available in this pool. Free Mod 2 still available in this pool. Picks like that can work out for Hong Kong here, and this is just one of those maps that I think is probably pretty solid. 234 BPM, of course, AR10, OD10, CS 5.2, and this one mostly aim consistency, a couple of awkward jumps here and there, and then a burst section at 234 BPM, about halfway, almost 2/3 of the way through this map. So you may see a couple of people get got by the speed requirement on this.
Yeah. You know, like you said, this is a very Hong Kong expected pick, especially with the members that they have. And on top of that, it is aim consistency for the most part. And also, like you said, it's one of those coin flippy maps that, you know, anyone can really win regardless of what team it is for the most part. Unless you have a team kind of tailor-made to be the best aim team in the tournament most of the time, you can really do some magic and surprising stuff at that. But players like CYK and MCY4 love this type of stuff. Tommy especially, a very strong aim player for Hong Kong. So I'm really excited to see if this is going to be one of those breakaway points that can give Hong Kong a point on the board. But, you know, can't help but be a little frightened. Hyuk is on the other side, arguably one of, if not the best aim players in this tournament, with West Child player Carter and Flying Tuna to join them. And generally, on top of that as well, there is a little bit of tapping. It is 234 BPM with a few bars applied there as well. So far, though, not any misses until Max Biro does drop Karcher. I didn't notice that earlier, but he did drop very earlier on, so that is going to be a valid trade here from both sides. And in favor of Korea, as Karcher is going to have that recovery to back up Korea to give them about 10,000 score lead as we get into the first Ki time here. Most of this aim is relatively unconventional, and down goes Tommy. Not really the miss you're looking for into this Ki time. You need someone from Korea to slip as Max Biro goes down once again. CYK and MCY4 have to hold the fort and pray for some misses from Korea on this Ki time, but it's not going to happen. A four-way still held by all four members of South Korea.
Shiba, I think this map is going to come down to whether or not Korea finds a big wipe on the speed burst section coming up here. We're almost halfway through the map again. You're starting to see more and more of these triples. You get not just the triples, but some 9-note bursts coming up here, followed up by 1/3 triples directly afterwards. Can everyone on South Korea hold? If they make it through this section, I think they've probably got the pick. There's the triples, there's the streams. And a couple of more streams here right at the end. There goes MCY4 though, and everyone on South Korea hits it. MCY4 dropping there is just the nail in the coffin, the straw that broke the camel's back, as South Korea three-way full combo and the reverse choke from Karcher still going strong. Just immaculate. What more do you want from your #1 seed?
Seriously, man, you can't really play-by-play this, can you? I mean, this is just a dominant scoreline from South Korea so far. What can you do? A team like Hong Kong, so good, so tenured, so many amazing tournament players, most notably Suwagi and MCY4, who have been legends, not only in their own countries, but international tournament events, right? Both of these players having invitations and high placements in courses closed. But even so, against a team as stacked and indescribably strong as South Korea, there is nothing you can do. You must just watch your Hard Rock 1 pick go to the way of, once again, your opponent, as it stands to be the three-way full combo with a recovery from Karcher. A small odd, a small chance of a potential slip-up towards the very end here. A few more bursts coming through there, but outside of that, it's all normal. It's all smooth sailing for the ending here. Nothing too significant. Typical of what you've expected for the most part here, outside of a few extra jumps towards the end. But Korea have hit everything so far, and I don't think they're going to be slipping up once again, and it won't be the case. A three-way full combo for Korea, 4 million score, with Karcher not slipping one bit on his recovery.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do? What do you do, right? This is just ridiculous dominance from South Korea. It's almost the four-way FC. I mean, you see worst HR players score here. You see the scores from Flying Tuna and Hyok, and you think, okay, I mean, maybe at least the fourth player doesn't full combo. And yeah, it's not a full combo, but it's still 900k. It just doesn't really matter what you're going to do as Team Hong Kong there. Unfortunately for them, it's another almost 1.3 million team score difference. Shiba, it's 3-0. The lowest score difference we have had so far was on that map that we just watched. 1,263,000 points is the closest this match has been so far at the 3-0 mark. And by the way, that is still a team score that would have beaten UK by 400,000 points from South Korea. This is a ridiculously high level of dominance that we're seeing from them so far in this match. And Hong Kong, I mean, you gotta feel some sympathy, right? South Korea, double ban speed. They are winning on the aim picks, even the faster aim pick here in the Hard Rock 1. And South Korea, again, a team that is overwhelmingly favored on all of these gimmick picks. They haven't even picked into the hidden pool, by the way, which during qualifiers, South Korea was both the #1 and #2 score on both hidden maps in qualifiers. Even if this match gets close, South Korea still has those 2 picks in the bank. So it is just a really tough uphill battle for Hong Kong here. We're going into the anti-mod consistency pick here for South Korea. I think this option's fine for them. I mean, honestly, the closest map so far has been 1.2 million score difference. So sure, why not, bro? Just go into whatever. It's fine. Blood Drain here, mapped by Dada. This is a custom map. CS5, AR8, OD9, mostly linear aim focused, though there are some more tricky, awkward streams in this map as well, but very similar to a lot of other Dota CS5 AR8 maps throughout the years. If you've played any Dota map that has Vintage as the diff name, you'll probably know what's going on in this pick. And again, I think a pick that is very good for South Korea. They have already won on the Nomad 5. They have already won on Hard Rock Aim. This is effectively a combination of those two things. A little less gimmicky on the reading, a little more precision focused for the Hard Rock player, but South Korea not really going to have too much trouble with either of those things. I feel like players like Karcher can be very good on the Hard Rock. Players like Flying Tuna, worst HR player, both of them could take hidden on this map as well. It's a good pick.
Yeah, solid pick, I'd say. Very versatile for Korea. They can whip out a myriad of choices here. I think the most obvious pick that we're probably going to be looking at is Karcher Hard Rock. But outside of that, I mean, you can mix and match a lot of these players on practically anything. All 3 of the other remaining players on Korea are both very proficient on Hard Rock and Hidden. So it's just kind of a pleasant surprise, regardless of what we see. We could even see an overmod. I think Hard Rock overmod is a lot more possible on this map compared to other options. And for Hong Kong, I mean, you are very much relying on Suwagi and MCY4 to really pop off on some of these maps. You're most likely going to see one of these two players alternating between Hard Rock and Nomad. Most likely, if I was to make a guess, it's going to be Suwagi on the Hard Rock and MCY4 Hard Rock, Nomad or Hidden Hard Rock, but not going to be the case. It's going to be MCY4 Hard Rock with Suwagi Nomad, Stilak on the Nomad as well, Max Berio facing Flying Tuna on the Hidden. Yeah, I mean, not really much else you can really add. This career roster is too versatile. You can really have anyone on this. But here we go into Blood Drain.
Here we go into Blood Drain, and yeah, I mean, you're not really going to overmod this as either team, I feel like. Hidden, of course, just makes the no-mod more difficult, and Hard Rock is actually surprisingly tough on this map. You might see a couple of comfort overmods on Hard Rock from teams that really don't have any low AR players this round, but they're going to be few and far between, I feel like, on a map like this, as Hard Rock on a CS5 AR8 that is primarily aim-focused just makes the map way, way more difficult. This is well over 7 stars with Hard Rock, and 7 stars CS 6.5 aim, not to be scoffed at. There goes Flying Tuna, though. A couple of early misses here for South Korea. Flying Tuna and Fragrance of Page finding the drops. It is still a 4-way full combo for Hong Kong, but there goes Swaggy. There goes MCY4, or excuse me, Max Berio in the first Ki time, as now it's 2-2 in the full combos, but there goes Karcher on the Hard Rock as well. And this is the closest start to a pick we have seen so far out of the first Ki time.
Yeah, this is looking pretty close so far. I mean, Contra with that miss as well on the Hard Rock is going to even out the playing field quite a bit here. MCY4 and Stilak are taking that lead just a little bit, but not by too big of a margin here. Fragrance of Page, despite that early miss, has a solid recovery to join Worst HR player to at least try and contest it. On top of that, you can clearly see a really strong accuracy lead that's keeping Korea in the lead so far. No further misses come through, as MCY4 and Stilak still really need to keep that fire alive here, as more jumps to come through into this next Ki time. Is there going to be any more hope injected here for the Hong Kong roster? Max Berio is the next to drop. Anybody here from Korea has to go down to try and make these 2 full combos from Hong Kong have an impact. And down goes Flying Tuna. That's one, but not the full combo from Wesley Char player you're necessarily looking for here. You need to see one of those 2 in Fragrance of Page or before him go down. And Wesley Char player just seems to be absolutely annihilating this map with the highest accuracy in the lobby. Stilak really wants to try and say something about that into the Guitar Solo section, but misses on the streams in the 1/3. MCY4 also joins, and that is a collapse there from Hong Kong. The 2 combos you are begging to see hold are dropped, and yes, Wesley Char player may go down, but Fragrance of Page has his back alongside Karcher's recovery. Suwagi is all that's left to hold the fort, and unfortunately he's not got enough combo in the back to really make a fight.
Yeah, Fragrance of Page on this reverse choke, still looking very good, and unfortunately, with Karcher's backing combo on this Hard Rock, Suwagi's just not going to be able to do nearly enough alone. The accuracy as well for Fragrance of Page looking very strong. I'm so surprised, by the way, so many people make it through that stream. I think only MCY4 and Max Berio drop on that stream. That's claimed a lot of combos through the weekend, and unfortunately for Hong Kong, none of South Korea's are claimed on that stream. It's a 500,000 score difference for South Korea. It's the closest map we've seen so far, and yet it's still very solidly in their favor. 850k for Fragrance of Page, 750k for Karcher on the Hard Rock, 740k for Worst HR player on the Nomad as well. And those are all really, really solid scores. By the way, the top score for Hong Kong out of MCY4 on the Hard Rock, only able to match that 3rd best score from Worst HR player on the side of South Korea. It just goes to show, again, how ridiculously dominant South Korea are on so many of these picks. Even though it's not the 1 million plus team score difference we've seen so far, it is still 3 members of South Korea outscoring almost everyone on Hong Kong. And again, I think Hong Kong with the right idea here, pick into speed, pick into the stuff that South Korea is uncomfortable on, because the things they are comfortable on, they are so ridiculously consistent at, even at this level with full combos on nearly everyone, that it is hard to even contest them on those skill sets. So I think the right idea here for Hong Kong, despite them usually not being a speed team, it's top 40 core by Shubil, custom map by Fergus for the US World Cup 2024 quarterfinals. About almost 3 minutes of AR 9.5, CS4, OD9, 7-star speed consistency. This one's a little on the easy side for this pool as well, I feel like. Has had some similar maps in the round of 16 and quarterfinals, namely the quarterfinals No Mod 2 and the round of 16 Free Mod 2. If you've watched those, or excuse me, Free Mod 3. If you've watched those rounds and remember those maps, you're getting something pretty similar here. Lots of burst speed, lots of stacked burst especially, not too much of a flow aim requirement. So a lot of the misses you're going to see on this map will come down to either over tapping or under tapping, especially going into a buzz slider on this pick, or just miss aims on the jumps after being uncomfortable with the speed. So Hong Kong just banking on that discomfort from South Korea to come out on this pick.
Yeah, first time for South Korea that Western Child player is going to be subbing out on the bench for this one. After playing an exceptional performance on all of the last 4 maps that we've seen, he is going to be sitting out, and Doomsday Fanboy will be taking his place, which, again, makes perfect sense for Korea. Doomsday Fanboy being that speed specialist for this team. This one being very much burst, spam heavy, breakcore speed, like you said, custom map by Fergus. It is very much consistent light tech burst speed. Base CX4 9.5 to 46 BPM. It's got a lot of rapid bursts. It's got a lot of decent amounts of control. Not too heavy on the stamina, but still decently heavy towards the ending where it ramps up just a little bit here. But the difficulty for the most part is very consistent. Also a little bit dense, even though it's AR 9.5, you have a little bit of density there if you are going to be rocking into that hidden. But I think generally both of these teams are going to be relatively comfy. It's more about whether or not Korea are going to dominate or, you know, win by a decent amount. This is one of those picks that there is a small ink of hope that Hong Kong can do something here. Suwagi, Kagasumira, MCY4, and Misha Awa for Hong Kong. For South Korea, Flying Tuna, Hyuk, Karcher, and Doomsday Fanboy. Again, both teams have some very promising lineups. Is this going to be a moment where Hong Kong can finally get that win on the board? We'll have to wait and see.
Let's see if they're able to get it. We see the hidden hard rock for MCY4, the hidden only from Awa. Actually, double hard rock for Doomsday Fanboy and Karcher on this pick. A bit of an overmod for both teams with the hidden hard rock on MCY4 and the double hard rock for South Korea. Flying Tuna on the hidden and Hyuk on the no mod. So only one no mod for South Korea. There goes Karcher, there goes Kagasumire, there goes MCY4 here to start things off. And already a lot of early action on this pick as we get into it. Again, you can just see a lot of the bursts, not too much spacing. Another break come through for Flying Tuna on the side of South Korea, though. It's 2-2 in the full combos. There goes Doomsday Fanboy as well now, Shiba. Suwagi and Misha Awa holding onto these FCs for Hong Kong. Hyuk alone for South Korea, but recovery intact for Karcher to match Kagasumire and MCY4. There goes MCY4 once again, so a bit of a score trade back the way of South Korea, but the combo lead still in the favor of Hong Kong here, a third of the way in.
Lower slowdown now, enough to build Hong Kong finally to give themselves a lead on the board, but it could be short-lived if someone slips up on this final ending here. Down goes MCY4 on the hidden hard rock, but not necessarily the one that you're looking for. Cover from Kagasumira looking solid. Misha Awa and Suwagi still want those combos intact. Down goes Doomsday Fanboy once again. It is Hyuk and Karcher on those two very high combos with the Hyuk FC to try and still tug this in. It is a battle on this so far. Everyone's still holding on. Those combos that are a little bit less impactful are the only ones that are slipping up for now. Suwagi and Misha Awa need to hold. Misha Awa still holding on to that SS on the hidden. Very impressive stuff, and a map that I'd say is quite difficult to really hold significant accuracy on. And finally, a big miss there. Hong Kong Suwagi falls, and that's going to very quickly shift it now in favor of Korea as Karcher and Hyuk still have their combos alive with Flying Tuna as well on exceptional recoveries here. Kagasumire also misses. It is Misha Awa left on his lonesome. He even misses on the SS on the slow section there. And as we get into the ending, difficulty starts to get a little bit more dense, but these recoveries from Korea are so high. This combo from Hyuk is so high. If Hyuk and Doomsday Fanboy miss, there is a bit of hope for Misha Awa, but the rest of Hong Kong really can't keep up with this. MCY4 hidden hard rock, though, very impressive towards the ending, but not really much here, as long as Korea just keep on building.
Yeah, this is just... It's just rough, man. It's rough out here for Hong Kong. Right? What can you do? Hyuk is still on the FC. He's the only FC on the side of South Korea. You'd think, okay, maybe finally the one pick where South Korea is not putting up a three-way or multi-way FC. Maybe Hong Kong can contest, but the rest of Korea is just on a heater here on the recovery combos. Flying Tuna on the reverse choke. Doomsday Fanboy just one miss basically right halfway through the map. Karcher just a miss early on. The double Hard Rocks are still a double 600k for South Korea. And despite the very, very solid performance from Misha Awa on that pick, 99.5 accuracy, one miss. It's matched by the FC from Hyuk, and the rest of the team is just out ahead of the pack for South Korea. Flying Tuna nearly 800k. And it's just rough out here for Hong Kong, and South Korea 5-0 right now, looking to make it a clean sweep. And Shiba, this would be kind of historic. I'm pretty sure we have not had any 6-0 sweeps in quarterfinals since 2018. So this would be the first time in 6 years, if it happens, that we get any 6-0 sweeps in the quarterfinals. Shoutouts to iFlame for the stat there, but yeah, this would be a bit of a historic 6-0. And in fact, I got 6-1 in the pick'ems just because I don't believe in quarterfinal sweeps. But yeah, it's looking like
brother. This dude, you're right. This is kind of historical here. I'm looking back at my pick'ems. I put 6-2 South Korea. I had a little more hope with Hong Kong there, but regardless, man, like looking back at that score, those accuracies from Misha Awa and Hyuk were sickening, crazy. So much effort from an individual like that on Hong Kong. Such a great score, but still taken away by another outshining score from Korea, and such great solid team performances, even if they're not 4-way FCs. It just feels like Hong Kong can't catch a break, and this next pick from Korea, which I'd say is another solid pick for them. Again, no hidden picks here from Korea yet. We haven't seen a single one, despite them getting number 1 and number 2 in qualifiers. They're going into that Control, very difficult Hard Rock 3, which I think is another solid choice here from Korea. You've got a lot of high scaling players who can do great work on this.
Yeah, it's a very good map for South Korea. It's a very flow-aim-focused map in the first half that transitions into a map with the sorts of linear flow-aim streams in the back half, alongside some really, really high-spacing jumps between those linear streams. So your ability to snap into a high-spacing flow-aim pattern is really heavily tested in the back half of this map. It can be really, really tricky. This is a map that has seen some use in other tournaments this decade as well. Has been in some higher profile tournaments throughout the 2020s, but it's been a while since I've seen this one in particular on Hard Rock, so we'll see exactly how this one goes for both of these teams. South Korea, though, I think you have to favor them on this sort of a pick here going up against Hong Kong. Despite Hong Kong, obviously, a very good aim control, flow aim team, South Korea has just shown that they are a level up in this match for sure. There's been effectively 0 control picks that are even close in this match. We saw the DT4 was 1.3 million almost. And aside from that, we haven't really seen too many control picks, but the AR5 map was 1.3 million. The Hard Rock 1 aim, that's the closest thing we have really, is almost 1.3 million as well. These early picks for South Korea really set the tone of this match, and I feel like on a map like this, you have to expect similar things. Flying Tuna, Karcher, Fragrance of Page, and worst HR player in on the Hard Rock 3 here for South Korea, looking to close it out in the first clean 6-0 sweep in the OS World Cup quarterfinals since 2018. Suwagi still okay, MCY4, and Max Birio looking to put up a fight here for Hong Kong and get them on the board.
I find it crazy that against a team with Suwagi and MCY4 in the same lineup, we still deem this to be an insanely good Korea pick. That is an insane idea in my mind, right? I'd like to think that both of these players from Hong Kong are so capable, especially MCY4, probably one of the most famous and well-known Hard Rock control players in the tournament scene, period. And we're still saying that about Korea being such a stronger team on this. It's insane to see, right? And so far, it's still looking good for them. Suwagi being the only misser in favor of Hong Kong, with Stilak also joining in just afterwards as we get into this ramp-up. Some of these patterns are so brutal, so unforgiving. I think arguably one of the hardest maps in the pool, if not the hardest map in the pool outside of Tiebreaker, with some of these triangles being so sharp and so so difficult, man. And it does end up leading to more misses on the side of Hong Kong, with one miss from Korea being in fragrance of Page. Still, Karcher, Flying Tuna, and Wesley Childplay all holding their combos intact with also great accuracy, considering how hard this map is and the type of skill sets you have to have on this. 99.31 from Karcher and 99.83 from Wesley Childplay is still phenomenal. And as we get into the slide attack section, it seems more dire here as Suwagi goes down once again. Max Furio also joins in the misses. As it ramps up more with the slide attack, it gets even more in the favor of South Korea. That big space section does not trip up anyone from Korea, and it leads to a fall apart from Hong Kong. It's another brutal one-way street. It's only Korea's road, and they will keep it going. They will run through any barriers that they dare see test them, and in turn are going to be dominating them on another win, and this time it's going to be the match.
Yeah, I mean, just what do you do? The full combos are still there for Flying Tuna and Worst HR player. Karcher will break right near the end, but it just doesn't matter. It's going to be close to 800k for him by the end of the pick, and another well over 1 million team score difference for South Korea. Finally, Flying Tuna finds the miss. Doesn't matter. But Worst HR player clutches out the full combo, matches the showcase replay as well. And yeah, that's a clean 6-0 sweep for the first time since 2018. Shout out to T1G for the stat there. This is a first in 6 years occurrence, and in the winners bracket, no less. Seed 1 versus Seed 8, South Korea. Was there ever any doubt? This is domination from the number 1 seed in the World Cup.
Dude, what was that score from Worst HR player? Like, I'm sorry, what is a crazy score? Just for reference, because you can't see it on the screen now, this is one of the most difficult maps to act. I think that's just objectively true, if you're excluding the crazy reading, control, and speed maps, right? 99.71, 3 100s on that map is insanity to me. And that's just a great way to cap it off, to show just how dominant South Korea are. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your number 1 seed. This is South Korea. And I'm willing to bet we're going to be seeing a lot more incredible individual scores from all of those members, even in the future, against teams like Australia, who they will be facing next week in the winners side semifinals to be the first to claim that top 3 podium slot here in the final stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a crazy one-sided match so far, but Hong Kong may be down but not out. They will be in that losers bracket run to face more teams in the future. If you guys want to support your own teams with a stylish banner to boot with your favorite country, ladies and gentlemen, go get your banners in the OS store. Eat banners, as everyone likes to say nowadays, is a small contribution to a giant impact to give our teams a bigger bit of the prize pool, and also give you guys a lovely little stylish banner to show how much you love your teams, be it Korea, be it Hong Kong, be it any other team that's still competing in the US World Cup. Go take a look. Even some teams that aren't competing, if you fancy, you know. Regardless, go get your banners and keep enjoying the matches that we got through. We still got some more bangers to come through here on OS Live 2, with the Philippines and France still battling it out. 4-1 in favor of the Philippines so far, but you never know, France might be able to build something. We'll have to wait and see. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, in about 18 minutes time, we're going to be seeing some more matches come through, so please do not go anywhere. Maybe grab a small drink, maybe head to OS Live 2 for a little while, go get your banners, and have fun in this amazing tournament. I've been Sad Shiva, joined by great Dio, and we'll see you guys very, very soon.
We'll see you soon for Norway versus Indonesia.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the US World Cup 2024. It is the top of the hour, which means it is time for another match. I'm Fire Rage. Bulbman is currently eating something, but he is also here
Excuse me?
moment.
I said hot dog eating contest a banana. That means it's already done.
Wow. Okay. I was expecting that to take a lot longer.
That's why I said hot dog eating contest. Have you never seen them where they just yam a hot dog in one?
I have seen that before. I just wasn't expecting. I was not expecting it at all.
Come on, man. Do you not believe in me?
All right, my
anyway,
bad.
Sweden, Thailand. We've got Seed 15 versus Seed 21. With the way Lesberry and Kadama were playing, it could very easily be a much higher seed that Sweden are facing off against. Scylla, Andros, Seepin, Phelan, Yagako, Lightning Fox, Melwem, and Trumpetino make their case to move on to the next round, to round of 16, and Thailand staring them down on the other side. We're straight in. We got the rolls already. Was that 20 and 20?
I think they rolled at the exact same frame, which probably made them get the exact same roll. But yeah, Sweden coming from winner's bracket last week, losing 5-0 to Australia, the super team, I would argue, in the tournament right now, next to the United States and Korea.
I could agree with that. I could agree with them being one of the tier 1 teams. Very much looking at a top 3 finish for them.
And Thailand coming, I believe, 5-2 against Singapore. Very strong on Hidden in particular during their losers bracket match for Singapore. So I'm expecting them to pick into that and some free mods. We'll see what Sweden opts to ban here.
I think this is a matchup of the ages. Considering how Thailand were playing last weekend, they were looking like a top 8 team. They were really on form for the round of 16. But this is not the round of 16. This is the quarterfinals. We've got harder maps, we got a different map pool, and we've got bans and picks coming through for these guys. It is Thailand first ban. They will be taking a map out of the pool immediately. And it's No Mod 2 Fiery. It's the stamina flow aim test. Pretty expected maybe against Sweden, against Andros, what do you think?
Yeah, I would say pretty much expected for the most part. They weren't too confident in speed during their matchup against Singapore, and it's not really too surprising that they'd want to get rid of it against Sweden. They had a fairly solid score overall on the speed map Nomad last time, 3 million overall. So definitely something they can play. Sweden.
Oh my.
I'm honestly not surprised in the slightest.
Okay, guys. Look, I've been saying for most of the week how Hidden 1 and Hidden 2 are eerily similar to each other. It may not look like it, with Hidden 1 being wider, bigger, more difficult reading jumps, Hidden 2 being more difficult to read stacks. The rhythms available in that map really testing you on your hidden reading, on your mechanics, on your execution even. Yeah, getting rid of both. I can see it.
Yeah, for those wondering, double banning is allowed in this iteration of the World Cup since the pool size, well, not the pool size, the pools are not really slot pooled anymore, so generally speaking.
Funny to me to see both Hiddens banned back to back immediately. Like, they had no question about that. They didn't even use their timer.
After Thailand's overall score on some of the Hiddens last week, it's not horribly surprising to me. All things considered, I was expecting a Hidden 2 ban, and I think either Hidden 1 or Hidden 3 probably would have worked fine for Sweden. Not too sure what Thailand's going to ban, and they're just going to get rid of speed. No speed!
Now, that's interesting to me, banning the DT3 rather than banning the free mod 2.
They do opt to leave that free mod 2 stamina speed pick open.
In which case, let's look at the round of 32. I like to make the connection between No Mod 2 from round of 32 and this free mod 2. And Sweden with a near 4-way. 4 S ranks and it's 3 S ranks and an A rank for Thailand, so maybe a good ban for them would have been the free mod 2. It will be the DT3 instead. Bigger circles, slightly faster. Almost similar on the tapping strain, I would say. So, a more consistent, a much better ban in parallel with that No Mod 2 from round of 32. Doing their research.
As overall, I imagine Sweden's probably going to be going into free mod 2, just seeing the bans that they saw. Thailand, not too sure if they would want to go into Hidden 3 right now. They might just opt to pick a free mod. I wouldn't be surprised to see free mod 4 picked here. See what they opt to go for. Nope, it's going to be Hidden 3.
Ooh. Okay. I can see this. What's this map like, Fiery? How does it compare to the 2 Hiddens that were banned by Sweden?
It's a lot more tech-oriented, I'd say, and has a fair amount of 200 BPM bursts. Hidden 1 and Hidden 2, I think, are a lot more accessible in that regard. Hidden 1 has pretty much no bursts at all, and Hidden 2 is a lot more finger control oriented at 185-ish BPM, so. Main focus on this, though, is definitely slider aim, cut stream aim.
I would say, yeah, it's the flow aim here that is the big divider. You're not looking at wide angles, you're not really looking at reading rhythms. It's flow aim, it's slider aim, it's technical. It can catch you off guard if you're not ready. And Thailand saying to Sweden, you're not ready.
Yeah, no, the hidden roster on Thailand is definitely something to behold. Les Perry, Gadama, Chess, and Depi Force last week, pulling over 3.4 million on the, I'd say...
it was a masterclass.
I'd say probably similar-ish Hidden 2 last week. It's probably the most similar to this here, but obviously higher BPM by about 40, so we'll see if that makes a difference. But the roster is going to be the exact same for that.
There was really no true parallel to this. Maybe the only true parallel to this being even Hidden 1, much more so. You could even go as far as to say the Fremont 3 from round of 32.
Yeah, I think that's probably a decent enough parallel to what you'd see here.
Here we go. We got 2 minutes to decide the first point. CS 4.5, 6.73 stars on Hidden. Sweden going with Scylla, Phelan, Andros, Trumpetino, and Thailand. The roster of the ages is Kadama, Lasberry, Depi Force, and Chests. Here to fight it out for your amusement on Symmetric. Don't look away. It's gonna be electric.
Fairly short map, all things considered, too. 2 minutes, so some of these early misses actually are going to be pretty important, just like that. Trumpetino already with the first miss.
So Trumpetino down through the intro. Can't hold through that flow aim, and there it really is, the flow aim being the decider for that combo. Trumpetino down and Andros following suit. You see again, Lasberry though trading. It is 3 FTs to 2, and this will be over in a flash. It's going to be tight all the way through. Hold your combo as long as possible. Trumpetino down again. Phelan following suit. 3 FCs to 2. We're already a quarter of the way through. One big section done, another coming up. Decelerating streams hitting. Yet again, the flow aim being the decider on this. Phelan, actually, that was a Bancho miss, has the full combo still. Hits a few 50s, but holds the combo through. But gets buzz slided, as does Kadama. 2-1, still Sweden have an eye in. 140k advantage for Thailand. It is going to take a couple of misses for them for it to turn the tides to flow back towards Swedish shores. Right now, though, into the outro, they're looking good. They're looking strong, hitting all the buzz sliders.
Low accuracy.
And now it's the
from
cut stream
Chess
show.
helping.
700 combo on 3 players. No supporting combos able to be built. It's Debbie and Chest both missing at the same time. Scylla has to hold through this outro. There is more than enough time in this pick for him to clinch it for his team. Big slider happens. Calm yourself down. Last big section to hit. Some free combo in some pretty stacked streams. The buzz slider's not catching anyone. We're looking at slider aim in this outro. Hold your nerve on the buzz sliders. Combo is coming back. And it's Lasberry. Oh, it's a huge collapse. 6 people in the lobby, all missing at the same time. Scylla, no support. Chests fending them off. Lasberry with a 500 combo doing just enough to see Thailand through on this point. 300k across the board and then a gigantic 900 for Scylla. But the consistent team performance on Thailand means they edge out their first pick, their first point. It was looking dicey, but sealed and secured and on their side.
Eskila with the obvious outlier performance there. Thailand overall, though, team consistency on that. No one below 400k on that for Thailand. Sweden averaging about 300k on all their players. just overall a team gap on that. Skill tried his best. It's not going to be enough as we get into Sweden's pick now. Follow that up.
And what will it be, Fiery? Considering the speed bans, and we did mention the pre-mod 2 earlier, do they save it? They know that that is a almost surefire pick for them at some point. But do they pop it early or do they save it for late? What do you reckon?
I think just to get a point on the board, they might opt to go for it immediately, but they also do have some other options. I think DT1 wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea here. That's a lot more burst heavy than stamina heavy, but nope, they're just going to immediately go for it. Free mod 2, out of the way. Get it out of the way. Hope you like speed. And stamina, because that is literally all this map is.
There is a little bit in the way of the aim, though. The flow aim on some of these bursts can catch you off guard. You've also got to contend with a mod as well. It's AR 9.5, so on 246 BPM, it does start getting a little dense. Pick your way through these patterns. But I mean, with the way Scylla just played on that Hidden, it's almost definitely him coming back for Hidden on Sweden's side.
I actually would not be too certain about that. I might...
Are you sure?
Yeah. Last week, for the Free Mod 3, which is the most easily comparable map to this, Trumpetino actually took Hidden on this.
Ooh,
and
okay.
Andros took on the Hard Rock. So we might be seeing Jageko, Trumpetino, Andros, Melwem. That was the last roster.
Okay,
Nope, it's going to be Skilla.
That fits the narrative of the No Mod 2 in round of 32 as well. So, yeah, I could see that.
It seems like Skilla is going to be coming in for it, but definitely going to be seeing Andros on that Hard Rock. At the very least. Hinamon coming in for Thailand, swapping out with Depi Force. It's the only roster swap for Thailand.
And that's it, they're sending it.
Let's see if you're correct. If Skilla opts to take the Hidden here, I imagine he would, but Trumpetino is also capable of doing the Hidden. Nope, it's going to be Skilla. Got Kadama to counter on the Hidden and Chess on the Hard Rock. Otherwise, standard mod combinations for both teams here.
So one swap out for either team. Melwem coming in over Phelan. And Depi Force, their highest scorer on that Hidden, swapping out for Hinamon. Thailand on no mod. Both players coming in for no mod. Some early misses. It's really easy to mind block the start of this map, but it does become more generic as it gets further through it.
Fortunately, the map is also 3 minutes, so these early misses at the very start, not going to be the end of the world for either of these teams. So. Right now, it's just Chess really having
section claiming Chest right at the end. It's looking good for Thailand up to that point. The accuracy is keeping Sweden in the lead, but they did have the combo advantage and still do. But it's 300 recoveries for Sweden now. No, down goes an FC from Melwem in a bridge section too. Intensity picks up again. Will that miss matter? Hinamon dropping, Kadama dropping. It's 1 FC now. Lesperi the only one, and it goes down. Full collapse from Thailand. No combo to speak of. Andros following suit. 500 gone. With Trumpetino on that no mod. Safe and secure 800 combo. Halfway through the map.
This is a pretty nasty fourth man cap, unfortunately, I think, on this map, and I think Sweden was aware of that. Thailand just don't really have...
not happy on Hard Rock on this.
Yeah, Thailand just doesn't really have a fourth player on this, unfortunately, and that's making all the difference right now. Alongside Trumpetino's no mod FC, still holding strong on that.
Kadama down. Support is there. Chest is holding combo. May have even been an issue at the start of the map that we were not aware of. All the shakes on Hard Rock could also be a factor. Scylla down on Hidden. Speed getting to him a little bit, but able to put up a consistent enough combo to get 300k for his team. Chests passing the 100k mark. Hinamon missing 2. It's pretty clear cut at this point. Fiery. Trumpetino, the real standout performer on this. Sweden yet again having one spearhead player to put a huge score up for their team.
Thailand, outside of the fourth man syndrome, pretty consistent team score from them overall. Just unlucky that they don't really have a fourth speed stamina player for this. But Trumpetino pulling it through. Not going to be the FC, but basically close to it.
Oh
Andros
my,
with an S rank.
S rank for Andros. How many slider breaks did you get?
Going by the 50 count, probably at least 4.
Yow.
Well, somebody's got to do it. Honestly, Chess didn't do that bad. 8 miss is not that bad. All things considered, if you can't play speed. I respect that. Honestly.
Hey, no. Yeah, respectable performance for a fourth man syndrome. It's okay, it's okay. It was not your pick, it was your opponent's first pick. Potentially their most confident, and that is why you have banned out the other 2 maps in the pool that cater to that skill set. We're 1-1. It's best of 9 now. We have very few speed maps left in the pool. We have very few speed presents left in the pool. The bursts in Ignite, to my knowledge, the only real tapping strain left.
I guess
But outside of that, where do Thailand go now? They have no more hidden to play with. They have the free mods if they want to force Sweden to take a hidden, but still on that hidden 3, the performance was there. Where do we think it goes, Fiery?
I was going to say free mod 1 kind of speed oriented, especially at the ending there, but I'm not too sure.
Free mod 1, just a nerf test.
Yeah.
And there's only 2 bursts in that map right at the end. You could double tap them, they're all stacked. It's nothing like that though. It's not 270. It's down as low as the Nope Mod 5, AR5, 133 BPM.
Yeah, this was kind of expected. I'm actually kind of surprised Sweden didn't ban this out instead of hidden 1, maybe. I feel like they probably would have had a better chance on that, all things considered. Thailand...
Now, it's interesting, the comparison between this and the No Mod 4 from last week. Because the reading is on No Mod, you can kind of just learn to tap through the circles. It's a bit like learning an AR0 map, right? The circles are already on your screen, you just need to learn the correct order to click them in.
Yeah, and
but
just muscle
neither
memory.
team played this last week.
Pretty sure this was banned against Thailand last week.
Oh yeah, I believe that.
This was not picked in the Australia versus Sweden match, so it's going to be their first time for both these teams picking into a no-mod reading map. But if you're aware of some of the Thailand players, you kind of know just how demon these guys are at low AR reading. Deppy Force is a standout player. You've probably seen him in a lot of reading-oriented leaderboards, kind of just demolishing them. Chess as well, not bad at this type of skill set at all.
So this map, have you studied? Have you learned the rhythms? Once you know the song, it's pretty intuitive to figure out. Have these players done their homework? This might be the most circles you will see on your screen this weekend.
Rough start for a couple players here. We got Soft Bunny, Lightning Fox, and Trumpetino not having really the best time on the accuracy department. Or the combo department for a lot of the players, really.
People syncing up, linking in. Trumpetino on 92%, Lightning Fox on 93%. Scylla finding an early drop. They settle into the low approach rate. Phelan and Scylla against just Deppy Force at the moment. Phelan goes down. It's the 1v1 now. Watch the support. Watch the combos on every other player. Lead shrinking. Sweden do have the early advantage. We move into the rhythm on these sliders. The second circle underneath the slider head. If you're following that slider, make sure you snap back to the right place. Blames no one. Picks up a little here.
This accuracy from skill is disgusting, I'm not gonna lie.
Through that little section, lead has shrank and moved over to Thailand. We get back into the cut streams. What will change? These are big combos on the board, Fiery. Any one of them goes down, it makes a huge difference, and it is Minor that drops. Baylan follows suit. Soft Bunny next to fall. Chests as well. And it's a big drop for Thailand, and Sweden holding strong. Lead rocketing over to their side. The cut streams are hitting now, though. Any chain misses, you lock yourself out of this stream, you lose a large amount of points. Debbie Force just cannot do it alone. Against this huge combo through the ending from Sweden. 200,000 points advantage for them.
Yeah, Debbie
They
Force
take
trying
the
his,
no-mod reading against Thailand.
Debbie Force trying his best there, getting the FC, but Sweden doing actually a pretty decent job on that, all things considered. Skilla with the obvious standout performance, but not too bad from Phelan either. They solid 97%.
Gets the FC. Not even the highest score in the lobby. It's 98% for Sella that takes it. Just goes to show that early miss, late miss. As long as you have that higher accuracy through your score, through your run, you won't suffer for it. Sweden definitely not suffering. Taking the break point. It's their pick now. They can consolidate it. Where do they go, Fiery? Is it the DT1 time?
Most likely, I'd say, yeah. They could probably also, since they have a breakpoint, go for something a bit out there. If they want to go for something a bit more RNG, you have the Nomad 1. Always fun to pick into the aim-oriented picks. Hard Rock 1 also might not necessarily be a bad pick here for Sweden, all things considered. That also is... There's a speed-oriented section in that map, which can definitely play a factor into that. But nope, DT1.
It is the DT1. There are 7 note bursts in the middle of the solo on that Hard Rock 1. So, you do get tested. It is DT1. It's the AR 10.3. 3 minutes long Frostborn map from 2014.
Shout out to all the
I'm pretty
old
sure
men.
everyone here will be familiar with.
The famed Ignite Community Choice 2014 winner. A TV-sized version of this, at the very least.
This the full version, this much more in line with the old style of mapping. Stutter steps, there are awkward patterns that you would not see in a more conventional, generic, comfortable aim map these days. But this was not made to be comfortable, this was not made to be generic.
Frostborn just kind of has that inherent mapping style that lends pretty nicely to generic aim as a whole, even if it's not intended to be as such. Back in 2014, this was probably the most comfortable DT map you could realistically make, I'd say.
I'd say one of. There's lots of factors that don't make it so. You have to stop and start your cursor quite often, but at the same time, with the way that old players snap so hard, yeah, I could see it. A fair description. We got 3 minutes of DT, 10.3 gameplay coming your way. 7.6 stars, one of the highest rated maps in the pool. And there's a few 13s, there's a few 16 note bursts. So they will catch out anyone who does not have their tapping hand on today. Andros in the lobby, Yageko, Trumpetino, and Melwem. Staring down Kadama, Lasperi, Minor, and Master. Trying to make this a converted breakpoint for Sweden.
think most eyes are probably going to be on Andros. Most people are probably familiar with him.
He is the highest rank,
speed-oriented.
I think, in the lobby, but Master is there too. I'm unsure what their rank comparison is. Let me look that up real quick.
I think Master might be higher rank. I think he's top 50 right now.
Oh, it's close. It's close. Master's 52, Andros 70.
So just out of the top 50 range. But yeah, Master also known for a lot of DT aim-oriented scores. Not too surprising to see him in the lobby.
So yeah, this absolutely in his wheelhouse. Yagako finding a miss, but it was Kadama to break first in the intro. This map, not about the intro though. This map all about the verses and the chorus. It's Kadama and Minor on that burst, moving into the chorus jumps. They find the issues, they find the break, and Andros following suit. High accuracy won't save you if you have low combo, man. It's 400 for 2 players on either team. And support pretty even. Big jumps coming up. The staccato square claims Yagako and Minor. So it was just the supporters that fall. Slight advantage for Thailand moving into the second verse.
It's very slight too, by a 50 combo margin from Kadama and Andros. But Andros with the high accuracy is still keeping Sweden in this. Only, I think, 100 and 1 miss right now.
The burst claims Minor again. The accuracy falls for Thailand, gives a bigger lead over to Sweden. And hey, combo's no good if you can't keep your accuracy. You can't fend off any full combos. But full combo falls. Trompetino is down. It's Master and Lasperi still holding strong into these repeated triples. The big jumps hit. And it's combo through for Thailand. Master falling just before the end. And they see the place that they are sat in. They see the FCs. They see the 600s. They see the slight advantage they have on support. They gotta hold strong through this final chorus. Vital, they keep their cool. On the other side, Sweden did not maybe expect to be chased down this relentlessly. More staccato squares, big burst, Melman falls, but Lasperi follows it up. It's just the supporters now. It's the combos that have been building in the background. Andros, 800. Kadama, 800. But falls, drops on that burst, and it's Andros to bring it home for Sweden if he can hit this outro. A huge score. And that was closely fought. 300k might not suggest so.
I think most of that comes from the act difference alone, honestly. Andros, 99.3 slider break, and Trumpetino as well, 98.6. Highest accuracies in the lobby by quite a fair margin there. And Melwem, 900k score. Very solid team performance from Sweden on that pick.
That was very well matched from both teams. It's a converted break point, but by the skin of their teeth. They were behind in combo, and it really is the accuracy fiery. They pull through. Their nerve holds. And they're 2 points up. The breakpoint conversion successful. Thailand to pick next. Try and stop the bleeding. Where do they go? The Hard Rock hasn't been touched yet. No mod has been left pretty well alone.
I'm pretty sure. I don't think Thailand would want to opt into Hard Rock, all things considered. We'll probably be seeing either them stick with no mod oriented maps or just go into free mod. I think free mod's probably the more likely option. They got a couple choices in free mod. They got big circles in free mod 1, the big black, and free mod 4, which is a anti-mod map, AR8 CS5. So either mod you take on that is going to be pretty difficult.
Well, they've got another minute. We'll see what catches their eye. Oh, yes! Yes!
There we go.
Finally! It was banned against us. I didn't even get to play it. At least I get to cast it. Free mod 3. The Quick Brown Fox, the Big Black. Mapped by Blue Dragon. Also now known as Miss Magius. This is
fan
2 minutes
favorite
of,
map, I think.
fan favorite or fan? I don't know. I think the Big Black is a map you love to love as a low ranker, and a map you love to hate as a high ranker. I don't know what your thoughts on that are.
Well, if that is the case, then Thailand definitely has an advantage here.
This is 2 minutes, 20 seconds of Premier Osu coming your way, guys. Someone has to take Hidden, someone has to take Hard Rock. But really, you can just play it on whatever you're not mind-blocked on. I think it was said during the pool showcase, even. OD7 as well, so accuracy is not going to be lost on the tapping, I don't think. It's all to do with the slider ends.
I imagine Andro's probably going to be taking the Hard Rock just to follow suit on Thailand. Would not be too surprised to see an overmod from Thailand on the Hidden here if Les Perry and maybe Deppy Force, if Deppy comes in on the side of Thailand. Would not be surprised to see... Actually, Les Perry goes on the Nomad, but would not be surprised to see double Hidden from maybe Kadama and whoever else comes in, nonetheless. It's not going to be Deppy Force, though.
It depends on whether you've learned this or over-practiced it. Like, flip a coin, honestly. This might even be picked as a coin flip map. This kind of resets any momentum that could be going either team's way. Like, when you joined this game, when you signed up to this game and watched the World Cup for the first time, saw the maps, awe-inspiring performances on them, were you ever, in your wildest dreams, imagining Big Black being in the World Cup? Be honest.
No. Not really, honestly, and I don't think a lot of people expected it, considering how many people are mind-blocked on this.
Hey, you get what you ask for, you know? If you want more iconic maps, we'll bring you more iconic maps. We'll put the Big Black in the map pool. We'll put Flame Wall in the map pool. We'll put Cycle Hit DT in the map pool. Anything goes. It's the Osu World Cup, baby!
So many people missing on that one pattern already.
It's scrappy, it's a fight, it's 15k to Thailand, it's more, Yagako missing, Lasberry following it up. The slider's going crazy, so many slider ends dropped, all of these hundreds on these slider ends. Was it a tap? Was it a miss slider end? Who knows? We can go back at the end and see, but, well, you can never tell. 50k for Thailand, into the break, they've got the combos, they see where they're at. Question is...
To be fair, that beginning is probably the hardest part of the Big Black, especially if you're...
No. These streams, for some reason, they sound so out of time with the backing music. And then you've got the squares. They hit. Buzz sliders coming up. Anyone could miss on this. You mistime it, you tap too late, Andros does, they misses. Melwem, Hinamon following up. Some real casualties claimed by these buzz sliders. Chests as well is down. It's 400. Kinamon is down. It's Lasperry. Yagako was holding still holding a combo. It's brutal. Bancho does not know what to do with any of this. You miss in an instant. You gain your combo back in an instant, and Lasperry makes it through. 600 combo. Lightning Fox with 400 trailing close behind. The Swedish are still in this. But it is an advantage into extended square pattern. Don't miss the slider heads. Kadama drops. Melwem drops.
It's just Lasperry right now, though.
600 for Yagako. He hadn't dropped at all. 700 for Lasperry is not going to fend off two big combos. And Sweden now are in the lead. There's no big buzz sliders coming up again. That's the last one. We're into the outro. This is the mind block section. The big jumps, big sliders, and big space streams are here finally. Lightning Fox drops the combo. I assume that was real.
Even then, it's not going to make a difference because no one on Thailand can hold a combo to counter Lasperry, and there goes Lasperry. It's over.
They're all gone. It's just 1k for Yagako. He doesn't hit the ending. The mind block pattern claims the big combo in the lobby. Nobody ends with any form of combo, but it's 600,000 points for Lightning Fox, for Yagako, against the 700,000 for Lasperry, who cannot quite do enough for his team. And, well, that was fun.
That was definitely one of the scrappiest maps I think I've seen so far. Just trying to build
I love that from start to finish. Map of the tournament for me, honestly.
It's a shame you didn't get to play it. I would have loved to see you play it in Hard Rock, all things considered.
They were scared of me. It's my aura.
The aura emanating from this guy is incredible. Breakpoint for Sweden. They get to capitalize on it and see if they can get to match point here very early on.
Right, let me calm down after that. I need a moment. Sweden's pick. Thailand going with the coin flip, losing it. They pick heads, they get tails. And they're chasing the tail of Sweden, who have the chance to convert another break point. Well, what's it going to be? After that, you can't really say there's any favor to any skill set. It's just a full reset.
I think probably the most likely is sticking with the hard rock pool here for Sweden. Would not
I
be
could see
surprised.
so.
DT2 and DT4 also could all be valid options for Sweden. Any of the hard rock or DTs remaining, really. I think that's probably what you're going to be seeing them stick to.
My eyes are drawn to Hard Rock 1. I don't know what you're feeling about that.
I can see it. It's a lot more awkward aim-oriented than it is speed, but there is a speed section, and going by how Thailand hasn't really had the best speed roster, wouldn't be too surprised to see them go for it here. But nope, gonna be Hard Rock 2, best map in the pool.
Oh, okay.
Not biased.
Right. You want to pick small circles after playing the big black?
I respect it. CS, almost CS8 on this one. Highest circle size in the pool by far. This is a pure raw precision test.
It really is. You get a bit of a chance to settle in at around 200 combo. But that's it. It's a huge precision test. The jumps, if you could convert them to the same size jumps on CS4, they're huge. They're ginormous. And there's a little finger control section as well. The flow aim isn't to be scoffed at.
The middle section in this in particular is a very flow aim intensive section until the chorus hits where it becomes a bit more of a aim precision.
Yeah, it goes from precision aim, a slowdown, precision aim, finger control, and burst flow. But it's all a timing test, really, Fiery. You're going to be seeing some low unstable rate on this map. The rhythm is simple, and as long as you're timing everything correctly, all you then need to do is read and aim, put that cursor control into good use.
I'm very interested to see how this pick goes, because I don't necessarily take any of these players to be hardcore precision. I guess Deppy, maybe, but not really on the hard rock. You mostly see him no mod precision.
Yeah, I see that. I could see that.
Kind of interested to see how this one goes.
It's a tough one. It starts up pretty quickly. There's not long to get your bearings. You can see the large gaps in the patterns appear immediately, and Melworm and chests are down. If that is a harbinger of things to come, we will see. Big jumps claiming Hinamon 2. The early advantage for Sweden.
It begs to repeat here, you can miss on literally any pattern in this map. It is not by any means free combo at pretty much any point in this, and you're seeing that in droves right now. Andros and Lesperi, the only ones holding on to even a semblance of combo at the moment.
I actually give the advantage on this skill set to Lesperi. I'm surprised Andros is doing so well, but on the other hand, he's a mouse player, and weirdly enough, it is a lot easier to be precise with mouse. I see much more success on small circle patterns for mouse players than I do for tablet. Easy to shake off a note, especially at this circle size. We're seeing that a lot with Deathby Force and chests. Hinamon also struggling to keep combo. And it's Andros, it's the mouse stability really keeping Sweden in this. And pulling away too.
The overall team score is what's
Oh
pulling
no,
it away more than
Losberry
anything.
is down. It really is on any pattern. Right after the bursts, he drops his combo.
Everyone
Slows down as well.
on
There's
Sweden.
nothing on the board. It's just Andros. He's gone. Oh. But this is signed, sealed, and delivered already, especially with a miss from Depi Force. It's 100 combo for chests to try and do something about this, but that he will not do. Especially with that miss. No combo left. That lead will not move. The score will not move. It's a pretty confident 220k. Oh, 2.2 mil, sorry. Missing a zero somewhere.
Skill and Trumpetino with very solid recoveries during that burst section in particular helped push the score lead just that much more in favor of Sweden. Andros with the standout performance, obviously, but Losberry not too far behind, but it was those supporting combos that definitely pushed Sweden over the edge there. So they get their break point secured and match point now.
Yeah, match point to the higher seeded team. Where do Thailand go now? They are in control of where this match goes.
Banger.
DT2, okay, wing my way. We got 4 minutes of flow aim coming your way.
Fairly
Tell us
popular
about this map,
with
Fiery.
everyone, I think.
It is, yeah. What do we got in store, though? 170-ish BPM. CS 4.8, so, well, not quite as small as CS 7.8. You have more circle to click, and you have more circles to click.
One of the longer maps in the pool, too, even after double time.
Yeah, going from one of the shorter maps to one of the longer maps, actually, and going from one skill set to another, precision aim to, would you say precision flow, even?
I wouldn't say hardcore precision. It does test your precision a bit more with the CS almost 5 on this, with no mod, but I'd say it's more oriented towards that flow aim aspect more than anything else.
And it's old patterns, too. Old patterns do not do what you expect them to do at any point. So we look at the AR 8.6 on DT, so it's a pretty comparable approach rate, AR 10.1. OD 9 on DT, though, goes up to 10.4. Going to be a big accuracy test, and we'll be looking at the wiggles. We'll be looking at the more Kirby mix style patterns than the flow aim. We'll point them out as they come up. But who can hold most consistent? Who can hit the most patterns in a row that divide up this filler flow aim? You got 4 minutes to do it. Show your stuff. Leave it all on the table. For Thailand, there might be no more.
See how fast everyone settles into the map here.
Oh, chests. What are you doing? Where's the smoke coming from? Wiggle hits, claims one on Sweden. And through this intro, it's only one combo. Hinamon, no, gets rapid triggered. Nothing to hold. Sweden have 200. Looking good, but another wiggle coming up. They have advantage through the intro. Wiggle hit by 4, missed by 4. And it's a full combo down. It's Losberry versus Scylla at the moment. Another wiggle hits, claims a couple of the recoveries. And some more straightforward patterns to come.
He's going holding on to the FC currently. He's making all the difference right now. Phelan as well with a fairly solid recovery counter countering the Les Perry combo himself. So just that one combo lead for Sweden right now. That's making all this difference. And just overall team consistency as well. Solid recoveries from pretty much everyone there.
Oh, drop a recovery combo from Phelan. An extended stream pattern to come. A wiggle hits and Lasperry is claimed. Combo is down. Andros falls soon afterwards, but Scylla now left unchecked. 800 combo is a huge hurdle to overcome for Thailand.
Chess is countering Melwem right now, but it is that unchecked combo from Skilla
Wiggle
making
hits.
everything.
Hinamon and Melwem down. And what can Thailand do about this?
They're gonna need Skilla to miss like pretty much immediately right now.
Team consistency now actually on the side of Thailand. They do have the supporter combos that are there. Scylla though, it's the same story as Hidden 3. He's the standout for his team, the star of the show right now, and Kadama loses the supporting combo, as does Hinamon. And Chests drops could be fatal. There's a third of the map left to go, and Scylla combos. Buzz Sliders pose no issues as well. It's the Scylla show right now, folks. 600,000 points through these flow aim sections. Not claimed by any of the Kirby mix style patterns. The wiggles, he is able to keep his cursor control pretty...
Oh, there goes that.
There goes that. But he's done enough. It's 700k. Lasperry is no threat. He cannot peak any further above around 750k. And he would need it. Andros is there to fend him off. 700 combo had been built while we were looking the other way. Sweden. Into this final flow aim section, and Andros not gonna miss. That's it. It's signed, it's sealed, it's delivered. Sweden with the final point on the board. A break point of Thailand's Wing My Way pick, make it 6-1. Barring any huge chain misses from the entire team, they send it in. They send it home.
That was an aura pick from Thailand, though. I respect it. 3 misses from both Skilla and Andros on that. The 2 carries.
It is the
on
800k
Sweden.
from Scylla that really seals it. No answer to it from the Thailand side. Lasperry trying his hardest. 560k, but matched by Andros. It is unfortunate, but they cannot repeat their stellar performance from last weekend. They go down in top 24. Sweden advance into the second round this weekend. They move on. The great performance from Scylla. He was the real standout there. Andros as well, supporting tremendously. Playing great on the Hard Rock 2. Putting up, doing what he needed to do on the DT2. A few points looked close, but ultimately, the luck lay on Sweden's side.
And Thailand's going to be out of the tournament, as you said. Sweden continues on. They still have one more match that they have to play this week. We'll see what that is once more of the losers bracket matches are done. Since we still have some matches coming up. In about 10
Indeed
minutes.
we do.
We got Brazil versus Ukraine. Another losers bracket match, and that's going to be followed up by Poland and Romania. And then after that, we already actually
what a storied match.
We already actually have one of the other matches as well. Chile versus Sweden is going to be the final match for today. But yeah, as you were saying, Poland,
so they
Romania.
play later. Okay, so Sweden, Chile play later at, I think it is 20 UTC, 8 p.m.
You would be correct.
So Sweden now have to go away, decompress, unpack that performance, get ready to face the giants of the losers bracket right now, the 7th seed Chile, For now, though, Brazil-Ukraine starting in just 10 minutes. We'll see you back on the stream, followed straight away by Romania-Poland, a match with a lot of history in it. Don't go anywhere. I've been Bubbleman. I've been joined by Fiery Rage. Thank you very much for casting with me, Fiery.
It was been a pleasure always.
And we will see you in 10 minutes. Take care, guys.
We've got an interesting match coming up on this one right here, Miles. Poland versus Turkey. This is an 11th seed versus 19th seed matchup in the losers bracket. And Turkey with the best performance we've seen from them in the history of their appearances in OWC. What a run from them thus far.
Yeah, I mean, Turkey, they've been turning some heads this tournament. They've reached a new level after many years of kind of sitting around that low seed, like 25 to 32nd seed. Now they've taken some scalps, making it to the quarterfinals weekend, and they get a pretty good matchup with Poland here. Two teams that are very good at mechanics. Turkey with a X-Factor player in Raikaho on their squad as well, joined by two different Clutches on their team. You have Clutch X, and I think one of their players name-changing to Clutch. And they have all been playing really well along with Shinkiro. Meanwhile, the new look Poland roster, no Malashevsky, no Nahus, but for them, that's looked to be no problem so far, being really strong with a bunch of new talent, along with some of their old stars coming back once again, such as Rafis and Mastash and Tomashik coming back, but still looking really strong nonetheless across a lot of different skill sets, and I think having a little bit of that unknown factor playing to their advantage with their new players.
Poland has made absolute work of this tournament thus far for the teams that they have faced off against. I mean, they have 5-0'd Ukraine, a team that has been playing out of their mind this year, a team who is currently actually tied with the Philippines for 4 in their match. By the way, that is a 22nd seeded team who is currently tied with the 9th seeded team in the tournament, if that gives you an idea of how strong Ukraine is and how awesome it was for Poland to 5-0 that team. Poland also taking a 6-0 victory against Romania just this weekend. They have only fallen to the losers bracket against Team Canada, who they fell to 5-1, which is really not saying too much, considering Canada is a team that a lot of people are thinking are going to give Team United States a run for their money today in the winners bracket later on. So Poland is a terrifying team to go up against for Turkey, but Turkey, they've got an ace in the sleeve there, up their sleeves. They've got Raikaho, one of the best players in the tournament thus far, has been absolutely going this year. And the backing, the support for him has been unbelievable, even through the later stages of this tournament here coming into the quarterfinals. A team that we thought would, you know, a lot of people kind of speculated that it would just be Raikaho into these later stages, but he has had exceptional backing and support from the rest of that roster as well.
And that's what you need coming into quarterfinals of OWC. I think that's really the big difference between Turkey and maybe all of the teams below them in this tournament, is that where a lot of teams have started to maybe lose their lower end when they get to quarterfinals, when the pool starts getting harder, they've remained strong, and they still have just that big tank in Raikaho, that X factor, that player you can look to when all else fails. You have the hyper carry on your squad, and up against a squad like Poland, I think that could play really to your advantage, as they've kind of been this well-oiled team machine, but not really looking to a single player to really be that hyper carry. And when worst comes to worst, having maybe the best player in the lobby will play to the advantage of Turkey. But Poland has looked absolutely terrifying thus far. As we've already sped through the ban phase, we've got bans coming out from both teams, Hidden 1 remaining not picked, as well as that Hidden 2 getting banned out. So 2 hidden bans coming out from Turkey, with Free Mod 4 and the No Mod 3 going to be the bans from Poland. 2 maps of very different skill sets. Awkward Aim alt map we saw last match, as well as the anti-mod free mod going to be the bans for Poland. While Turkey, they clearly don't want to play that hidden mod.
That is almost a repeat of what we saw last time, Miles. The double hidden ban into the phase here. And Poland, not a big fan. No Mod 3 and Free Mod 4, they are not fans of that like the more unconventional skill sets from the non-mechanics range. Blood Drain, pretty simplistic, but the anti-mod slot, not something they're going in for here. And it's the double time 3-pick on Renadus, and I fully understand this opening one from Poland here. They are a serious stamina roster. They always have been a great DT stamina roster here. Players like Tomasz, like Rafis, like Tardis, who have just continued to show up for these maps the entire tournament. Poland has been the type of team, actually, despite their seed, to put up some of the highest team scores on the DTs this tournament.
This is, I think it's almost similarly to last match, where both of these teams have their strength lying in this double time. So while Poland is picking this DT3 first, this is the type of thing that Turkey, I think, could really stick it to them on with a good team score.
I almost want to really quickly pull up the team scores from the first matchups from these two teams this weekend. We've had, I think, some ridiculous plays on both sides from the double time pool for Turkey, putting up 3.6 million on double time 1. That is a 19th seed, putting up 3.6 million on a double time. And Team Poland with a 4.2 million team score on DT3 in their first match. That is an FC from Tardis, Tomasz, and Shedis, and Rafis with an 800k 99% almost, with that singular miss on their side. Turkey putting up a 2.6 million team score on this map with a 99.4% FC from Raikaho, and unfortunately the remainder of the team sitting a little bit closer to that 95% AC and about 500k score. So, you know, starting off as a strong pick for Poland here, I am not imagining Turkey to make a over 1 million plus score gain from their first playthrough of this map. So I'm thinking this is going to be a confident point from Poland, but it does give you some idea that, you know, Poland is not guaranteed to win this entire DT pool. That team score from Turkey on that DT1 does mean that we have variability here.
Yeah, a lot of it. And Turkey is number 1 on the weekend so far on DTs 1 and 2, but Poland, a lot better at this one from the previous scores. Oh, and it looks like Tartis, looks like we're going to play through that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a technical thing there or not. I mean...
Oh, he had mouse buttons on.
Oh, that's tragic.
Yeah, he just quickly disabled them, but looks like we're going to play through it.
It was early. It was really early.
So early lead going to be thrown in favor of Turkey because of that. As Tomasz, Shedis, and Rafis all hold on to that strong early combo, but Levi gonna find that early drop for Turkey to trade out the Tardis breaks.
It's gonna be, I mean, the bad thing for Tardis right now is not necessarily that combo, it's that accuracy that you've got to improve upon now. 92% is a significant way that you have to come back from, but there goes Raikaho actually. That's the 1 FC from Turkey on the first playthrough, finding a break this early on in the map, and that is going to be a significant help for Poland based on the supporting scores from Turkey in the first playthrough, unless Clutch and Clutch X are just coming to win today.
I mean, the double Clutch still holding on to the full combos, but Poland, I mean, since Tartis found those early breaks, there have been no signs of any discomfort for Poland. Tomasz, Shedis, and Rafis all holding on to the high AC full combos. Tartis still down at 93, but still holding that combo since the beginning. And it's already a very big lead for Poland. It would need to be a complete meltdown for Turkey to come back in this one. They really needed Raikaho to hold on to that FC again, since Clutch and Clutch X are both doing a lot better than yesterday thus far.
Rafis broke on this section yesterday and lost the FC at around 800,000. Will he hold through today? He had one of the better accuracies. Does not miss the sliders into the stream, and that is going to be what seems to look like, at the very least, a double FC for Poland. Tardis does finally drop that combo after the beginning, but not before putting up 600 score, matching one of the players, at least on the side of Turkey, with Clutch X. But man, Clutch really pulling their weight in this playthrough. This is a massive improvement. And there's the Shedis break, and that double FC for Poland might be the reality to speak of. Tomasz ruins my prediction at the final stream.
It's okay, though. We've got the legend himself, Rafis, Mr. 10 years top 50 global, getting the FC for Poland. 99.4%. And that's exactly what you expect from him. Longtime DT player coming out to FC the speed pick. 9x100. Very good stuff from Poland. Still getting nearly 4 mil on that one, despite regressing a little bit from yesterday. But it's still going to be an over 1 million point victory for them. And now Turkey over to their pick. We're going to see if they stay in the DT pool, because as we mentioned, two teams that are both very competent on the DT. Although Turkey, I think, prefers the DTs 1 and 2 over this one.
This is, I think, kind of the start to the match that we were expecting. We talked about how much of a gap Poland had on that map in the first match they played this weekend. And now it's on Turkey to find their response. Again, we thought that this match could potentially be close based on the mutual picks between these two teams. And a lot of strength lies in this double time pool for both sides here. Poland not quite beating their team score from the first playthrough, and Turkey, however, finding a 300k improvement is something that you absolutely love to see from them. It means they came to fight for this win today. And there it is, the double time 2. They had an advantage on this map in the first playthrough between these two teams by about 150k. But that, once again, Miles, was on the back of a Raikaho FC and Mustache finding a break very late on into the map, which means that we could potentially see, again, that variability on this map here. There is nothing certain about these picks from either of these teams outside of that DT3.
Yeah, I mean, 4 minutes of difficult flow aim and difficult back and forth patterns. It's very easy to find a break on this. Even though it doesn't really, I think, test your stamina in the way that most people think of when you say it's a stamina map. But it really tests your overall focus. For 4 minutes, there really isn't any downtime in this map. So, something that Turkey gonna look to invoke once again. 2 matches in a row where the DTs are being picked before everything else.
Well, wing my way. We saw this in the match immediately prior between Russia and Germany. And we've seen this map take down some very strong DT players because of the awkward nature of it. Once again, that kind of like dense flow aim finger control style of alt DT is not something that a lot of players are as comfortable with nowadays. This is not something that we see people pick into a lot of the time or have the practice for. And we saw Rapis, Tomasz, Mustache, and Kosiarek on this map the first time around. It looks like we're going to be seeing something similar if we see Rapis in that top slot. Clutch X, Yevi, Shinkiro, and Raikaho on this map yesterday. Looks like it's going to be the slightly different lineup here. We're going to get Clutch in instead of Clutch X. But everyone else looks to be the same here for the side of Turkey. So one switch on the side of Turkey, no switches on the side of Poland.
Poland coming in to wing my way. There is a certain Polish player who has a lot of history with this song, but not on this team, unfortunately. Tomashik, Rafis, Mustache, and Kosiarek up against Clutch, Raikaho, Levi, and Shinkiro for Turkey. See how this one goes. Turkey's first pick, one that I believe they're still number 1 on the weekend on, in a map that has been picked so many times, a very impressive feat.
Does Turkey have the number 1 score at the weekend on this? That's quite impressive.
That's what I've been hearing.
That's quite the feat from them. You are very right. That is a serious performance, but I think we're looking for them to make a repeat of that performance. If so, in this match right now is all that matters on this map. So they've got to be able to be consistent with that performance. We're going to see some early breaks out of Russia on this map. I think they did get bested on the weekend by Russia, actually, on their playthrough with a 3 million team score on this map. So maybe look to make that 200k improvement, steal their number 1 placement back right now. It's possible, but with Yevi and Shinkiro both finding early breaks here, It's not looking to be the super strong start they need to beat that, especially with Raikaho also finding an early break. We've seen 2 breaks from Raikaho on DTs that he FC'd in the first set this weekend.
That doesn't bode well for Turkey. They still have the FC up from Clutch, but Poland still have the FC up from Koszarek, and Rapis with the 400 combo, Mustache on the 250 combo are gonna be able to take that early lead now coming out of the first chorus section. But it's very small. 20k score lead on DT can evaporate in an instant with a chain miss. Do not underestimate the powers of that 1.2x multiplier for DT, but that's going to be a couple more breaks coming out from Turkey. Yevi and Shinkiro both going down. Very bad for Turkey now into one of the easier sections of the map. Those big combos for Poland are just going to be able to compound their score lead even further.
Well, a significant score improvement for Turkey on that bottom player. I was going to say Clutch, a really good sub out for Clutch X right now, almost matching Clutch X's total score with that combo, was mashing Koszarek, and that's both combos gone now. And now it's those supporting scores for Poland having been a little bit higher than Turkey in order to keep them in the lead. And that 1.6k or 160k score dip is now going to start to grow, Miles, and that is starting to get a little bit further now. We are no longer within a singular break throws this over territory. But Raikaho is starting to build up some combo. Yevi and Shinkiro holding on alongside. And it's Rapis once again to be the star for Poland.
Yeah, I mean, Rapis, just that timeless legend in OS. He's up there with some of the most legendary players in the game, still holding on to the big combo, still can do it in 2024. Very good stuff from him and Mustache and Tomashik. Everyone on Poland is holding on to a big combo right now. But same thing with Turkey and Rapis. Oh, wait, that's a triple break from Poland. Hold on, I need to hold some of my praise because Turkey, they have the combo to steal this back. Shinkiro goes down, but Yevi, Clutch, and Raikaho all holding on to big combos. We go into one of the perhaps easier sections of the map.
Everyone breaks for
on the
Raikaho.
last combo.
Raikaho!
Can he do it? Can the Beast do it?
He can't. He has the combo. 1300 combo is more than enough for 160k at the end of a DT map, but we cannot see a single break from Raikaho at the ending. Raikaho was the one to put up the FC on this map for Turkey yesterday. That's just 24 hours ago. Not quite going to be the FC, but it's going to be near close enough. Raikaho, can he do it? It's 100k. Miles, is the score gap closing fast enough? I don't think it is. There's no supporting score for Raikaho. I think these 400 plus combos on Rapis, Mustache, and Koszarek might just be enough. And I think they are. Raikaho, the heroics, not enough.
900k, not enough. That early break from Raikaho just preventing the solo carry on this one. If that one miss was not there, it would have been perhaps a point for Turkey, but nonetheless, Poland gonna take the early break point. And now I would like to mention that the Philippines-Ukraine match is now going to tiebreaker. And I believe that one is being streamed on the alternative cast, right, Chillier?
Yes, that one is over on Dio's stream, one of our official OWC casters. They will be streaming that over on their channel, I believe, with Bubbleman still. Yes, with Bubbleman. So go check 2 of our very own casters streaming that tiebreaker over on Dio's stream if you are interested. Open up on both 2 different tabs if you want to keep open at the same time. But very exciting match down there in the losers bracket. Once again, deciding which of those teams will get to stay in the tournament until next weekend.
Yeah, I mean, both of those teams fighting for a very coveted spot in the semifinals weekend. It's going to be a very good one. That match has been such a crazy back and forth looking along on the MP link. But now Poland going to go into the hidden pool after 2 hidden bans from Turkey. Going to go for the hidden 3. This map's a much different look from the other 2 hiddens though.
Completely different. We're going into that super tech-heavy slot that we haven't really seen in this match quite yet, and this is going to be a bit of a shift for these 2 teams. Turkey has not usually been the team in this tournament to show super strength on the hidden pool to begin with, actually, but neither of these 2 teams is usually the country I pick as like a hidden, team, right? Like Poland has not always been that team. that you would say, yeah, they're going to pick a hidden, and Turkey, kind of likewise. So I'm interested to see how those, both sides fare on something like this. We did see Poland pick this in their first match this weekend, which was kind of out of character for them once again, but they did a good job of winning that map, especially against a team like Romania, who is a very mechanics-favored team. Likewise with Turkey, I think very mechanics-favored team might be a good place, but just under 2.2 million team score on this map. Now, I don't have off the top of my head how close that is for the remainder of the team scores this weekend, but, that's certainly not an unbeatable team score for Turkey here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This might not be their mod pool, but still something that they can win, I think, with some good performances. Although this will be taking Raikaho out of the lobby for Turkey, this pick from Poland. So that is maybe one of the objectives of your pick ban, wherever you can do it. Take Raikaho out of the lobby. Still, gonna be a pretty good pick for Poland here, bringing in some new faces as well. Agent 5D for the first time this match to join Koshatek, Alimentaire, and Tomasz Sik to go up against Shinkiro, Yevi, Orke, and Spray for the side of Turkey.
I was looking at Shinkiro and Orke here. They have been two of the higher performing players on Turkey alongside Raikaho in this tournament thus far. Long-time tournament players as well. Those are two staples of the Turkish tournament scene right there. And seeing a couple early misses here, one out of Yevi. Not anything to be too concerned about, but these flow-aim patterns going to take out both of them again, and there goes Alimentaire, and it already just showing, Miles, how difficult this map is, claiming almost every combo in the lobby, with the sole exceptions of Tomasz Sik and Spray.
Yeah, I mean, hidden tech, such a volatile skill set. The flow aim can catch you, the slider aim can catch you, everything can catch you. And I think Spray having a bit of a Bancho miss there, still holding on to the big combo, but gonna slider break right there during that slower section. Very bad for Turkey's chances on this, but the chain misses are coming out from Poland. Alimentaire and Koshatek both going down, but it's Tomasz Sik to continue to hold on to the EFC, carrying Poland through on this one with the backing combo from Agent 5D, but Tomasz Sik going down, and now it is just Agent 5D and Alimentaire on any combo at all.
Understandable on the combos from Poland right now. Two of their stronger hidden players putting up the big scores right now. A little bit of a drop in performance, I think, from Tomasz Sik from last time. I think he held combo a little bit longer, but Sliders claiming that again. Alimentaire holding alongside as we kind of expect them to. Will find an over-aim as Koshiarek to hold, and there's just no combos to speak of on the side of Turkey right now. And I think that might have been enough for Poland to take this 300k. Koshiarek holding it into the ending. For those of you that are curious as well, Alimentaire is BMG, by the way. That is a name change, so no secrets here, but Poland, no secret of them winning the hidden pick once again. It's something we were kind of looking for them to be the stronger team overall on the mod here. Koshiarek doing an absolutely phenomenal job into the ending alongside Shinkiro and Orke trying to match, but it just simply will not be enough, unfortunately.
This map really tough. Some low scores in this lobby, but Koshatek and Alimentaire holding the big combos at the end to give Poland a very definitive victory of 525k to go up 3-0 in this matchup. Now Turkey, kind of clock is striking midnight very quickly for them. If they don't win a point, they really need to win one on this pick.
This is close, man. This is really going to be an interesting match for the remainder if Turkey can find a way back in. And I'm trying to peek over at the tiebreaker midway between Philippines and Ukraine, and it does look like it's gonna end in a win for the Philippines, and it does. 56k for the Philippines. Wow, and your 9th seed just barely squeaks through in the losers bracket. Ukraine almost had them in the end, but that is the UK Philippines, Miles. That's a 10th, 9th seed matchup in the semifinals. That's 2 1-seed difference matchups already set for next weekend. Hong Kong, Chile 8-7, UK, Philippines 10-9, and if the United States defeats Canada in the 20 UTC match, that's a 2nd and 3rd seed matchup as well. That's potentially 3 1-seed difference matchups.
Yeah, I mean, semifinals weekend already looking to be cinema, and it's a week away. But we've still got some stuff going on in quarterfinals here. 3-0 in favor of Poland right now, and Turkey gonna pick the Nomad 4 here. Kind of going in a bit of a different direction than usual. Gonna opt into the slider aim instead of one of the remaining mechanics maps in the pool.
This is, yeah, we saw this actually. Again, I talk about how much I love this map, unironically. This is like the platonic ideal, I feel like, of a slider tech map for a quarterfinal stage, right? It's not too complex with the shapes, but it gives you just enough difficulty to start and catch the accuracy off, maybe a miss aim on the combo. And again, you know, we talk about how much I think the players have seemed to enjoy this map. This is probably one of my favorites from the weekend here as well. And we've got some strong tech players on the side of Poland for a map like this to come up here, but this is a no info map for these two teams, Miles. Neither side playing this in their first match. So this is the first clean slate map we are seeing here, 4 picks in.
It's always one of the more fun optics of going into losers bracket quarterfinals, that teams playing 2 matches per weekend, you get a lot of information from their first losers bracket match when you go into the second one. But these clean slate maps, it means that you have to make a few assumptions, like maybe the team wasn't confident to pick it in their previous match, or maybe it was like a matchup difference. But Turkey, for one reason or another, picking this map, the slider aim, one that's very difficult to be consistent on, as we watched in the Russia-Germany match. So they're going to see if they can subdue Poland on this one. Shinkiro, Clutch, Raikaho, and Orke against Koszarek, Tomaszczyk, Agent 5D, and Alimentaire for Poland.
Good rosters on both sides. I mean, these are kind of the A-list rosters for both of these two teams on this sort of slot. We've got Raikaho back in, backed up by, again, that Shinkiro Orke combo we talked about on the previous match, and Clutch, who has actually looked pretty good today, although we haven't really seen them off of a double time. I'm interested to see how they fare on a slider tech map. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be quite as good as their performance on the DT as they find the first break for this map very early on. Only a quarter of the way in, Miles. 3 minutes of tech.
It's got a long way to go. Agent 5D is going to find the next break, along with Tomaszczyk, so that's a couple of breaks for Poland, and now Turkey should be able to take the lead back on this one very shortly. Just maybe not getting it yet because of accuracy. Raikaho down at 96. Clutch is down at 92.
Clutch was a Bancho until there as well.
Yeah, Bancho. Forced to rely on the combo game, though. That 92% is not doing him any favors, but there goes Orke and Raikaho as well. 2 FCs gone now. It's Shinkiro all alone up against some big combos on Koszarek and Alimentaire. Now very bad for Turkey. Poland with 2 FCs to 1 on Turkey. Going to be able to take the lead back very quickly. And I mean 3 FCs because the Tomaszczyk miss was a Bancho.
Oh, wow. Poland silencing the haters this year. What a performance from this roster across the board. Even with the low accuracies and Alimentaire falling here, they are still putting up this much of a difference on a tech map against Turkey's own pick here. Raikaho, that star player we talked about on Turkey, not having the day that he really wants to have right now. We haven't seen a single full combo out of them yet, and it actually looks like it's going to be Shinkiro with the heroics for Turkey right now. Koszarek, actually the only thing standing in between Poland and certain doom right now. The 1 FC to maintain. We saw this in Germany versus Russia between 2 players, and we might see it again here, Miles, but it's on those supporting scores, and Alimentaire and Tomaszczyk holding those combos up for far longer than any other player on Turkey means that Shinkiro's effort will be a solo one this time around, and that is simply not enough with Koszarek matching.
Koszarek has been so impressive this year for Poland. One of the newcomers, a lot of people didn't know his name coming into the tournament, but he is very quickly making a name for himself as one of the now premier tournament players in Poland. Getting the FC on the Nomad 4, matching Shinkiro. And that is... Or wait, did Shinkiro slider break, or did he just drop?
Right at the ending.
Right at the end. So, solo FC in the lobby for Koszarek. Once again, a lot of S ranks in the lobby, but only 1 FC coming in from that newcomer for Poland, looking so strong for them. And Poland gonna take their second break point to go up 4-0.
What a play here from Poland. Again, silencing the haters. Everyone talked about Poland at the start of this year with, dropping from 2nd seed down to 11th, losing Malashevsky, losing a bunch of their super experienced tournament players on their roster. They are just absolutely wiping through this tournament once again. This will be, as of right now, potentially their 3rd match to come close to a clean sweep, unless Turkey can make a significant switch up in these last 2 picks here. It's Poland's pick on the Nomad 2 to start, however. This is a map, once again, that we haven't seen from either of these 2 teams this weekend, but if the stamina ability from Poland reigns supreme like it did on that DT3, then Turkey is in for an uphill battle.
Yeah, this is Poland kind of tempting the beast, though, because, Turkey, we talk up Raikaho so much before this match. He doesn't really appear to be having the best match so far, but this is Raikaho's bread and butter. He is one of the best stamina players in the game. One of the players who I think is one of the top suitors for getting the first FC on Apparition eventually, while also having FCs on both maps of Yomiuri, I believe. So this is, if Raikaho is going to FC any map, it's going to be this one. But Poland, they believe that they can usurp dominance on the stamina. They looked so good on the DT3, so they're going to try it on the Nomad 2 as well. Rafis coming in, Tartis coming in, Tomashi going to stay in the lobby. Going to be the speed roster for Poland.
Looking for that performance from Raikaho on Turkey, right? That star player with no FCs thus far, 4 picks into this match. And you're kind of bringing things back to a more comfortable place for them on this one, though. I mean, pure stamina tapping Nomad 2. This is Raikaho's bread and butter. This is going to be, if any map, the FC from Raikaho on here, and they certainly need it. But the issue being, they need those supporting combos. They need players that can match up to the ridiculous stamina roster and speed roster that Poland has displayed thus far. Even if you get a Raikaho FC on this map, there's no guarantee that you also don't see one on Poland on at least Tomaszczyk or Rafis potentially, and then the supporting scores from any of the other 3 players that are up here potentially matching up. But we saw Clutch X and Clutch put up some amazing improvements on the DT3 earlier, and if they're able to display that once again on this Nomad 2, it could be the switch that Turkey needs to get back into this.
Yeah, but Lyrie gonna find a couple early breaks. We see some early breaks across the lobby, actually. Clutch X as well as Tartis taking a little bit of time to adjust to this map. It's quite the long one, 3 minutes of 220 BPM stamina, lots of note density in this one, so the early breaks aren't going to be the end of the world for either side, but still it's going to give Poland a 60k lead coming out of the start. Raikaho, the Turkish tank, absolutely needs to activate on this one, finding a bit of an act drop going into that stream. Lyrie is going to find a lot of act drops though, and Raikaho is going to go down as well. So it's going to be just Rafis and Tomaszczyk on the side of Poland to go up against Clutch X and the Clutch on Turkey. Try and take this pick back, but it's just looking so good for Poland already.
This is the one right here. I called out Tomaszczyk and Rafis at the start of this pick, and they are delivering, the 2 players who we know we can always count on for strong performances on stamina. But once again, it's Clutch for Turkey, and that's exactly what they're going to need to do right now. This Floaim holding in. Raikaho just simply not stepping up to the plate like they needed to today. And they need that recovery in this second half, Miles, but that recovery needs to come alongside some wavering combos from Poland. And right now, we are not seeing that. Shedis matching Raikaho, Tartis matching either Lyrie or Clutch X, and that leaves an unchecked FC on the side of Poland with, mind you, 2% higher accuracy.
Just really not a good place to be for Turkey right now. We're in the last third of the map, and Poland just looking dominant so far. Tomaszczyk and Rafis couldn't be more comfortable on this, both high 99. Very impressive stuff so far for Poland on their own pick. Tempting the hands of fate, Raikaho on his strongest skill set, but usurping such a massive advantage. Shedis is going to find a drop, but it's going to be matched by Lyrie, who has not been having a great time for Turkey on this one. It's It's already 400k of score lead for Poland. Tartis is going to go down, but that's neither of the two FCs. Clutch X to go down as well. Clutch is doing everything he can for Turkey, and Raikaho has reestablished a 1k combo. But, oh, Clutch is going to find a drop on the jump. That is the last place you want to find the break on the stamina map, but Poland going to look to drive the stake into the heart of Turkey on this one. Go up 5-0 in the match. Two FCs from Tomasz Sik and Rafis. Will they be able to hold on to them into the ending?
Once again, from the start of this map, those were the two players you picked out at the beginning here, and they are going to be the ones to hold it into the end, delivering on the promise here. Tomasz Sik and Rafis with a double FC, 99+% AC on both of them, and Raikaho with a reverse choke, the second highest score on their team. Clutch putting in the work at the start of that map. Unfortunately, there is not much you can do against a double FC on that map when you don't have any to speak of. And Poland continuing their train. Miles, are we looking at potentially the third clean sweep match for Poland of this tournament right here?
That would be absolutely crazy. I mean, Poland been a very volatile team thus far, not having a great time against Canada in the previous round, but looking so good in all of their other matches. And Turkey, gonna go for Flying Fafnir as potentially their final pick of the tournament. They're staring down a match point and a clean sweep from a resurgent Poland squad, looking very, very strong thus far in this match. And this needs to be a final stand here for Turkey, and they're doing it on their preferred mod, on the double time, on what has been their bread and butter throughout the tournament. They need to win this map and every other map in this match.
Turkey will win this map on the basis that the Big Black has not yet been picked in this match, so there must be one more point after this, because there's no way we could allow a match to finish without 3-mod 3v. I think that's the play.
True.
That's the play. Turkey forcing the universe.
Turkey has to win this so Poland can pick Big Black. And then Wub Woof Wolf enters the lobby. Imagine. That would be storybook.
Oh man, that would be nuts.
That would be aura. That would be chills. But yeah. Unfortunately for Poland, Wub Woof Wolf not been on OWC for a while. For Turkey, that means one less really tough player to deal with, I guess.
It is, and we are looking for, once again, Miles, the biggest switch up that we could potentially see this weekend from Turkey. They need to make a full 180 on this match right now. Not only do they need to win every single map, including this one, for the rest of the match, but they've got to contest on a DT pick, something that we have once again proven that Poland is unbelievably strong at. The closest map of this match, however, that we've seen thus far, has actually been Wing My Way, at a 79,000 score difference, on the back of Raikaho barely missing in FC. But other than that, I mean, Renidus, 900,000 score victory, 500,000 score victory on Symmetric, and 361,000 on It's Our Destiny, coupled by another 800,000 on the Nomad 2. I mean, Poland has just not made this match close, and their team performance is the reason that they have had such success thus far. Turkey, the team performance has honestly been there, but they need that solo FC from Raikaho to start making an appearance, and I think it might just barely be too late at this point. There's so few picks left in this pool that they have available.
Yeah, I mean, being down 5-0 is just... it's something that you seldom actually see a comeback from. The reverse sweep scenario, the true reverse sweep scenario, is one that I can't even remember the last time I've seen in an OSU tournament. But for Turkey, you just got to take it one map at a time. Got to get this map in particular first. And they're already going to see some breaks coming out of Clutch and Raikaho. Players you don't want to see breaking, and Poland looking so strong still. Tomasz Sik, Koszarek, Alimentaire, all holding on to those FCs. Alimentaire to go down, but a couple breaks from Turkey to match it. So it's Shinkiro alone on the FC once again for Turkey. While Tomasz Sik and Koszarek hold on so strong for Poland, with Rafis already bringing back a supporting combo of 400.
This is the support. Koszarek actually finding a break on absolutely nothing on the slow section here, and that leaves Tomasz Sik versus Shinkiro in a 1v1. and that could make things very interesting if we see a break. Rafis has supporting combo, but Raikaho, Clutch have that bested here. It's going to stay even. Clutch drops one of the supporting combos. That leaves Rafis unchecked a little bit, but there goes Tomashik and Shinkiro. What can you do for Turkey right now? 140k and closing rapidly. 1/3 of the map left. It's just Rafis left, and Raikaho is matching. Miles, could this be the sweep ruiner? The sliders kept Rafis and Shinkiro, and it's all Raikaho.
It's all Raikaho, and that's exactly what Turkey wants. This is the scenario they want. They want it to be all in the hands of Raikaho, their star player, who was not activated thus far this match, but the break is gonna show the scores. Raikaho, can you hold your nerve? Can you win a point for Turkey? Can you prevent the clean sweep? Drops a little bit of act there, but it's gonna be him holding on to the combo. He finds a drop. Was that Bancho? There was a bit of lag there. That could have been a Bancho, but it's gonna be a real break. And Poland is going to take the lead right back. There's no combo really anywhere in the lobby. It's a 250 combo for Elementaire, and that's the only combo to speak of. And unfortunately for Turkey, that's going to be enough for Poland. They almost were able to prevent the sweep, but in the end, Poland is going to persevere and get that 6-0 victory against Turkey.
They almost lost it. They almost let it happen, and man, Turkey, they made it look so possible. Shinkiro with an unbelievable performance on Flying Fafnir. That is the #1 score in the lobby by almost 100,000 over the next closest player. And what a day, what a weekend for Poland here. 2 6-0 performances. That is, once again, their 3rd clean sweep of the entire tournament, and they go into next weekend to face off against the 4th-seeded Russia, and that is going to be what I think will be their hardest match yet, Miles. But we've got more matches this weekend. That's right, Miles. One more match, and everyone knows what that is. I think one of the matches of the weekend up in the winners bracket. We've still got USA versus Canada to talk about, and that one is one rematch from last year. They faced in the same round where Canada got an absolutely unbelievable upset, and you guys have to stick around and watch that one. That is going to be one for the ages. 2 teams in the same continent bordering each other, a rivalry that has been really insane over these last few years. And it has. Canada, the team to send the United States packing to the losers bracket last year, and in not particularly close fashion, might I add. The United States looking for some redemption this year, and one of those 2 teams will find Australia, our 2nd seed, in the semifinals. The loser will go down to the lower bracket to face off against the 13th seeded China. But that's in 3 hours from now, 20 UTC.
Yeah, so for 3 hours, you know what you can do in 3 hours? 1, you can go catch up on the Philippines-Ukraine match. If you didn't watch that one, that went to tiebreaker. It was streamed over at Dio's stream, twitch.tv/Dio_Osu if you want to go find that VOD. Or you can go and buy some banners. We love banners here, Chillier, don't we?
Go buy the banners. That's plenty of time. I think, you know what? That's so much time to buy banners. I'd say you could maybe even go grab lunch or dinner and buy a banner before or after and still have time to come back and catch the Philippines-Ukraine match and then watch this. There's so much you could accomplish in the next 3 hours.
So much time. And that's going to be a agonizing 3-hour wait for me as someone who is a Osu match junkie. But until then, hope you all enjoy it this weekend so far. We've got one final match, but until then, can look at the scores on the left. It's been pretty definitive weekend in terms of scores. There haven't been too many close matches. Closest match being that Philippines-Ukraine match. Otherwise, it was a 6-3 for Germany-Russia, and everything else was either a sweep or a 6-1, which is not what you expect in a quarterfinals of Osu World Cup.
Not at all. But close matches are up and coming. United States, Canada, poised to be a very good one of the highly anticipated matches for this weekend. And we've also got the semifinals coming up with what looks to potentially be 3 one-seed difference matchups in that round. But that's it from us for now. 3 hours and 15 minutes from now, the United States versus Canada, the 3rd seed versus the 6th seed, the North American battle, the rematch from last year to decide the semifinals opponent from Australia. I have been Chili Repair, joined by Miles this morning, and we will see you all back here at 20 UTC. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the OS World Cup 2024. We are here with a morning match for all of our North American viewers and an afternoon match for all of our European viewers. We have a winner's bracket match for you all here. One of the most highly anticipated matches of the weekend, aside from, I think, Canada versus the United States, which will be taking place a little bit later on today. But this is the closest seeded matchup we have in the winner's bracket here. Russia versus Germany, 4th seed versus 5th seed, and 2 teams that have quite the history in this tournament. I will be one of your casters today, Chili Repair, joined by none other than Miles on this fine morning.
Good morning, Chillier, and morning it is. I just rolled out of bed for this, but this is one that I think everyone circled on their schedule to be an absolute banger. The 2 European powerhouse teams, the Russian Federation versus Germany, Seed 4 versus Seed 5, and 2 teams that I think have a lot to fight for in this matchup. What do you think about it, Chillier?
Well, these teams are actually have there's a lot of misconceptions, I think, behind, both of these teams. Both have a history in the OS World Cup, both of them longtime participants. There's certainly no shortage of clips and moments from both of these 2 teams, but they're quite similar in what they look for in terms of overall skill sets. Both very well-rounded teams, both have that roster depth, and both looking to make waves in this tournament. Russia looking to have their best performance ever in the OS World Cup is their goal this year. They have had the highest qualifying performance, I think, that they ever have this year, and they are looking to outplace their best placement ever in the OS World Cup, which is a top 6 performance. And if they place equivalent to their seed this year, they are poised to do that. Likewise with Germany here, they're looking to come back to greatness a little bit. They took a bit of a slip back. They had their lowest placement out of the past 5 years in 2023, and they are looking to bring themselves back up to potentially a top 3 placement, but there is some serious competition to do it this year.
And in this matchup, I think it's just really tough to call when you look at this map pool. Quarterfinals is a map pool that is balanced around being around 7.3 stars. And when comparing it to a lot of the other map pools where I think the poolers took our liberties in being a little bit more creative, this one goes back to some of the more traditional methods of slot pooling. And that's something that I think these 2 teams have quite an interesting comparison on, because you compare the stats for qualifiers, which is, I think, the easiest comparison of difficulty for this map pool. And these 2 teams are tied at the hip. I mean, seeding is what was created by the qualifiers pool, and these are teams seeded 4th and 5th. So, can't get any closer than that. And these 2 teams, I think you could kind of categorize it as Germany might want to pick some more of the hidden maps, some more of the gimmickier maps, some more of the nomad maps, while Russia probably going to want to stay in the DT pool and the Hard Rock pool for most of the match if you want to predict some pick strategies. But speaking of that, we have made it into the ban phase. Russia banning out the Awkward Aim Hidden 1 as their first ban, and Germany banning out the Fast Aimy Hard Rock 1 as their first ban.
Yeah, it's an interesting shift for a team like Germany, right? When they make it to these mid to later stages, they have traditionally been the type of team that picks into those mechanic slots, and like we kind of went over at the beginning, right? These 2 teams very opposed on the mechanical skill sets here. Russia is a team that is to be feared on the mechanic slots in all map pools thus far. They've had amazing performances every single weekend, brought about by their entire roster, not even by star performances, and that's really going to be the key difference in these winners bracket matches this weekend here compared to the lower brackets, is just the concentration of those FCs, the higher level scores in here, and I'm interested to see what both of these teams are able to do. But I mean, Miles, what are your thoughts on the second bans based on what we've seen from the first two here? Because Hidden Hard Rock, I mean, that's not two bans you see too often.
Yeah, and both being one slots, neither team wanting to really play any of those aim maps against each other. But yeah, Germany, second ban coming out on the Hidden 3, which is actually really surprising for me. I thought they might want to opt into that map, having a player like Okinamo on your team to join like Whitecat and Kriller. I feel like that mechanical tech could have been good for them, but they decide to ban it out anyway, and the Hidden Pool is actually not going to be played in this matchup. Russia banning out Hidden 2. There is no Hidden in the map pool. If you want to play Hidden, you're going to have to take it on the free mod, and that's something you especially don't see too often.
I'm all for it. I'm all for dropping an entire mod pool off right off ban phase. That's so funny to me. And you're so right. You almost never see an entire mod pool banned out off of the ban phase. There's always one that gets left up just in case, right? And these two teams are so confident in their not wanting to play Hidden that they said, nope, we don't even need to leave one up just for emergencies, right? Like, if everything else in this pool goes wrong for one of these two teams, there is no Hidden pool to fall back on anymore. And Russia gonna go straight in for Flying Fafnir. Germany rather, going straight in for Flying Fafnir, the double time map to start them off here, with all four open between these two teams. That mechanics distinction really reigning supreme here.
And going for the DT4 first into Russia, that is such an interesting play, because Russia, we were just talking about them, very, very strong in the mechanics. That's something that they have been just picking this entire tournament. We expect them to pick this entire tournament, but Germany wants to fight them on it, and this DT4, I think, might be a pretty decent place to start. This one, a little bit more of the control-based DT, 215 BPM finger control map, custom by Chaoslitz. And if you've looked at any of Chaoslitz's DT maps in the past, you might know a little bit of what this is going to look like.
This map has been a popular one this weekend, I feel like. I've seen this in so many matches. I don't know why. Maybe it's just the matches that I've watched I've seen this weekend, but something to note as well, Miles, and it's a statistic that I saw yesterday, but with the triple Hidden ban, unless I missed it on a later match yesterday, does that also mean that Hidden 1 remains as the only unpicked beat map this weekend thus far? Is that still the truth? Are we still on 0 Hidden 1 picks? I almost want to see.
I still haven't seen Hidden 1, and I'll be honest, this is my first time seeing this DT4 as well. But maybe I missed it in the match.
I've definitely seen this at least once this weekend. I don't know if it's been popular like I have so proudly exclaimed, but it's definitely been picked more than the Hidden 1, which is going to continue in the land of non-usage here. But I'm interested to see what happens on this opening pick, Miles. You know, we were talking before the match, and these are two of the more consistent teams in the OS World Cup. And by that, I mean that they have almost the same placement every year between these two teams, at least for the past couple of years. Since 2020, Germany has placed either second, third, or fourth, and Russia has either placed top 12 or top 6, and nowhere else for either of these two teams. So the consistency and placement for both sides here is unbelievable compared to some other teams that we see, you know, fluctuate in seeds massively, in placement in the bracket massively, and this is actually the longest, I believe, that Russia has maintained a winner's bracket slot for. If they do end up making it to next weekend in the winner's bracket, they will have their highest placement in the OS World Cup ever. If they do fall to the loser's bracket today, they will be right on par for one of their top finishes ever, and continuing the top 12 to top 6 train. There's always that joke we come up with every year, which is the Russia semifinals wall, and for their sake, they're looking to break that this year.
And break it against a Germany roster that broke their hearts last year. Russia in tiebreaker fell to them in that matchup in loser semis last year, so Russia playing with a chip on their shoulder now. They really want to win this matchup here against Germany in the winner's bracket. And we are starting here on Germany's first pick, the DT4. We've got Fle, Tim Kackner, Kriller, and Whitecat up against Welter, Scrabble, Ciccone, and Dessoup on this DT4.
Unbelievable roster combos, and Scrubble actually going to find the first major break. Another one there. Welter found one that was very early, but it's not going to be too bad for Russia. But that double break, however, 2 minutes and 32 seconds on this one, Miles. Not a whole lot of breathing room, and Ciccone going to find a break as well. The consistency for Russia not looking super strong on this opening Germany pick, as we see two players with above 99% hack on their side.
Yeah, and the four-way is still holding on for Germany. Just a really good first pick for them so far. Nearing the halfway point. Still a chance for Russia. They have the couple big combos on Dessoup and Welter, but they really need to see a break from one of these German combos because a four-way is absolutely insane going into the halfway point.
Poised to be one of the best team scores of the weekend on this map if Germany continue this train right now, and the consistency is just so strong. I've said I've seen this map once this weekend, but it certainly wasn't a notable enough performance, and this is just going to clear every team thus far. We are in a quarter of the way left in the map, and Germany showing no signs of weakness here, let alone Russia being able to come back in as they drop both their FCs. Whitecat the only one to break on the switch, and that is just going to be all she wrote for Russia, I think.
And even with the Whitecap break, Germany still poised to get near a 4 million team score on this one, still holding on to 3 FCs. Never mind, Fleb broke, and I didn't see it. Yep,
I didn't either.
Evaded both of us. But regardless, doesn't change the outcome. Very Germany favored first pick here.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff, and the team captain for Germany this year coming out on top right now. Not quite going to hit the 99% accuracy. I was going to be significantly impressed with that 99.15 there, but damn, Kriller's going to come close to it right now. Tim Kackner not half bad right behind as well, 98.7% rounding up, and just barely letting that 4 million team score slip by from Germany there. And a singular S rank on the side of Russia, but man, look how close this would have been, Miles. S ranks all around on Germany, and the highest miscount on Russia, 2 from Welter, who actually had the best score on their entire team with that reverse choke there. So this could have gone a very different way in a separate playthrough, and that's the sort of thing we're looking for from both of these teams on the 4th, 5th seed match.
Yeah, I mean, just tells a story. These teams are tied at the hip, and although it was Germany's first pick, and they look so consistent on it, Russia just one step behind on that. But Russia gonna stay in the DT pool, picking that DT3 first. This one more of a speed map, 273 BPM. Still AR 10.3, as is Flying Fafnir, but this one a much different look.
So, unfortunately, Germany will not be taking the highest team score on the DT4 for the weekend. They were unable to surpass the team score from South Korea, who put up over 4.1 million team score on that map. So, understandably, the number 1 seed of the tournament being amazing at their skill sets, but still not a far shot off, especially for being a 5th seed from the number 1 team in the tournament. That is quite the start if you are Germany here. And Russia looking to make waves as well. Like you said, more speed focused, more stamina focused on Readiness as well. Really cutting out the majority of the aim on this pick right here, which did seem to be Russia's downfall on that last map, was some of those aim patterns.
And this one much more suited to the speed players on Russia. Although that DT4, much more of a control map. This one much more of a speed map. Plays into some of their players' strengths a lot more, especially looking at Ciccone, that player in the bottom left. Arguably one of the best speed players in the lobby for this matchup. Gonna want to see him start to get his groove on some of the speedier picks in this pool, because as we mentioned, no speed maps were banned out in this ban phase. We have every single DT, the no mod 2 stamina pick, the free mod 2 speed pick. So definitely going to be the most impactful skill set in this matchup.
It was going to be an interesting strategy here for Russia. I wonder how much they're going to pick around attempting to take Kriller out of the match today, because that is what a Renadus pick looks like to me. This looks like Russia's first opportunity to use their picking strategy to not only pick into their strengths as a team, but also to take one of the better players out for Germany here. You know, Kriller generally presents themselves as a significantly more dangerous opponent than their teammates, who are all extremely talented and are going to give Russia a run for their money on here. But I think he's been the #1 performer for Germany every single weekend thus far. And that does make a difference on your overall roster here. But it's Russia to try and take their first pick here on Renadus, and we are looking for Okinamo, Yari, Zeitfrost, and Fled to go up against one of the scariest Russian stamina rosters I have ever seen.
And it also takes White Cat out of the lobby for Germany, so you have that two-headed monster of carries out of the lobby for Germany. But still, they're very strong speed roster in here. We get into Renadus, no one finding any early breaks, as you'd expect for two very confident speed teams. But the Russian accuracy just looking a little bit better out of the beginning. First 300 combo, still 3 accuracies over 99 on the side of Russia. Only Scroll below 99, but he's going to find a break on that little single tap section, and that's going to throw the lead right back to Germany in the first quarter of this map here.
I was about to say before that break that I was really not expecting too many misses from players on this map. I thought the accuracy would make more of a difference, but Skrull just struggling on this at the early onset here. Having zero trouble with the bursts, might I add. Like, absolutely unwavering on the stamina aspect, but I guess that's kind of the stereotype, right? Fast speed player breaks on the aim section of the speed stamina map here, and now we come into the longer stamina section where it really is going to start to show who's confident on this. And it looks like everyone is, maybe Russia, just a little bit stronger on their trio right now, and that could mean a dangerous position for Germany down the line if they find a break on one or two of these players. That triple 98 versus a 3-way high 99.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 7 FCs going into the final third of the map here, Chillier. Any break can throw it right back, and Yari's gonna find a break on the alt pattern.
I knew someone would break there.
Oh my
I knew
god.
it.
That is such a tragic place to find a break. Now Russia poised to come back in the lead on their pick, but they need to hold on to their combos. Everybody getting through that kick slider square. Into the Ki section we go. Russia's gonna slowly take this one back, but another break could throw it right back in the way of Germany. Everyone on Russia needs to hold with everything they have.
I think that might be enough. It's going to go back. Skrull has such a huge supporting combo after finding those early misses. Absolutely no issues, and there it goes. 10k, 20k. Ice Shark finds a break. That might have just given it away to Germany. The accuracy is going to be so close into the ending. Russia might have just thrown it away. It's going to be an ack battle to the finish, and I think Germany has it.
Yeah, Germany right at the end. If the map ended right there on that ack drop, it would have maybe gone back to Russia. But nonetheless, Scroll finding the break at the end, and Germany is going to take an early break point by the thinnest of margins. 25,000 points to take a break point on Russia's first pick.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. The one break from Yari and the early misses from Skrull, it was so even. Ciccone, Ice Shark, and Welter, they all looked so confident the entire map. I mean, Ciccone, 2 100s FC, perfect combo. One of the sickest plays we have seen on this weekend, and it was just barely not enough. That miss at the end from the Ice Shark was just enough of a score drop to put them below Fla with the 97% AC FC.
That is such a sad break point to take if you're Russia. Losing that early speed map to Germany. Now Germany up a break point. And they're able to pick now with their second pick. And you know that they're going to try to pick another map for that Kriller White Cat duo.
Do after that. Like, this is, I mean, I can't imagine Germany was expecting to win Russia's first pick here, but that is a serious morale boost for them to start this match off, to win what I personally think is the most contested mod pool as a breakpoint this early in the match. Speaks volumes for Germany's consistency today. I mean, Miles, that is a 4-way S rank on Flying Fafnir into a triple S rank on Renadus with a singular player finding a miss. The rest of them were full combos. I mean, that's just unbelievable. This is the winner's bracket difference here in Russia. Not a far cry off as well. That is 2 4 million plus team scores on Renadus.
Yeah, it's just heartbreaking for Russia now. They're playing behind with the breakpoint, and we are going to stay into the DT pool, Chillier. 3 DT picks in a row. After the hidden pool being entirely banned out, this is an interesting matchup in terms of pick ban, but yeah, Germany gonna go for that DT2. Not your typical DT2, Wing My Way. This is one that I think most people in chat are familiar with. It's been picked in almost every match so far, and it's come down to the wire as well in almost all of them. This one, a 4-minute alt map, tons of flow aim, tons of difficult wiggle patterns as well in this one that we've seen a lot of people break on. But most importantly, one where Kriller and White Cat are coming back into the lobby for Germany.
This is that, like, flow aim, older style, like, finger control-y alt, where a lot of these patterns are consecutive. You aim them like you're aiming streams, but you can't play them that way, and it has given a lot of teams trouble this weekend, but with these two, I'm not so sure we're going to see that same level of trouble. Now, something to note for this map for a team like Russia is that we haven't really seen Scrowl find that super confident play just yet for them. And this is the type of map that I would unironically say Scrowl might be the most confident player in the lobby besides Kriller on. This is just their skill set to a T, this flow aimy alt-style DT right here, and I'd be hard-pressed to not see Scrowl put up what is either an FC or a near FC on something like this.
But this type of map is so difficult to be consistent on every time. It's so long, so straining, so much uptime on this one. It feels like it's so easy to miss on just about any pattern on this map. Because it stays difficult the whole way through. You have to be really confident in your flow aim to be able to hit all the patterns in this one every time. And here we go. We've got Welter, Scrubble, Ciccone, and Gamer for the side of Russia, fighting up against Fle, White Cat, Kriller, and Tim Kakner on Germany for their second pick. Wing My Way.
This is Russia's first opportunity to get that breakpoint back. Even in a best of 11 miles, I really think teams only have 2 opportunities to really get a breakpoint back and make effective use of it, right? Because after that point, it's a little bit too late in the match. So Germany looking for that consolidation, and Russia looking to take it back as we see 3 really early breaks from Fle, Kriller, and Ciccone.
But this map is really long. Those early breaks aren't going to matter too much. I think breaks will really start to matter as we get into the first chorus section of this map, which does come up just in a few seconds, but here's the first wiggle pattern. It's going to catch out Scroll, but it's still a lead for Russia. Still 3 big combos to a couple reestablished ones from Germany. Fle and Welter going to drop at the start of the chorus, so it's still going to be all right for Russia.
This low accuracy for Germany on their full combos right now, but Welter to drop the combo, and it is still a combo game regardless of where the AC is going to sit. It does help a little bit, and you can see why Russia still has that score lead on their side because of that difference here. I mean, we've got some seriously low performances in that department from Germany right now.
Here we go into that big flow pattern. Gonna catch out Fle and Tim Kakner, so it's just Kriller and White Cat holding on to the big combos now for Germany. Russia in a really good position now on this DT2. Big combos on all 4 members, but especially Gamer and Ciccone. And that's gonna be a combo lead into the bridge section for them to build up a lead that should go up to about 150k by the time we get to the next chorus section.
This is a dangerous spot for Germany right now on their pick. Gamer to find a break, though, on that remaining full combo, or at least, yes, that was the last full combo from Russia there, which leaves White Cat uncontested. Can he do it once again? The heroics from that White Cat Kriller pair we've talked about in the past, and look at that double 1k combo. Oh, White Cat finds the break, and now it's Russia once again.
Just Kriller joined by Tim Kackner for any combo on Germany. Meanwhile, Russia just feels like they have more combo distributed between their members. Chaconi, Welter, and Scroll gonna grow this lead, especially if they can hold through the rest of this chorus. They'll have a little bit of an easier section to continue to build their combos, so this pattern right here is gonna be very important, and it's only Fled a break on it. So Russia now poised to maybe take this breakpoint right back, barring any heroics at the end from Germany, or any sort of meltdown from Russia.
It would require that meltdown you speak of here, Miles. Skrull and Chaconi, the two players that we said to look out for on this map, pulling their weight, and with Kriller breaking the remaining combo on Germany, it doesn't matter what Russia does at this point. Chaconi going for style points, 98% accuracy. Welter with an unbelievable 1200 plus combo backing up into the final section of the map here. And I think that's it. I think that's the break point done and dusted. It's gone now already, Miles. We said one opportunity for Russia to take it back starting here, and they are going to take it immediately. And that's this match back to even potentially. If Russia's able to take their own pick following this one, that is going to be the 2-2. That's going to be the match we looked for between these two teams. And despite everyone else in the lobby struggling at the ending, everyone else breaking, it's Chaconi to stand alone on the top of Wing My Way. Hits the wiggle stream, and I think that's going to be it. The full combo from Chaconi.
Not a full combo, actually.
What?
I believe
No,
that's a reverse
you're
choke.
lying.
I think
You're
this is
lying.
a reverse choke,
Don't
Chili.
lie to me.
Wait, let's see. Is this a full combo? Nope.
Oh,
Two
it's
missed
not.
at the
I've
start.
been scammed. I've been scammed.
Such a good score from Chaconi, though. Over 1 million on Wing My Way, and his team backing him up well on this. 748k from Welter, 658k from Scroll, and that is just a breakpoint that Russia absolutely needed to take. If Germany had won that point, the momentum would have been so strong going up 3-0 in the match, but Russia breakpointing right back, and we are all even once again as we go back to Russia's pick. And we're going to see if we get a potential DT pool sweep here.
DT1, please?
If they could pick the DT1, I don't think it's a bad pick for them.
I definitely would say Ignite would be a dangerous map to pick. I mean, both of these teams very clearly not looking to go for aim, and they are going to avoid it. They are going for It's Our Destiny, really making a switch up.
This is a really interesting pick to me because this feels like you're picking almost right into the wheelhouse of like Kriller and Whitecat. But I think like the other players on Germany, if you're accounting for them, this could be a really good pick for Russia as well. Very strong at the tech in the past, especially this kind of slider tech.
I mean, this is in my mind right now. This is Scrowl Kriller 1v1. Like, this is who puts up the higher AC FC on their top player, because I would put money that there will be an FC on both sides for this map. This map has been probably one of the favorites this weekend, actually. We've seen so many really good scores on this, and I'm actually exceptionally excited to see this for the other winners bracket this weekend as well, between Canada and the United States, because I think those two countries also have some ridiculously good tech players. And seeing good scores on this map is just so impressive with the sliders and everything that this map offers. It's going to be about the supporting scores right now, right? Those top FCs, you know they're going to be there. You know those players are going to show up for this sort of map. But it's about what the support can do. And thus far, we're pretty even in that regard, Miles. Germany has had some really good supporting scores on maps such as Flying Fafnir compared to Russia. And Renidus was dead even between the two teams, and Wing My Way was actually just the difference, at least a majority of the difference was on that top-level player, and then some of the remainder of the roster. So Russia may be just a bit of an upper hand in terms of support thus far, but that's not saying much given the fact that this is completely different from any other map we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, this map kind of sits in a unique spot in the pool. It is purely slider tech compared to every other tech map in the pool having some element of tapping, some element of flow aim. This one is, you could almost call it a bona fide aim map because of that. There's really not much tapping or flow control difficulty in this one at all. But this is going to bring out, in my opinion, maybe the hardest hitting Russian roster. Scroll, Welter, Chaconi, and Gamer for their hardest hitting players to go up against Tim Kackner, Whitecat, Yari, and Kriller. Hard hitting rosters from both of these teams here. It's going to be a absolute slugfest on this one. No mod 4.
This is a new one. This is that area we're looking for to switch things up. But there's been... Man, Russia has such a history of having really good tech players, like, in all rank ranges, too. So, this is, like, such an understandable pick. I know, like, in the past, we have generally picked Germany out as an exceptional team for this sort of thing. But Russia is kind of one of those few exceptions where it's like, they're the type of country that can pick this into Germany and absolutely nobody would question it. Low axe off the beginning, understandably. These, like, slow, low BPM sliders generally tend to catch some players off on the 100s just because of score v2 and the leniency, but this is really not the section we're looking for to make a difference on this map. If this map comes down to an ACK battle, I would have no words.
Yeah, certainly not. Like, I can see something like the DT3 or the DT4 coming down to maybe an ACK battle, but, like, this is a little bit too difficult for that, in my opinion. Yeah, as we get on into the breach, Gamer gonna find the early drop, and that's the lowest ACK for Russia as well. But Whitecat is gonna match that break. So a couple of slider breaks out of the start, but still a Germany lead based on the accuracy. Gonna see who finds the second breaks for either of these teams. It's gonna be Gamer once again for Russia, but still 3 FCs against 3. But Tim Kackner to go down as well for Germany, but it's traded by Chaconi. That's 2 breaks still here traded.
Welter! Oh my gosh, and I was gonna say, you know, Gamer finding the second break wasn't too bad, and wait, Whitecat was Bancho too. It's 3 FCs for Germany right now. That is the latest Bancho, and it's gone again. Okay, well, I'm just gonna... Okay. Okay, well, Chaconi finds a break and Scrowell does as well, so wait a second. We need to revisit these combos right now. It's...
Welter Bancho.
Thriller and Welter on the FCs, and Tim Kackner and Gamer to match each other's combos. We are dead even on these scores right now, Miles. There is no lead for either team to speak of right now. Maybe a little bit in favor of... No, it's not in favor of either team, actually, because there's lower support on Chaconi and Scrowell than there is on Whitecat and Yari. This is unbelievably close, and we're in the last third of the map already. I mean, this is going to come down to whether or not Kriller or Welter breaks first, if anything.
That or the supporting scores. The time is quickly running out for Russia. They need to see a break from Germany, and they need to hold on to their combos for everything they've got. The 92% on Gamer isn't doing them any favors. That's Whitecat to go down, but Chaconi gonna match it. So going into the ending, 130k lead for Germany. Everything staying at status quo. Good for them to perhaps take another breakpoint here into the last 1/8 of the map. Germany needs to break for Russia right now.
The 125,000 score, there's certainly enough left to have something happen here, but it would need to be almost right now. Welter holding right alongside Kriller. There's no breathing room. Tim Kackner, Yari, and Gamer and Scrowell on the supporting scores right now. It's going to come down into the last seconds here. One break could still shift it, but I think the note density is gone now. The damage has been done. And Kriller and Welter with an exceptional one-on-one FC battle there at the ending. Kriller having the upper hand on the ACK. That's another map, Miles, with 3 S ranks and 1 A rank. That's 2 out of 4.
That's just insane. I mean, I guess it makes sense because, you know, slider aim map, but it doesn't make it any less insane.
Such good teams. 4th, 5th seed matchup. I mean, we kind of expected a performance like this, right? These are 2 of the best teams in the tournament, regardless of their seeds not being in the top 3. This is just crazy. And look at that, though. Look at these scores on both sides. I mean, the lowest on either side is 415k on Chaconi, and Whitecat was only 1k ahead of that. I mean, that was basically one-on-one matchups on every slot.
I mean, it's interesting when that kind of happens. You have the player equivalents on both teams. Makes watching maps like that really interesting, but now Germany taking the break point right back. And that is really bad for Russia now, going into another German pick. So, Big Black? No. No, Sakuretsu girl.
The other three.
Yeah, the other three. I think you mistyped Kriller. I think you meant to type F instead of N there.
F M. It's understandable.
I mean, this map pretty cool as well. Very much an aim control alt map. Trying to kind of stay in that same realm after winning that Nomad 4 pretty comfortably.
I want to see Ahofen for this map. I really do. I want to, the new player for Germany had a ridiculous performance in Kanyo Cup a couple of months ago, and moving up onto the OWC stage for what I consider their skill set would be super cool to see right now. But given the fact that we have Okinamo, Tim Kakner, and Whitecat in right now, and I would personally put Kriller in that 4th slot in this scenario, I don't know if we're going to get a chance to see that, unfortunately, unless we see another roster switch.
And then we're going to see a new face for the first time for Russia in this match. Handsome Me coming in on their side. And yeah, it should definitely be Kriller in that 4th spot for Germany, but Zeitfrost actually going to come in.
Ooh, are we going to see... This is the roster for Germany. Good luck, have fun. So no Ahof and no Kriller on a Nomad 3 alt map. Wow.
Oh, wait. Here he comes.
Oh,
yep.
there's this.
I was
okay.
about to say,
it's like,
that would
really?
be absolutely crazy. Like, you bring out maybe one of the best aim control players in the game for a map like this. That would have been absolutely insane to me. But nonetheless, Kriller, Okinamo, Whitecat, Zeitfrost for Germany's 3rd pick here, up against Scroll, Handsome Me, Gamer, and Chicone for Russia. Still, I think, starting to get towards that do-or-die position for Russia. They might need to take another breakpoint here very soon.
Handsome Me, I'm looking for a good performance from them this time around here. Handsome Me is probably one of the best players from Russia overall this year in terms of tournament wins. I think they have put up 3 separate Russian regional tournament wins in this year alone, which is an unbelievable level of consistency for a region that is quite active and has a large player base. So that speaks volumes to their confidence in tournaments, and I am very excited to see how they fare on a pretty difficult Nomad 3 here. We've got 1 break on either side with Gamer and Okinamo to trade, but Zeitfrost found an early miss.
Yeah, quite difficult. Nomad 3 might be an understatement, Chillier. I believe this is one of the hardest maps in the pool coming out of playtesting. Just about everyone struggling on it. But we do still see some FCs in the lobby. Scroll, Handsome Me, and Chicone still doing well. But there goes, wait a minute, that's a 3-way break for Russia. Scroll, Handsome Me, and Gamer all going down. It was looking really good for them going into that chorus, but now Kriller and Whitecat, that 2-headed beast for Germany, still holding on to those 2 FCs out of the first Ki, and they're going to steal that lead right back from Russia, now relying only on Chicone's full combo going into the middle section of the map.
And Chicone is being matched right now with an uncontested support from Germany, and all players on both sides hit that spaced out of that pattern. And here we go, the second half of the map. There is that flow aim section in this map, that breakdown section that has claimed quite a few players. Coming up here, it claims Zeitfrost and Gamer, and that's a traded break. That works in favor of Germany as long as that break isn't from one of those top 2 combos, and Kriller and Whitecat and Chicone are the 3 to look out for right now. What do you do against this right now?
There's nothing you can do. I mean, when you're staring down the barrel of a Kriller Whitecat double FC on a map like this, you just have to pray. But right now, those prayers would not be delivered. Gamer finding the break. Kriller does go down. That's one of the 2 drops that you need, but Chicone is going to trade it out. And the aim control pattern going down. And that should steal the point for Germany. Gonna go up 4-1 on the alt map. Scroll goes down as well. And this map is so hard. Whitecat does find the drop, but it's gonna be a job well done for Germany. 250k of score lead over the course of the map to go up 4-1 now.
The ending of this map claiming so many lives. This is an unbelievable last couple seconds in here. And look at the accuracy on Kriller to finish that map out. Finds 100 on the last node of the map, but the only 99% act to speak of, a singular miss. Okinamo not missing once on that map. That is an S rank from Okinamo. What?
That is something. And I feel like this is kind of an awkward map to get an S rank on, because so much of the difficulty is coming from like those aim control long alt chains that like, oh my god, and Russia's gonna go into Hard Rock 3 after that map.
Vision. I like it.
This is an awkward pick after that though, because this is also, when you boil it down, an aim control alt map.
I mean, Russia. I mean, it looks like they're just taking the fight to Germany right now at this point, right? Like, they are bringing it to their skill sets and just saying, yeah, let's duke it out on maps that we know that you're good at, and let's try and take that back. And it's a valid strategy, honestly. If you're really trying to, like, break that armor from Germany here and try and find that way in, you know, this is the way to do it, but we're gonna try and see if it works out for Russia in this sort of scenario here. They are still down quite a bit at this stage in the match. This is a rough spot to be in. It's certainly not the end of the world. If they take their own pick here and they get only one breakpoint back, that's all that they need outside of their own maps. This match does look like it's getting out of hand, but it really isn't. It's 1 point.
Yeah, it's one breakpoint, but if you're Russia and you lose this one, then you're down 2 breakpoints, and you're staring down the barrel of a 5 German match point, where you're going to have to win 5 maps in a row, one of those being the tiebreaker, in order to win the match. So this is really must-win territory for Russia right now. And going into a skill set that you just lost by a pretty decent amount feels a little bit sketchy. But nonetheless, they felt confident enough to pick it. Chaconi, Scroll, Welter, and Deske to try to keep their hopes alive to go up against Whitecat, Ahoff, Kriller, and Yari on the side of Germany.
Ahoff is in the appearance. First time this match. We will be seeing them in for the precision skill set, another area that they were brought on the team because of their strengths in, and they are going to be backed up by quite the roster here. Whitecat, Kriller, Yari, but likewise on Russia, Chaconi, Scrowl, Welter, and Dasuk. That is also one of the Hard Rock rosters of all time, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Welter, didn't he win that Hard Rock tournament you hosted this year, Chillier? Or am I thinking of somebody else?
No, Welter did. Welter won another tournament this year. Welter has been a ridiculous Hard Rock player for so many years, though, that like it is completely understandable to kind of pin them as one of those ridiculous top-level players for that sort of thing. He's going to show it off right now, but we'll see what happens. Welter was one of the best players in that tournament, made top 6. It's hard to beat Malashevsky on Hard Rock.
Yeah.
It's 2 breaks from Germany right now, though, and that's working pretty well in favor of Russia despite the singular trade.
This is good for Russia right now, as long as they can hold into this flowy section. Yari and Ahoff gonna find a couple more breaks, but Scroll, that's the second break for Russia. Now 2 FCs to 2, Whitecat and Kriller against Chaconi and Welter.
Someone gonna miss the 1-6.
Let's see. Hardest pattern on the map right here. Gonna catch out Whitecat and Welter, but it's also gonna catch out 2 more players on Germany, so it's only Kriller holding on to the FC. Deske and Scroll still holding on to some supporting combo with the Chaconi FC, and this is looking pretty good for Russia now. Last 8th of the map, 330k of lead, and it looks like my concern was unfounded because Russia is going insane on this map.
Yeah, this is it. The supporting scores from Russia were so high at the start that it put up enough of the score gap, and there is simply nothing Kriller can do. Chaconi matching up with higher accuracy. Both players doing very well to put up full combos on this. This ending is quite difficult to be able to hold a combo through that space part, and it is a 400,000 score victory for Russia, one of the largest we've seen from them in this match thus far, and they are holding on for 1 more point here. That is their own pick. They need the break point back now. That's step 1 of 2. They needed their own pick. Now they need the break point, and then they can bring things back to even there. They're going to hold Germany at this 4 points for as long as possible. And there it is, the final DT from Germany.
The final Infinity Stone has been stuck into the gauntlet. The full DT pool has been picked. Now Ignite DT1, that consistent kind of speedy aim map with a lot of bursts as well. We've seen a lot of players miss on some of the longer bursts in this map, although you are able to mash through those bursts if you want to, because this is base OD 7.5. But nonetheless, the speed is a very difficult aspect of this one, and it might even take a player like White Cat out of the lobby, which right now he is not in.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens here. While we're in the midst of these 2 maps, I would like to officially announce from the B stream that China has defeated Norway 6-0 in the losers bracket to knock out the tournament. That is an upset in the losers bracket. 13th seed beating the 12th seed. So everyone, congratulations to China in the chat. But Germany still got work to do now against Russia. We also have another match that I believe is off stream for now. I don't know if they're going to end up just dragging it to the B stream, but Philippines-Ukraine is currently at 2 to 3 points, which means that that match is on track for being right around where this one is.
I just can't believe Norway got swept by China. That match was looking to be such a close one on paper. You know, 12 and 13th seed, that's as close as 4th and 5th seed. That's just a 1 seed difference between those teams, but Norway not able to get the work done in that matchup. Although Russia, this is exactly the type of pick that I think they want to be able to take a breakpoint on. They fancy themselves to be that speed mechanics team. They should be able to perhaps take a breakpoint on this, barring any absolute insane scores from Germany, which they definitely are capable of with this roster. Okinamo, Tim Kackner, Flet, and Yari in the lobby. That speed roster coming out for them to go up against Chaconi Welter, Deske, and Ice Shark for Russia. Let's see if they can take back that breakpoint that they lost.
This map has been one of the highest picked of the weekends thus far, and for good reason. It's a great OP. Everyone, what's your favorite SAO OP? Everyone, this is probably up there. I mean, this is one of the OGs here, and the map is quite a classic alongside it as well.
Yeah, I mean, Frostmourne, you can't get much more classic than that. This guy was one of the founders of comfortable aim DT maps, I will proudly say. Yeah, Ignite, such a classic song, such a classic map, and one that most of these players should have played in tournament before this. We are about to get into the first chorus section, no one getting claimed by that first burst. It's going to be a slight accuracy lead for Germany, still holding on to 1 double S, as Fled drops a couple hundreds, losing his double S, and that act drop from Yari going to throw the lead back over in favor of Russia. We're about to get into the first difficult aim section. See if anybody misses on these doubles here.
Here we go. None! Not one! A single act drop from Yari for overstreaming, by the way. Tapped too early on that burst, but I mean, Miles, this is probably the most consistent map we have in the entire pool, like, aside from Nomad 1. This is just as comfortable as you get. It's bursts, it's aim, it's 10.3, which is unbelievably reasonable for double-time players of this caliber, and the BPM is also still quite comfortable, even if you single-tap or full alt. I mean, this is just the pinnacle of comfortable mapping. Not comfortable enough for Chaconi, apparently.
That's such a tragic place to find a break right at the 2/3 mark. That's a score capping type of miss. And here we go into one of the hardest patterns of the map right here. Is everyone on Germany going to hold? It's Fled to drop, it's Deske to trade it. So it's still an advantage for Germany. 2 FCs to 3 in their favor. It's not out of the woods just yet on DT. A 100k lead can shrink instantly, but this is going to be pretty good for them. They need to continue to hold on to that FC lead.
Going to be a close one here. It's still a singular break of difference. It's only 180,000 in favor of Germany. It's going to go up pretty quickly, though. That second half score gain, and Tim Kackner finds a break on that combo. It's Yari versus Okinamo, or Yari and Okinamo versus Welter and Ice Shark. as we come into the ending here, and the AC is higher on Ice Shark than it is on Yari. But I think that might be it, Miles. That might be the Germany point to bring them to match point, and that is one away from sending Russia packing to losers bracket.
That break from Ciccone was maybe the worst timing ever, right at the 2/3 marker. If he did not get his score cap there, it could have potentially been that Russian break point, but now they are facing down 4 straight match points for Germany. And they now need to win every remaining pick in the match, and they're going to hedge it on the Hard Rock 2. Instant picks. These teams have been ready with their picks this match, picking instantly every single time. We've got Empyrean. Let me just say, if your match live is on the line and you're picking the CS8 map, that is just insane, because any nerves on this map are going to hurt you a lot.
This is back to the danger zone for Russia here, but again, we talked earlier about how confident they looked on the Hard Rock as a team, and they're going to continue that train here on the Precision, I imagine. Almost CS8, Miles. CS 7.8, that's the smallest we've seen in this tournament thus far. I mean, do you think that has any bearing on some of those top-level players from either team here?
I think in single player, it wouldn't. But, you know, when you're up against match point and you decide to pick something like this is like nerves of steel moment. Like, you are picking CS 7.8 with your winner's bracket life on the line. Like, that is, oh my god. We've seen players break on just about every pattern of this map just because of how difficult 7.8 is just as a map stat. Like, those circles are so tiny. Just any little misaim and you're gonna find the miss. So you have to be very confident in this to pick it. And, you know, they have some very good precision players. Ciccone, one of the top mouse players in the game, and mouse does lend itself very well to precision, and Welter, a player we praise to be a very good Hard Rock player, should be pretty good for Russia here. But Germany, they are no slouches on this skill set either. Very good at the precision. So, gonna have to see here for Russia.
Gonna be a close one. We saw on Mare Maris that Ciccone is going to be that player to look out for the full combo on Russia potentially here. But Welter, not too far behind, and Dasuk not too far behind that one as well. But we are getting a switch from Skrull to Ice Shark on the side of Russia from that previous Hard Rock. Still running with the majority of the same roster here on the side of Germany, but by majority I mean 50%, because Zeitfrost and Tim Kackner subbing in for the Precision. And honestly, Miles, there's something we've seen this weekend on this Precision map, and it's that the team that has more mouse players generally is favored on this.
True. The only mouse player I'm aware of in this lobby is Ciccone. So
Yeah.
that's 1-0.
Well,
so that should fare well for Russia.
I mean, your FC from the previous map being the only mouse player on the map that has trended towards mouse players thus far. I'll take that. I'll take that any day.
Legit. Yeah, you can already see just how small the circles are. If you're a viewer, this is looking like Osu for Ants right here, as we already see some breaks coming out from Ice Shark and Zeitfrost. The Ice and the Frost.
Oh, when he's the
But
first
Ciccone
Ciccone
to go down as well, so that's an early lead for Germany. This map is shorter. You can't really afford to find those breaks. Deske and Tim Kackner to go down as well. And so does Welter. So there's no FCs left on the side of Russia already, and it's Kriller with the FC for Germany going into the halfway point of the map already.
The solo carry potential on this map is unbelievably real. This map doesn't really change too much until we get to the aim section at the ending. Zeitfrost does drop the support, but Kriller, as long as this combo maintains, it's a White Cat and Ice Shark trade, and these higher combos continue to get whittled down on either side. It's Tim Kackner to hold alongside Kriller, and to be honest, Kriller needs it right now. There is 2 big combos on Welter and Ciccone, despite the fact that Ice Shark is breaking. Kriller needs Tim Kackner to be holding right now, and that 99% accuracy is so helpful. You all wouldn't believe right now. That is going up against Ciccone and Welter, both high 99, and Dasuku's not far off as well. This FC is the only thing standing in between Germany and
Tim
losing
Kackner.
this point, and there goes Tim Kackner, and with that is going to go the point unless we see a triple break from Russia.
And
there
Kriller goes. And that's going to be the point for Russia now. Ciccone and Welter, after those early breaks, clutching up when their team, when their country needed it the most. And Russia going to survive one more map. Ciccone and Welter, insanely high combos. This could be one of the highest scores on this map for the weekend. As Ciccone eclipses 850k, Welter dropping near the end, but 2.5 mil on this is no joke. As Russia survives one more map. But now is their true Herculean test. They need to take a break point off of Germany right now.
Big Black.
Big
Wait,
Black.
please tell
no
me
way,
that's actually
please.
the pick. Please tell me that's actually the one.
Don't joke about this one, Tim Cactus.
This is not a game. This is not a game.
It's not a game to us. We need to see the Big Black. And oh my god, they're doing it. Yes! Germany are doing it. They are going to try to strike Russia down with the Big Black. This is what the viewers want. This is what the viewers deserve.
Time and time again, we have seen this map. We have seen teams have highs and lows. We've seen teams fall on the Big Black this weekend, and we are looking for one more opportunity. Germany, 5 points. Russia with 3. And man, this would be a fitting way for either way to happen here. Germany to win the match on the Big Black, to send Russia down to the losers bracket and send themselves into the winners bracket semifinals, or Russia to take the break point back that they need to get that 4-5 scoreline, win their own pick, and force the tiebreaker. I'm here for either option.
Exactly. I mean, this map, it's one where the difficulty is kind of hard to actually pinpoint. Like, seen a lot of people really struggle on the bus slider section in the middle, but also the modded players especially have not had a great time on this. The only FC I remember seeing so far on this has been from Mastash with no mod on Team Poland. But otherwise, we're going to be seeing, I think, both teams bring out their hard-hitting rosters here. Germany, Okinama, Whitecat, Kriller, and Tim Kackner. Russia, Scroll, Gamer, Welter, and Desuk to try to keep their winners bracket hopes alive. But this is such a powerful roster from Germany on this map.
This is the gamble right here, right? This map, you know, Germany has 2 points of leeway right here, right? They have their own pick, and this is their opportunity right now, and they have Russia's afterwards, but this could change the course of the entire match depending on how this map goes right now. And to pick a map that has been as contested as the Big Black, as RNG, honestly, might be the word I would use for this sort of thing. I'm interested as to what happens here. Scrowl on the Hard Rock alongside Tim Kackner, Desuk, and Okinamo on the Hidden. And man, Okinamo is not the player I want to 1v1 on Hidden on the Big Black.
The Hard Rock players are going to go down first. Scroll and Tim Kackner to trade. Desuk to go down. Welter to go down as well. That's a Hidden and a Nomad down for Russia now. It's only Gamer left. 2 double S's on the side of Germany. Whitecat and Okinamo. Only Gamer alive on the FC and going into one of the easier parts of the map. It's not a good spot to be in for Russia. Germany should be able to take about 150k of lead during this section. Tim Kackner and Welter to trade once again. Here's the Buzz Sliders.
That's 3 FCs on Germany right now. Kriller holding alongside on that Nomad right now. It's just Tim Kackner, and there goes Gamer, and Germany might be doing it right now. Whitecat, Okinamo, and Kriller. Miles, this is going to be the best team score of the weekend on the Big Black if everyone makes it through this section. There's a couple more Buzz Sliders, and that's it. Germany 3-way FC through the hardest part of the map.
And this might just be the death sentence for Russia right here. 3 FCs going into these kick slider jumps. Repeated breaks on the side of Russia. And it looks like Germany are going to do it. The Big Black Gambit is going to work out. 3 FCs going into the ending. A 700k lead already.
We do not see a 3-mil team score on the Big Black, right? Like, this is not a thing. Oh, frames the stream! Oh my goodness, it's gonna be close still. It can happen. It's Whitecat and Kriller. Tim Kackner with supporting combo at the ending. Will we see it? Will we see the 3-mil team score? Kriller finds a break. It's all falling apart, Miles.
But at the end of the day, look at the guy in the top right, Whitecat, the big The former boogeyman for Germany, Boogeyman once again FCing the Big Black with 99.73%. That is an absolutely absurd score from White Cat. The former rank 1 in the world doing it yet again.
6-3. Final score. Germany, the 5th seed in what is technically an upset, sending Russia down to the losers bracket. And now they will be faced with the opportunity, or rather the terrifying scenario of once again falling out of the tournament in either top 12 or top 6 should they not make it through the semifinals weekend. But with how strong Russia looked today, I'm more worried about those losers bracket teams than I am about Russia. They are strong and ready to fight for that position. Germany going to have one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult match of the tournament next weekend. The match that Hong Kong was faced with this weekend. It's South Korea versus Germany. The number 1 seed versus the 5th seed on the upper bracket. And we've got a couple more matches for you all today, Miles. I think there's 3 left in total, and one of them will be here.
One of them will be here, and one of them will be in one match.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to OS World Cup 2024 quarterfinals weekend. It is time for the match that you have all been awaiting. The rematch of one of the biggest upsets in OS World Cup history. It is 3 seed United States. It is 6 seed Canada. It is 2 teams that are looking really great so far this year. USA yet to drop a point, Canada dropping just 1. Some different rosters, some different types of picks, some different skill sets going to be presenting themselves as United States looks to avoid being upset once more. Canada looking to pull off the miraculous for the 2nd year in a row. It is going to be a banger to close out this weekend, our last of the winners bracket quarterfinals matches. I am this one guy. Joining me all the way from Ottawa, Canada, full bias caster himself, iFlame, is going to be in the booth today. Back-to-back years you get this one, iFlame. Last year you casted that upset. This year, what are you thinking as Canada looks to repeat that performance?
Man, that match was an absolute joy to cast, and let me tell you why they're going to do it again. Canada has been a very solid early game team, and they have been on form so far. First of all, Zudinator had an absurd performance last week. First overall by a massive margin, one of the strongest performances we have seen in OWC history. I mean, in terms of individual maps, it was top score on the Hard Rock 2 and the Free Mod 2, second best score on the No Mod 4 and the Hidden 1, and 5th best score on the Hidden 2. Didn't find a single miss, a single break all of last week, but you got to give credit to the rest of the roster as well. Some of the newcomers, Dark Karate and Pikapone, have both really been showing up. Of course, we all remember last year, Cut Paper popped off in quarterfinals, so the Cut Paper buff is going to come through big, and I think they're going to be strong on the hit-ins. And of course, you have that returning core of Ryuke, Xylus, and Nick, another OWC veteran. But how about this US roster?
USA roster, you know, year in and year out, it seems like they're able to draw upon this crazy player base that the USA has to offer. Switch players in, switch players out, do what looks best for these teams. You bring back 5 members of last year's team. You've got Takedo, Rectagon, Windowlife, Bashiman, and Kama all making their return from the 2023 squad. They led that team to victory. Notable absence, of course, Vaxe departing this year, gets replaced by the returning Utami, Decaton coming back after a year's absence, and Pez making his debut. Now, this guy is the real deal. Pez has been showing up and showing out tournament in and tournament out this entire year. His first OWC now, and he's been a player to really watch out for. USA likes to bolster their strengths, right? Whatever it is that they think they need to do to win these late stage matches, the USA finds a way to put those players on their rosters. Pez comes in, offers a lot of mechanical skill, which is an area that Canada kind of downgraded a little bit this year, right? Without players like Curtis and Stoof. So you've got a little bit of that strength coming in for the United States, looking ahead to Canada, looking ahead to Australia, South Korea in those late rounds. USA trying to put together a roster that can beat those late stage teams. And they've been able to do it 5, 6, 7 years in a row, you know? It's a scary roster, but I'm curious to see. So we talk about a lot of things these teams are strong at. We talk about, you know, kind of what they've made better, what they've made worse. It's interesting this year because Canada's historically been this mechanics team, right? They've had such good speed rosters. Now it's feeling a little bit more like they're going a different direction. They want, I think, to go into some of the more awkward stuff, whereas the United States may be the mechanics favored team in this matchup. What are we thinking? If you had to predict for Canada, their picks, their bans, where are we looking here in this pool for the last time we'll be seeing this quarters pool?
Well, bans for Canada should be nice and easy. As you mentioned, this time around, no Curtis, no Stoof. That speed DT roster is a lot weaker this time around. Other areas are stronger. But against the US, who has been one of the strongest speed teams in this tournament, I think you just have to ban out the free mod 2, the DT3. You do unfortunately have to leave that no mod 2 open, but it's 220 BPM, much more manageable than the speed picks. In terms of actual picks, I think they're going to look for the hiddens, of course. They're going to look for some of the aim focus picks, and like you said, some of the more awkward stuff. But hear me out, I think we could see a big black pick out of Canada. It doesn't seem like your traditional Canada pick, but you look at those leaderboards. Cut Paper has a hidden FC on the map. Zudinator has a 1-miss HDHR on the big black from just a few days ago, actually. So evidently they have been practicing it, and that's your mod requirements for fulfilled. They just need 2 more players on the no mod, and so that might be something they look to pick. Over on the United States side, I have to imagine they're going to just look to ban out some of those hiddens. Hidden 1 has been frequently banned against Canada this year and in previous years as well. One map that's really interesting to me is that Hard Rock 2. Canada top scoring the Hard Rock 2 last week, but the US have been monsters on the Hard Rock 2 as well. Both of these teams have picked Hard Rock 2 both in round of 32 and round of 16. So it's almost going to be a game of chicken. Both teams, I think, like the Hard Rock 2 generally, but which team is going to end up picking it? And do you skip picking the Hard Rock 2 and kind of assuming that your opponent will pick it for you? We'll have to see.
Yeah, to me, I almost feel like that Hard Rock 2 is a little bit of a handshake here, right? United States, you're looking down that roster, you see names like Boshiman so good on precision, you see Rectagon so good on precision, Decaton, a frequent Hard Rock player. Like, that's a scary precision team for a CS8 map. Meanwhile, you know, Canada, you've got Zudi, you've got Ryuke, you've got, Dark Karate. Like, both sides have such strong players on that map. It almost feels like a handshake. You just save it till the very end of the match, excuse me, if it's going to get picked at all. I almost see a world where USA could actually just double ban hiddens. Everybody has completely passed up on selecting the hidden 1 this week. It's been completely unpicked, I believe, to this point. But, you know, that's maybe bannable for the United States. Don't want to have to get into that awkward hidden aim against a team like Canada. I think the biggest thing for USA, right, you want to avoid what happened last year, which was Zudinator and Cut Paper getting going and really carrying that match against the USA. They don't want to let that happen again. So I think they maybe just target those picks. And like you said, you know, Canada, you probably just go straight into the DT3 free mod 2 bans. And then USA's picks get a little bit more interesting as well, because those would be the really obvious picks. Interestingly enough, USA did ban the DT2 last week, but I think if given the opportunity to match like this, they'd pick straight into speed. So I think both teams, we might see some adjustments of strategy because they're going to be kind of having their focal points in these bans. And we're about to get in and we're going to find out. It's going to be Canada to ban first. If they are going to go that direction, and there it is, first ban DT3, no second thoughts about it, no time taken, boom, done.
Nope. And you mentioned that HD1, yes, it's had no picks, but it's also been banned 4 times, and Canada is not the team you want to leave that open against. Canada's a team that will absolutely pick the hidden 1, no hesitation. Maybe they feel confident, but I think it absolutely should just be the double hidden ban. There is the no mod 5 as well, but I think the US have the roster, and they're going to ban out the big black. They have the same insight that I do, and they're not going to give Canada a chance to play it, unfortunately, for them, but leaving both the hiddens open, and, you know, despite us mentioning a couple times that Canada loves to pick these hiddens, they have been really strong on them. It was the US that had the top score on the Hidden 2 last week, so it's certainly not free. There's the Hidden 1 ban, very much as expected, but now we're just going to get the other speed map banned out by Canada, and then we can get into this match, and TNG, we're going to start to see the dismantling of the American roster for the second year in a row.
Oh man, you would like that, wouldn't you?
I certainly would.
You know, so I'm gonna say this about this week. I have gone so far this week 15 correct picks on the pick'ems with 0 correct score lines. So whatever I say about the score of this match is just gonna be wrong. So I'm not even gonna try. It's just not even worth the trouble because I clearly don't know what I'm doing when I'm trying to decide on what scoreline matches are gonna be likely to come out with. I think this match should be realistically pretty hard fought. I don't see a world, unless something really crazy happens, where this goes one-sided. And it's going to be DT2 ban from Canada. So, I actually hate this ban, personally. I like it. I'm like a fan of it as a United States fan. I kind of hate this ban in the sense of, like, why would you feel this map is necessary to ban? I don't know that there's any team that's going to be consistent enough on this DT2. I don't like to use the word RNG, but DT2, along with Fremont 3, are the most two, like, coin flip RNG maps because that DT alt style, 4 minutes long, like, you can just miss anywhere. I don't really know that I understand that ban, but clearly they know what they're doing, so I'm going to trust that Xylus, after all these years of captaining, has a good reason for that one. And Canada, going to opt straight into the Hidden 3. Hidden tech for both these teams, I think, a really good skill set. You've got players like Taquito on the United States side. You've got Zudinator. You've got Cut Paper on Canada. They're looking to get their 2 top players from last year going again this time around.
Yeah, I'll defend the DT2 ban a little bit. I'm not going to pretend I'm a huge fan of it either, but I think the idea is that US had the top score on the Alt DT last week, although it was DT3 that time around, and they were far and away the strongest team on that map. I mean, players like Kama, like Rectagon, dominate those kind of maps, and I guess they just didn't feel they had the roster for it for some reason. They feel they have a slightly better chance on the the Fremont 2 speed pick, but I think realistically, they know those 3 maps are just guaranteed losses, and I guess the thought is, well, there's a slightly smaller chance we lose Fremont 2 than the DT2, but let's talk about this Hidden 3. This one is pretty heavy on the slider tech. You've got a couple 200 bursts, but nothing too crazy. Some aim control, some flow. I do expect to see a Cut Paper in as the last player for Canada. And for the US, they have quite a few players who could fill that last spot. I think it is likely to be Rectagon. Is so good on the tech.
Yeah, I think on a map like this where it's... I hesitate to use this phrase because I know how some people feel about it. But where it's kind of a mech tech map. Both these teams are going to feel pretty powerful. You've got the roster that's in right now. I'm actually a little surprised to see that if this is the USA roster, I'm a little surprised. I don't know that I necessarily anticipated Bashi in on this. Taquito, Decate, and Utami. I'm not entirely sure that this is what I expected for USA on this map. I mean, Rectagon not known as a hidden player, but you still expect him to be just about perma-lobby, but here we go anyway. Silas, Zudinator, Picapone, and indeed Cut Paper as the 4th for Canada. And iFlame, away we go into this match. United States looking to right the wrongs of last year, not looking to lose this matchup again. Canada, though, thinking they maybe have the USA's number in this quarterfinal stage. A great early to mid-round team against one of the greatest late-stage teams that OWC has ever known. And it's Hidden 3 to start things off.
Exactly. We're 1 round later. I think the US would have a pretty big advantage in this match, but if you're going to face off against the US, the quarterfinals is where you want to do it. Let's see if Canada can start off strong with their own first pick as we start to get into the first chorus section. It's going to be Canada finding the first miss as Picapone will drop, but traded right back from Bashiman, and it's really going to even things out. Do expect to see quite a few more drops. This map only gets harder as the map goes on and is incredibly difficult, but all 6 other players holding strong into the first break.
Dada, a big fan of this map set, has used a couple other diffs of it in other tournaments and pretty good results. And there's a big double break from Canada. That's Xylus and Zudinator both going down. Only Cut Paper left on the FC. Pikapone on the recovery combo. There goes Cut Paper as well. And now it is United States. 3 FCs make that 2 FCs against 0. No combo at all for Canada. Halfway through this first pick, looking like it may be backfiring on them a bit. We'll see how long Takedo and Utami can hold on to this double FC. Takedo, of course, incredibly well known for hidden tech. Utami, basically good at anything you could possibly think of skill set wise. And those two are going to look to build this lead up for the United States. Canada's got a lot of work to do to try to bring this one back.
Yeah, 200,000 points is really tough, especially into the end of this map. It's so difficult, really hard to find that recovery combo. And the recovery combo is there, but Takedo, Utami are just not missing. There goes Takedo, that's one down, but they still need the second, and they're quickly running out of time. Only a quarter of the map to go. That's a 300,000 score lead. It's going to take a lot, but they're not mathematically out of it yet. Utami needs to miss in the next 5 seconds, and it just doesn't happen. I think the United States are going to get an early break point, and things not starting off well for Canada.
No, this is not at all what they could have ever wanted out of this. You needed to get at least an FC, if not a couple, if you're Canada first picking a map like this into the United States. I absolutely understand the strategy of it for Canada. You've got Zudi and Cut Paper who are so good at this, but United States saying, nah, guys, we've got Utami dropping the FC, we've got Decaton dropping the S rank, we've got Takedo dropping the 700k plus. And all of those players looking so strong. Bashi backing up with the score there as well. And Canada just didn't get what they needed to, a 660k, a 659k from Zudi and Cut Paper. Just not nearly enough. And USA, with the early break point, we know how good this team is with momentum in their favor and how good they have been with momentum in their favor. They're going to jump straight into this double time 4. Flying Fafnir, it's aimy, finger control-y tech DT, and this is a map that I picked out that USA, I think, is going to really like in this pool.
Yeah, I think this is easily one of their best maps in the pool, and honestly, it feels like this map was made for the US. I could see them putting up a very good score on it. Like you said, pretty heavy on the finger control, pretty heavy on the tech, and they've just put up a really solid performance on the tech. Do expect the rosters to be a little bit different. There's Rectagon, Kama comes in for the DT, and Canada, as we mentioned, has a little bit of a weaker DT roster. I am slightly surprised to see Sari coming in. Has played some of the DT aim and some of the precision hard rock, but haven't really seen Sari play, DT tech or any of those faster maps, this one being 215 BPM. Have to assume that last player for Canada is going to be Ryuke. Although, we could take an Utami. I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, this is the Kama map of all time. This is also a great window life map if he stays in for it. Really, the USA, you could almost say over-spec'd into this skill set this year. They have so many players who are so good at tapping maps. I mean, Kama, he comes into this map, he drops like 2 100s. Nobody's going to be surprised because that's just what he does on these types of picks. Canada, for their part, right? Xylus, amazing tapping player. Ryuke, one of the best tapping and finger control players over the past several years. A solid roster, but I mean, you look at Kama, Rectagon, Utami backed up by Decaton, and you're thinking USA's got a juggernaut of a roster in for their own first pick. However, we thought Canada had a juggernaut of a roster in for their own first pick. United States sent them packing on that one, so maybe Canada can pull something off right back as United States looking for the early consolidated breakpoint.
Yeah, I think part of what makes that matchup so interesting is, especially early on, each team should have their favorite picks, but it doesn't feel like there's anything that's free, right? Canada do have the players to put up good scores on this, and even though the United States are the expected favorites on this one, all it takes is 1, 2 unlucky misses in the wrong part of the map, and all of a sudden Canada is storming right back into a breakpoint of their own. This is a long enough map that early misses shouldn't matter too much, but for once we aren't seeing any, and we're going to want to see some consistency as the map only gets harder into the ending. Zudi is going to find the first miss, and Canada falling behind early yet again, both in combo and accuracy.
Yeah, that ACK is noteworthy. Zudi down at 95%, has never been known as a speed player. She's gotten better at it, but still not the best in the world. It's going to be a traded break there. Ryuke and Rectigon to fall. Decayton, Kama Utami holding against Silas and Saryi. And, USA, their target is top 1 as there goes down Kama. And I was going to say that South Korea, who's, some would say the biggest opposition in this overall tournament, put up a 4-0 on this. USA looking like they're not going to be able to match anything like that. Downfall Xylus, downfall Kama and Rectigon, and it is Decayton and Utami with the double FC. Saryi coming in for this and putting up the FC still for Canada. Zudi and Ryuke trying to recover that 120k deficit, though, is intact for the United States halfway through.
Yep, and Canada, in a similar spot to last match, they're relying on a miss from the US. There is one, but it's not the one they need. No, it was a Bancho miss. Rectigon is still holding on to the combo, and Canada do have the recoveries on Zudi and Ryuke. Xylus does find a miss, but less important, and there is a really tricky triangle pattern coming up shortly. We'll see if that claims any combos. Sorry, that's the FC gone for Canada. Traded back by Kama, but that's not a trade you can afford, and the United States are going to run away with this map into the ending.
Yeah, this one could get a little ugly here into the ending. Zudi, the best combo on the Canadian side, and nobody with an ACK over 98 for Canada. Meanwhile, United States, Decayton FC, Utami FC, both high 98s, nearly 99. Kama, of course, dropping the 99.4 ACK, even though he's had a couple of breaks. Rectigon doing a great performance as well. And this is just the United States pretty much outclassing Canada on this pick across the board. There's a late drop from Zudinator as well. And this is a much better first pick for the United States than Canada's was for them. It's a double full combo. It's Decayton and Utami, a 3.6 mil win for the United States, a 3.6 mil score, a 1 million score win, a 4-way S rank. Not going to be quite the best score of the week on that map. Those honors will go to South Korea and Germany above them, but United States making a statement here with that point.
Yeah, they certainly aren't far behind. 3 S ranks is absolutely absurd, and this was the expected result for this one. So Canada aren't going to feel too bad, but down 2-0 can be a little tough. They got to keep their heads in the game, get back to their picks, and got to give a shout out to Saryi, has had improved massively from 2022, and here's the hidden 2 pick. This one's a little scary, should favor Canada on paper, but last week, as I mentioned earlier, it was the US who had the top score on that hidden 2, and they have the players for it. They have Takedo, Utami, Bashi, and we'll see who the last player is. Could be Decayton.
And I will say last week's Hidden 2, of course, a very different style of map than this week, so it's really not a great direct comparison. Last week's Hidden 2 wasn't even low AR, right? That was an AR 9 point something, if memory serves.
It was.
So you really can't compare that map to this one. I don't know that we have a great comparison for these teams on this map, realistically. An aim-focused low AR hidden pick that is something that both teams, like you said, something both teams will have players for, but something we haven't really seen them play. I mean, you have to go to, like, qualifiers, maybe? Where USA did have the better top score on the Hidden 2. But since then, it's not really been a skill set we've seen that much out of these guys. So this one is kind of a new pick.
Yeah, and, obviously for Canada, when you think of Hidden, you think of Zudinator and Cut Paper, but I want to keep an eye on Pikaphone for this one. Last week, again, Hidden 2 was not AR8, but has looked really good on the Hidden all tournament long, had the 8th best score, and has looked good on some of those lower AR maps. We are just waiting for one more player from the United States. I feel it has to be Utami, but
yeah.
Okay, there we are.
Interestingly, it's Decayton in for the United States. I kind of thought this might be Rectigon. I feel like it's all... I guess I always feel like it's going to be Rectigon, so it's like if he's not in for stuff, it's almost surprising. You always expect Bashiman, Takedo, and Utami, but Decayton in for the slightly lower AR hidden pick is going to be the round-out player on the roster here for this one.
Yeah, this is the rating roster they've been running with most of the tournament, but into the Hidden 2, Canada cannot afford to give up another breakpoint. They need to fight back now. And this one is not an easy map to do it on. Very awkward rhythms, very tough on the flow aim reading. And pretty different from some of the earlier rounds, kind of low AR aim reading maps that you tend to see more often. And so we'll see what Canada can do here. Not off to a great start as they find 2 misses. Utami does trade 1 back, but it's early enough. It shouldn't be a big factor as long as they can recover. The map is short though, only 2 minutes long. And the combos are getting big enough now that the next miss will count.
Yeah, it was 3 early drops from Canada. Zudinator, Pikapone, and Xylus right at the very start. I mean, he like just didn't kind of play the first few combo. He was down at very low accuracy for a moment there, but has recovered just fine. And yeah, this is all 8 players at the moment having recovered just some serious amounts of combo for a map that's this short. I mean, it's only 300, 400, but like you said, 2-minute long map. 100k in favor of the United States, but that can go in a hurry if anybody finds a break on any of these tricky little overlapping patterns. It's going to be Takedo Bashi, man, to fall from the United States, and Canada is going to jump right on that opportunity. Still holding all their combos, and now United States going to rely on Decade and Utami holding, but Canada 4 big combos on their side, and that lead is going their way as Decade falls as well.
Yeah, now it's just Utami trying to fend off the Canadians, and man, after that early disaster, they have recovered incredibly well. Zudi, Pikapone back up to those 600 combos, and Cup, Paper, Xylus still going strong. 300,000 points in the lead now, and Canada gonna get a point back, gonna get some momentum in their favor, and we have a match on our hands.
This is exactly what Canada wanted and what they needed, and they're gonna get it here. This is going to be a very solid team score. A map that we have not really seen played all that much. I think this has only been picked like 3 times so far this week, and this is going to be the best team score on it by over 1 million points. A 3.6 mil for Canada. I mean, just look at that. That is some quality stuff. Cut Paper getting going here. Zudi and Pikapone, just the early breaks. Likewise with Xylus. It's all just reverse chokes, basically, for those players. And I said before the match when we were discussing, like, USA, there's a world where they just banned Hidden 1 and Hidden 2, and this is exactly why, because that was a very one-sided pick, and as you said, gets Canada going and gets us into a little more competitive of a match than those first 2 picks.
Yeah, Canada have been incredibly strong on the rating. US have the next pick, though, and they still have quite a few options. They've got the free mod speed map in free mod 2. Break core speed. They are very dense burst, but at 246, they're still tricky for, I think, quite a few players on the Canadian roster. I think the other map you're looking at is DT1, and Canada do have quite a solid DT1 roster, but I think the United States are going to be confident enough to pick it anyways. I do feel like you take the free mod 2 first. I'm not sure I see any reason not to, especially after the previous speed map where they won in very dominant fashion.
Yeah, I think this pretty much has to be free mod 2 in my eyes. I think DT1 and Nomad 1 are both a little bit scary for the United States in this matchup. It's actually, though, it's going to be Hard Rock 1. That's a little bit out of left field to me. We discussed aim as a skill set. It's something that Canada is always good at. Really traditionally strong Hard Rock aim team, especially you look at somebody like Zudinator, who you drop her into a Hard Rock aim and she just FCs 100% of the time. United States usually doesn't spec super heavily into aim. Their rosters traditionally are good at aim incidentally at most, rather than it being a primary focal point. So seeing them picking into a Hard Rock aim map kind of early on in this match is a little interesting to me. But with Rectagon on that side, with Pez having been added, you do bolster that strength again kind of incidentally this year to where it's a pickable skill set for you.
Yeah, likely going to see Kama come in as well. Pez has been performing really well in the Hard Rock so far, and I mean, on one hand, Rectagon is of course probably the best Hard Rock game player in the game, but this is not one of those super late stage pools where Rectagon can solo carry the pick. You need to have a really strong team performance, and while I have no doubt United States will put up a solid team score, Canada, good aim team. They have Hard Rock players for UK. has been popping off on some of the Hard Rocks already in this tournament. 4th place on the Hard Rock last week. Took the Hard Rock on the Fremont 2 as well. So I think players to watch, of course, Rectagon Pez for the US, and for Canada, Ryuke and probably Nick, who's a really solid aim player for them.
And Nick making his return to the Canadian team has traditionally been a pretty solid mechanics player, good on the sort of stamina flow stream stuff, good on the aim as well. So we'll see how he performs into this match now for the first time. One thing that I will note that I like that USA is doing, they're forcing Cut Paper out of the match, who did, of course, just top score that hidden 2. Pick something that Cut Paper's not in for is a strategy that I think makes a lot of sense here for the USA. He was their downfall last year. He's somebody that's good at skill sets that they're decent to good at best. And when you've got a roster of Rectagon, Pez, Utami, and Decaton on a Hard Rock aim, you're probably feeling pretty confident, looking to continue to defend the breakpoint advantage.
You probably are. And yeah, it seems like the US have learned their lesson. They're going to get Cut Paper out of the lobby nice and early, and they really want to hold on to their lead. And they know they're going to have more picks. They don't need to pick the Fremont 3 right away, or the Fremont 2 right away. They're going to have that in their back pocket for later, and they're going to go into the Hard Rock 1 first. This map is very fast in terms of aim, but it's pretty straightforward. There's a streamier section in the middle, but otherwise relatively comfortable patterns. And we've seen some very good team scores on this map, 4 million from SK, so you're going to expect to see a lot of high combos on a map like this, and it's likely going to come down to just a couple misses in the middle of the map. Hope to see those avoided, but it's the worst place to miss. Could be disaster. For now, though, both teams holding strong, not going to be much advantage either way, and the map doesn't really pick up all that much until about a quarter of the way into the map, where we get into the more difficult KI section. Here we go. This is where we might start to see some misses, but both teams showing impressive consistency so far.
234 BPM Hard Rock aim at 7 stars. I mean, this is just child's play for most of these players these days. The skill cap of everyone in this lobby so high, and no breaks at all through the 1/3 mark. Just about 600 combo here for everyone. It's just a small lead for United States, about 20k. That's going to be accuracy. A couple of little tapping portions can come in, can trip you up a little on some of those triples. The buzz sliders, a little slow, or kick slider, excuse me, a little slow slider action as well. Nobody falling at all. This is such a scary pick for this reason. The consistency so high on both of these teams, and we are yet to see a single break up to nearly 900 combo. The stream section comes in. It's Decaton to fall. It's Rectagon to fall next. Ryuke as well, but it's 3 FCs to 2 in Canada's favor as Xylus, Zudinator, and Nick all make it through. Pez and Utami have to hold on now that we're halfway through the map.
And this is an incredibly consistent map. The second half of this map is not any harder than the first. We've seen these Canadian players hit this section once. The question is, can they do it again? They have the lead, and the lead is rapidly growing. But the United States are well poised to take advantage of any misses with those big combos on Pez and Utami. With a quarter of the map to go, Canada just needs to hold on for a little bit longer to get this break point back. Last chorus coming up. It's all on Xylus, Zudi, and Nick here to hold on. Ryuke needs to keep the recovery as well. Could be a factor if one of those FCs drops off.
Those FCs don't look like they're dropping off anytime too soon. And is the United States second pick going to be a blunder for them? It's looking more and more like that's going to be the case. 160k and growing the lead for Canada, and it is a triple FC coming into the very end of the map. It would have to be a break right now pretty much, and it's just not going to happen. The Hard Rock aim consistency for this Canadian roster is too strong. It is Xylus, it is Zudinator, and it is Nick 1324 bringing the triple FC into the ending. It's a late break from Nick, but it should be late enough not to matter. And indeed, 230k, the break point goes back to Canada. They tie things up at 2 apiece. And man, it's just the smallest of margins. 1 miss for Rectagon, 1 slider break for Decaton, and that's all that made the difference in the map. And Canada ties it up. Like you said, after they won that hidden 2, we've got a match on our hands, and now we have an even closer one.
And on one hand, you could say that's a mispick. But against 90% of teams, in fact, against all of them, except for 3, you would win really decisively with a 3.4 million team score. But Canada puts up 3.6 million, and I'm willing to bet that's the highest combined team score we've seen by a massive margin in any match so far. Canada with the second best score, and now it's tie game. It's nice to get that break point back early. Hard Rock not paying off for the US, and I think that's going to make potentially the US slightly more hesitant to pick Hard Rock 2, although I think the option will be open for them later. Canada still have good choices left. They have the anti-mod free mod that they have looked so good on. They love to overmod the free mods. Zudi and Cut Paper both incredibly comfortable on the Hard Rock. Then they have the reading in the No Mod 5, and No Mod 5 it is. This is CS5 AR5. So it's going super far into the reading, and this is kind of your aim reading pick. So very different style from the Hidden 2. There's some aim control mixed in, but there are some tricky square patterns to watch out for, and a very tough ending as well. So we're going to want to watch out for tough combo breaks. I expect both rosters to be fairly similar to the Hidden 2 roster. Rectagon in the lobby right now. I have to imagine Rectagon will be subbing out for Decaton, who's played most of the rating maps for the US so far in this tournament, but Rectagon can play just about anything, so you never know.
Yeah, Rectagon to me has really improved as a low AR, especially Nomad, low AR Nomad reading player. So we'll see if he maybe ends up staying in for this. You got to figure Bashiman, Utami, maybe Takedo. Canada get into another reading pick. You get Zudi in for it. You get Cut Paper back in for it, and you've got a roster much like the one that won you your previous pick on that Hidden 2, as you said, and you're going to be back into a pretty good spot here, looking to take a lead in this match for the first time. This map has felt very volatile, I will say. We've seen a couple matches so far today where a team ran out to a big lead, 400,000 points, and then ended up fumbling it. You know, that happened it was Norway against China. I believe also may have happened in Ukraine versus Philippines, where a team was able to make a big comeback in this map. So, have to see what the consistency looks like. As you mentioned, the latter kind of portion of this pick gets very, very difficult.
There you go. So, from what you've said, our takeaway from previous matches is that whichever team gets the early lead is probably going to lose. I have to say, though, before we start this map, surprising rosters from both teams. Window Life, I think, not usually in for the reading, and same is true for Nick with Canada. So curious to see how those players perform, but this one should be a good pick for Canada. That hasn't necessarily paid off in previous maps, so we'll see if they can close it out here. Another short map, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. This one doesn't look that hard, but there are so many places to miss on. Accuracy could be a big deal. It's very, very easy to drop a lot of accuracy on this one, just slightly timing the notes incorrectly, especially with some of these bursts. And the ending is going to be a real test, and what that means is the early lead is going to be key. You can't afford to drop early misses and give up that score lead. And we see one of those early misses coming out from Utami. Thankfully, it's early enough that it shouldn't be a huge deal. But you see accuracies fairly low across the board. 93s for Canada on Zudi and Dark Karate are going to be balanced out by the 99 from Cut Paper and Nick. Dark Karate finds the first big miss, going to be down by about 300 combo, and Utami has recovered nicely, so that score lead is going to flip back over to the US as Dark Karate continues to struggle, and Canada playing with 3 big combos. The square doesn't claim anyone. There's still this linear section that has tripped up a few players, but nobody missing on it.
You can see that Dark Karate really not having the best time, all the way down at 90 and 91% AC. So that's a player to kind of look out for to see, because the back half of this map gets so challenging. We'll see if he can pick it up or if he'll continue to struggle. USA building up 3 big FC combos like Canada is, but that Utami backing score over 100,000 points ahead of Dark Karate on his own, and that's most of the margin of that lead for the US on this pick so far. But this map only gets more difficult in the last third to quarter, so do not count your chickens before they hatch here for either team. But noting Zudi, 91 act with that Dark Karate 91 act as well. 92 on Window Life, not known as a reading player, but in for this and holding the combo. If any of those Loac players break, this gets terrifying into the ending. And here we go. It's just going to ramp up into the end. It's a 200k lead for the United States. There goes Zudinator. It's traded by Window Life, Dark Karate as well. Rectagon the next to fall. And you have Cut Paper with the FC, Nick with the FC, Bashi with the FC for the United States, the lone holdout, Utami with the backing combo, and with a 200k lead, there goes Nick, and that is most likely going to settle this one. United States looking like they're going to manage another break point here, despite dropping that hidden 2. They are going to take the Nomad 5, and as much as it feels like those maps often go hand in hand, it's not going to be the case here. United States, we're going to go with another break point. That's 3 already in this match. The lead back their way, just under 400,000 points. The margin on that one, very well played. Bashi man's skill set, and he comes in and clutches up time and time again on these kinds of maps.
He certainly does, and I think Canada felt that their 3 reading players were strong enough to put up a good enough score, but that's not something you can afford to do against the team like the United States. You really need 4 players who are comfortable on the map, because the United States have 4 players that are comfortable on any skill set you could possibly imagine. Even AR5 apparently is. Bashi had a nice FC, but even then I don't think they had a score below 500k.
Lowest score.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, based off of what we've seen recently, the United States should just pick the anti-mod, because you know, it's they're gonna go back to speed.
Nope.
This is the right pick.
Yeah. You know, it's funny to think about them picking the free mod 4 after the way that Nomad 5 went, but I think the free mod 2 makes a little bit more sense on paper. You really anticipate this team to be very, very good at a speedy burst speed map like this one is. It's been a pretty popular pick so far this week, and you know, going into this match, I think we always just expected USA to pick this one eventually, and so here we are. Last week, both these... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I have no bias, and clearly there's no ill intent with the free mod 2 suggestion. I think it would be a great pick for the USA if they're listening.
So, one interesting thing I noted, last week both these teams did play the free mod 3, and of course in the slightly smaller pool that was the speed pick last week. Neither of them really did particularly well on it in the grand scheme of things. The United States dropped a 3.2 mil, but like on a round of 16 speed map, that's nothing impressive. Canada dropped a sub 3 million score. They were the 13th and 18th best performances on the week overall.
Yeah.
So speed just didn't look super great for either of them a week ago. You gotta figure they've shored that up in the intermediary 7 days since then.
Yeah, you have to think bit of an off week for both teams, and you certainly can't count Canada out of this one, right? They have really good speed players in Ryuke and Stylus, who's currently not in the lobby, which is slightly concerning. So, you know, if you do see unlucky misses from the US, I think they should have at least 1 or 2 high combos to bring it back, but the US is not a team you expect to find many misses on a map like this. I mean, Rectagon, Taquito, Window Life, and Utami, I can't think of another 4 that you'd want on a map like this. Curious to see what the mods are. I think we're likely to see, well, of course, Zudinator is going to be on the hidden, but I honestly am tempted to say they probably shouldn't put Ryuke on the Hard Rock for Canada. Let him take the no mod, get the biggest combo. And of course, Rectagon's going to take the Hard Rock. There are no questions there with Taquito on the hidden. That is what they're known for, and they're not going to have any of a tougher time for it.
Yeah, USA, a couple of the absolute best tournament speed players in the world with Rectagon and Window Life. A little bit of a question for me is going to be Utami, the one skill set that it felt like he wasn't maybe all the way back on when he returned from his absence from tournament play was speed. So we'll see how he looks here on a speedy pick after doing pretty well on previous picks he's been in for, you got to figure he's about all the way back. But this one a little more raw speed than anything we've seen. It was an early break there from Nick1324. Generally speaking, you don't want to see that Nomad player break in the very beginning, but literally 50 combo into the map, not going to be the end of the world. And all 7 other, full combos holding strong for the time being, but that consistency gets called into play a little bit when it's almost 3 minutes of this.
And somehow, there are still 3 SSs, make that 2, but this is not the kind of map you generally expect to see that on. They are on the Nomads, but the combos are big now. The next miss is going to be massive, and we've got the next core section coming up. I'd say this map gets slightly more difficult as the map goes on. It's not a massive spike, but it is a tricky section. Eyes on Nick, want to see good recovery. Eyes on the modded players as well. Zudinator on the hidden hard rock, certainly a risk, but one that Canada takes frequently, and these teams, UNG, they're just not missing. What are we watching?
We are watching 2 of the best in the tournament doing what they do incredibly well, week in and week out. And man, you gotta give so much credit to the Zudinator speed glow up. There was a time when she could never have been on a map like this, and now she's cruising on that HDHR FC, and it is possibly going to be important. No, of course, right as we say that, it's Zudi and Pikapone to fall. That's the 2 modded players down for Canada. Meanwhile, United States, the 4-way still intact at the 2/3 mark. Everyone with high accuracy, 99.27 on Hard Rock, the lowest AC for the United States through 1150 combo, and they're going to cruise out to about a 300,000 point lead with a quarter of the way to go. Down goes Zudinator again. The chances for Canada getting ever more slim as Ryuke is the only FC holding, backed up by Nick on some recovery combos since that early miss.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were expecting. Canada have strong players. They have big combos ready to capitalize if the US misses, but the US are not a team that misses on this map. They're still holding the 4-way. The accuracies are all above 99.5. Rectagon slightly below after that miss, but we very well could see a 4-way on this map. The ending is tricky, but they've looked so comfortable so far.
Comfortable indeed. It's still a 4-way. It's still 4 players at 99.4 AC or better. The United States crushes Fremod 2. That is a 4-way full combo, the first on this map of the week. The previous best score on this map was Australia at 3.7 million. USA just dropped 4.1. This is why we said they should pick speed in this matchup, because that is probably the best team score you're going to see on anything all week.
Easily. And I mean, this is a matchup of quarterfinals titans right here. Canada, 3.1 or 3.3 million, I think they had, was the 3rd best score on the map, only behind the US and Australia, who put up 3.7 million. Time and time again, we're seeing one team put up, top team scores across the tournament, and the other team is 2nd, 3rd best score right behind them. I mean, I think these 2 teams would have beaten most other teams this week, probably with the exceptions of South Korea and Australia, but the US up by 2. They're in a really good spot. They have another pick. They still have a couple good maps, although they don't really have speed left. There's no Mod 2 tapping as an option. But Canada needs a breakpoint back at some point. Before the breakpoint, they get a pick of their own, and they're going to opt into the free mod. Makes a lot of sense. Canada has looked really good on the free mods. This is going to be just kind of your consistency aim. There's a little bit of flow at the start, but it's like I don't know, snap aim, flow aim. CS 3.3 makes it a little bit easier on HR, but it is still scary. And I'm curious if we are going to see the overmod from Canada. If we were, I think it'd be Sudi on the hidden hard rock, cut paper on the hidden, and then potentially we see Ryuke taking a hard rock. But I really do not want to see an overmod on this one as much as Canada loves to do it. It is not the time.
No, this is a terrifying map to overmod. It's the smaller or the bigger circles, the lower circle size. It is the higher AR, so like it's maybe a little tempting to toss in an extra hard rock player because it's CS 3.3 base, but the patterning in this is so challenging. It's like it's harder to aim with hard rock. It's reasonably dense with hidden. It's just a challenge, and I actually like this pick a lot for Canada. I think this is the type of thing with what's remaining in the pool that looks pretty good for them, but it's also such a scary pick Just in general, looking at the scores we've seen on this map so far, Norway dropped just shy of a 3 million team score, leading the way overall so far. It's only been played like 3 times. You've got a 2.9 mil, a couple 2.4 mils. So people dropping decent but not great scores. Very curious what's going to play out in this match, because it feels like a map like this can really go any way.
Yeah, and based on what we've seen so far, I think we could very easily see the top 2 scorers on this map all weekend. And what's nice for the United States on the free mods is that they have Taquito and Rectigon. Rectigon can play Hard Rock on absolutely anything. Taquito can play Hidden on absolutely everything. So any given free mod, you know exactly what your mod lineup is going to be. And I will say for the United States, they have other players that can play those mods. Utami also incredibly good on the Hidden. So they have options as well. If they feel like they want Taquito to play the no mod and have a better chance of full comboing, they can do that as well. But Canada, my question is, do we see a Hard Rock on Ryuke? Really want to see Ryuke on the no mod, in which case Zudi is going to have Hidden Hard Rock Cup Paper on the Hidden. And it looks like both teams running back the mod combinations from that previous free mod. We'll see if this free mod goes a little better for Canada. I would say this is easily one of the harder maps in the pool. There are so many places to break. The jumps are so incredibly quick. The aim control requirement is absolutely brutal. And so there's going to be a lot of pressure on the no-mod players to perform. And it is an extra Hard Rock on Ryuke. That is a risk, 2NG, that I'm going to be honest, I did not want to see. That is how Canada lost their 1 point to Poland in their previous match. But we'll see if it pays off for them here. They're making me a little nervous.
And I will say this about that. Ryuke is a player who in solo loves just slapping Hard Rock and stuff and going for cool HR scores. So if there's anybody I'm going to trust with that kind of overmod, it's going to be him. It is going to be the early break from Xylus, and early is relative in this map. We're already a third of the way through, and now it starts to really kick off as these patterns start to come in. The aim and flow go kind of back and forth throughout this pick. You've got some flow patterns, you've got some anti-aim patterns. It's going to be Taquito to fall on the Hidden, the first break for the United States. So 3 FCs to 3, mod advantage to Canada will equate to a small score lead, but you just gotta wait and see, because this map really gets going in the back half.
And there goes Ryuke on the Hard Rock. That mod not paying off, but Decaden trades one back. It is a no mod down. It is nice to see the no mods dropping. Those are the players that you really want to hold. And now it's 2 FCs to 2, but it's Canada that has the supporting combo on Xylus. They're going to continue to push this score lead, and the pick is looking good for them. The ending of this map is incredibly tricky, though, and Zudinator on Hidden Hard Rock. It's not easy to hold. If we see one miss from Canada, it's going to go over an instant. There it is on Cup Paper. The United States have the combo to make the comeback, but do they have the time? It's going to be incredibly close, and I think unless we see a miss from Zudinator in the end, Canada should secure at the ending. Xylus finds one. The score, it's going back over so quickly. Zudinator drops, and the United States takes it at the last second. That is devastating for Canada.
The chain miss from Xylus. He fell apart in those last moments, and with Cut Paper breaking 100 combo previously, while Utami and Rectigon held on, the United States just snatched that point away, grasping victory from the claws of defeat on the free mod 1 pick. Man, it looked for all the world like Canada was going to have that one, but they needed a second FC, or at least just a slightly higher second score, and it did not materialize for them. And that gives the United States a 5-2 lead. It is match points USA the rest of the way through, and here is the pick that we talked about. We said if it was going to happen, it was going to be late in this match, and iFlame, we are now late in this match. It is the end game now. Match points for the United States, 3 of them, in fact, before a potential tiebreaker. And they are going to say break glass in case of emergency and go into the small circle precision Hard Rock pick that we said could really go either way between these teams.
Yeah, and I actually don't know that I'm the biggest fan of this pick, not because I think that the United States aren't going to be really good at it, but I think given the pick is so contested, Canada are the ones on the back foot, right? They're the ones who are going to feel pressure to go for risky picks, and I think there's a chance you could have waited a little bit longer to see if Canada would pick the Hard Rock 2 away from you, but the United States, they're not worried. They have confidence in themselves, and they just want to close this one out. That was a crucial point for Canada. Had it been a 4-3 match, all of a sudden, they are right back in this one, but with 2 break points required, one of them has to be the Hard Rock 2, then they need to win a pick of their own and another United States break point. Things are looking dire, but don't count them out of it yet. There's still hope.
Yeah, you can't ever count a team like Canada out. They will keep their mental high. They will keep the confidence up as high as they possibly can in the hopes of making this comeback happen. And on a pick like this that really does feel like it could go either way, the momentum can swing rapidly. We've seen some decent combos. We've seen some players struggle on this over the course of the weekend so far. But man, oh man, you've got some unbelievably impeccable precision players in the lobby for this one. Bashi, of course, why he's on the team, that reading stuff and the precision. One of the few players in the world who really specializes in this sort of thing. You've got Rectagon, who comes through time and time again on precision hard rock. Kate Utami, no slouches either. Other side, it's Zudi. You know what she's capable of on just about anything, precision included. Ryuke, Nick, and Dark Karate rounding out that roster for Canada. And in we're gonna go. The United States, their first match point of this matchup. Canada's got to take this, win their own pick, and get another break point just to force a tiebreaker. It feels like an uphill battle for them, but like we said, who knows? You gotta play the maps. And this is going to be the first match point that we're gonna see here.
And this is not your standard CS 6.5 Hard Rock 2. These are some absolutely minuscule circles at CS 7.8. Not something that's fun to deal with the nerves. The actual patterns would be incredibly easy if the circles weren't so tiny, but with nerves, with the Hard Rock, it's so easy to miss, and most of these players are absolute veterans. I want to keep an eye on Dark Karate, the one rookie in the lobby, see if those nerves play a part, but looking good so far. It has been 2 misses from the US, 1 miss from Canada. All very early though. UK finds yet another miss, not looking super comfortable on this map, thankfully for Canada. The other 3 players are looking significantly more comfortable. Accuracy is really good for both teams though. Impressive start already.
It's a little surprising to see for the United States, 2 of their mainstay players on this skill set being the early ones to break, but Kate Utami continuing to hold. And yeah, you've got Ryuke having a little bit of trouble. Dark Karate struggling a bit with the accuracy, but holding the combo is very important. Yet another break from Ryuke, but there goes Utami. And United States now down to just the lone full combo onto Kaiten. And there it goes as well. Dark Karate trades it, but you've got Zudi and Nick against the recovery combos of Rectagon and Bashi coming into the last third of this map. Nick falls, and that could be critical. That could be huge if Rectagon and Bashi can continue to hold. There goes Dark Karate again. Nick falls again. Ryuke trying to stabilize. Zudi holding down the fort with the FC, but the United States can take the lead back. There goes Bashi. Oh, this is going to be ever so close coming into the ending as Ryuke falls again, Nick falls again, Utami goes down. It is Rectagon, it is Dekaten trying to do everything he can. Down goes Zudinator. The FC falls. Canada's last hope is down. And with a full reset, Rectagon, who else? The United States' longtime mainstay. Late breaks come in, but there is just no combo anywhere. And that looks like it's going to be the map. That looks like it's going to be the match. And indeed it is. By 105k, United States exorcises their demons. They're not going to fall to Canada 2 years in a row in the same fashion. And they blow their doors off many a map in this one. 6-2 the final score. Onward to the semifinals for the USA and a date with Australia.
Yeah, fending off their friends to the north, although that date with Australia, not going to be a fun one. That is going to be an incredibly exciting match. And yet again, T1G, on that Hard Rock 2, US had the second best score of the weekend. Canada had the 4th best score of the weekend. This, despite it being 6-2, this truly was a match to behold. And I think Canada can't be too ashamed with their performance. They are going to drop to the losers bracket. Do we know who they're playing?
So Canada will fall to the losers bracket to face off against China, who looked outrageous this weekend, quite honestly, winning 6-1 over Finland and 6-0 today over Norway. Canada versus China, a 6 versus 13 seed, but man, that is going to be tightly contested between those two teams, I gotta think.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to performance on the week, and that's going to be the case for United States versus Australia too. Meeting in the finals this time around. Of course, one of 2 winners bracket matches, and that one's going to be interesting. There's going to be a lot of contested maps. The United States have been enjoying the speed, but the Australia, they are the speed team. So the United States may have to adapt their pick strategy going into next week. Let's take a look at the bracket now. In the losers bracket, we've got some good matches. Russia, Poland, going to be a tough one for Poland, but they've had some really good scores as well. Of course, China, Canada, you've got Hong Kong, Chile facing off after Chile had a dominant 6-1 performance over Sweden. Then you've got Great Britain versus Philippines. It was nearly Ukraine brought Philippines to tiebreaker in a very impressive performance. I think Ukraine, yet again, for the second year in a row, overperforming their seed, but I think lost the tiebreaker by something like 50,000 points, so it will be those two. Up in the winners bracket, we of course have the aforementioned Australia versus United States, and South Korea, Germany could be a good one as well if Germany can keep up their performance from this week, but South Korea, of course, the tournament favorites, are not going to be easy matchups.
Yeah, you get to semifinals week, you get to these top 12 teams, and everything is close. Everything is contested. This week we had our fair share of really one-sided matchups, despite some great performances. I think next week we're going to see some closer matches. I think we're going to see some absolute battles. South Korea, Germany, as you said, South Korea, they looked so freaking good this week, man. Yet to drop a point in this tournament. They're 16-0 on maps so far. They were predicted as one of the overall favorites, and so far they've looked every bit the part. Australia, likewise, with that 6-1 demolishing performance over the United Kingdom. Against the United States last year in losers bracket final, we remember the United States kind of ran through Australia in that matchup. I think this year might be a little bit different. They get them around earlier, and it's going to be an Australia team that's had a year to come a really long way in terms of their skill cap, in terms of their performances overall. Those semis are both going to be, I think, absolutely incredible. And as we discussed, you just can't forget about the losers bracket matchups either. Really closely fought battles down there too.
Nope, lots of excitement to be had next weekend, but before then, lots more excitement to be had today as we've got the Mount Pool Showcase coming up in just about 5 minutes. So we're going to be taking a short break, and don't go anywhere because we'll be right back with the Map Pool Showcase. That is going to do it for us. I've been iFlame, joined today by the wonderful T1G. What an incredible match we got to commentate. Anything else to add?
No, just always a pleasure, always enjoyable. Congratulations to the United States. Commiserations to Canada. Best of luck to them in their next matches per team. And of course, with your little bit of downtime here before the Map Pool Showcase starts, if you like your favorite team, you want to support your favorite team, you want to contribute to the OS World Cup prize pool, go ahead over to the OSU store, pick up your banner for whatever that favorite team may be. Is it United States, Australia, South Korea, Germany, whoever it may be? Head on over, proclaim your support on your profile, let the world know what team you are really rooting for this year. In this little bit of downtime, we will be back, as iFlame said, in about 5 minutes. Semifinals Map Pool Showcase coming up right after this. Thank you all for being here. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Take care.